Vader. They have got wall-to-wall TVs, a mouth-watering scratch kitchen, and the best patio set up in town. Boomer.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Ayuk behind Bell left. They run Mason off the left side. A cutback run. Touchdown! San Francisco!
Well, it started off nice, and then I had to open my big mouth. Good morning, Metroplex. It's a Tolo Tuesday edition of Sean and RJ live here on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. Got the entire morning family, hopefully with you. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Cowboys Insider, Bobby Roberto Belt. We got Peyton in the back, live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Jerry Jones live at 8:30 this morning as the San Francisco 49ers establish themselves and hammer away at the New York Jets with their Christian McCaffrey replacement, 32-19 bad guys.
Yes, 32-19 bad guys is right.
I was never rooting so hard for Aaron Rodgers than last night.
That's true.
Oh, baby.
It's more of the same. I mean, Brock Purdy is a legitimate top 5 quarterback in the NFL. And You want to say otherwise? Do that at your own peril. If they don't want to re-sign him,
Purdy was your big takeaway from last night?
Was that the takeaway?
I mean, that's not my big takeaway. It's just
That's what you started with.
Well, because he's the only one that matters on the field because he's the quarterback.
Okay.
There is a wild note coming out of week 1. How many 300-yard passers were there?
Well, thanks for reading my prep.
2, and then you get the 7 100-yard rushers, and we'll dive into some of it later because I was looking at it late last night. There's a chart out there looking at that running so far. Like, there's a trend where running is becoming more efficient than passing over the last 5 weeks of NFL football.
Started bad for the Jets with an Allen Lazard third down drop on the first drive. I hate how great he is. It drives me insane. Fred Warner, I'm putting him into my Hall of Fame right now. He strips Breece Hall with the punch, but Breece Hall scores on a very, very impressive drive where I tweeted Bobby, Aaron Rodgers looks really good tonight. 7-3. Don't brag too much. You picked the Jets in the playoffs. I won't let you forget that. 7-3 Jets, and then bye-bye. See you later.
Yeah, look, I mean, this is San Francisco showing once again in this game. Yeah, this is San Francisco showing once again in this game that they will just the system that Kyle Shanahan has in place. It's plug and play. He will put Jeffrey Wilson in there or Christian McCaffrey or Jordan Mason, just like he'll put Jimmy Garoppolo or Brock Purdy or whoever in there, and they have success. And this is kind of the MO for them. But I mean, they still look, for all the hype that was out there surrounding the Jets and all of the cooling that looked like was occurring on the 49ers, San Francisco showed last night they're still way up at the top of the league to me.
The big story from last night, besides Aaron Rodgers, is someone named Jordan Mason. 28 carries for $147, 5.3 a carry, scored a touchdown. Debo had 8 carries. I didn't think Debo was going to last in the second half the way he was playing physically in the first half. But Kyle Shanahan told the Monday Night Crew, he wanted to create this fun, weird, unique game plan to beat the Jets, even without McCaffrey, who is a very late scratch. That may be causing an NFL investigation for San Francisco not being very transparent or honest with the injury report. But I got a lot of Tolos saying, hey, let's go get a Jordan Mason. Can we trade a fourth and a The point of what you're supposed to do is what San Francisco did. Get someone in the 6th, the 7th, or undrafted, fresh legs, young, plug them in there, good to go. That's what they did. Jordan Mason undrafted. So hell no, I'm not giving up a 4th, a 5th, a 6th, or a 7th. I'm trying to find my Jordan Mason. I just don't think we have it yet in Deuce Vaughn.
No, they don't. I mean, they're different players. I mean, Mason is a battering ram.
Talking about a running back, an undrafted running back.
It's not like they didn't try. They tried with.
Well, they didn't try in the 5th, the 6th, or the 7th, which a lot of people were unhappy about in the draft.
This year?
Yeah.
They should do that. You should do that every year.
Every year, arrogant way to just think they could block it up instead of hand off to a running back.
Every year, you should draft a running back 5th, 6th, 7th round. Or in one of those rounds, every single year, take one. Because they're so cheap and at that point, and you need fresh legs. That's it.
Aaron Rodgers on what went wrong, even though he lasted more than 4 plays.
Yeah, we were just bad on 1st and 2nd down, I think, for a lot of the game. And then, we had a couple drives. We converted 3rd downs. But overall, I feel like we didn't have any 3rd and 10 pluses tonight. So that's always a good thing when you look at the stat sheet. But we didn't convert those 3rd and mediums. We had a drop. We had a couple penalties. We had a bad throw. So a lot to correct. But overall, I feel good about our guys. I thought the protection was really good tonight. We just were a little bit off in the run game. Couldn't get Breece going. Couldn't give him enough space. But a lot to build on.
And I totally forgot that Tyron Smith was on the Jets until I noticed Nick Bosa blowing by him. Rodgers, 13 of 21 for 167 yards, a touchdown and interception, and he was only sacked 1 time. Our Aaron Rodgers takeaways after watching him play.
He was okay. He had his flashes, and then he had his moments where he looked very, very old. He obviously used his brain. That the deep touchdown pass on the free play. They were breaking this down in the Manning cast. How he took the snap and then immediately looked to the left to make sure the flag was thrown. And then he just took the deep shot downfield. I think it was Lazard that caught that pass. Like, there was some brains that he was using. Belichick was going ham on San Fran for not doubling Garrett Wilson in a couple of spots. So he used, his brain is obviously the best part of his ability at this point, because his physical ability and his physical tools from his legs, he just can't evade the pressure that he used to.
Yeah, the lower half isn't obviously as adept as it once was, especially coming off that Achilles. But I think if you're looking for positives, Sean, like if you are looking to feel good about your Aaron Rodgers take,
you have the Jets in the playoffs.
The whole yes, for defense and running purposes, it's got nothing to do with Aaron.
Right.
Nothing.
So
okay?
if Tyrod Taylor was the quarterback, you'd have him in.
Yeah, probably.
Okay, shut up.
Yeah, no. What do you want me to say? No, but here's the thing.
Tyrod looked decent last night as Rodgers gets benched with 4 minutes left. Game over.
Aaron. Well, the good thing about what you saw from Aaron last night is that he still has the ability to tap into it. Now the question is just going to be consistency. It's not like, oh, he clearly can't do X, Y, Z anymore. He can. How consistently can he do it? Now that'll be the biggest question, because he showed, okay, the arm strength's still there. He's still got the touch. He's still got the ability to kind of read the secondary and do what he's got to do. Now the question just becomes, how consistent can he be? Which consistency, this was the other wild note I saw last night. When was the last time Aaron Rodgers threw for 300 yards?
Oh,
2 years ago?
December 12th, 2021.
Oh.
It's been almost 3 years, even with that year lost.
Well, look, the opportunity is there schedule-wise in order for them to get off to a nice start still. They're at Tennessee. They have New England at home. They have Denver at home. They have Minnesota at home before Buffalo. So you could be 4-1. Could be. Tennessee, New England, Denver, Vikings. I imagine that they're going to be favored in all those games. But that was Aaron Rodgers last night. And are we going to get an investigation on the 49ers running back room after the sensation broke out and said in the Monday Night Football postgame interview, yeah, I was told I was playing on Friday. Well, the alerts go off. Twitter alerts start going off. All the aggregators saying San Fran going to be in trouble. Because where did this come from?
Yeah, this is not a good look for San Francisco. And this is the stuff that the league tries to really crack down on is in recent years. They've tried to crack down on the injury report issues where they felt like teams were hiding things. They started changing what the definitions of questionable and doubtful and things like that meant, because they thought people like Belichick and other coaches were trying to game the system. So this is something where if something occurs on Saturday, for instance, you have somebody who gets a stomach virus as they're traveling, the public relations department for a team has to send out a new update that says this player is now questionable. The injury report has changed. This player's not here. So even if it was as late as Saturday, they needed to update the injury report on McCaffrey. And so this will definitely, with Jordan Mason saying, I found out Friday, I think, that's going to start causing some people to look at the 49ers a little bit. And I would not be surprised to hear a report this week that they get fined.
And then what happened with Mason in the post?
So he got up there. He had gotten the NBC interview or the ABC interview, the ESPN one, and said that, found out Friday. Then he gets into the post-game interview after Kyle Shanahan has talked and said, nope, he did not hear about that Friday. Don't know what he's talking about. Then Jordan Mason got up there and just looked depressed after a game like that and was asked, when did you find out? And he goes, that's the question that's got me mad. He goes, this is why I don't like talking to the media. You say one wrong thing. He goes, let's just skip that question.
Man, that's one of those things that if that was a local reporter that asked that the fans get all riled up about.
Yeah. Trying to get us.
Yeah, like, why would you do that? Why would you call the team? Why would you out the team there?
What are you doing, Grant Cohn? What are you doing? You mentioned Belichick. I didn't even switch over to check with my YouTube TV free trial. Did DirecTV come to the 11th hour agreement with ABC and get the TV drama worked out?
Absolutely not. I had to use the ESPN Plus app or the ESPN app, so the game was available on the ESPN app with ESPN Plus. So if you had that subscription, and then it froze, so I had to switch over to the boring cast, and so I did.
Last night they had on Adam Sandler.
That was actually pretty good.
Bill Belichick,
and Bill was tremendous.
He was.
Oh, he was so good. So it was, again, it's like, there's a delay. So there's a lot of talking over.
Still haven't fixed the lag.
They have not fixed the delay. It's actually, I thought it was worse. I thought it was worse. The amount of times that they just start laughing like that they just can't hear each other. But Eli, after the Jets had a turnover, Eli says, like, I think it was the Niners had the ball like the 30 or the 35, somewhere there. After they punched the ball out, Bill was like, man, you got to put the ball. Classic punch out. And, like, every little thing he's talking about, and you could just tell how, like, technically sound New England was. Like, even the receiver made a cut, and he's like, you've got to get your hand, if you're the receiver, on his other side because you want to create that leverage, yada, yada, yada. Like, very, very quick. But Eli said, do you want to just shoot Peyton? Do you take a shot here and just, like, go for it? And Peyton's like, yeah, you do. And Bill's like, no, it's a trap. It's a trap. They're going to give you 4. They're going to give you 6 yards if you run to the right, and they run to the right for 6 yards.
Whoa!
And I was like, good gosh!
Wow, impressive. So now they're talking about. Adam Schefter said, forget about McCaffrey, just out for this one. He might miss the Viking game as well.
He's been pretty reliably healthy ever since he got to San Francisco. It's like as soon as he got to the 49ers, things kind of clicked into place and a lot of the injury history had gotten better. But no, if this is one where they lose McCaffrey for any amount of time, given how just the variety of ways that Kyle Shanahan likes to use him and the skill set he has in the pass game and the run game, then yeah, this will be a definite setback for San Francisco in terms of their ability to do what they like to do.
The Tyreek Hill body cam footage is out. That is what I spent most of my night doing, texting back and forth and having discussions, getting opinions. 6:40 as my brother is waiting in Maryland, listening on the Odyssey app for me to be proven wrong.
Oh yeah, I'm going to be interested to see where everybody comes down exactly on
this Twitch, this YouTube, this text is going to detonate.
Yeah,
it's going to explode.
Yeah.
That's what I learned last night while researching and going in depth with this topic.
Yeah, I don't know that I'm going to want to look at the Twitch and the YouTube and the text during that segment.
Stay away.
Yeah,
Stay away.
You're not going to say anything you say here is probably going to make somebody unhappy.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. 6:40. Check out the video if you haven't gotten a chance to, so you can weigh in.
I'm curious though. You mentioned it a second ago. How did you feel about your YouTube TV experience?
I haven't delved into it too much, but I don't like initially looking for the guide. Like right now, I'm just seeing the options on the bottom of what maybe they think I want to watch.
Yeah,
but
it's kind of hidden at the top.
Okay, but I can just go to a guide and then see everything laid out like that.
Yep.
So that's I was hoping deadline reach.
Yeah.
Thank you, YouTube TV. Don't have to change over. Don't have to reprogram. Don't have to switch channels. And I would have thought it got settled yesterday.
Not only can you actually find a guide, they will actually let you sort the guide and create a customized guide the way you want it in order.
Oh, that's nice.
It is. It's very good.
Yeah, I think we're in for a long. I don't think it's getting settled.
You don't?
No.
Wow.
One of them, one of the parties sued the other one, or went to court.
Oh, cool.
Yesterday or the day before. It's getting ugly.
Did Jake Ferguson dodge a bullet? We have the details on the Dak deal. A lot of Tolos asking the great question: is it a no trade? Can you franchise him again? Stephen Jones answered that yesterday on the station. And Deshaun Watson, a bad week, just got worse. Especially if you're listening on Cleveland radio. Inside the Star on the home of the boys next.
Get you over to the greatness of Diamonds Direct. Interest rates everywhere are skyrocketing. Diamonds Direct, though, I mean, they're
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Berkeys.com.
Berkeys, we're there when you need us.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Shout out to the 6 a.m. club. Sean, RJ, and Bobby with you here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Your reaction to the Tyreek Hill body cam video coming up at 6:40. A brand new segment, post-game clarity. It's basically Bobby's film room of rewatching the game and getting to the things we did not talk about yesterday. That is at 7:20. We are going to have on the actor and director starring in the Aaron Hernandez FX series.
Well,
at 8 o'clock. Jerry Jones live at 8:30. Nick Harris, DallasCowboys.com. Final hour of the show. Yesterday at the end of our show, Jake Ferguson tweeted, "God is good." And we were saying, okay, is that good? Is that bad? It ended up being overall good news as tests revealed an MCL sprain. And Todd Archer said Ferguson could still play Sunday against the Saints after being diagnosed with a bone bruise and a minor sprain of the MCL. And Mike McCarthy said, quote, "Good news. He'll be working with the return to play group tomorrow. We will see how that goes."
Yeah, I think it's probably a little optimistic right now, at least at this point of the week, to think that he plays versus New Orleans. That seems a little unlikely at the moment, but it doesn't seem impossible. Like there's probably a better chance he plays than that Christian McCaffrey ever was going to play last night against the Jets. But this is absolutely good news, because I think when it first happened, that was absolutely the initial concern from everybody within the Cowboys was that's ACL. And that's because, it was immediate, went down, tried to get up, couldn't, had to, get help up and get helped off the field. But this is, ultimately good news, because I think At most, we're probably looking at 1 game missed, and he very well could not miss any time here.
That's awesome. Over on the injury side for the Saints, minor hamstring for Marshawn Lattimore. Does he play this week? TBD, with the reports coming out of New Orleans to go up against CeeDee Lamb.
One more thing on Ferg. It's like you have to weigh the risk. Can he injure the leg anymore? Is it just pain? Or is it also like, it's not even much like, do you really need, you need him for the long-term part of the season as opposed to just rushing them back. It's like, it's a playoff game. Does he play? Maybe. You don't need him this week.
Yeah, I mean, and I think if it were genuinely a large concern, like Nick was talking about yesterday, I don't think he's just kind of walking on his own power without a brace or ice or anything else onto the team playing the other day. He went up the stairs by himself, no wrap on there, no help.
Good mood on the plane.
Yeah, was joking around. So I think that ultimately this will just be a question of, in all likelihood, pain management and just how limited he is by it. But I don't think they feel like right now there's a big chance that this could be an injury that he makes worse.
A pretty bad week for Deshaun Watson, who lost his father. Apparently they weren't very close, but still, you lose your dad. Apparently he lost another pretty close friend. He talked about how rough this past week was. It got even worse yesterday because Mike Florio, ProFootballTalk.com, has the headline, Deshaun Watson is sued for sexual assault and battery. Sued in Houston, and intentional infliction of emotional distress is included. Here is what, quote-unquote, Jane Doe contends. October 2020, Deshaun Watson was going on a date with this woman. He was initially unable to find her apartment. He called her and allegedly began aggressively yelling and screaming and stating he could not find her apartment and he doesn't have time for this. When Watson finally arrived, she had not finished putting on makeup. So she invited Deshaun in to have a seat in her living room while she finished getting ready. As she was putting on makeup in her bathroom, she left the bathroom door open and attempted a conversation trying to ease the tension from his angry outburst. She quickly began to believe she was talking to herself because Watson was not responding. She came out of her bathroom to investigate his silence and shockingly found him completely naked on her bed, laying face down on his stomach. Think of all the massage allegations and all that stuff. Well, while she stood there in shock, Watson turned his head, aggressively insisted that she massage him, gesturing towards his rear end. She asked, you mean you want me to massage your back? He goes, no, go lower. At this point, she was terrified. She was in her small apartment with a much larger man, still reeling. And again, all this is coming as well from Tony Busby. Tony Busby, you remember the name out of Houston, he represented all the other Deshaun Watson accusers. Trying to appease him by rubbing his back, he began insisting, again, glutes. Frustrated that she wasn't doing it, turned over, revealing some excitement. He continued to demand massage him, gesturing from his knees to his groin. She froze, confused and scared. She said she wasn't a masseuse. And then before she could say anything else, he apparently grabbed her leg, positioned her so that she was lying down, then partially disrobed her. Sexual assault, and she felt paralyzed. She eventually got up, ran out, screamed for him to get out, and he left the apartment in rage. That is the latest accusation that came out yesterday on Watson.
Man, those are troubling, to say the least. And from a pure football standpoint, like as a teammate, I don't know how you play with him. It's tough, right? Like just from a pure football standpoint, I don't know how any of those teammates.
Or they could say,
if it's true,
money grab. Why is this coming out years later? I'm just playing devil's advocate. Why is this coming out years later after week 1 of the NFL season against the Dallas Cowboys when y'all are going to be in the spotlight the most?
Yeah, I think there's a tendency when a lot of these things happen, like with when a number of stories started coming out about Bill Cosby and a number of stories started coming out about Deshaun Watson. I think the tendency was if you believed it, then when another story came out, you would go, you think all these people are lying? All these people are trying to cash in on something? That doesn't make sense. And then I think there's another side that if they have doubts about it, they go, it's really easy to just throw your story on top of there when you sense momentum coming.
Absolutely.
And so it's one of that sounds like it would be difficult, I would guess, if that's the extent of the interaction. That sounds like it would be difficult to establish any sort of guilt, like evidence for guilt, unless she told people along the way, like, and you had eyewitness testimony. But yeah, that's not a good thing.
Browns radio is not happy. This went viral from our sister station, The Fan in Cleveland, taking Cowboy-Browns calls.
216-474-0092. You ready to go to the phones?
Sure.
All right. Dave in Macedonia, you're first up on The Fan. Hello.
Good morning, boys.
All right.
He's quoting Daniel Caffey. Please. There's some, two numbers. You'll figure them out. 42.9, 144.
What is all this?
Watson's quarterback rating, Mayfield's quarterback rating.
Oh, Christ. I can't do this for one more second. No, that's enough. That's enough. The first call out of the box, we're going to do this. The very first call out of the box, we're going to do this. No.
That was the.
I know what his quarterback rating was. I know that he was good. Guys, I'm not doing it right out of the damn box. Can I have a little bit of time before we do this? Can I have a little bit of time? That he ain't coming home. He ain't coming back. Only to play us. That's it. He had a great day down there. Congratulations on all his success. I can't undo the trade. I can't undo it.
Man.
So it stings even more with what Baker's doing in Tampa.
It does sting even more, man. And look, I mean, you knew that you were going to get that call. You knew you were going to get that call someday if you're doing Cleveland radio.
Yeah, which is why it sounded like he was totally prepared for that reaction.
Kind of did.
Like, I mean, look, here's the thing. I take it the same way, and I think we all do. When they lose to San Francisco, when Dallas does, or they have some big loss, it's one of those where it's like, I can't really say anything back to you when you call in here and you want to say whatever you want to say, because it's a state where anything you say about the Cowboys on a lot of those given days, it's fair. So to me, it's like anything they want to say about how the Browns approach things or whatever else is fair, and losing your mind about it's a little bit like, okay, I don't know what you expect.
Stephen Jones yesterday on the KMC Masterpiece, getting some details on the Dak Prescott contract. Is there a no trade included?
Yes. This day and time, the dynamics of, the franchise, if you're into a quarterback that's in a big, big deal, the fact that to franchise somebody, you got to give them a quarter more of their cap number. It's unrealistic to even think that you can franchise somebody because of how big the cap number is. And you got to carry it in a franchise. You got to carry the whole thing. You can't spread it out over the years. So it's really a non-issue once you get into these quarterbacks that are, which I think there's almost 20 of them now making $40 or more $million in this league. And so it's a non-issue, the franchise part of it. And the trade deals, I think those things work themselves out. I mean, once, players understand whether it's a Matthew Stafford going to a different place, Aaron Rodgers going to a different place, both sides understand they want to, when it's time.
So the headline is, Stephen Jones says Dak's contract includes a no trade and a no franchise clause in the Tolos on our Instagram page. Man, Cowboys really know how to stick it to a player.
They really do.
They really know how to get over on one.
Let's not call it a franchise tag then. Like if you want to say in this day and age, it's unrealistic to believe that, you got to carry it through. Okay, let's instead call it about it's a 4-month extension that you've surrendered away. Like, I mean, when we talk about you've got to have it done by the spring, what the power of the franchise tag does is you franchise tag them, you've got time. Like, you're going to go into July. You can buy as much time as you want. They could have slow played it a little more.
What else jumps out to you about the deal?
I mean, look, this is a hard one to just bail out of after the first 3 years. He's in here for the next 4 minimum, probably for the duration of the contract. So the new deal lowers his salary cap hit this year to a little over $43 million. He was at 55 before, so it lowers it by $12 million. Next year, his cap hit is about $90 million, and that will have to be restructured and, adjusted and everything else. And so the thing that's important to remember is whenever anybody hears there's $60 million, or he's costing you $60 million. And this is why it's important to do deals as extensions and not new money, is that even though he's costing you $60 million a year on average, Dak's salary cap figure will likely never get to $60 million on the cap for them. Like he will, my guess is the highest his cap hit gets over the next few years is 55-ish, probably next year. But then after that, I mean, you're looking at other years where they can very easily kind of set things up to where he's maybe 52 or 40 something. In fact, I think that $55 million in 2027, when it could potentially reach there, the cap might be as high as $315 million at that time, and $55 million in 2027 with a $315 million salary cap would mean the same percentage essentially as you've got him on right now. So you'd think that in 2027, even though it's 55, it's more going to be operating as if what it is now, which is $43 million. They structured it in a good way. They've got 4 void years on the back end. It's just...
That seems like a lot, right? 4 void years?
They did that many with Zeke. So they had to stack on a lot with Zeke as well. And so it's just a matter of how they choose to manipulate it moving forward.
What is your opinion now after the release and footage of the Tyreek Hill body cam video out of Miami? 877-881-1053. Get ready for all the devices to explode after the Tyreek video came out. Next on The Fan. But let me go ahead and get you set up with some Hurtado barbecue. There is a...
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Hot chicken, catfish, and shrimp.
Also, thanks to Firehouse Heating and Air. We'll see you in Burleson this Friday from 6 to 10 with The Fan.
And it's back to Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Bobby rewatches the Cowboys-Browns game and all the observations we did not get to yesterday. Coming up at 7:20, we will ask Reddit at 7:40, and Jerry Jones live for the first time this season at 8:30 here on Sean and RJ. Thanks for being a Tolo, and that stands for Turn It On, Leave It On Tolo. Chris Navarre said Tyreek time. My brother, an attorney in Maryland, eagerly listening on the Odyssey app. So yesterday, the Miami Police Department, who had placed one of the officers on administrative leave, came out and said Tyreek Hill was uncooperative. And then the body cam footage came out. We've split it into two pieces of audio. Again, best to watch it for yourself. But here is part one with officers having a problem with Tyreek Hill not putting his window down when they wanted.
Why don't you have your seatbelt on? Why don't you have your seatbelt on? Like what? Why do you have it on?
All right, stop it. Two things to start off with. Tyreek telling them, don't knock on my window like that. Hey, man, don't knock on my window like that.
Yeah.
You then hear an officer who is behind Tyreek's vehicle say, that's Tyreek Hill. All right? So someone noticed it was Tyreek, and that was Tyreek in the beginning saying, don't be knocking on my window like that.
Hey, keep your window down. Honey. Hey, keep your window down. Keep your window down. I'm gonna get you out of the car. As a matter of fact, get out of the car. Give me your ass, bro. Get out of the car. Give me your ass, bro. Break that freaking window. Get out of the car. Get out of the car right now. We're not playing this game. Get out. 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 What part of blood don't you understand? Hey, Drew. Hey, Drew, I'm getting arrested, Drew. I'm getting arrested.
All right, stop it. Okay, so Tyreek had the window down initially where I'm imagining he gave his license registration. The officers come back. The windows roll back up. He's on the phone with Drew Rosenhaus, his agent. All right, so they say, roll down the window. Keep the window down. About 3 times. He doesn't do it. They're like, we're going to smash the window. Get out of the car. Then they grab Tyreek, yank him out of the vehicle, and he's talking to Rosenhaus on the phone. Drew, I'm getting arrested. I'm getting arrested as they put Tyreek face down on the concrete.
I'm getting arrested, Drew. I'm getting out, bro. God damn, twin. When we tell you to do something, you do it. You understand?
I'm getting out,
you understand? Not what you want, but what we tell you. You're a little confused.
I'm getting out, bro.
Too late.
Chill,
Too
bro.
late.
All right, bro. Take me to jail, bro. Do what you gotta do, bro.
We are. We will.
Good, bro.
It is good.
Hey, hey.
Don't worry about it. I hung up the phone.
Okay, so I imagine that's the officer that got placed on the administrative leave. That is the one for those defending Tyreek, saying overly aggressive, power trip, out of control. Your job is to de-escalate, and he's sitting there yelling, screaming, and talking smack to Tyreek.
Yeah, that's not how I don't think they are trained. My assumption is they're not trained to trash talk. And again, I don't know. There's power trips everywhere. That was definitely escalated beyond what it should have. I don't. This is one of those things where like it's not you have to fall on one side or the other. That's what these things have become, though, because there is a case to be made that excessive force was used, and Tyreek escalated it to that point by refusing to just do what they said. So, like, you can it's one of those things where, like, you have to fall on one side, but, well, it's not really one side. Like, I don't think either one wants to be on that hill. This is not the incident. There's plenty of incidents to be on the hill. This is not the incident.
Well, I found myself falling on a side, and I was against Tyreek in watching this. Social media, Twitter was with him. My brother, I got all the screenshots from his attorney friends as we were debating for hours and hours on end last night, also on Tyreek's side. Unnecessary, over the top, and excessive. Look, man, I'm just going to, this will be a simple rule for me that I tell both my kids. This is the way I live. You all can live differently. When a police officer tells me to do something, you do it. When a police officer has to repeat it 3 to 5 times, you can get shot. End of lesson. That's the lesson in the Sharif house. That's what I'm going to tell my kids. When a police officer, position of authority, has more authority than you, tells you to do something, you do it. And when you don't, and you lollygag, and you go about it on your schedule, things can happen. And that's what I think happened to Tyreek Hill. He didn't want to roll the window down. He wanted to give them attitude. Was it excessive? Yes, probably. But I just go back to the bottom line of listen to the cop. Listen to the police officer. So that's part one.
Yeah, so my first thought on this when we saw it yesterday was Tyreek did not represent it the way he did post-game. That he said, had my hands on the wheel, was polite, yes or no, sir.
Yes.
The other thing I was interested in, and I was just trying to Google it while we were sitting here doing the segment. I was trying to see, like, Florida law specifically about rolling down your window, what's required of you.
So that's a great topic. That is a comment that I saw over and over and over and over again saying it is not illegal. Tyreek does not have to roll down his window in order to cooperate. And I was like, how else am I taught? Is it better for me to open my vehicle door? That would seem scarier. But a lot of people said you do not have to roll down your window.
So in Florida, there is a law that you have to roll down your window. But what I'm not clear on and what I'm trying to see here is,
because Chris told us last night for Texas, you have to crack it.
Yeah, minimum.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what the rule is.
So in Florida, what I was reading from these different law firms that had this as an answer about traffic stops in Florida was they said that you have to, one of them said you have to roll it down enough to be able to just comfortably pass documents and be able to communicate through that crack. And then it said, there was another one I read that said any lawful order, essentially, that it says basically Florida law requires drivers to follow lawful orders, which includes rolling your window down and keeping it down if they tell you to. Now, so, I mean, I think there's a little bit of discrepancy there. In some states, Tyreek Hill, what he did, even if they consider it difficult or whatever else, it's completely legal to do what he did. And so the legality, of course, is one thing. Regardless of what it is, Tyreek was clearly being a little difficult and was kind of being an ass, but like that then was escalated by those officers who were there.
He was uncooperative and kind of like entitled.
I think they're both wrong.
And they were they did what they are not supposed to do, which is they were not the adult in the situation. They were they were egotistical power tripping, like, oh, you're not gonna disobey my order. We're gonna drag you out of the car. Like, it's, you know, it's very, it's not a one side or the other. Like, yeah, Tyreek started it by being uncooperative. They should have not have taken it to the spot where he's sitting there face down on the concrete.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with them getting him out of the car, because I do subscribe. I do side on the side of the police officers. Tyreek's windows are totally tinted out. I know people roll their eyes at this, but it only takes one time for someone to have a weapon in their vehicle. That the officers don't know, right? They're trained to assume that you have a gun in there and that their lives are on the line. Tyreek's windows, who said this? Antonio Brown said, those are the most tinted out windows I've ever seen in my entire life. They don't know what Tyreek is doing inside the vehicle. Yanking him out, I don't have a problem with. Did you have to shove him on the ground and put him face first? It doesn't look good. And then part two is Calais Campbell and Dolphin teammates pass the scene, see what's happening, stop their vehicle in front. Remember, this is traffic getting into a game. So a lot of people are like, why did it take 4 motorcycles? Why did it take 4 cops to surround? There is a lot of a police presence, right? When you're heading into a stadium or heading into a game. I'm assuming that's why it was. But these are the officers. Calais Campbell's trying to come up on the scene, and these are the officers dealing with him while they're telling Tyreek, sit down on the sidewalk in handcuffs.
Hey, don't park there. Don't park there. Hey. Hold on, bro. I just had surgery on my knee. I just had surgery on my knee, bro. I just had surgery on my knee, bro. I just had surgery in your ears when we come in with your window down. Chill, bro. Hey, don't do, bro. Back up. Hey, call Drew. Call Drew. Call Drew. Call Drew. Call Drew.
Call Drew.
Hey, call Drew. Call Drew, bro. Call Drew. Call Drew. Hey, call Drew, bro. Hey, what? Hey, call Drew, bro. Just call Drew. Hey.
This is to the teammates.
Hey, listen. Hey, listen. Hey, man, they got Tyreek. The cops over here beating on him, man. They over here beating on Tyreek,
Listen,
man.
big man, don't park there, man. Just get in the car.
Drew, you gotta come, man.
Just get in the car.
Straight up the side, on the side of the,
Hey, get in the car. You're parked in the middle of the street.
I'm in the car. You gotta go before you get a ticket.
Hey, I'm in the car.
Who's the driver? This is my car. All right, move. You gotta move right now. Let me have your license. You get a ticket too. I'm coming. Let me have your license. You get a ticket. Let me have your license. I'm leaving. I'm not playing. Let me have your license. Your license right now. Your license right now. You're not gonna give me your license?
Get in the car and leave.
You're not gonna give me your license? I'm leaving. Let me have your license. Your license right now. Hey, your license right now. Or I'm gonna lock you up. Your license right now. Your license right now. You're dealing with me now. Your license right now.
So I really felt for this is a no-win situation. I felt for Calais Campbell here. You have instances of police brutality, right? That we have all seen with our very eyes, George Floyd and others. And Calais Campbell is probably assuming that Tyreek Hill is being victimized by the police. And at the same time, he's being told 6, 7, 8 times, don't park there, get in the car, and move on. You leave your teammate like that, like leave your friend like that. It's hard not to just be sitting there on the sidewalk and being frozen in that moment, knowing what to do, with the cops saying, get out of here, versus Tyreek Hill being surrounded by 5 cops.
Well, yeah, that one cop was like, get out of here. And then the other one was like, no, now you're dealing with me. It's like, oh, well, are you the boss? Are you in charge? Like, that dude is the one. I assume that's the one that's on leave, because he did seem that he wanted to have the story be about him.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of those where to me, again, somebody on the fan text just said it a second ago. Tyreek and the cops are both examples of, like, this is how you don't handle a traffic stop. Like both of them.
This is a training video.
Tyreek locked in. The other thing is that they clearly know who Tyreek Hill is. I think it's a pretty safe assumption at that point that he's not going to have a weapon in the vehicle. Like the fear of safety, like, you know what he's doing. He's going to the game. I don't think there's the same sort of questions that you would have pulling over somebody who you don't know who it is or where they're going. A lot of questions were answered right there. So in general, I think Tyreek Hill made it way more difficult than he needed to be. Wanted to clearly be in some little mood. And then the police officers escalated it. And it seemed like it escalated as soon as one of them said it was Tyreek Hill. And it was almost like somebody realized, oh, this is Tyreek? Okay, well, they're not going to show me up.
Were the haters wrong about the 49ers? Is Jordan Love going on IR? This fantasy receiver is going to be missing for you. And we rewatched the Cowboys-Cleveland beatdown. That's all next with Sean and RJ. But first, let me go ahead and get you that brand new career.
you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Go Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
There's Debo in motion. Jet sweep band off to Debo. A block and a dive for the goal line. And he's up on the goal line and in. Touchdown! San Francisco. And this one counts. They're not taking it back.
San Fran Radio with the call. How about Debo with a little reminder for Brandon Ayuk? I'm still the guy around here. Peyton Manning was destroying Brandon Ayuk for not being at training camp with that drop touchdown in the corner of the end zone.
Yeah, it was. It was a tough catch, but not an impossible one. I don't know. Did that have anything to do with him not making the play? Like it's his hands. It wasn't his fitness necessarily. But he's like, you got to get in camp. You know, you're in camp. You make that play. This is why you get those contracts signed. So yeah, he was opinionated on that one.
Well, look, if it's not Ayuk, 2 catches, and it's not Kittle, 4 catches. You still got Debo. If it's not McCaffrey, who missed this game, last-second scratch, you have Jordan Mason emerging with 147 yards, and the San Francisco 49ers emerge over a nice start from Aaron Rodgers and the Jets, 32-19 San Fran.
Yeah, and I mean, we got Scorigami, by the way. 32-19 is Scorigami. We got our first one of the season there, but
that's the first one ever?
First one of the season. That's the first time 32-19 has been a score in NFL history. Very first time we got that. But look, I think the big takeaway for me with Rodgers is that he's shown he can still do it. It's the not as good as I once was, but I'm as good once as I ever was. Like, he's shown he can do that. Now it's a question of how consistently can he do it? Can he replicate it regularly? Are they going to block for him enough? Are you going to have guys dropping passes, which happened a couple times early on in this one? So those are all going to be questions. I thought it was last night. Your favorite, Mike Greenberg, had a tweet last night that I think is a
go home to your family once in a while.
When that game
leave the jobs to some other people.
God,
when that game is over, he said Rodgers is fine. Rodgers is going to be fine.
Yeah.
Saleh and Douglas, not so much. Like, this is a concerning thing for Saleh and Douglas. Would you agree with that line of thinking? That was encouraging for Rodgers, bad for Saleh and Joe Douglas?
Yeah, if I'm a Jets fan, I feel okay. I'm thrilled that he survived the game. It's a win that he played, and he's going to play in week 2. The arm talent is going to be there. As long as he's healthy, I think that they can win, 9, maybe 10 games. Saleh afterwards with this tough guy quote, we're going to get that S fixed on defense. I mean, I'd be worried about that defense that was supposed to be locked down over there. I think the Jets are going to be, as long as he's healthy, they're going to be okay. But a lot of people were waiting for the San Francisco pullback. They're waiting for Brock Purdy. People keep waiting for him to get exposed. I think Gavin Dawson said walking in. Who did he compare him to?
He said
we walked into Oxnard.
He's 10% better than Brian Hoyer, which
I like the hot take. I don't agree, but I like it.
That's worse than his lighter take, to be quite honest with you.
So San Francisco pulling away last night. Some other news around the NFL. Kadarius Toney is signing with the Browns, according to Jordan Schultz. Jordan Love.
There you go. That'll work.
Jordan Love will not. Man, if you're a receiver, you're going to Cleveland. I guess Kadarius probably doesn't have a ton of options.
Right.
Jordan Love will not go on IR, and Malik Willis will start if he's not cleared. So the Cowboys got good news on Jake Ferguson. Todd Archer saying don't completely rule him out of playing this week against the Saints. Bobby says at most he thinks it's going to be one game, but Jordan Love is not going to go on injured reserve. Huge win for the Packers.
It is a huge win for the Packers. I'm curious. We didn't even get to this yesterday. Before that injury happened, as soon as the injury happened, everybody's like, oh, devastating and bad, which it absolutely was. But when it first happened, or right before it happened, there was a lot of already building, commentary on Twitter and social media of like, uh-oh, were we too early on the Love hype? Like, this doesn't look as good in this game as we were expecting. Were you before that injury happened, did you have any like, oh crap, is he coming back down to earth? Was that just a hot streak? Or were you like, no, this is normal week 1 stuff?
Real quick, Packers 3-point dog to the Colts.
I was just looking that up.
Get on this now just a little bit. San Fran is only a 5-point favorite at Minnesota.
Don't understand people being so cool on San Francisco right now.
Well, Minnesota was a big surprise, what they did to the Giants, the way they did it.
They were, but I mean, are you going to trust Sam Darnold? I know it's a home game, but
maybe it's trusting Kevin O'Connell.
Maybe it is.
No, I thought that Green Bay screwed up in the red zone in that game. With Love, I just look for the big-time throws. He makes too many big-time throws that look exactly like Aaron Rodgers mechanics-wise for me to cool. Did either of you say, all right, the hype got out of control, look at him against Philly, and they still put up a lot of points.
Yeah, they still had a good game. The field was trash. I mean, how many – I do wonder, how many completions were incomplete for both teams. Were incompletions because the players slipped. It was a bad situation. So, yeah, it's week 1, and a lot of guys were off week 1. I mean, there was, like we said, but there's 18 guys through for less than 200 yards.
Yeah, I was not as concerned by it as some of the commentary was. And obviously, we get the week 1 overreactions, people freaking out about something. But, I mean, in general, I just looked at it and said a lot of his struggles I don't think were related to, oh, that looks like regression, or, oh, he was getting lucky with that last year and he's not getting that benefit this year. Also, Philadelphia did a lot to invest in trying to fix the secondary and trying to set themselves up to be in a better position to defend guys like Love.
Puka Nacua is out for at least a month. Adjust your fantasy accordingly. It's a PCL sprain, and he is going on the injured reserve. So hang on to Cooper Kupp until he gets hurt and banged up because he's going to be targeted 17 times a game.
Yeah.
Things are falling apart already in New York. Haha, Giants. Dexter Lawrence. Well, first off, dang it. Thibodeau. Thibodeau, like, Deion, the reporter, when he's like, how about the D-line? Like, that's supposed to be the strength of y'all's team. Y'all didn't really do much. Next question. Anyone else got anything? So Thibodeau acting like that in the locker room. And then Dexter Lawrence was asked about the home crowd booing. And he said, did I hear the fans? How many fans? However many there were, could I hear them? Could you get another question, please? I don't respect it, honestly. I get it. They want to see their team win. It's a rough patch, but I mean, it just is what it is. So that is already New York Giant players responding to the boos. And did you have typical New York media?
Typical New York media.
About the quarterback?
Yeah, they asked Brian Daboll already if Daniel Jones is going to start week 2.
Are you sticking with your quarterback?
Are you sticking with your quarterback? Like, what are we doing here? Like, this is as typical New York media as it gets. Of course he's sticking with his quarterback. Because if he wasn't, that would have meant that, like, does he really think that the other guys beat him out in training camp? Like, maybe they did. If they did, they would have started week 1.
Look, I am all for getting Tommy DeVito back out on the field.
Oh!
Getting any Marinara Mahomes out there. I'm all about it. Look, I mean, the Daniel Jones thing, the one area where you might be able to say, okay, there needs to be a question of whether Daniel Jones gives you the best chance anymore is not in his ability. It's have the Giants, with all their public questioning of him, and have they broken his head?
Right.
Like, is he just not mentally there anymore, and it doesn't matter how much more talented he is?
How about this stat? And I know you saw it as well, RJ. Since signing a $160 million contract with the Giants, Daniel Jones has thrown more touchdown passes to the other team than his own teammates.
Yeah, not more interceptions. More pick sixes. More pick sixes than touchdown passes to his own team.
Trey Lance-esque, my goodness.
I cannot wrap my head around that stat. That is incredible.
The Texas Rangers are back in action tonight. It's a World Series rematch. 8 o'clock pregame on this radio station. 8:40 first pitch. Nate Eovaldi on the mound against Zach Gallen. The Rangers are 70-74, and yesterday we got some exciting news. It's time to rock. And it's going down on Thursday. The announcement that Kumar Rocker is coming up. Bruce Bochy said DeGrom and Scherzer. Max Scherzer. Man, just let the body rest. Holy crap. But now we got Scherzer, DeGrom, Leiter, and Rocker to pay attention to with the Rangers 7.5 back in the West. Did you say it's 6.5 in the wild card?
It was, as of yesterday, it was.
It's 6. 6.
Oh, they picked him on a half game.
Baby.
Oh, my God.
6 back in the wild card. Just give us a reason to watch. Give us a reason to watch. Kumar Rocker, I know you're in. And you may be going to this game.
I might actually get tickets to this because I'm buying so much on the idea of the Kumar Rocker hype train and getting on board with this thing. I think I'd like to be able to say if he does become.
So you're going to fly to Seattle?
No, it's in Seattle.
You're going to go to Seattle.
I thought they were here.
No, I think it's in Seattle.
Idiot.
Never mind.
Brett Boone's going to be on tomorrow. We can preview it with him at 9 o'clock.
Yeah, this is
killed my buzz.
Now you got like
way to go, by way to be really invested. You don't even know what the hell state they're in.
I'm not excited to see Scherzer.
They're in a state of disarray.
You know, I think Scherzer's is no longer a plus.
He's a body.
He's a body. Excited to see Leiter again. Excited to see DeGrom. Excited to see Rocker. Like I think that's obviously your best chances of winning those three. Are those guys over Max? I just think Max is kind of washed.
And then DeGrom, baby. My excitement level is, I don't know between Rocker and DeGrom. But you get both.
I'm way more excited about Rocker. I'm thrilled for DeGrom. Like, that'll be great. But, like, I assume either he's going to be exactly what he was before, which was awesome, and I already knew what that was, or I'm going to end up be disappointed and he's not going to be as good.
No, I think it's either going to be he's as he was, or
whereas Rocker, it's like the excitement of, oh my gosh, like this is brand new. Is this real? Or are we going to really see this?
It's going to be remarkable. We see Kumar how big he is. He is a unit of a human.
Is this story real out of Colorado with Deion and Shador's music, RJ?
Yeah, so how about this one? So Deion told the Colorado band, this is according to reports from Colorado, that this was a situation where the fight song doesn't play in the stadium after Shador throws or scores a touchdown, so the loudspeakers can play a recording of his song Perfect Timing. So yeah, there's multiple outlets that are throwing this one out there. This is insane to me. I've never heard of anything like this. And this is why he'll never be hired at a big time school. If you think he went to Bama, that they would put up with that, they would say, no, we're not going to play Rammer Jammer or whatever the hell they call their song.
You don't think if he was 9-0?
No.
You don't think Saban, I mean, that type of control and power, I think he can get a song.
Okay, but he's not 9-0. He's 2-9 in his last 11.
Man.
You know, he's like, that's the thing. You know, if he was 9-0, maybe you can get things changed.
Yeah.
But he's not. He's 2-9 in his last 11 games, and one of those wins was against an FCS school that...
You're the one making a hypothetical, so I'm just making a hypothetical like some coach would have control and power. Look, I don't know. I hope the whole locker room turns on the whole family. That's what I root for. You trash and destroy the offensive line. You let him leave the field early. It's all about him. The rest of you are scrubs. It's my kids and Travis Hunter, and I hope the whole locker room either leaves, transfers, or completely turns because this is crap. This is garbage.
I can't imagine, like, when you think of just how deep the traditions are at college programs. Like, I mean, to the point of Notre Dame losing the other day, an embarrassing game, and they just still have people up there, like, crying, like singing their songs, like sweat. Like it's the traditions are important for them. I'm stunned that any program, even one like Colorado, which is not necessarily the deepest tradition of any big Power 5 program, I'm stunned that they would allow this to take precedence. So my thought is like he's not lasting past this year, and I don't think he's getting a Power 5 job again after that.
Brandon Aubrey, yeah, I'm gonna have to. I'm glad I didn't write that on the wall of hot takes. Brandon Aubrey should have kicked it. How did the other rookie lineman do? A Cowboy corner was shut down, and he's downgrading Dak Prescott. Bobby rewatches the Cowboys-Browns beatdown. We unveil post-game clarity during the commercial-free Expressway and Ask Reddit next on The Fan. But shout out to Tolo Trey, one of our longtime number one top Tolos. Trey.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Our first responders. Get your tickets today at Ticketmaster.com.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On-Time Experts.
New Yorker standing in the middle of his own end zone. The kick actually comes from the goal line. A little end-over-end wobbler taken at the 40 by Turpin. Trying to get up the middle, 50, 45, get a block. Right sideline, 30, he's pointing. 20 and to the 15, to the 10. There's your return. Cavante Turpin with a 60-yard punt return.
Brad Sham with the call. In case you did not know and you're skipping around the radio dials, we are your official home of the Dallas Cowboys. And that means Jerry Jones every Tuesday with us live at 8:30. That is coming up. So is Ask Reddit. But right now, we debut a brand new segment, Bobby Belt getting in the film room with this.
Yeah, this is something where we have every year, I feel like, after we get to the football season, we watch a game on Sunday, we'll have the initial takes, and then on Monday I'm usually telling you guys about a couple things like, yeah, but I'm gonna have to go actually look at this back again, or I'm gonna have to go watch this back again and get a handle on it and figure out what is. And sometimes I go in there and learn things or have an awareness of things that I hadn't even really considered, that I could have figured out from the TV copy or from being in the stadium, and I just hadn't considered it the first time. And give it in a second watch kind of gives me some clarity. So that's where this comes from, post-game clarity, where I like it. You know a lot about that, I'm sure, Chop.
I do.
That clarity that sets in after the game. So after watching the game back, I'm going to share some of the things that I feel a little bit different about after having some time to digest things. So here are the things that kind of stood out to me from watching it back yesterday. Number one, Dak's grade. So I know we were talking about it yesterday with Nick Eatman, and Sean, you and I both said B- for Dak. Going back and watching it, I'm dropping it a little. It's a C+. And so I think he did some really impressive stuff early on in this game. His pre-snap recognition was really good, especially in the first half. I thought the second touchdown drive that they scored on, he was completely in command, completely had Cleveland off their game and trying to figure out what exactly they were doing. The second half, it was not good.
No.
And it was not, I know we talked about it yesterday, Chop, where you were saying, how much of it was just they were kind of settling in a little bit. And I'm sure naturally you let your foot off the gas a little just as a human in those moments. But watching it back, they were trying to get some stuff going in the passing game, because I think they were looking for that put them away, end them sort of drive. Just they wanted the one, and they couldn't do it. And a lot of it falls on Dak. Like Dak not putting them in necessarily the best position pre-snap, or Dak, missing a throw or missing a read here or there. Those sort of things cropped up a little bit the second half. And for him, especially now that, hey, it's the $60 million standard, you want that standard and that weight being put on you, he's got to be better than he was in the second half against Cleveland. That would have been, that's San Francisco that he plays like that against. We're talking about that being a critical game and one that he ultimately probably costs them with that play in the second half.
And first game, Ross, I know nobody wants to hear it. $60 million, we don't care. But, mentality with the sharpness, foot down. There was two throws to Cooks that I had a problem with. One, he missed him wide open. I think it was on the right side of our television screen. It was a 3rd and 4, 3rd and 5. And then another one, there was not a connection. And I just felt the offense was a little too complacent with 3 and out. We're fine with it. Let's get off the field. And if Cleveland scores once, all of a sudden we're maybe not sweating, but We have underarm precipitation.
Yes. It happens.
If you don't get the return from Kevontae Turpin, you're definitely a little uncomfortable.
Yes.
In that second half.
You would be. Now, look, I mean, I still think that you could say all you want, hell, he's $60 million, I don't care. But the nature of today's NFL, nobody plays the preseason. You're going to be rusty. And I do think that,
sorry, go ahead.
I think in the second half here, when you're up by an ungodly number, you're basically trying plays out. Either that, like you would do in practice, where like, hey, let's just see if this works. If it doesn't work, no harm, no foul. Or part two of that would be, we actually don't want to give up any secrets, so we're going to be very vanilla. We're not going to disguise anything. So let's just go on out there and let's just get out of here.
Yeah, I think it's clear when you watch him, though, they weren't quite in that mode. It was stuff where Cleveland was better in the second half defensively. That's still a really good defensive team. Denzel Ward was really good at times in this game. And so, I mean, that is part of it. I think it's also, Dak is usually not one who has struggles early in the season. Like he's one who, I mean, I know he's had opening games here or there where he's not necessarily been super sharp, but first few weeks of the season, he usually settles into a rhythm pretty quickly. And so I would expect that to start this weekend. I don't have questions about him. I just think in this particular game, grading him out, I think that it was a little below what I initially thought. Number 2, Brandon Aubrey should not have kicked the 71-yarder. I was all about him attempting the 71-yarder. I wanted him to do it. I was arguing for it. I thought it'd be fun. I was a little bit like, it's the end of the half. Who cares? Go ahead and do it. I heard McCarthy talk about it yesterday, and hearing feedback from others when I was bringing it up to him, like, what's the big deal? If you kick it there at the 71-yarder, sounds like a lot of people agree it's just not wise given the context of there's a time and place where you can absolutely try that and give it a shot. End of the half.
So you're more worried about it for field position versus like hurting his hamstring?
No, that's things that I thought, how big a risk is it to potentially hurt your hamstring on that 71-yard kick? I mean, he's got a booming leg. And their whole thing was just, from people that I heard, and McCarthy talking about it yesterday, was the idea of the exertion that it's going to take. Like, psychologically, you're loading up like, this is 71. I've got to really hit this one. You're outdoors. It's not like it's a controlled environment. It's an unnecessary risk given what the score is and where you're at in the state of the game. It just doesn't make sense relative to where you were.
Was it 20-3?
Yes, at that point it was 20-3.
So,
Look, the field position aspect of it, whatever, the outdoors, like the fact that it's 71 yards. I never thought the mental exertion of having to gear myself up to kick it 71 yards would be the thing.
Not mental exertion, physical exertion. The natural in your head to go like, I've really got to dig and like you're potentially overexerting yourself physically.
That's the only thing I was worried about. I'm like, don't pop his leg off of a viral moment for NFL history.
Because it's a weapon. And like he is an absolute weapon for them in terms of late in games. You don't have to move the ball very far at all to be in field position.
The first two things, he's downgraded Dak and agreed with McCarthy.
Holy cow.
He did get a full night's sleep.
They did.
Curveballs, Gavin, you hear that? Post-game clarity here. We are looking back at the game and adjusting a few of our thoughts. Number 3, Cooper Beebe was really strong in this game. And I didn't necessarily feel poorly about Cooper Beebe. It's just nothing really stood out to me. Trenches are definitely the two, like the defensive line and the offensive line are two areas where you have to go back and watch the tape and kind of figure out how they played. But man, he was sharp with the snaps. That obviously wasn't any sort of an issue that we saw, but really impressive, I thought, in pass protection. I think he showed good athleticism, getting to the second level, creating space. He was probably behind Tyler Smith, the second best offensive lineman in the game. Because honestly, there were some issues with Zach Martin at times. Like, Zach Martin played below what his normal standard is. But I thought Cooper Beebe was really good in this game. Number 4.
And by the way, speaking of offensive line, I was surprised Seth Walter put this out yesterday. Pass block win rates and ranks for the rookie tackles. Is it Fuaga?
Yep.
94% number 1. Tyler Guyton, 84% pass block win rate amongst the rookie tackles. That was number 2 in the NFL. Then Joe Alt, number 3. So Tyler Guyton coming in good. High against Myles Garrett or whoever they lined up across, because they did move Myles.
Number 4, Trayvon Diggs was completely shut down. And this was something where I had mentioned yesterday that I didn't know how good Diggs was. I noticed they weren't throwing to him very often, but I didn't know if it was just where they were picking on Carson or if Diggs was really good. you're watching the play develop. You're not necessarily seeing every snap exactly what Diggs is doing. So when we talk about Carson getting picked on in the game, that was definitely about the lack of options for Cleveland. That it was just, it was not anything where Carson was giving them a bunch of open windows. He wasn't perfect. He had a couple times where he was not great, but overall Carson was good. It's just they had nothing on Diggs' side. This was zero signs of any sort of limitations post ACL surgery.
I was a little worried when I saw the first Diggs at training camp with the way he was moving. I thought it was a little slow. Thought it was a little ginger. I didn't know if he had picked up any weight, but then I saw later highlights from when we came back from California. I saw one sideline interception. I was like, that looks normal. And he looked fluid. He looked smooth. And they have, I believe, the right type of swagger, cockiness, and confidence in that secondary with Diggs and Carson.
Yeah.
Like my football coach friend who I trust a lot, that's the first thing he texted me about. Who's 21? Who is 21? And I think he may have the same type of belief. And then you throw Jordan Lewis into it. That's something I forgot yesterday. I wanted to give credit. Jordan Lewis's tackling. That jumped out to me. I can't stand it when teams don't tackle well. And Jordan Lewis had a lot of solid tackles the other day. And yesterday, Stephen Jones was on the KMC Masterpiece, and he gave his thoughts about Mike Zimmer's debut against the Browns.
Well, it was obviously an important transition for us. Everybody around here, the building, the fans, huge fans of Dan Quinn. He obviously goes about it, a little different way, and there's a lot of ways to win in this league. A lot of ways to play defense, a lot of ways to play offense, et cetera. But, we just felt really good about Coach Zimmer. He's been in this building for years and years and years early on in our tenure, and, just felt a lot of confidence that he could come in here with this group of players. And, really, as you said, we've added Kendricks, and then, between the draft and getting a guy back like Overshown, who was all over the place yesterday, the rookies showed up. But hats off to Nealon, to Carson, to Overshown. Those are guys we didn't have on our defense last year. And then you throw Kendricks in. We saw a lot of things, to feel good about. And I know, some people have other ideas of what you ought to be doing in the off season, but we felt good about what we accomplished in the off season, and really feel good about this football team.
So Diggs, I think specifically, was really, really great in this game. And this was as disciplined and as glued to the receivers I can recall watching him play in coverage before. Like this was.
How much was he on Amari?
There was a lot of Carson getting on Amari, and they're playing a lot of zone, and Cleveland was doing things to move around and get the matchups that they wanted. But this was something where I think Diggs, if you go back to, remember the first two games of last year, people were giving him a ton of praise in the Giants and the Jets games for the way that he played in those. Like, man, look, he looks like he's locked down. He's got one interception already, and he looks like he is just not bothered at all. Is shutting guys down, and this is the last three games over the course of a year, obviously, but the last three games where he has looked really disciplined and doesn't look like, the gambler reputation that he developed. And then number 5, the last one here, I was more impressed with Chauncey Golston and Mazy Smith watching it back than I had initially been live.
How thin did he look?
I didn't realize Mazy even played.
I could not have told you.
So Mazy actually played 23 snaps, I think it was.
Whole snaps?
Yeah, but the majority of those were actually pass rush snaps. He was not in for a lot of the run game. But Chauncey and Mazy didn't pop for me much during the game on Sunday. I thought Golston was way more impressive rushing the passer than I realized watching it live. He was really good on the edge. I still don't like it when he plays inside the interior at the 3 technique, but on the edge I thought he was really good. And while Mazy didn't get a lot of opportunities in the run game, he did well with the 5 reps that he got. He wasn't getting moved or blown off the ball like he had issues with last year. And one of the biggest things for Mazy that we saw last year that was troubling, and one thing that's really common when you watch Michigan defensive linemen coming out in the draft in the last couple years, they are slow off the ball. I don't know what it is about the way they're taught out there, but they are very slow coming off the snap. And that was a big issue for Mazy last year. Slow off the snap, guys were able to get into him, and he was neutralized or blown off the ball.
This was difficult when you don't know what play's coming to be fast off the snap.
This was a game where Mazy was pretty much in sync with everybody. There were a couple snaps where he was a little slow, but overall this was much improved in terms of his ability to get off the ball at the snap. And I think that this is a nice step forward to build for Mazy going into this next week. Nothing perfect yet, but positive steps.
Post-game clarity with Bobby Belt rewatching the film here on your home of the Cowboys. Of course, the Love the Star podcast, pulling in millions of numbers, not money yet, with Brian Broaddus along with Bobby. This is Sean and RJ, commercial-free Expressway. We also have one more thing to clean up from the game, as yesterday, apparently, the G-Bag Nation got their hands on some Peyton Russell audio.
Yeah, I guess they officially doubled down on their hatred for me yesterday. You know, I'm just a content machine for the G-Bag Nation. I have to do their segment during the Cowboys games, because they want me to pull crap for their segment. I'm looking at the G-Bag cut sheet here. Let's see, they have 1, 2, 3, about 12 cuts from my audio sheet yesterday. So we're copying and pasting. I'm producing 4 out of the 5 hours, of G-Bag yesterday. But yeah, so we played the audio yesterday during the show around 9 o'clock that Eric had really crapped the bed during the Aaron Andrews interview. He was stumbling and fumbling and calling her Andrew, first name, and just really had a bad time. And so they played the audio of us talking about it on their show, and then they doubled down. G-Bag did. Eric and Zach and Brian, Gavin, all of them doubled down and took a little shots fired at Pepe yesterday.
Well, there's Peyton, limping into a soundbite there, as he struggled to speak as well. So now he
stumbles over himself.
And
Peyton calling the kettle black there.
Yeah,
shut up, Peyton.
Peyton was lashing out a little bit because I had to get on Peyton as the producer of the pregame show yesterday because he did the thing where we have a hard out at some point, and even though we're right here in studio, he's in my ear.
Go to break.
30.
Go to break.
20.
Okay, this is annoying you
10.
too.
I said at the end, as soon as I threw it to, I said, Peyton, never do that again.
Yes.
Why would you? You told me what the hard out was.
Right.
I know what it is. Why would you tell me the hard out in the first place if you're just going to come in my ear while I'm trying to talk and get this thing to the commercial break hard out, and you're going to be peppering me in my ear with nonsense as if I don't know what the hard out is. It was a rookie mistake. It was embarrassing, almost as embarrassing as Peyton being on the microphone. I'm surprised they still allow him to use that thing.
Yeah, I can't believe he has his own segment. That's unbelievable. But I'm with you. He started doing that to me yesterday during the half in the post game, and I'm like, you've given me the hard out. As soon as he starts doing that, I'm starting to think to myself, like, he's messed the hard out up. It's actually earlier than it is.
Now I'm starting to
So now I'm like, do I need Which has happened before. Yeah, so do I need a break right now? Like, now you're confusing me. Just shut up, stick to the time, and let us be professionals. Or try to be.
Yeah. Shut your damn mouth, Peyton.
Counting back from the top of the hour to like 55-50 can be quite difficult.
I do hate sitting in your chair when you're out and getting the Peyton countdowns. Those are a little much. They can be distracting.
I don't give you countdowns.
You
I
do.
tell
You do during a cut.
I tell you
You'll go
to
10, and then it's like I was trying to hear what was said, and I cut off when you said 10.
I asked Peyton to do that because, and I'm having a headphone connection problem. I spoke in the middle of the Tyreek audio earlier, and I hate when that happens. When I think the audio is done, maybe it was the Cleveland Browns audio, the caller. And so I asked him, I said, give me a 10-second countdown so I know the audio is done so I don't step in it and interrupt the audio. So that's why Peyton at least does it. I appreciate that you do it. I love how Mr. Brian brought us his little side swipes when he's the number one guilter up here of take care of the others. Why don't you pay for every producer's dinner, Sharif? Why don't you cover the tab for this? Why don't you bring in a casserole like I do? Why don't you bake a chicken pot pie? And here he is taking little shots at Pepe. Here's what I would do with them moving forward. You give them the heart out. You let them execute it. The minute they screw it up or they get it wrong, then you can go ahead and give it to them. Trust them first. They've been in this game for a while. Trust them first. But that's Eric and Zach feeling insulted that you question their radio technique.
So you would say trust but verify is the strategy that he should have in general.
Well, let me save what I really want to say for someone else, and that would be the KMC masterpiece with Mike Bassick on Friday coming after me again.
You did ask your question, and Sean, did he ask McCarthy why he's never on time?
I don't see it in the cuts.
Oh wow, I didn't hear it. I listened to that whole interview. I did not hear that conversation. So I would maybe what? Now that we did it, we got to force Sean to do it next Friday.
Yes,
we deliver. Mike's in Italy or something.
Must be nice. We deliver here on the KNC Masterpieces.
Sorry, I was thinking about doing a Sean Sharif impersonation to be like, "Hey, Mike." But I decided I wasn't ready for that yet.
All right. Back to you, Alex. Sorry about that.
Maybe crosstalk.
I think it'd go,
Mike.
That is so rude, Mike.
Well, when he gets nervous, he stutters.
Rude.
Well, I thought you wanted us to do impressions of
You
Sean
said
Sharif.
let's do Sean Sharif impressions. Coming up next.
Will you guys run the ball?
Pork chop.
Good.
This is
Sunday?
so wrong.
Okay, next question.
Jeez.
Ooh, boy.
You didn't tell me 10 seconds. I didn't know that.
Headphone malfunction.
I didn't know the clip was ending. Number one, Alec, you're new full time. Pipe down.
Medi.
Just chill a little bit. Pump the brakes. I heard you say we deliver on our show. Noted.
Work some more chest in too, Alex.
You're in the queue, Alec. I put you in the queue.
To be fair, I think what he was setting up his next clip. This was during. I think it was during.
Don't defend him. No,
I'm being
we're
dead
not
serious.
defending
I'm being
Alec.
dead serious. I think he was trying to move on and try to get. I think he was mad that they were cutting in on his mic time. To be honest, and I think he was trying to get to his cut.
And here's what I'll say to Michael Bassick. When you actually are sitting in the room with your microphone on for interviews, there's a chance you're going to stutter a little bit more when you actually have to speak. Instead of having a mouth full of Buffalo Wild Wings chicken wings, which you do eat all the time on air, and then you actually have to be in the room to stutter when you get up in the middle of segments and go to McDonald's while Mickey Spagnola or other people are on. So if you're actually in the room, you don't have a bunch of bird in your mouth, or you actually have the mic sitting there not eating a bunch of popcorn while Jared Sandler has his heart crushed or celebrating a Rangers win, you may stutter as well if you talk a little bit versus checking out. So there you go, Mike. Enjoy your vacation. Let's ask Reddit.
Do you have a question, Kelly?
Yeah, I have a lot of questions. Number one, how dare you?
Oh boy, it is Tuesday, and this is when we do Ask Reddit here on Sean and RJ on 105 through the Fan. This is where we take the most viral questions being asked over on the damn near 50 million member forum of Ask Reddit. That's not on Reddit in general. That's on that one message board. 50 million people kicking around questions every week. And we kick them around here in the studio and then with you guys on the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys fan text 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053, and on the Twitch and on the YouTube. So we're going to kick things off with Peyton. We're going to let him open his mic to piss off G-Bag Nation. Peyton Russell, what's stressing you out right now?
Okay, so, there's, and I didn't notice this at first, or I don't know how long it's been there, but I noticed in my garage a few days ago, there's a little brown stain up top, a little circle, like a water stain. Oh, no. And I'm like, was that there when I moved in? I had never noticed it before. My girlfriend Mackenzie pointed out, and I was like, I think that's been there. It's an older house. I think that's been there. It's not that big. But now every day I look up at the ceiling in the garage, and I think it's getting bigger. And I'm like, I can't tell if it's just messing with my head or if I need to do something about it, but I'm worried there's some water damage somewhere.
That would indicate a leak. That would indicate a leak.
Choppy, what are you stressing about right now?
I mean, I don't stress much, but Luka's baseball is definitely the number one stress. It is every cage session, every practice, every at-bat, every block if he's catching, every pitch is being judged to the
screwed, and who knows what's going to actually happen to your college career. A lot of stress there. Sean, what are you currently stressed about other than your $600 water bill?
No breaks while going home with the 5-month-old right now. Yesterday, I went to Ollie's school and I said, how much for the N1? Twice a week.
Oh, yeah.
Twice a week, 3 times a week. How much for the N1? Because I might get like a 2-hour break if I go upstairs and take a nap because she's not a napper. Like her brother was not a napper. There's no hour and a half, 2 hours. I don't know where these babies come from that they sleep this much. Does not happen with the Sharif kids. But I told Amanda, I said, it's time. It's time to get some extra child care once or twice a week. I don't want it 5 days. I want to see my girl. I don't want to just kick her to the curb this fast, but I need 2 or 3 days a week at Ollie's school because there's no escape. No escape.
Yeah, I think the thing that stressed me out right now, Addison, is she's in middle school. She's starting to fall into some of the early bad homework habits that Jacob did in middle school that then kicked off a really brutal 6-year run of middle school into high school. Yeah. And it was just a deep hole. And it's just stuff where it's like, hey, did you turn this in today? Yeah. Really? Because it says it's a 0. Oh, well, I forgot the folder wasn't in there. I had asked him about it. Did you? Because I'm going to email your teacher and ask if you asked. But no, I didn't ask about it. Okay, all right. Let's not dig holes any deeper. So we had a big come to Jesus meeting yesterday about that. We're doing Ask Reddit here on 105 The Fan. Give us your answers on the Frankel & Frankel Injury Attorneys fan text 877-881-1053 and on the Twitch and the YouTube. RJ Choppy, what messes with your head the older you get?
Oh, health. Every little thing. It's like, is this the heart attack? Is this the liver going away?
Yes.
My lungs still working?
Yes.
Health. What is that lump on my testicle?
Oh, my God.
Like it's always something.
Ava, the back of her head, it's like, the doctor's like, hey, she's sleeping on one side too much.
You got a flat spot.
Yeah, I got a flat head in the back. And the doctor's like, all right, switch arms and hold her this way. So I've been switching arms like for the past month. And I told Amanda the other day, I was like, my right arm. She's like, you're having a stroke. You're having a stroke. You're having a heart attack. Yeah. I said, it's because I have this girl in my right arm. It's when I switched it over.
Using the stranger.
But every other week with Bobby, I got that. Bobby's like, did your heart, did it like fluck? Did it twitch? So you think that's the heart attack? Sleep palpitations, all these different things going on. Yeah. It is definitely health that messes with your head.
Yeah, I guess it's kind of in that same vein. To me, it's just the passage of time is starting to freak me out. Like how fast it is, where it's like, it really does feel like yesterday that I was about 12 years old. And so I'm like, well, I'm 35 now. So 23 years went by like this. So that means I'm going to be 58 pretty soon. And then after that, I'm going to be pretty much dead in the same amount of time forward into the future. So how quick things go by. And then also just like, it sounds so cliche, but like the fragility of life, like how easy it's like, somebody got sick, and they're like, you get more and more the longer you live, where you see more and more people where it's like, they didn't feel so good, they went to the doctor, and 2 months later they were gone. And it's just that kind of thing. It's what freaks me out. Peyton?
Yeah, mine's death. I mean, I'll just get straight to it. In 10 days, I'm turning 28. I'm 2 years away from 30. I feel like that's when everything starts to go downhill, right? Yeah. It is. You guys are old. So, I mean, it's just every year that passes by, I'm like, man, it's just, when am I going to start getting the heart conditions or the liver problems or, whatever, it's stressing me out a little bit. But, yeah, it's going to mess with me from here on out.
I even worry about it with Ollie. Like, when he's eating chicken nuggets, I'm like, what's his cholesterol? Like, I'm thinking about like his cholesterol at the age of 4.
214 loss, just in general, loss whenever you have like a pet or family or something else. 817 when I woke up on my 40th birthday, I thought, how am I 40 when I felt like I was 16 yesterday? Passage of time, same sort of thing. Ask Reddit here on 105.3 The Fan. Sean Sharif, this seems like a good one for you. Would you cut 10 years off your life in exchange for $20 million? Why or why not? Without knowing when your life is going to end. You're just told 10 years gone.
10 years gone. So, all right, let's just say, what's average death? I feel like I'm going to die.
78 right 78? Now for men.
I feel like I'm going to die a little earlier. So 65. Ooh. 65. For how much?
$20 million.
20 million.
I know, Chop. Is your answer actually no? This is a fascinating choppy question.
I wouldn't do it.
I know.
Because, I mean, if you told me, like, if I knew that
20 million, 10
I was going to live to 100, so now I would die with 20 million at 90, I'd sign up for that. But, like, what good is 20 million if you're dead? Let's say you die at 64. Like, that gives me 20 years. I need more than 20 years. I need to have enough time. I mean, I got a lot of golf to play.
I went and bought a Mega yesterday, by the way.
A what?
Mega.
Oh, a Mega Millions. Oh, way to cut us in on that.
I know. So that I actually had some stress and internal anxiety. We're not grouping this together, by the way. This is a solo one.
I can tell.
I had $4, and I was like, how many have they bought? Without asking me. And so I'm just letting it be known, it's a solo venture. I will give you some of the money if it's the 800 mil that I win. But, all right, let's say I'll live to 78 to 68. So that gives me like 20 more years. See, my problem is the kids. We're ancient parents. So I'll say no just because I can have more time with my kids because we had them so late that we're geriatric parents. Yep. I'll say no.
What if I change?
Plus, I'll get what my dad gives me anyway.
Peyton, let me get yours first. 10 years, $20 million. Are you taking it? You're young enough, too. You're earlier
not
on.
knowing when I'm going to die. I mean, look, I'm a gambler. You guys know that. So I'm going to take the gamble. I'm going to say, yes, give me $20 million. and then I'll take 10 years off my life.
I mean, he might still, even if he dies at 70, he's still got almost 50 years left.
What if I adjust it though, and I say, okay, instead of 20 million, I'm going to give you $1 million for every year you agree to take off your life. How many million are you taking? I think I'd take
4 or
3.
5. Yeah,
something like that.
4.
Yeah, it'd be low. Like
you
2,
would take
3,
something though, right?
Yeah, because even if it's like $3 million, you could theoretically retire right now, and then it's only a couple years off your life.
My mom said you better answer no. She's listening.
All right, we're doing Ask Reddit here on 105.3 The Fan. Peyton Russell, what immediately tells you that a person wasn't raised right?
Ooh, how they talk to random strangers in public, or like if they're having dinner or hanging out at your place, if they don't clean up after themselves. I think that's one thing that comes to mind quickly.
For me on this one, I was thinking about this yesterday. It's probably like, do I see somebody who, like, when there's a mistake or an error that they benefited from, but potentially harm somebody else, but nobody knows they benefit if they just let that slide. Like, they don't know. What they don't know can't hurt them. They don't need to know I benefited from that. If somebody doesn't have enough of a conscience to be able to say, hey, this wasn't done right, this needs to be fixed, I think that's generally a sign that you were raised poorly or your parents' wisdom didn't land.
Like if you define raised right, like, if I find a bag of money on the ground, I was raised to keep that money. All right, that's how I was raised. That, to me, that's right.
Well, I know you were raised right.
That's right. Stop it. No, it's how you treat service industry people. Because I think far too often is that people treat.
You're saying how you treat them when they are fine and normal?
Period.
Because, okay. Well, I've always disagreed with you on this.
Well, hang on. Like, first of all, they're fine and normal, right? But also, if you blame, if the food comes out, let's say the food comes out wrong.
Yeah.
Or, maybe a bad example. If it's not that person's fault, but you berate them because they're just the face of the company. Like, they're just the customer service. I don't know. I think it's a little, it's outside how I would act.
682, how they get pulled over. Tyreek Hill, I guess that's a Tyreek Hill joke. The most common answer we're getting on the fan text right now is the shopping cart theory. If you don't return the shopping cart, you were not raised right. Other people, if you wash your hands after using the bathroom.
It's just it's manners.
Yeah, manners.
I'm like a drill sergeant with Ollie on the manners already. Thank you. You're welcome. Please. Excuse me, over and over and over and over. I'm not gonna have a rude ass kid.
Okay, so this one's funny for me. What's Evan? Whenever I'm in the men's room and I see that someone urinated in the toilet instead of the urinal, I don't know that that's a raised right thing. I think that's more just a question of, are they a little weird?
Well, they might want privacy.
Well, if you're bladder shy, to be at a ball game, you're bladder shy.
Why can't I pee in the toilet?
I mean, I think you can. It's just like usually if the urinals are taken up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, so if the urinals are taken up, fine. But if there's open urinals and you go into the stall, it's like, what are you doing? That's a little weird.
That's stupid. 877, I've judged someone who judges that. 877-881-1053. You know who maybe wasn't raised right? I don't know. Aaron Hernandez. He kind of joins us next, followed by Jerry Jones right here on The Fan.
Let's get you over to SotaWeightLoss.com, SOTA weightloss.com. I am so glad I decided to chop that weight off. Hit that.
you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
8 o'clock hour here on your home of America's team. That would be the Dallas Cowboys, one of America's teams. You could argue the New England Patriots, and that's going to be the focus of this interview right here before Jerry Jones, who joins us live in 30 minutes on DFW Sports Station. And a cool treat on the Zoom right now, if you're listening on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube, because FX has a new series. I love when they do these series. American Sports Story, Aaron Hernandez. And we have the actor and the producer joining us, Josh Rivera and Stu Zickerman, on the D&M Leasing Hotline. Good morning, guys. We got you?
Hey, yeah. How you doing? Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, we got you, Josh. Stu, you good to go?
Yeah, good morning, guys.
All right, here's what I want to start off. So everyone is now judging Josh to be like, does that look like Aaron Hernandez? Stu, when you guys are trying to find a lookalike, how often does the lookalike not have the acting chops? And you're like, all right, we got to go to the second, the third looks option because the acting is not there. Not saying you don't look like Aaron Hernandez. I was just wondering, like, man, they got the perfect Magic Johnson lookalike for Showtime, the perfect bird. Could they actually act? That's for you, Stu.
You know, we're not looking necessarily for a lookalike. You know, we're looking for somebody to embody the part, right? And I think that, you know, when you first start casting a part like this, you know, when you're writing something like this, you're trying to think, like, how am I going to ever find the right person, you know? And, but, you know, you have to sort of look like past, like, you know, size, or like some guy that's really dark, or some guy that's really like, looks like a killer. Because what really we needed for this part was somebody to embody the complexity of it. And when Josh walked in the room, you know, he just had an emotionality and a complexity that was so unique, and that this part needed. And what happens is he just begins to embody the part.
Josh, do you like being referred to as somebody who looks athletic enough, but also like a killer?
Hey, if it works for the job, I don't mind. You know what I mean?
Josh, how familiar were you with, how big of a sports fan are you? How familiar were you with Aaron Hernandez? And what was the part when you did all your research where, like, holy crap, this is dark?
Yeah. So, I mean, as far as like sports in general. I played high school football. I followed it for a little while. Obviously, I kind of went and started doing more theater-oriented stuff, and I started singing and dancing. So my connection to football waned just a little bit there. But it was cool to dust off the chops, coming into the show. And I was a lineman and a linebacker when I was playing. So I'd never had to catch a football in my life. I've got lineman hands. So they taught me how to do all that stuff. But as far as what I knew about the story, just about as much as anybody else, right? Like, I knew there was a guy in the NFL. I knew he got convicted of murder. And as far as I thought about it, I was like, man, that's wild. But I didn't really dive into it too much until the audition process came around. And I listened to the podcast that was that the show's based on, and I watched the Netflix documentary. And I think the thing that really stuck out to me was, in hindsight, we have this lens of like, oh man, what a horrible thing to happen. But then by a lot of accounts, this dude was a really good guy, and he was really funny and like good humored and very charismatic, which was the very shocking thing for a lot of people. And I guess just like how layered the entire thing is and how many components go into it. The more that I investigated it, the more fascinating the whole thing was to me.
Stu, who did you guys talk to and consult, whether with the Patriots and the NFL, in order to try to get this to be accurate?
The Spotlight team at the Boston Globe, who are these incredible reporters, right? Like, they had done such a thorough job in reporting this story that they were sort of our main resource. I mean, we read a lot, but we didn't talk to the families. We didn't talk to, the league or anything like that. We just tried to sort of go off the research, and the reporting, and because there was so much there.
Did you guys, like, looking back and when you went towards, his childhood and stuff, did you find that this went back even earlier, a lot of his troubles, even earlier than a lot of us think, like even before high school, that was kind of disturbing? Or did it just start then?
Yeah, I think it's more a case of, we tend to one-dimensionalize stories like this, right? Like Hernandez is a killer, right? Or he's a monster or whatever it is. And the truth is, like, no one's born a monster. You're not born a killer. And I think that for us, like, looking back as far back as his childhood, there were a lot of things that happened. He was a really happy-go-lucky kid and by all accounts, a great kid, but things happened to him. He lost his father in high school. He dealt with sort of, physical and emotional abuse. He was struggling with his identity and in a world where he was not allowed to struggle with his identity, So I think there were a lot of things that sort of like made his life more complicated. But the real warning signs, like that there were, possible character things that people should look out for, didn't really come out till college.
Got Josh Rivera and Stu Zickerman here. They are part of FX's American Sports Story. Aaron Hernandez. Question for you here, Josh. A lot of people may know you from doing West Side Story, for instance, a little bit ago. And when you look at like the way you approach a role of you're trying to do a remake versus do a true to life story, was it a similar process in terms of trying to honor the truth of it, but also put a certain inflection on it of your own and your own perspective?
There was a lot about it that I found quite different. I mean, what's really nice about working on something that's fiction is you can invent something from scratch. But the reality is, I can't pretend that there's not an existing perspective on who this person is and what this story is. So basically, my job is to invent something that's compatible with that rather than a carbon copy, but create some sort of essence of it that is compatible with people's existing perception of it, if that makes any sense, which was a challenge, but I feel like we did all right. I hope people like it.
So there's like no method acting here?
Well, I was going to say
no method acting. No.
It's important not to do a caricature, right? And I think that's when we talk about, like, we don't want to do caricatures of any of these characters. We want to create them like this is a TV show. It's meant to entertain people. And all the actors, we gave them the license to sort of, take what we've written and embody the part in a way that they could bring it to life.
Did you guys reach out to teammates, Belichick, Kraft, the Patriots? How did that go?
No, I mean, I think we had enough information to go on, and it just didn't seem like we wanted to color our, perspective by talking to anyone that was actually involved. So no, we pretty much just based everything off the research.
I'm curious, when you guys talk about Stu, you just mentioned there that at the end of the day, you're creating entertainment. What's that balance, though, in the creation process where you're saying, hey, we're trying to create something that's entertaining, but it's also really dark subject matter where we're trying not to necessarily make people so uncomfortable that they turn it off?
Yeah, no, that's a really great question. I think you set out trying to strike that balance, right? And illuminate the audience about things in the story that they just don't know and didn't know. And again, like, this is a dark story as we know it, but there's a lot of great moments that aren't dark. In Aaron's life and in his history, there's a lot of great moments of wish fulfillment too. Like he became a star. He became a star in college, became a star in the pros. He got a $40 million contract. Like, there were great moments, and we can play into those moments too. But the most important thing is, and I think we've struck a good balance here. We never forgive him for what he's done. Like, Hernandez is a killer. He ruined people's lives and families' lives, and we never forgive him for that. But we also shine a light on the rest of it, and we sort of indict some of the people and institutions that also have a bit of culpability in this story as well.
Is this a story that is so detailed and complex that it had to be like a 10-part series and you couldn't fit it all into a movie and do it justice?
Yeah, I mean, originally we were given 8. And I remember we basically broke and wrote, parts of 8 episodes. And at a certain point, the producers were like, we just can't get all of it in, and we ended up re-breaking it into 10. There's a lot here. And I think that the audience is going to be really, really surprised by, how deep we go into the story and to the corners of the story that we go into. We do an entire episode from the women left behind. It's not all just about Aaron.
Guys, thank you so much for the time. We appreciate it. Josh Rivera, Aaron Hernandez, Stu Zickerman, producer, American Sports Story, September 17th on FX. Thank you. We can't wait to see it. Enjoy your day.
Thanks,
Thank you for having us.
There it is here on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. Speaking of Hollywood, we have to pay homage to the greatest voice of all time, James Earl Jones, passing away. Then Jerry Jones live at 8:30 next.
Let's get you over to Platinum Ford and...
Uber Eats has low-fee products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Window Nation. Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. And also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
Jerry Jones coming up live at 8:30 here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. And tonight, as you reminded me when I first came in, I'm glad you did, the debate.
It's a wonderful debate. It's going to be one of the greatest debates that we've ever had, okay?
I'm all in.
It's at the, it's in Philadelphia.
Nice tease.
Cradle of Liberty, okay?
Unrelated.
It's a place that I need to win. I need to win Pennsylvania, great state. Keystone State, they say.
So this is in Pennsylvania?
You swing. I know you swing.
What network is broadcasting it? Do we know? Or who's moderating it? Everyone's going to broadcast
And can you get it on DirecTV?
Oh, no.
I have a YouTube free trial. Don't worry. It's going to be on every station.
No. It's on ABC.
But it's going to be on every station, I believe. ABC moderates, or whoever different networks it's going to be on every.
All right, well, I hope you're right.
I'm sure you can put it on Fox News. I'm sure you can put it on CNN. I believe
Fox News, wonderful station,
and it'll be everywhere. I'm guessing.
I gotta say, this is I'm disappointed.
I think the CNN people moderated
the other one, the last one.
Yeah.
Yes. Was it on all of them? Okay, I'll check.
This is a disappointing thing for me today to grapple with, because right after the last debate, Choppy and I were already kicking around the different rap song we were going to do, where Choppy was going to rap as Trump and Biden and a diss track to each other in the same one. And we had it written out, and I was so excited about it. And then it was a couple weeks later, he dropped out. And I was like, well, that ruins it. Can't really do it now. So now we're screwed.
Pick the cut that you want from the legend. Bobby asked last night, is he on the Mount Rushmore, or is he just by himself? James Earl Jones passing away with the news that came out yesterday. Is it him and Morgan Freeman, or is James Earl Jones the one?
I think James Earl Jones is on his own.
I think he's on his own too.
And you think that his acting actually gets forgotten?
Yeah, because he's so recognizable for the voice. Obviously as Darth Vader, you don't even see him. He's not even in that suit, but he's doing all the voiceover for it. And his voice has just become, so recognizable and voice of God type of status. But he's actually a very good actor, and always has been a really good actor. And I think it gets forgotten because people think of him almost as just a voiceover artist.
Which one jumps out to you from the cut sheet?
Oh, to me, it's clearly Field of Dreams.
Evil will come, Ray. The one constant through all the years, Ray, has been baseball. America has rolled by like an army of steamrollers. It's been erased like a blackboard, rebuilt and erased again. But baseball has marked the time. This field, this game, is a part of our past, Ray. It reminds us of all that once was good, and it could be again. Oh, people will come, Ray. People will most definitely come.
I still get chills every time I hear that speech with that music under it. That's
great.
Yeah, that is. He was so good. Dr. Strangelove was actually the first movie he was ever in. You know that?
Really?
That movie? Yeah, he's in it as he's one of the pilots.
I had no idea.
You know it when you hear him start talking at one point. But yeah, he was a fantastic actor. Sandlot, obviously, he had a big. You want to talk about just pivotal roles that are buried in people's brains. Sandlot, Star Wars, all that.
You knew Babe Ruth?
George? Sure did. And he knew me. He was almost as great a hitter as I was. I would have broken his record too, but
You went blind.
yep. I used to crowd the plate so the strike zone almost disappeared. Pitchers hate that. That's the way I played, 100% all the time. Baseball was life, and I was good at it, real good. And then, one day, a high fast went and pow, lights went out.
I don't think we could take this ball.
I'll tell you what, you guys come by here once a week and talk baseball with me, we'll call it an even trade.
Deal.
He looks like his voice, too. You know, some people, it's like, whoa, how did that come out? Or people see us all the time. They're like, oh, you're not what I expected to look like. He looked like the big, booming.
He did. Yeah, big dude, booming voice. I'm a big voice guy. I love a good voice, right? Like, you give me a great voice. That's why Tom Brady's going to fail. He doesn't have that presence.
People are going after his voice. Let's keep it in the world of entertainment as the Super Bowl halftime act has been picked. I love this song. So good. It's going to be Kendrick Lamar. And we got music wars breaking out everywhere.
Wars breaking everywhere. People are coming out saying that Lil Wayne was snubbed because this is in New Orleans, and that's his hometown. And Nicki Minaj came out. Oh boy, did she put Jay-Z in a real body bag. And then others were coming out saying how the Jay-Z and then sort of kind of Drake little beefish and Birdman beef kind of kept Lil Wayne beef kept Lil Wayne out because they knew that Lil Wayne would have brought Drake and Nicki in, and now this is going to be just basically a kill shot.
People mad
at Drake,
not a Louisiana or New Orleans artist,
right? And which, to be fair, that's never mattered. The NFL, it's never mattered. The only time where the NFL has really done that was at SoFi. It's never mattered. They didn't do Beyonce in Houston. They didn't do Bruce Springsteen or Bon Jovi or any million hip hop artists at MetLife. They've never cared.
But
they've never cared about that.
The difference is Rock Nation has been involved recently.
Rock
Nation,
that's why they're not using Lil Wayne.
And that's where it does get a little petty because Lil Wayne has talked about in interviews for the last year, like he's been like, I don't want to like seem too aggressive, but like, yes, I would love to do it in New Orleans. Do the Super Bowl in New Orleans. That's my city. That's what I want to do. And
Kendrick's from LA. They could have done it next year.
So it's one of those that I get totally why people are worked up about it. And it does seem a little petty. It's totally about Jay-Z's issues with Birdman. He's had issues with Drake for a long time, and that's his guy. That's Lil Wayne's guy.
Here's all I know. It has to be better than the promo they ran for it. That was one of the worst things I've ever seen on television, where he was back behind the jugs machine.
Yeah, but there was a lot of Drake shots in that too.
Oh, really?
Well, I mean, the American flag, and Drake's Canada. And then he said there's no round twos. And Drake had said he's getting ready for round two.
I was just like, who's catching the punts? That's all I was going to say. Like, where's the funny line? It was awful. Awful. Not judging what the show is going to be, but just that commercial, that promo was terrible.
I'm excited. I'm excited about the actual performance. It sucks for Lil Wayne, but I am excited about it.
I'm excited for Jerry Jones live on Sean and RJ to celebrate the win over the Browns. Jerry joins us next.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
He must be excited to speak. Jerry Jones calling in a little bit early here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. This is your home of America's team, and Jerry is brought to you by your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas for year what, Choppy? How many years we've been doing this?
13.
Is it 13?
Yeah. This is our 14th year, but it's been 13 and a half years.
13 and a half years, Jerry. Good morning and welcome back.
Well, good morning. I agree. It seems like yesterday we began, and Sean, RJ, you and Bobby, we're excited to be playing those Saints this weekend. It's a big win for us Sunday.
Jerry, let's talk about the win. We were expecting kind of a boring slugfest, low scoring. It was boring because y'all made the second half boring because of the dominance. Just talk about your overall thoughts on a super impressive debut in Cleveland.
Well, I couldn't be more pleased with going to Cleveland and winning. It's important that we reiterate Cleveland is really an outstanding team, and they've really, on paper, they will line up with anybody you can play. And certainly they're formidable over on their defensive side of the ball. They're formidable at home. And so to go up there on opening day and come out of there with a win with several of the question marks, because we did it with a lot of young people involved in key areas of the game. And I think that bodes well as we look ahead, getting ready for New Orleans.
Jerry, what jumped out to you about the defensive performance? Obviously, Zimmer's debut, we were all excited about you picking him up to replace Quinn, and then I mean, Micah Parsons just seemed like he wrecked everything out there. They're changing tackles. They're throwing screens on third down. They're running the football on third down. Can you just talk about
what he did out there? You had Phillips. You had, of course, Neville that we've got real promise for this year. And I think all of those guys are important for us to recognize because we sure didn't give them much running room.
Jerry, it seemed on TV that the speed of the defense as a whole just popped. Did it look like the same way in person in that stadium?
Frankie, yes, very much. I think the key one that we all remember the most was the one where we were 13, came up strong when that quarterback got outside, and 13 just almost closed the gap as though he had no leverage on the edge. And I think that shows what Obashan is capable of being and representing for the defense. We've got some guys that can run out there, and we've got some guys that can play. You know, again, I want to emphasize our young players, and we've got at least 2, possibly 3, that were there last year that because of injury or just didn't get enough reps. That we should, if we had to do it again, we had at least 2 players that we could have had a lot more reps last year and felt better this year when we were counting on them in training camp. But no, our young players really played well on defense, and that was the big difference.
Jerry Jones here with Sean and RJ 105 through the fan. Jerry, you guys have obviously emphasized youth and draft and development a ton this offseason. Is this the most that you can remember having to count on and rely on that youth going into a year? And is that because of the salary cap, some of the higher price contracts that you guys are having to pay your stars?
Well, let's give candidly, it's the best way to go. Draft your players and get them out there as quickly as you can. If you draft them, play them. And now that's the best way to go. Easy to say, harder to do, because that veteran does have the edge when it comes to knowledge of the game, knowledge of playing in the NFL. But if you can do as well as we've done the last 2 years with our young players, then you can have available some dollars that will allow us to do the contract that we did, of course, with Dak and the one we did with Lamb. And that's the only way to play the game because if you're going to have players that are important to you, and make no mistake about it, Dak, Lamb, they're critical to our future success, then you're going to have to do it with young football players.
Jerry, let's talk about a few more of the young guys. What did you think about the debuts for Carson out there at corner, and then a lot of spotlight on BB and Guyton on the O-line?
I couldn't have drawn it up better for Carson. He just looks like he's been out there for years. And, boy, he really played well. When you consider everything, he was as good as anybody I've seen on for a first game in the NFL. And, of course, you know, when you look at guys that are feeling good about what they're doing, and confidence is one of the biggest things with young players. And I saw confidence. I give Mike Zimmer credit for exuding the kind of confidence and putting schemes in that guys can go all out on. And that'll exhibit itself when you see young players come out there and play. Now, I don't know when I've heard or seen young offensive linemen, and we certainly will point to 2 of them as our starters. But I don't know when I've seen young offensive linemen play a better game against that type of competition. And you could never duplicate what that experience of those plays, those 60-something snaps that those guys got in that game. There's no way to buy that when it comes to experience for us this year, using the experience this year and in the future.
Jerry Jones joined us here at 105 through the fan. Zeke, 4 yards a carry. Definitely an improvement over the last 2 years where he was in the 3s. Did he even exceed your expectations in week one so far?
Yeah, absolutely he did, because the one you haven't mentioned, and that is his pass protection. One of the reasons that Dak was able to be as effective as he were, especially in that first half, was Zeke's protection. It was outstanding. And, I mean, it was meaningful. He needed to make those blocks. Like I'm saying, those guys were formidable coming on that front for Cleveland. And Zeke did an amazing job. He graded out in that area as well as anybody we've ever had.
Jerry, you guys split the workload and the snaps roughly 50-50 between Zeke and Rico Dowdle. Is that kind of the ideal spot for you moving forward? Do you think just them kind of having an even split?
I don't know. We'll see how it goes. Either are capable of playing more, let's put it like that. And but I don't know that has design to it, because it has, first of all, to the numbers of plays. But I want to emphasize the value of the work that's going on and the reps that are going on with that pass protection for Dak. And that'll show up in some of those big plays in the passing game, too. But, no, I think anybody will tell you that there are some pretty effective running backs that will run with the ball and be pretty effective doing it. And that's not to diminish that skill at all. But the nut cutting comes when you step up there and ask, how about the pass protection? Because you got to have it today. If you're going to get your guys out in the routes, your receivers, tight ends, or receivers, or backs out of the backfield, then, boy, you better have you some protection from one of those backs that you're keeping in.
Jerry, how did things end up working out for CeeDee Lamb in terms of the conditioning and the rust after not having training camp?
Well, I don't see it. Any conditioning issues or any rust at all. Didn't anticipate it because they'd done a lot of work together before we got to training camp. And everybody that knows Lamb knows he's going to have himself ready. And so, again, I don't think we missed a lick.
Jerry, how much were you kind of secretly cheering excitedly to see Brandon Aubrey kick that 71-yard field goal before halftime?
I just couldn't believe. Still haven't got it straight in my mind. I've had not only two direct explanations, but also read several versions of it. But I don't know how we managed to not count the field goal that he got. And I would have loved to have seen the 71-yarder. But boy, he's a weapon, and I love the fact that we've got the confidence in him. He's got the confidence in himself.
Jerry Jones brought to you by your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas every Tuesday, 8:30 here on your home of the Dallas Cowboys. Jerry, super impressive win, dominant. Our only nitpick was the second half offense seemed to bog down. We were looking for that foot on the throat, maybe score. Well, what do you attribute that to?
I don't think we on our early part of our possession, I don't think we were able to get anything going with, let's say, the initial attempt to run the ball there early. But believe you me, that's just what the doctor ordered for Mike. He was licking his chops because it gives him a lot to work on with the wind of a great win like we got up there. So believe it or not, it's a good day for a coach when he's got a lot to work on, but he knows he can improve on it. But we can do better than that. We've got to, in the early part of the down, we've got to have some more yards than we were getting there early, principally in the running game. I think we had 6 attempts there, maybe 6 total attempts there for most of the second half. So that thing went the other way on us in the second half. Gives us a lot to dwell on with the excitement of a win behind us. We'll be a better team for that.
Cowboys owner and general manager Jerry Jones joining us here on 105 to the Fan. Jerry, it seems like you guys dodged a little bit of a bullet with the Jake Ferguson knee injury. Are you optimistic he may not even miss some time, or what's the outlook there?
I am. You got to know him, and I think technically that we really did, if proverbial, dodge a bullet. But still, he's very excited about playing. I saw him right after our meetings yesterday, and he was excited about it. Like everybody, I know he was worried sick when it initially happened. His grandfather's Barry Alvarez. Do any of you guys remember what a great coach he was?
Absolutely.
One of the legendary coaches in this country. Well, that's his grandfather. And I know he died 1,000 deaths when he saw him on the ground there where he was watching it from. But, boy, I think so much of him for what he can add to this team this year that it would have been a blow, and we're relieved about it. I asked him last year, as one of my favorite stories, I just kind of was acknowledging him and walked by him in the dressing room before his initial time on the field for the Cowboys. And I said, "How you feeling?" He didn't blink. He goes, "Dangerous." Just kind of gave me that look, dangerous. Well, every time I see him, I think dangerous.
Jerry, you mentioned Kalen Carson earlier, and he was obviously stepping in with Deron Bland still out with that injury. A couple weeks removed from that, any change in the timeline for you guys with Deron Bland? And do you have a game in your mind where you're kind of circling and saying, I want him to be back by here?
No, that's too specific. You can't do that. You've got to see how it goes. It could come, those things are just totally up to how that rehab is going. And but the best thing that happened to us was, of course, this young guy coming in here and really playing well opening game, and the kind of camp he's been having too. So that's good, but we'll have that Bland back in there. We'll have him back just right, in my view. But I wouldn't dare try to pick up a game that you want him back, and that'll depend upon how well Carson's playing well as well.
Jerry, we got to ask you about Dak. You came to the contract agreement at essentially the 11th hour, right before the season starts. Why now? Why now versus 6 months ago or 6 months from now?
Well, first of all, the definition of 11th hour is as to what. And frankly, I've never graded or been a part of a grade or been a part of a success or failure based upon what time it was, day, month, on the extension of a contract. What I think we all got to look at is, are they on the field or not? And the rest of it is almost paperwork, if you will. And so obviously we have wanted Dak Prescott to be the future quarterback of the Cowboys. We basically said that in 100 different ways over the past year. There's a lot goes into when you say that, at the kinds of numbers that you have when you got a guy that's playing that position as accomplished as Dak is. So, boy, were we glad to get that done. I think the best thing I can say about the timing is, in general, when you have a significant decision or you have a significant event in your life, when it gets in the crosshairs where the parties are in agreement, they're on the same step, they're in the same room, and you see that time to do that, if your goal is to get a deal done, nail it right there. Do not fool around. And it started happening for us. We started looking at the first game and a little conversation. That Dak picked up on it. And we said, wouldn't that be nice if we could have this thing done by kickoff? I've seen things that had a time be close enough to talk like that and act like that, miss that particular emotion when everybody's leaning in, and all of a sudden never get done. I've seen that happen so many times. So when you're negotiating or when you're basically trying to make a deal, when you see that other party, and that's what you want is a deal, and they do too, usually, get it right there, grab it. That's what we did.
Jerry, if you could help us understand the philosophy of waiting, because we look at it, if the contract was signed a year ago, you might have been able to get him for less money $5, $6, $10 million a year less versus waiting, because markets change, other quarterbacks get money. Explain the philosophy behind waiting as long as you guys did.
Oh, well, I think, first of all, what if you're not right? What if you're not right? What if you're wrong? You shouldn't have extended it. Then have you ever thought that in any case, I'm not talking about Dak's contract at all, but in any case, secondly, it's a real misnomer to think that you had a meeting of the minds at this level that we ended up. Once it's done, you said, why couldn't you all have gotten that done yesterday? That's easy, just paying the most money ever. Well, you have no idea where you were close to a meeting of the minds. Dak, of course, had the ability to play this out this year and be free in a market that could really reward that very much. And the assumption you're making when you say late in the game on any of these players, have we ever signed the players early and then sorry that we signed them? You guys get your memory cap out. We have, haven't we? Okay? Signed them 2 years too early, a year too early. Didn't see enough. So it does happen. And you're dealing with such an inexact, it can be, it's comparable to some types of competition don't have a tangible thing. It's more like a beauty contest than it is a final score. Well, you never know for sure if you were right or wrong. You just can look at an ultimate result. Now, sometimes it's so clear as to where you are that then you should go ahead and make that decision. Every time in my life that I have known and could do it, that I wanted to do it, I would go do it. And I broke glass trying to get there. Every time I have ever done it. Have I ever not done a lot of them? Yes, because the other people didn't want to do it.
Cowboys owner and general manager Jerry Jones joined us here on 105 The Fan. Jerry, is a Super Bowl a necessity for you to consider the Dak extension a success?
Go over that question again.
Is a Super Bowl a necessity for you to consider the Dak extension a success over the life of the contract?
Well, that's a hypothetical. I'm going to call it a hypothetical because I'm not going to give you a straight answer. And that's probably a pretty good question. But I think that when I look at what Dak is, he's a leader. He plays the position of ultimate leadership in sports, in my opinion, as the quarterback. You can put a huge value on measures of success that don't reach a Super Bowl. I will say this, that any time that we've ever made players the highest paid player, key players such as Troy Aikman, the most highest paid player in the game, we won Super Bowls.
Jerry Jones, D&M Leasing Hotline here on 105.3 The Fan. Jerry, I know you touched on this with Stephen A. Smith, but the quarterback of the Cowboys is so polarizing. What do you say to the fan, and you kind of touched on it in one of your press conferences, who say, we haven't even been that close to the NFC Championship in 8 years with the quarterback. Why would it be different now and giving him all that money?
Oh, I think you've got to make the assumption that after years of experience, in this case with Dak, that you just don't think they're capable of getting there. And the question is, well, what makes you think is capable? Well, I can tell you right now that the leadership and the experience of the times that you've seen him make the plays, the times that you've seen him make the adjustments, the times that you've, the countless times that you've seen it. Once you've seen it happen, then you can count that you can see it again. That's fair. It's not necessarily going to happen, but you can see it again. he's done the kinds of things in games and in seasons that would allow him to quarterback the Dallas Cowboys to a Super Bowl. There's no doubt in my mind about that.
Last one for you, Jerry, here. Micah next. You guys open, ready for business?
Exactly. Excuse me?
Is Micah next? Is he next up now?
Oh, listen, I really didn't do that deliberately, but obviously he had a great game out there Sunday, and he's an integral part of their team's future, so we'll see where we go.
Hey, Jerry, I just have a general question for you real quick. I've always wondered this. It happens in the NBA all the time. We all go through negotiations, and sometimes, we get our feelings hurt, whether it's, Zeke or Lamb or Dak. Do you ever worry that someone is just going to say, I want out? Here's my trade demand. I want out of here. Do you or do you never worry about that? And why do you think we really haven't had it happen with a superstar around here when the negotiations may not go their way initially?
Well, I've never seen anybody get their feelings hurt enough that the money couldn't cure.
There you go. Yeah, there you go.
All right. Well, I guess it's all cured up right now. Jerry, congratulations on the awesome opening week. Impressive win. Let's do it again versus the Saints. Great to have you back for another year, and thank you for your time.
Thanks, guys. Bye-bye.
Jerry Jones, brought to you by your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. Let's react to that and have RJ Choppy take us around his NFL Final Hour Tolo Tuesday edition next. But
O'Reilly Mazda of Arlington and her studios. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Ayuk behind Bell left. They run Mason off the left side. A cutback run. Touchdown! San Francisco!
And the 49ers off to their fast start, burying Aaron Rodgers and the New York Jets defense 32-19. Good morning, Metroplex. Final hour fist pump time on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Sean, RJ, Bob, we got Peyton and Carter in the back. We're live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. And Jerry Jones just joined us here on the show. Biggest takeaways. I think, RJ, something is blowing you away that I have been throwing out as a theory for a number of years now.
When we asked him why wait, why not do it earlier? And he said, what if you're wrong?
For the Dak deal.
And he said, what if you're wrong? Which means to me that they were still evaluating.
That's what I took.
That other quarterbacks of his caliber, Cincinnati wasn't evaluating Joe Burrow. They just signed him.
Well, you could say different evaluation that Joe Burrow's more of a stud.
Well, yeah, you could. You could say
Burrow had shown them, I can get you here. They're trying to evaluate, can he get us there?
Yes.
Right, but so Josh Allen hasn't.
Right.
They didn't quibble with is he the guy?
But everyone has Josh Allen as a top 3 quarterback in the league. Different.
But I think
he's a tough quarterback to evaluate.
That's also a different question because you're talking about a second contract. Like when you've gotten to a second contract, it's like, man, I made the evaluation, thought he could the first time. If we're into the second one now and it hasn't happened yet, what am I missing here?
Look,
but I think that's the point. It's that's the realization that either if you're still evaluating him,
8 years in,
then you shouldn't have paid him.
So you think the evaluation should and has to be done after what amount of time?
I think there comes a certain point in time where you're not evaluating that player anymore. That's just your guy.
You'd think.
Right? And now evaluating the first contract, I have no problem with.
But we also, you point out all the time with your quarterback studies, and I think correctly so, you guys have come up with the amount of years that you should wait on your quarterback. And it really clicks in what? Would you say 6?
You're 6. And
okay.
It kind of has clicked after the last couple of years. It's
look, just like with Tony Romo, in my opinion, I think he's a very difficult player to evaluate in terms of a Super Bowl caliber guy. The stats are there. I think he's always had a very nice supporting cast. And then you have the playoff failures. Not against the records against over 500 teams, beating up on the scrubs. And I was told about 3 or 4 years ago in a meeting, and this is why I came up with this theory I kind of stole, that Jerry in a meeting about 5-6 years into Dak's career, something like that, looked up and was like, "We sure that this is the guy? Are we sure?" Expressing doubt or questioning it. And I was like, I think they're still evaluating. I still think they're trying to figure it out. And they're willing to pay more of a price and that tax, that delay tax, after considering what are the alternatives and is he the guy. I think that's why he's, it's a polarizing guy, just like Romo was. Is Romo a playoff choker? Did he finally figure it out? He puts up the numbers. He's Hollywood. He can't win an NFC East championship, He's a fantastic athlete. I think that they are two very tough players to evaluate as a championship person.
A lot of people in the Franklin Engineers fan text saying he literally said he's talking not specifically about Dak. He said it in general.
Yeah.
I mean, I think we could kind of infer who the hell he's talking about when we asked him about Dak.
Yeah, I think he was just trying not to make something a personal comment.
I think he was talking in general, but I also think I think it's true about both. I think it was clearly in response to a question about Dak, and he was saying, well, look, in general, every contract you approach, you have to ask this question, and you have to evaluate it. What if you're wrong?
He's still gun shy over Jalen. Or Gallup.
I mean, maybe they wanted to apply it to Lamb, right? We talked about that when the Lamb deal got done. Did they want to see one more year of he's a no doubt number one? I don't know. I'm just throwing that into the mix.
Yeah, and I mean, it's Dak, when you're evaluating Dak and you're trying to answer the question, when he says, "What if you're wrong?" I wonder, and it's far too detailed and nuanced a discussion to probably jump into in the short time we have with him, and that's why I didn't follow up with him on it. But
not that he would have heard it, because your first two questions, your speech impediment, obviously gave him trouble.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna have to start. Stuttering and stammering so that he hears the question a few times. Now, the thing I wonder is that,
or drop your balls down.
Whoa! Would he say, do they have to evaluate it based on? I think Dak can win a Super Bowl for me. Okay, that's step one initially. Do I think he can do it? Yes. Now I got to start wondering, do I think he can win me a Super Bowl at these price points where now I'm losing
the help?
And so I think he's saying, yeah, if I've got Dak on a $40 million year for I'm comfortable with it and feel like he can win it. What dollar figure am I comfortable he can still win it with?
Right.
But I mean, we said this yesterday. You reach a point where with quarterbacks, there's no give and take. This is how much it costs. You're not going to the dealership. You're not haggling. You're not getting any price knocked down. This is how much it costs. You either buy the car or you don't. And that's what was kind of facing them.
Rex Ryan reacting to the Dak deal, and he sounded pretty excited about the future of this football team after it.
For the future, they absolutely made the right move. Dak Prescott's one of the best quarterbacks in the league. And the thing that I like most about him, I think he's the best leader in the National Football League. He puts it all on himself to the point where he gets criticized by pundits everywhere that don't know anything about the game or ripping them beyond belief. But he takes every bullet, and he makes it easier for his teammates and everything else. That's what I love about Dak Prescott. By the way, he was a 4-time captain in college.
I was like, is that a shot at Stephen A? Same network, those people who are ripping him. So that's right. When we go on different radio shows in other markets, it's amazing to me.
I was on Saskatchewan radio yesterday.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
For what?
Apparently they took a lot of NFL.
Okay.
I didn't know that.
As opposed to what there?
Maple syrup.
CFL. NHL 12 months a year.
Good gosh.
I mean, the Oilers are about to start up training camp here soon.
The have-nots in the NFL world usually have a different radio take than the haves, right? So the have-nots are like, we'll take him. DC radio go on. Yeah, he may not be the guy, but look what we've been going through. Rex Ryan was a have-not in his NFL career. So, of course, he's going to be like, I would have killed for Dak Prescott over Mark Sanchez. Are you kidding me? So speaking of quarterbacks, where did this shot come from? We've had this guy on. He just wants to go around living life, drinking his wine. Drew Bledsoe was talking about Tony Romo replacing him here in Dallas.
In Dallas, Parcells made the decision to yank me at halftime of a game and throw Romo in there. Really didn't agree with that one. If you're watching this, Romo, you know this is true. The minute that he became the starter, he became pretty big in his own mind. And he was no longer the curious, inquisitive guy. Where that was the difference between him and Tommy. Tommy became the starter. He still was asking all the questions where all of a sudden Romo was the guy that had all the answers.
That's an assassination.
Wow.
I look. Tony had a.
It doesn't seem like there was a lot of joking in that, and he's like, Tony, if you listen, you know it's true as well.
I don't know what their relationship's like. I have no idea. I know Drew's just like hanging out in Idaho right now, just doing his wine thingy, but
not great.
No, yeah, probably not.
What's not great?
He said, I don't know what their relationship is like. I'm saying it's not great.
Probably not.
I thought you meant the wine.
But
no,
that's fantastic.
Yeah, wine's supposed to be amazing.
How do the grapes grow out there in Idaho?
Yeah, I think his wine is actually in Washington, but whatever. This is when Tony took over, he had a player show. Like he did a show every week. I can't remember what day it was.
103.3?
Yeah, it was on the ESPN station here when I was there. And,
Hallelujah.
And I'm sure they paid him. Right? I'm sure they paid him, but like the moment he became the starter, he stopped. He stopped doing the show.
Yeah.
Which whatever, I get it.
Understandable.
You've got more on your plate, more to do. But yeah, there was I mean, he changed. Of course he changed. Everybody changes.
Well, Tom didn't. Drew just said Tom didn't.
Tom.
Look,
Tom's different though. That's a whole situation is different with Bill.
Let's just be real, and I'll say it because Bobby is, it comes across as Dak obsessed and a Romo hater. add this to the pile of things that you heard about Tony as a teammate and behind the scenes. You add it to what you hear. I don't know Romo personally, but you heard that he separated himself when Dak took over. Wasn't necessarily the best teammate in terms of advice. There's Bledsoe saying, and I don't hear Drew Bledsoe crap on anyone. He said Tony Romo became a know-it-all. Like, I'm the expert now. That he's not working that hard in the broadcast booth. These are just all things that you hear about Tony.
Yeah, look, there's you can find plenty of people that
I don't know what's true or not.
There's plenty of people you can right. You can't say with certainty this is true or that, but the reality is there's plenty of people you can talk to behind the scenes who will give you two very different representations of how they feel about Tony. Like in terms of what he was as a teammate, how they enjoy their interactions with him. There are a lot of people who think like Drew Bledsoe thinks about him. And then there's a lot of people who really like him and think that he's really good.
It's like Captain America is Jason Witten. Like, you would think the greatest, everything you'd want in a football player and a leader, he's tight with Tony. So if someone like Jason, with Jason Witten going to be super tight with Tony Romo, if Tony Romo was, a crappy teammate in person,
right?
I mean, common sense would say no.
Tony did a lot of things that were good. Like, they're a good teammate. Like, so the media wanted him to go and do his weekly interviews at the podium instead of the scrum at his locker. And he's like, no, I'm no different than everybody else.
Right.
Doing it in the locker room. And that was like a good teammate, likable thing. Because at that time, like, all these star quarterbacks were starting to transition to do them at the podium as opposed to just in the locker sitting down.
Look, here's the I'll just say this. Like, if you want anecdotal evidence for things, you don't hear, like, actively the teammates talking the same sort of, when we talk about everybody always just jumps to Dak's leadership and things like that. That was never Tony. Like, they never said that about Tony, and that should probably show you a stark difference that they felt like it was when they jumped to him.
And then finally, speaking of quarterback broadcasters, Scott Hansen, NFL Red Zone, issuing an apology for kind of doing play-by-play over Tom Brady's call of Brandon Aubrey's possible 71-yard kick on Red Zone.
71? This is crazy. Yeah. Well, they got to cover. If it doesn't go in.
This is a 71-yard attempt. And now the Browns will call a timeout.
Maybe everyone's going to rethink this one.
71 yards.
Third and final timeout.
Go to the Jets now.
Oh, come on. Brady's got to get more excited than that in the booth.
Ooh. Hansen.
That was bad.
Going at it. Yeah. What?
Yeah, that was I don't know. I didn't think that was that rough of a criticism.
I kind of want that commentary in that Scott Hansen role.
Yeah.
Like, he's commentating and reacting to the games. I actually thought the clip was longer when I listened to it yesterday. But he's like, what are you doing, Tom? Tom's got to get more excited there in that booth over that call. But he apologized.
He did. He said, quote, that was unfair. It was a tweet. This was unfair and inconsiderate by me. Yes, I was saying it tongue-in-cheek, but I didn't calculate how it may come across. Tom, I apologize. I promise I'm rooting for you in this new venture.
No problem with it.
Yeah.
No problem with it at all. Don Van Natta DMing me.
Oh, baby.
Great interview with Jerry. Quote, I've never seen anyone's feelings get hurt that money can't cure. Perfect. But that was Van Natta appreciating Jerry's line at the end of the interview. So there it is, Inside the Star and around the rest of the National Football League with Sean, RJ, and Roberto. Let's head on out to the Ford Center at the Star in Frisco. Could Jake Ferguson really be playing this week against the Saints? Cowboys clean up with Nick Harris, DallasCowboys.com after this.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Window Nation. Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. And also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-817-333-3233. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Nick Harris, DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort, proud to be the official casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Bell with you. We got Peyton and Carter running things on the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube. We'll crosstalk with the K and C masterpiece at 9:40. Right now, it is Nick Harris from DallasCowboys.com. Sounding like they dodged a little bullet with the Jake Ferguson injury news, Nick?
Yeah, most definitely. I think whenever that injury happened on the field, there were a lot of people that were fearing the worst, but I was able to talk to some people coming off the field, and whenever the injury happened, they were like, yeah, it didn't look great, but the initial testing came back. The ACL was intact. Everything looked good. And then when they came back to Dallas yesterday, it just confirmed their beliefs that everything looked good in that knee. So moving forward, it looks like Jake Ferguson is day-to-day, and there's still hope that he can play on Sunday. And if he cannot, then they're definitely going to have to tap into the youth of that tight end room, and somebody will have to step up against the Saints, whether that be a Luke Schoonmaker or John Stevens Jr. if he's healthy, or Brevin Spanford. But nevertheless, it's really good news seeing Jake Ferguson even be on a week-to-week status.
Mike Zimmer's defense, is that fantastic, or the Cleveland Browns offense, is that broken?
I think it's probably somewhere in the middle. I think whenever you look at the Browns' problem, right, it was Deshaun Watson coming off of his injury in his first game, and he looked a little flustered at times. He made some bad throws. He made some bad decisions. I think the thing that was testing the Cowboys the most, though, was just his ability to escape. I mean, you look up and you see 6 sacks, and you're like, ability to escape. It should have been probably 10 or 11. I mean, there was some opportunities that Micah Parsons left on the table, DeMarcus Lawrence, and some other guys. But nevertheless, I think that defensive unit under Mike Zimmer, I think they performed well at all 3 levels. I mean, you could talk about it up front. The pass rush was elite. They got after it from the very beginning, and not having 2 starting tackles, that's a big reason why. And then you look at the linebacking core, just so improved from last year, a year ago. Eric Kendricks balled out. And then in the secondary, everybody played well from the corners to the safeties.
Yeah, I saw your piece on DallasCowboys.com. Tell us what Mike Zimmer was saying about Eric Kendricks.
Yeah, he was just saying he's still got a lot left in the tank. That he's still flying around. He's still making impact plays going into his 10th season or his 9th season. It's just a really big time opportunity for Eric Kendricks because he's definitely on the back half of his career, but there's also an opportunity for him in Dallas to be able to be that leader on the defensive side of the ball in year one. And I think we saw that. I think we saw the respect that a lot of his teammates are showing him so far. Just whenever he came out, it was a little bit flustered for a little bit, but then once he came back in, they were able to shore some things back up. Eric Kendricks is very respected in that locker room early on. A lot of those young guys in that linebacker room are leaning on him, and you can definitely see how he's responding to that as well.
Nick Harris, DallasCowboys.com on the D&M Leasing Hotline here on Sean and RJ. Nick, what has jumped out to you about Mike Zimmer in terms of personality, talking with him, and what you think is going to define their defense under his watch?
Yeah, as far as personality, I think whenever he came in, everybody was expecting like this, this big time hard ass, right? Who was going to be coming in and making some waves from a discipline standpoint. And while that has been the case, he's been a lot more personable, I think, this time around. You talk to guys like Micah Parsons, Trayvon Diggs, even Donovan Wilson. He spent a lot of one-on-one time with those guys, not only learning about them on the field, but off the field as well. And that's really paid dividends as far as the trust that the team has in the defense. As far as the scheme and what I'm expecting going forward, we didn't see a whole lot of disguising in that first game, the stuff that we had gotten so used to seeing in training camp. And I think we're still going to see quite a bit of that whenever the time does come. Trayvon Diggs said it after the game. He said, we have over 50 calls in this defense, and we probably used only 3 of them. So I think it's a complex system. I think it's going to be interesting to see, Mike Zimmer unfold everything that he has left in calling this defense. But so far, so good. I really like specifically what he's done with this pass rush unit, what he's done with this linebacking core. This front seven, it was kind of the nucleus of the defense that was missing at times last year, especially when you look at those losses and not being able to stop the run and, the pass rush in a couple of games kind of just evaporating. But I just don't see that being a problem this year. I think there's going to be consistent pass rush, a consistent attack at getting after ball carriers. And we saw that in week one. I think it'll translate. And we'll have two really good opportunities to see if it'll translate against some teams that can actually run the ball with Alvin Kamara coming up and then Derrick Henry and Lamar Jackson.
Nick, I think our one area here where we were kind of, a little disappointed maybe in the game was the second half offense, that when they were trying to go for that kill shot drive and finish the Browns off, they were never able to put that together. Is that the biggest thing for you coming out of this? And is there any concern that they weren't able to get that done in the second half?
Yeah, I'm with you 100%. I actually asked offensive coordinator Brian Schottenheimer about that exactly yesterday. They were 0 for 5 on third down in the second half, couldn't move the ball at all. Fortunately, Kevontae Turpin had that return touchdown, and then Brandon Aubrey was able to bail them out of some good field position situations that they didn't take advantage of. So, at the end of the day, it probably didn't look like on paper that they struggled in the second half, but they certainly did. I think from my perspective, it was identifying that you were going up against a really good defensive coordinator who probably made some really good second half adjustments. But then asking Brian Schottenheimer about it yesterday, he was like, a lot of that fell on us, just not executing, guys being in wrong spots, and, rhythm and timing still kind of moving towards, week 2. It's still young in the season, but it was something that was identified in team meetings yesterday. They are addressing it, and they're looking at those things moving forward. But that was a key teaching point on the offensive side of the ball, is trying to figure out what happened there in the second half, and I think they're moving forward with that approach.
Nick, what was your evaluation of the running game?
Yeah, I mean, it's tough. You look at short yardage situations and you see Ezekiel Elliott power into the end zone. You see them be able to pick up first downs, and that's what I expected out of this running back group. I expected them to at least be able to take advantage of short yardage situations. But, you didn't see the big one get broken. You didn't see, any momentum that was generated because of the run game. And maybe that's something you could have used in the second half. It's like, okay, you're looking up, into the third quarter, beginning of the fourth quarter type range, and you haven't really moved the ball in the third quarter. Okay, let's lean on the running game a little bit and see if it can open it up for us. And that just never happened. And I think it's there still needs to be kind of an intention and approach to figure out how the running game can help facilitate the offense. Right now, I just kind of feel like it's only, helping the offense when it gets inside the 20.
Nick, we saw 3 jet sweeps for CeeDee Lamb in this game. When you speak about the running game there, teams are obviously going to be keyed in on him as a receiver and trying to take him away this year. Was that just opportunity you think that presented itself, or is this like some of the creative ways that you think the Cowboys are saying, hey, this is how we've got to get the ball in his hands and use his dynamic playmaking if they're going to take some certain things away in coverage?
Yeah, I think there's a little bit more of that latter point you made there. I think also whenever you look at how Mike McCarthy has been quote-unquote creative in the run game in the past, it's more so been personnel-based, not necessarily scheme-based. And I think this is just kind of an extension of that. So getting CeeDee Lamb 3 carries, I believe, for 25 yards in that game, I think that just kind of speaks to the creativity from a personnel standpoint. But, yeah, I think getting the ball in his hands in a situation in week 1 where, it was still a tough defense that team played, and the offense themselves put up 26 points if you don't count the Kevontae Turpin touchdown. And so trying to get the ball in CeeDee Lamb's hands and get him out in open field, I'm sure that was an intention going into the week just in case that secondary, started to suffocate them a little bit. And then they did start to do that in the second half. So, I think we saw it last year, right? We saw CeeDee Lamb come out of the backfield. We saw those jet sweep type situations. But 3 times in a game, yeah, that definitely stood out to me too.
Nick, thank you so much for the time, man. We appreciate it. Keep up the great work.
Appreciate it, guys. Y'all have a great one.
Nick Harris, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort, proud to be the official casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. I wanted to leave a few minutes because I thought that KNC got a lot of great stuff. Not Bassick. He doesn't interview. They got a lot of great stuff out of the Stephen Jones interview yesterday. They confirmed that there is a no trade clause, no franchise tag clause in Dak Prescott's contract, but then they asked if there's going to be any contract talks with the next one. We're going to negotiate with Micah Parsons during the year.
Right now it's certainly not anything that's on the table. I think, Micah made a conscientious decision that he thinks he can, put together even a better year. I think he got off to a great start yesterday.
Yeah.
In terms of what he did and what he did against the Browns. I think his play speaks louder than words. And, I think he expects to have a great year under Coach Zim and then probably feel comfortable to talk about it then. But, each individual's different. Opportunities come, and when they are and the player feels good about something, then we certainly will move to do something. At the same time, sometimes players just aren't ready yet. They don't feel like their situation is in the right situation to start the process. And this day and time, these players, they do well. It's changing even more so now. You got players coming in here who've made a lot of money in college.
Yeah,
and so they don't feel the pressure. They want to put some skins on the wall, which most of these guys, that's why they play in the NFL on Sundays, because they're very skilled, they're very confident, they're very competitive, and feel like, they're building a resume for their next contract.
So this is Steven kind of making it sound like Micah's like, no, I'll wait. I'm good. I really want to focus on the year and not the contract. What did Micah Parsons have to say about it on his Edge podcast after Dak got paid?
A lot of fans is worried about me, man. I know I'm going to be a Cowboy. There's nothing like Cowboy Nation. I think the love is very mutual. But as for me, man, I'm just focused on winning games. I want to win those big games. I want to win those playoff games, get to the Super Bowl. For me, the contract is not really what I'm worried about. It's just me being the best player I can be for my guys, my teammates. And, if a contract, something like that happens furthermore up, then that happens. But right now, we're going to focus on just trying to be legendary, be great, and bring championships back to Dallas, because that's what the most important thing is.
That's a nice scripted out, good PR answer. Is there any chance that Micah's like, no, I don't want to deal with it this year?
It's possible.
The only way to win out of that is the non-quarterback. All the contracts should just go up. There's nothing Micah Parsons is going to do this year that gets him evaluated as a better player. He's a freaking all-world generational stud. Nothing he does this year is going to make us change our. They're not going to keep evaluating Micah like they did Dak.
They're not. The only thing that hurts Micah is hurt. Literally, it's it. And that's
injury
the risk.
Worse for him than Dak.
Injury's way worse for him because Dak. So long as he doesn't have a Chad Pennington noodle arm, rips up his shoulder and he can't throw, right?
He's knocking on a lot of wood.
Yeah. Well, his contract's signed now, so he doesn't care.
No, for Micah.
For Micah, yeah. That's Micah's issue. Micah's issue is he has far more to worry about. And that's why I think it was Florio said, if I'm Micah Parsons, I don't know why Micah would even step on the field again until he gets a new contract.
Yeah, I'm trying to see just who's coming up that he might be waiting on. And I don't think it's anybody that's going to push the market up that much more for non-quarterbacks. Aiden Hutchinson is open next year. Derek Stingley Jr., maybe Sauce. But Sauce, that'd have to push up the corner market a ton for him to do that. But, otherwise, maybe there's some other veterans that are coming up here soon. Kyle Hamilton in Baltimore, those guys are coming open next year. But I don't know.
So Garrett, TJ, Bosa, all good?
Yes, they are all dead. Now, Crosby might be coming up again soon, is what it is. By the way, Jerry Jones took up Below the Belt, which is sponsored by A#1 Air.
Let's crosstalk with a KNC masterpiece. What did they think of the updated Tyreek Hill body cam video? KNC joins us next. But
Uber Eats has low fee products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
Back to Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece is happening right now here with Sean, RJ, and Roberto. Corey Majors, I did half chuckle, half curse you yesterday driving home, saying on Sean, RJ, Bobby, Peyton, and Carter, as you continue to mock our show name.
You hold on. Whenever Mike came onto our show, you were like, why is his name not included? And all these guys are on the show, and it's Sean and RJ, right? But Bobby's here.
No, I say Bobby all the time.
Okay.
We're inclusive.
When I look at the station imaging,
well, go talk to Spittle, all right? Go talk to Spittle or Purdy about that. Not me.
Like, for a long time, I was like, I'm totally fine with this because I get to come in at 6. These schlubs have to do the 5:30. Now that it's even, I think I should come in at 6:30, or it should just be the Bobby show.
What's coming up today, Corey?
How do you think the Bobby show would go? I'm sorry, Corey.
Well, Jerry would never hear his questions.
Good job, Corey. Thank you.
About like Firefly, canceled after 3 episodes.
Not sure I ever saw it.
Exactly.
Or heard of it.
Exactly.
Firefly the festival?
No, it was Firefest.
Oh.
Firefly was
It was a Western in space.
Yeah, it was like Star Wars.
I'm
R.I.P.
sorry,
James Earl
a
Jones.
Western in space?
Yeah, they like flew around in their spaceships, but then they landed on like rodeo planets and stuff.
Cowboy Bebop's like that.
Cowboy planets. That's what I was looking for, not rodeo planets.
Westerns, like, you can't lose. I mean, I'm sure you'd watch it.
I'd tune into a Western.
Costner in there.
Yeah.
And bam, there you go. Bobby's wife starring in it. Our co-star. Yes, she's going to be in Yellowstone.
What?
Yeah.
I did not know that.
Is she going to be one of the extras when they play a 17-minute country music concert that drives the story nowhere?
That is
That
so
might be
true.
exactly what she
Boy,
is.
I'll tell you, after about season 2, they got really popular. Like, we need to make some more money. So they just started throwing
They desperately need a better editor.
every promotional spot in there.
Corey, what's coming up?
Trey Wingo does join us at 10:20 today. Also, we will discuss the greatness of James Earl Jones at 11:20. And NFL staff writer for The Athletic, Ted Wynn, joins us at 1:20 today.
Oh, Teddy.
Yeah, he's a real football nerd. I like that.
He's very, very good.
You get to pick whether you would like to.
As long as it's not what we were talking about in the break.
Well,
I pick anything
was
but
that?
that.
It is.
Kevin, what
would you
was
like?
You don't
to
like either of them?
Talk about the Tyreek body cam video or the debate tonight?
I will choose the debate.
Whoa,
Okay.
that should tell you how much he doesn't want to talk about the other one.
That's
Oh, we have 10 minutes left.
these are two no-win topics. Like you have to pick a side. As
Yeah,
don't have to.
RJ. What? You got to pick a side.
Gotta pick a side. And so I'll go with the one that everybody's going to be most divisive about.
Are you guys going to watch tonight?
I think so. I think there's a lot of intrigue from the unknown of Kamala.
There's not a lot of unknown.
I mean, I don't know if anyone
know.
is watching being like, this is what I learned about Donald Trump today. Like, I feel like you probably have a good feeling one way or another, and maybe you just want to know more about her before making your decision.
You feel like there's not going to be a lot of gleaning of policy tonight. It's just going to be more of a back and forth punching.
Yeah.
Do you think she's going to be able to hold her own with him from a verbal sparring standpoint?
Yeah. But I think, like, the smart thing to do is just to ignore it. Like, that's what he wants. He wants you to look and be like, I think you have a comb over. Then it's over. You're screwed because he is just going to just attack you all night long. Just ignore him. Just ignore if, like, that's your strategy. Just ignore whatever you deem as a personal attack.
You cannot ignore it. I'm going to be at a podium. I'm going to be so imposing. One of the most imposing presidents ever. 6'2" and 225.
225.
Very lean, very muscular, and she's very small, very weak, very feeble. And I'm going to go over there and I'm going to shake her hand. And my dad told me to have a great handshake, and I do. They say, Donald, people tell me, you have such a great handshake. You have one of the best handshakes ever. And I'm going to shake her hand. I'm going to pull her in, okay? And she's going to give me a dead fish. Very weak handshake. Dead fish. One of the worst handshakes she's ever going to see. I'm going to pull her in. Very bad breath she's going to have, too. She's going to be very nervous. Cotton mouth everywhere. And we're going to sit at this podium, and I'm going to show exactly why I'm just the best.
That sounded very much like more Jim Rome or something than.
No, that was a strong
clones.
Now, which
it hurts the voice. I don't know how Shane Gillis did this for 2 hours.
Which do you buy more, the 6'2", 225 or the 6 handicap?
I think 6'2" is like pretty objective. Is he not like 6'2"?
So I'm saying for the frame.
For the frame. I don't think there's a chance he's 225.
Did we confirm the networks and who's moderating?
I guess it's on everywhere.
I think
it's on everywhere.
I think it's on everywhere.
Would you like the debates even more if they just asked each other questions? Then you could frame the question however you wanted.
Yeah.
Instead of the moderator trying really hard.
Then it would be her being a prosecutor.
Sure.
Like her setting up things the way a lawyer would.
Okay. Now, for what you really wanted to talk about. What did you think of the Tyreek body cam footage?
Let's see if I can get away with this. This is a very unfortunate situation across the board.
Okay.
That's my thoughts.
That's your thoughts?
Dude, you guys were telling me about all the feedback you were getting. It feels
so
like
what? Who cares about the feedback?
Feels like regardless of what you say, people are going to get mad or threaten to never listen to the show again and everything like that. I'm curious to see what happens next.
Okay. Corey, you have a non-scared take?
I feel both.
I am, yes.
Both could have handled that far differently. Tyreek could have definitely complied a lot faster. The police officer could have used less aggression, but I totally understand a police officer being like, hey, I can't see in your windows. I don't know who you are. And I can't see in your car.
Yeah.
And I have to protect myself, too. So I totally understand that part. I feel like there could have been less aggression. I feel like Tyreek Hill could have complied a lot faster. And on the Calais Campbell front, I was like, I guess in that situation you say, where can I stand and what can I do?
Yeah.
And just and say, okay, I can stand here. I'll be over here then. But I'm watching, making sure I keep my eyes on things. Yeah.
Yes. So there is a retired NYPD detective whose post is kind of going viral. We follow each other, and I found this pretty interesting. My thoughts on the Tyreek arrest / detention. As a police officer, half the battle is de-escalation. Write the summons. You're walking away from the vehicle. Who cares if he puts his window up? You have his ID. It's not our job to teach grown people manners. Being rude isn't a crime. Yo, man, sweet ride. Why were you driving so fast? Slow down. Have a good game. And by the way, you found the video of what apparently got him pulled over.
Yeah, it was.
Some people trying to say he was going 120 and a 30.
Oh, he was not going 120.
No.
He was speeding. Like there was no compared to the other. And I don't know what the speed limit is, but based on the flow of everybody else that was going, you could see as Tyreek drove by. I mean, he was going considerably faster. I mean, let's just say it was a 30. He was probably doing 50.
Yeah,
50 to 60.
If he was driving 120, the Chiefs never would have traded him.
Right, absolutely. So I mean, he was going faster, and there was like those orange cones and barrels.
Yeah.
So either it was a construction zone or that was just like their pre-game planning of traffic flow, right?
The detective continues. Hang on, real quick. I've let bona fide criminals that I had locked up in the past go for similar violations. Should you follow a lawful order when stopped? Yes, but there are plenty of opportunities to squash this. His friend pulls over to see what's going on. Why so aggressive with him? Say, your friend is being detained. Please keep driving. It's unsafe to park there. There are enough legitimate criminals out there that we have to worry about. These police officers were unprofessional, in my opinion.
And I totally appreciate his perspective because he did the job. Like, that's one of the things that I run into that I'm kind of struggling with is when people want your opinion. And I understand, like easing up just a little bit. But I'm sure there's people who are listening this morning or on social media or whatever. It's like, that is what my dad tried to do and he got shot in the head.
Yeah.
You know, and so like that's where I kind of struggle to give you a better perspective, because I can tell you all this stuff having never had that job. And I can see how people listening will be like, this is what happened to one of my loved ones. And so I disagree with you as much as conceivably possible.
Yeah, I blamed Tyreek a little bit more just from, was a guy over the top, administrative leave fair, suspension coming, justified probably.
That dude has had an ego trip. Like, I don't know what it was, but you could clearly tell the guy talking, the loud one. I mean, he was a problem. He was completely unprofessional. He did not de-escalate.
Yeah.
Like, to me, that the number one job for the cop, and is you got to de-escalate this thing, calm everything down.
Well, Tyreek, gave attitude to start. Don't be touching my window like that. That's probably not going to help things.
Sure.
He did not tell the truth about just both hands on the wheel. At least according to that video. Maybe he did, and there was video beforehand. And then, not rolling the window down. He was asked and told 3, 4, 5 times, roll your window down. And we've gotten into debates over whether rolling your window down is a crime or not. And then when they told him to sit down on the sidewalk, he said, I had knee surgery. Well, someone already knew it was Tyreek Hill. One of the officers said,
I heard
Tyreek
one of
Hill.
them say.
Yeah. So he's going to play in a football game and have an 80-yard catch, right? So he didn't want to. He wanted to take his time in doing it.
Sure.
They put him on the ground. So I felt like, Tyreek was not as cooperative as I would have been with a police officer. Like, I'm going to tell my kids, cop tells you to do something, freaking do it. They got to tell you 3 times, then you can get shot. That's going to be the rule in my house. Calais Campbell, I felt for, because he's in that in-between decision of, am I going to leave my friend and my teammate with some of the police incidents that have happened in the past? He's going to assume his innocence probably initially and think that Tyreek Hill is being victimized.
Yeah.
Then you have an officer telling you 5, 6, 7 times, get in the car, leave, and don't park there. I felt for Calais stuck in that situation.
Former Walter Payton Man of the Year. But, you don't know that. When that person pulls up, you're like, hold on. He was a Walter Payton Man of the Year. Come on over. You don't know that.
Right. Yeah. So
I suggest, I don't know, actually. Have you seen the movie Rebel Ridge on Netflix yet? If you have Netflix, there's a movie called Rebel Ridge. It starts out, guy riding his bicycle, gets clipped by a policeman, and then things go from there and escalate. And it is fantastic. I watched it on Friday. It was intense from the moment it started all the way until the end. It was just, there was lots of tension, and I enjoyed that.
If you're looking for something that has no such redeeming social qualities or insight, I saw the first 2 episodes of The Secret Lives of Mormon Wives on Hulu.
Oh, my wife was watching
because
it.
my wife wanted to watch it.
Yep.
It is so dumb, but oddly entertaining.
Dumb.
It's so dumb.
All these Mormon wives.
But it's still entertaining.
Hot Mormon wives swinging with each other.
Yeah,
But they've done a lot of terrible things in explaining.
Yes, they
you
have.
and I align on breaking down documentaries and this stuff. Like, who are the couples? Who are sleeping with each other? Let's
Sure.
start there.
But they're doing the
We
show.
skip ahead after they got the domestic
Yes.
violence thing. Like,
Yes.
what's the follow up? Let's go ahead to the next episode.
The main character, I'm forgetting, it might be Taylor.
Joseph Smith.
Taylor
No,
is. It's Taylor.
Her mom
Do they pay a
has more
shaker?
common sense than anyone in the entire show. She's like, "Why are you doing this? What? Well, you just got a divorce. So should you be dating straight away? Why not?
Yeah.
He's also an addict, and well, you might be pregnant with his baby. So I'm like, she's making some quality points. You might just want to slow down.
They're
a little
huge on
bit.
TikTok. They call themselves the
Romneys.
No,
what is the TikTok? What's their name? Mom Talk.
The Mom
Talk.
MONTOK. Not
Oh,
Mom Talk. Moms.
because they're parents.
Mom Talk.
Okay.
Yeah, and they're like, they're some of them were swinging with each other.
Oh, baby.
Yes.
All right, I might be Hulu. I think I actually have Hulu.
I don't
even know.
what it is.
I'm pretty sure it was Hulu.
All right, we're back tomorrow morning here on Sean and RJ. The K&C Masterpiece is next on The Fan.
We chapter your favorite segments and even bring you the entire Sean and RJ show.
Thank you.
O'Reilly Mazda of Arlington and her studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin, Corey Majors, Alec Medford back with us for the rest of the week, and Mike Bassick still on assignment with the Texas Rangers. Obviously doing a lot of hard work yesterday. Sure.
Hold on, what do you mean? What do you mean obviously doing a lot of hard work? Okay, are you saying because at the hotel he's at, he has a water slide and he wouldn't shoot a video for us on that water slide that he's not working hard?
Also, they left on Sunday. How did their game go yesterday? Oh, that's right. Oh, just saying.
Okay, all right.
Maybe do some more work.
Wow, what do you think he should do? What would you assign to him if you were in charge?
Do a call-in.
Huh?
Send a video.
Send any videos in to call in?
Yeah.
Okay. Hey, look, I don't have any arguments against that.
Let's go. Let's go. All right. We're going to start things off with power ranking, the NFL power rankings. I've also got some football questions for you. We got Trey Wingo at 1020, Ted Wynn at 120. And if Mike hears this and wants to call in, he's welcome at any point. All right. Your power ranking options, and this will be key. Would you like to go with CBS, ESPN, or NFL.com?
I don't like it.
Oh. Alec, would you like to?
That's not what I mean by I don't like it. What I mean by I don't like it is I don't like CBS's. I don't always agree with CBS.
Okay.
On your face.
Is it because they got rid of us as a company?
I think, it was more about the company deciding to go in a separate way, Kevin.
Without radio.
But I want to go with CBS here.
What?
Because against the grain type thing. You know what I mean? So, yeah, let's go with C. Do you agree, Alec, or you have a different approach on this?
No, I like that. It doesn't make sense, so I like it.
Yeah.
So now the question becomes, did Corey just pick the power rankings where the Cowboys are ranked the lowest? Let's find out.
And this is why I usually don't like their power rankings.
Who is the worst team in all of football? There's some tough competition this week.
Panthers.
That is correct. Followed by
Giants.
That is also correct. So the Panthers are the worst. The Giants are the next worst. And the Raiders are like, hey.
Yeah, don't forget about us.
We could get in that conversation.
There you
The
go.
Patriots are like, I know it looks good now, but just hold on.
What if the
They're
Patriots
up to 24?
What if the Patriots hold every opponent to 10 points?
Then
do you think they'll be able to score more than 10 throughout the year?
Then they will at least make it to the divisional round.
Okay.
After that, I can't make any promises.
Gotcha.
All right. Alec, I'm going to give you an opportunity to start this off. Who is the number one team in all of football?
I'm going to have to say it is still the reigning, defending, undisputed world champion Kansas City Chiefs.
That is correct.
Good job,
So
Alec.
there's a lot of
Thanks,
pressure, Corey. Alec got the first one right. Can you get the second one right?
I will go with, he just said a lot of things as like a announcement of Jon Snow.
That's a different thing.
I mean, that
That is a great moment in Game of Thrones when that dude hears all of that hype up and goes, and this is
Jon Snow.
Jon Snow.
King of the North.
King of the North.
Yep. Then I will go with the other version, the team that was in the Super Bowl last year. I will go with the Niners.
The San Francisco 49ers is correct.
Who
Now,
proved last night they don't need McCaffrey to win.
man, do you think that people regret all those tweets at the beginning of the game? They're like, oh, man, this Jets offense looks good. Or at the moment where you like, that's a heck of a start, it'll eventually crap out and not look good whatsoever. From the 903, we all know they're overrated. All right, follow up with me. Where do you think the Cowboys should be rated as we go through there? All right, Alec, the pressure is back on you. It goes Chiefs, 49ers. You kind of took it easy and went with the Super Bowl. Now, what are you going to do?
I'm going to go with a team that I think could make the Super Bowl this year, and I'm going to say the Detroit Lions.
Ooh. The Detroit Lions are number 4 on the list. So that is incorrect. Corey for the steal and the win.
Oh, we're competing. I didn't know we were competing.
Like,
my apologies. I like to work together on projects.
No.
Kevin's always trying to pit people against each other.
It was nice knowing you.
Yeah, that's
loves
great.
debates.
You're on a team together, but really you're still competing.
Gotcha.
You know how it goes. Who's number 3 in all of football?
The fighting Josh Allens.
That is a dumb guess.
Okay.
Because CBS is stupid and they put the Buffalo Bills at number 3.
What do you mean? The Buffalo Bills are a good team.
The Buffalo Bills, who got gutted in free agency and trailed most of the day against the lowly Arizona Cardinals, are number 3 on this list. Get out of here.
Arizona Cardinals started hot in that game, and then in the second half, the Bills absolutely put the clamps on them.
And won by 1 score. The Cardinals are 27. Somehow, explain this to me. The Arizona Cardinals, who everyone thinks is going to be terrible, they fall 4 spots despite leading and being competitive with Buffalo. Buffalo moves up a spot for a come from behind victory, hot, over a terrible team, and they move up to number 3.
Yeah.
No comprende.
Yes, correct. See, Mike, that's all I was asking for. Just chime in there.
Yeah, just chime in from time to time.
All right. Where do you guys think the Cowboys should be? Because we've got the top 4.
All right, so I would say after Detroit.
Where's
5.
Detroit?
Well, you just said 4 when he said Detroit.
So you say 5?
Yeah.
Let's go to the state of Texas, where it is not the Dallas Cowboys. It is the Houston Texans who are number 5, and then the Dallas Cowboys are number 6.
Thanks, Reggie.
Okay, all right, let's have a conversation about this. CBS Sports, CBS, AFC. Obviously, they want to promote the game that was on there, AFC locally or regionally here, and that was the Texans game. That being said, Cowboys blew out an opponent while also not looking great offensively.
True.
Agreed? The Texans played against a division rival and won that game in a battle. That was a battle.
Also
of a game.
not expected to be a good team.
The Texans or the Colts, yeah. But they won that game in a battle. And so I understand that a little bit. Were they already ahead of the Cowboys before?
Yeah, no, yes.
Okay.
Yes, they were. Now I take you to the curious case of the Baltimore Ravens. The Baltimore Ravens went on the road against the defending champions, and if their receiver had a shoe size that was half a size smaller, they would have had the 2-point conversion for the win. They fell to number 7, while the Bills went up to number 3.
They lost. What did the Bills do, Kevin?
They won.
All right.
I guess.
So in the grand scheme of things, how can you have a team with no wins on their record ahead of a team with wins on their record?
They're ahead of plenty of teams with wins on their record. They're ahead of the Eagles, the Bucks, the Dolphins, Chargers, Steelers, Bears. They're ahead of a lot of teams with a win.
I think you're just pointing out my point.
I don't.
On your face.
I don't know about that.
I really appreciate that.
So,
like that, what I'm saying here, I told you I didn't like CBS before.
You're right.
So what I'm saying here is, basically, if you start off 0-1, you should be down at the bottom, 16? And then if you start off 1-0, you should be ranked in the top 16.
So you think all of the top 16 should all be 1-0, and the bottom 16 should all be
for
0-1?
this week at least.
All right.
After that
kind of makes sense to me.
They're going off preseason rankings. You know, they're stuff they just made up out of nowhere.
For the 817, Corey's logic is on point.
You're welcome.
All right. Now, to go along with this, you said you didn't like CBS. This is where I'm conflicted. The Cowboys are number 6 in the CBS Power Rankings. They're number 7 in the ESPN Power Rankings and number 8 in the NFL Power Rankings.
So when it comes to did ESPN, did they say why they're that low, and did NFL say why they're that low, or do they have like a write up on that?
Yeah, well, they just talked about how badass DeMarvion Overshown is.
Okay,
I was kind of looking for my name in the credits there, but didn't pop up. Still, that's impressive.
All right, so you said that I picked CBS, which might have the Cowboys the lowest, yet so far, that's the one where the Cowboys were ranked the highest.
You're right. So will this change your stance on CBS?
No, I never will. From the 817, the Eagles beat up the Packers. Y'all are so biased, LOL. It's fine. I mean, we didn't make this list.
Wait. Hold on. Literally nothing I'm sorry for shouting. I know I do that. Whew. Nobody said anything about the Eagles thus far in this segment. How are we biased?
Did you not point out where the Eagles were on the list?
No, we hadn't even gotten to that yet.
You said that the Ravens.
Oh, that's true.
Were 0-1, and then the Eagles were behind them.
That's true.
At 1-0.
The Eagles were 8 on the list from CBS Sports. And if you haven't been listening the first 5 minutes, I feel like I've let my feelings known about how I think parts of this list are stupid.
You know what, Kevin? I think the reason that they're saying we're biased about the Eagles is because we had not mentioned the Eagles as a top 5 team. So, yes, you're correct. Nobody said anything about them. And that's why we're biased, because we left them out.
That's tough. From the 817, I agree. These lists are based on lazy results-based analysis. Yes!
Hold on. Josh Allen scores 4 touchdowns pretty much on his own. Leads the greatest comeback this year.
Against a team that nobody thinks is going to be good.
Hold on. Do you think they think in Arizona they're not going to be good?
Probably. Let's be honest.
All right, let's call Gambo up. We got a friend named Gambo that works in Arizona. He works in Phoenix.
You cannot tell me there's not a decent contingent of Arizona people who are like, that's fair. I get what you're saying.
Well, I mean, that was the Rangers 2 years ago, right? We were like, look, we get it. They're at some point, they're building something. Yeah. They signed a Grom. We got this Seager kid. It could work out, and then all of a sudden, we win a World Series. I get what you're saying there.
All right, now to go along with this, we did get a more serious text from the 913. Hey guys, I actually didn't know this. Today is National Suicide Prevention Day. So prayers for those. I'm sending prayers for those who are struggling with thoughts of suicide. Thank you for helping us get through tough days with your sports talk. And that is one of the. This is going to sound weird. That's one of the cool things about the remotes that we do is you get to have conversations that are more than like a text blurb or this and that. Like you get to have real conversations with real people. And they've definitely shared those thoughts with us before. And I appreciate the openness very, very much. I hope you feel like we've been open with our lives as well. And I've said this a million times. I've got so many people on my phone that fit this description. If you have no one to talk to, like I'm not doing a bit right now. If you feel like you have no one to talk to, text us, hit us up in the YouTube chat. I will give you my number. I will talk with you for sure.
Kevin, you know me personally, I was impacted by suicide in the 4th grade when my best friend on my street killed himself. There was later a song written about it by Pearl Jam called Jeremy. I
wonder how many people didn't know that.
He was my best friend that I knew at the time. And unfortunately, my son, Avery, had a situation where he had to talk a girl through it while she was locked in her bathroom, and the police had to bust down the door and help her. He saved her life. We were up until 3 o'clock in the morning that night doing the most we could. And unfortunately, last week, the same thing happened to my son Carter, where a girl said that she had cut her wrist. And immediately, like it was almost bedtime for us, and immediately I jumped up and I said, hey, we have to do this right now. We have to take care of these things right now. And my wife understood. And my son didn't quite understand why. I take it very seriously. I know that place is a dark, dark place. I know it. And I hope that anybody that has that moment seeks and finds the help that they can get. We love you. We're glad you're here today, and we're going to be glad you're here tomorrow.
Delightful. Thank you for sharing that, Corey. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, Emmy Award winner, host of the Alternate Routes podcast and DraftKings Network NFL analyst Trey Wingo joins the show right here on 105.3 The Fan.
you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maid?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. State-of-the-art weight loss and the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Ute behind Bell left. They run Mason off the left side. A cutback run. Touchdown! San Francisco!
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now on the D&M Leasing Hotline, we bring to you Emmy Award winner, now DraftKings Network NFL analyst Trey Wingo. Good morning, sir.
Oh, good morning, everybody, and shout out to my people in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, Sesh, Bryce, Haji, Joey, and BBS. We're all excited. How are we?
Fantastic. Love that shout out right there.
Trey, before we get into sports conversation, we were just reminded a few moments ago that today is National Suicide Prevention Day. And a lot of times on our fan text, we have conversations with people. We've gotten to know our listeners, our audience very well. And it's one of those things that really, it's very deep. Those scars have happened to us in times, but at the same time, we have a platform, we have a place where we get to have these conversations with people. And I was just kind of curious for you, because sports is a great place to start. Have you had any of those moments that have been very poignant for you or kind of life-changing with your audience over the years, where you've had something impact you and you've been able to share it mental health-wise or whatever with your audience and you've grown from it?
Yeah. When we did a piece once on NFL Live talking about my best day, it was written about this guy who had all sorts of tragedies in his life, and he just needed something to sort of help him get through. So he started asking people to write in and tell him about their best day. And afterwards, we went around the set, and it was me, Teddy Bruschi, Herm Edwards, and Damian Woody that day, and we were all asking about what our best day was. And, we have two kids, and they're grown, and they're doing wonderful now. But when our daughter was born, she didn't speak for the first 2.5 years of her life. Mm. And we took her and got her tested, and it turns out she had some developmental issues and, needed some help. And, I remember when we went in to the doctor, and I said, well, is she going to be able to go to school and have a normal life. And they said, we really don't know the answer to that. So she was in special services up until 10th grade. And in 10th grade, she decided, you know what, I don't want to do this anymore. I want to just try and fight through it. She graduated National Honor Society and got into her college of her choice. And the day we got that phone call, that was a really good day. So, that's just something that just came to the top of my mind there.
Trey, I want to first off thank you for sharing that. As a father who's our audience knows this, my daughter was born with special needs as well, and she's in middle school right now. And we've been going to Cleveland Clinic to work on her seizures for pretty much her whole life. As somebody who has experienced that and shared that, man, I'm very proud for her, and I'm proud for that moment, man. Thank you very much. Thank you for sharing that today.
No, thank you for asking. And we don't do that enough. Especially as dudes, we tend to try and bury all this stuff. And that's still always going to be one of the greatest days of my life.
Well, shameless plug right here then. We do a marathon charity show the day before Thanksgiving to support My Possibilities, which is a facility that caters specifically to people with Okay.
Yes.
Done.
Awesome.
All right.
Now let's have some fun and talk some sports.
Football. All right.
Got it, man.
So
smooth transition.
Yeah,
yes.
there we go. Segue.
There's a lot to get to. I was curious your thoughts. I mean, and it all kind of revolves around the same thing. Your thoughts about the play of Jordan Mason, the absence of Christian McCaffrey, and then Jordan Mason potentially tipping his hand that he got told on Friday that he was probably going to start.
And then Kyle Shanahan saying, I didn't tell him on Friday. I don't know what you're talking about there. Nothing to see here. Carry on, my wayward son. Look, I'm a sucker for guys that when they have an opportunity to step up and be that guy for their team and get that chance, and they do it. It's awesome, right? That's what you live for. Everyone wants that opportunity, and next man up is the philosophy in the NFL. And this is a guy who's had some success before. I think it was in December of 2022. He was playing and ripped off like almost a 58 or 60-yard run against Seattle that really sealed the game in the fourth quarter, and that helped the Niners win the division that year. So it's a guy who has stepped up before, and to see him do what he did against what we all believe still is a really good defense for the Jets. Now, I thought the Niners were going to win, but if you would have told me that they're going to roll up 400-plus yards of offense and almost double the time of possession against that Jets defense without Christian McCaffrey, I would have said, I don't think so. So that's why, it's the stupidest thing in the world. That's why you play the games, right? You play it for these kind of things to happen because it's never scripted. It's never written that this is going to happen the way you think it is. And then you have the game and it plays out, and it was just awesome. It was awesome to see that guy step up and accept the challenge and make the most of it.
The other part of that is a lot of people going, hey, anybody can run in that San Francisco scheme. And there's part of it that I do believe, but I also believe, man, you have to be fast. You have to be able to get to that hole, and you have to be the body that can actually do the job too.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, like a lot of people, Raheem Mostert has had a lot of success in that San Francisco offense, and now, of course, he's down in Miami and having success there as well. So Kyle Shanahan, like, if you're a running back and you don't like playing for Kyle Shanahan, I don't know what your problem is. Okay, like that's a you problem. That is not a Kyle Shanahan problem. So for him to step up though and do it, it just really, again, it was all. I mean, this game, the Niners went to the Super Bowl, okay, and had a 10-point lead against the Chiefs. Yet the only thing anybody was talking about was Aaron Rodgers' return and the Jets. And the 49ers said, hold my beer. We don't freaking care about any of that. And went out there and punched him. They punched him in the mouth, which is exactly what they did.
Well, I do have to ask the obligatory question, especially early. What did you think about the Aaron Rodgers-Garrett Wilson connection, or just Aaron Rodgers in general?
I thought Aaron Rodgers was fine. He was not spectacular. He was not terrible. He was fine, and it's going to take a while. Cousins, I think we saw a glimpse of what to expect from Aaron with Kirk Cousins' game Sunday against the Pittsburgh Steelers. He came back from his Achilles. He tore it later in the season than Aaron Rodgers did. But, it's going to take time. And it's going to take, all these Jets fans, man, they're like a bunch of Tanglewood moms on a frickin' Facebook forum somewhere. Just, this is our year. This is our year. It's never been the Jets' year, right? Their only Super Bowl appearance was before man walked on the moon, supposedly. If you talk about and, they look, either play or don't play. Play well or don't play well. But this was not the start they wanted in any way, shape, or form.
The way the Cowboys started, however, was
that is the start we want.
Yes, everything that the Cowboys fans wanted.
Brother.
You lay that out though. The Browns are just that bad, or the Cowboys are just that good.
Well, I think that what you saw in that game, first and foremost, was a quarterback who earned the contract he got, and one who is still to live up to the contract he was given. If we're just being honest about it, okay. Yep. Dak was dealing in the first half. No, listen, I think he threw for under 200 yards, but he did what was necessary. And really, I'm just so happy for Mike Zimmer coming back to Dallas and doing what he does. Darren Woodson's a really good friend of mine and should be in the Hall of Fame.
Agreed.
He will tell you. He will tell you point, but he's the leading tackler in the history of the Dallas Cowboys. Like, what else do you need to be in the Hall of Fame? I'm sorry. To see, he will tell me, he's told me 100 times his favorite coach he's ever played for is Zim. So I was just so happy to see Zim come back and get that defense rolling. But, Dak played really well. And Deshaun Watson, that's going to go down as the worst contract in the history of the NFL, and it's not even close. It's not even close, okay? His cap hit, no matter what they do with him for the next 2 years, is $72 million. There's no way to mitigate it. He was 0 for 10 on throws downfield of at least 15 yards or more. And why is that significant? That's the worst percentage since they've been tracking that statistic since 2006.
Wow.
So it's not – and people say, well, their offensive line was bad and the Cowboys' defense is good. Both of that is true. This isn't a one-off. Okay, since he's come back from that 11-game suspension a couple of seasons ago, this is who he is. This is who he's been. This has been an abject failure of an experiment for the Cleveland Browns. And I'm sorry, at some point they have to start thinking about starting Jameis Winston because that team is really talented and they have a really good defense that kept them in that game, holding the Cowboys to field goals in the second half outside of the special teams play.
Yeah.
Yeah. So they've got to address that situation. This is not. I mean, it's not a one-game situation for Deshaun Watson. Joe Flacco saved their season last year, not Deshaun Watson. And they've got to have an honest talk about what quarterback gives them the best chance to win right now, because I don't think it's Deshaun.
What do you think happened there? Because I know some people will say injuries. That feels like only part of the story. What happened to Deshaun Watson, who, going back before all of this, and now there's another charge being leveled against him from the same time frame, looked like he was ready to be the man in the NFL?
Well, this game is a lot like golf, football. You can do all the weights and run all the things and, have the 40 times and get all that stuff in, but how do you handle it mentally, right? How do you handle it mentally? Ben Crenshaw, University of Texas product, said, I'm 6 inches from being a good golfer, and that's a space between my left ear and my right. And on many levels, football is the same way. You can have all the physical tools, you can have all the attributes, you can have all those things, but if you can't handle things mentally and prepare yourself, you're going to struggle. And there's just no way for me to see all the things that have gone on with Deshaun and all the things that continue to go on with Deshaun. As you said, the new allegations and a new lawsuit filed, which is the 26th, I believe. There's no way that can't affect you. Like, you're not a human being if that stuff doesn't affect you. So, he at one point, I'll tell you this, in the 2017 draft, the Chiefs obviously had Mahomes as their primary target. But if Mahomes was not available, they were going to draft up and take Deshaun Watson. That was plan B. And maybe it's a different story if Deshaun Watson goes to Andy Reid and Eric Bieniemy with Tyreek Hill and Travis Kelce and all those things he had that Kansas City had. Maybe the outcome's a different story. But he went to Houston. They had one good year. They had that 24-point lead, and they were outscored 51-7 after that in the divisional round against the Chiefs. And it all spiraled downhill after that, and maybe he doesn't have the other issues that pop up. But you just can't you can't just say, oh, that doesn't mean anything. That stuff doesn't weigh. It has to weigh on him. You're not human if that stuff doesn't weigh on you in some way, shape, or form.
Trey, the Cowboys, the line I brought in yesterday was Micah can still be a force, but he doesn't have to be the only force. And a lot of times last year it felt like Dan Quinn was like, if I don't have Micah go, then I don't have anything right now aside from, great cornerback play. But this game was one where you were like, oh man, the whole team the whole defense is a force right now. How long into a season do you typically say, man, this could be an all-time defense?
Well, I mean, let's more than 1 week.
Yeah,
for sure.
Dang it!
It's not doomsday 2 yet, right? But it's going to be a really, really good defense. They have the weapons. Tank Lawrence is still a beast. That defensive line comes at you in waves. The thing about Micah is like 1 sack, right? But like he was an obliterator of a game plan. Is what he was yesterday. I mean, or Sunday. He just to me, sacks are great, right? Don't get me wrong, sacks are wonderful. But the best statistic for me in terms of what qualifies a good defense is consistent pressure. And you look at how many pressures the Cowboys got. Look at how many pressures and how many times Micah was in there changing the dynamic of the play. And I've heard defenders. I mean, I even had Cam Hayward, and I got into an argument about this on Twitter. He goes, "I'll always take the sack because they can potentially lead to turnovers." I'm like, okay. Well, let's go back to the Super Bowl that was just played. Patrick Mahomes threw 1 interception in that game. And what was it? It was when he was pressured rolling out of the pocket and he threw an interception. So pressures can also lead to turnover. Pressure also led to the field goal attempt by the 49ers in overtime because Chris Jones just blasted through unblocked and Brock Purdy had no time to find an open wide receiver. Sacks are great if you get them on the ground, but give me pressures constantly moving that quarterback off the target. You're going to have a good defense.
Talk with Trey Wingo right here on 105.3 The Fan, and luckily one of the reasons we get to talk to you is because of the new DraftKings gig. I know you're no stranger to media, but how's it been going thus far with DraftKings?
That was fun. We had our first show last night. It's the pregame power-up 5 to 6 Central Time.
There you go.
Monday and Thursday, getting you set for the primetime games. We'll be all over the Bills and the Dolphins, which is a huge one this coming Thursday. So, yeah, it's been really fun. The people I work with are great. A lot of folks that I used to work with at another place are there, and it's just nice to have that thing up and running and work with people that I know and trust, and it's been great so far. So we're looking forward to it all season long, and we'll be at the Super Bowl all week long as well.
Oh, we'll be there too, so we look forward to catching up with you then. But, Trey, I just want to let you know we get instant access with our fan text, our Twitch, our YouTube, and every single text and tweet that's coming in right now. Thanks you for opening up earlier in this segment. Really appreciate having you on, man.
Anytime, man. Again, count me in for whatever you guys are doing in November, okay?
Yes,
For
sir.
sure.
Yes,
Thank you
sir.
very much.
All right, take care, guys. We'll see you.
There you go, Trey Wingo right here on 105.3 The Fan. I just want to read a couple of these. I know we really got to go.
It's all right. It's just baseball buckets, Kevin.
From the 469, there's big baseball news. From the 469, there's a real man right there. Great interview from the 469. Having a daughter on the spectrum changed my life for the better in so many ways. From the 817, you guys, even though you make us cry at times, we sure do love you. From the 817, holy wow, this was amazing. From another 817, Trey, that's exactly how a real man helps other men open up and share. From the 469, I don't know about my best day, but this has been my best 15 to 20 minutes of radio I have heard in a long time. Great job, guys. Great job for Corey. I had no idea about that, and that took an emotional turn that I did not anticipate either.
Well, I mean, you never know how people are going to respond to it. I mean, this dude has been, one of the best at what he's done for a long time. I know he's had a lot of those kind of moments to reflect, and I'm glad that he was able to have that conversation with us today. And Kevin, the benefit of looking forward to Peace-a-thon now. We booked another guest, it sounds like. So that's good.
Sure.
That's a lot of radio we got to do for 14 hours. So
I'm going to try to shake him down for some stuff for our auctions. That's how it goes.
That's how Kevin does.
Oh, we're doing that again today. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for baseball buckets with Corey Major.
Hold on. This team has pitching developed?
Hell yeah.
Next on The Fan.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time for baseball buckets with Corey Majors.
Your attention, please. Ladies and gentlemen. Now batting with baseball buckets, Corey Majors.
Buckets.
Thank you, Chuck Morgan, for that announcement. That always feels good.
You know what we got to do, though, right? Shake down Chuck Morgan.
Okay.
What's next?
I don't like the way the term shakedown sounds.
Look, it's important.
That tone, too.
It's important to be honest straight away. It's for a good cause.
Fair enough.
But it's not a shakedown like Chuck Morgan likes us. We love Chuck Morgan. I don't know if he loves us. He's never said I love you guys, but I know he likes our show.
That's how it starts, though, Corey.
But with a shakedown, it's an enemy that you're trying to take something from.
Here's what I'll say. People will be like, oh, is that good? Do you need anything else? And I always look at them and I say the same thing. If you're asking me if I need more so we can make more money from my possibilities, the answer is yes. I will take more. And so I just want people to be prepared that that's the energy I'm going to bring to them.
I bet Chuck, you know what? We'll reach out. We'll reach out to him and we'll get things rolling. Although I was told recently, in addition to some very interesting Wyatt Langford stuff for Peace-a-thon this year, very interesting, by the way, there is going to be a new experience added to it as well. I've been told this.
Oh.
So, look, man, I know we're, 3 months away, it feels? 2 months away? Oh, man, that's going to run up on us real quick, too, isn't it?
So, like, perhaps you get premium Texas Rangers seats and then you get to go on the field for batting practice? Something like that?
Maybe. I don't know. I
bet that's what it is.
So, there's a lot. We do our best to try and, go with things, because we've had texts from listeners that have been like, man, I can't afford that. And I'm like, I know. And they're like, but I want to do something. And we're like, okay, here's your option to donate. I think Kevin has done my favorite job of trying to make sure that you have things that are available to anybody price-wise. If you want something in return, hey, look, here's an option too. I think you do a really good job of that, man. I always appreciate the collection after all the shakedowns. All right, so
Texas Roadshow, I'm coming for you today.
Yeah, yes. All right, I was very surprised yesterday, and I need to really fully understand what Alec texted back, okay? Because I said Rocker on Thursday and DeGrom on Friday. And Alec, in our group text, you said nature is healing. And I went, I have no effing clue what he's talking about.
Because you thought maybe like he's off on his own and that was just his standalone statement,
maybe
unrelated.
Maybe he was gardening out in a forest somewhere. I don't know. But what did that mean, Alec?
That just means that things are looking up for this ball club, man. I'm excited. And quite literally, the players are healing. But you just say that whenever things are looking up, nature is healing. The Rangers pitching is going to be solid again, and it's at least, even if you don't make the playoffs, still it's going to be entertaining.
Were you outside when you sent this text message?
I was actually.
I got it.
All right. You know what?
I was on a walk.
I will add this though. We did hear that before. Whenever Kumar Rocker arrived, at the facility the first time, he was one of those guys that was into grounding, walking around without his shoes on. So maybe that, you know what?
Oh.
Nature is healing. Maybe that's the way he was looking at it too.
Look at that.
So Kevin, yeah, that's pretty awesome. But Rocker is now in plans to be part of the 2025 opening day rotation.
What?
What? Hold on. They made the announcement yesterday. They intend for him to be part of the 25 opening day rotation. I mean, they didn't say it in those words.
I was going to say, did I miss that part of it? He's going to pitch on Thursday, right? That's what they said.
Look, there was an opportunity for him to be in the rotation for some time this year. And they said, hey, let's go ahead and give him the opportunity on Thursday to make his Major League Baseball debut. And look, this is huge. And Chris Young, he also said that he's talked to a lot of people, and this is a significant learning opportunity for Rocker. Dude, he's been awesome. He has been, I think if you go and look, Kevin, at his numbers compared to Skeen's numbers
he's been
in
tremendous.
the minor leagues, he was better.
Ooh.
Yeah, Rocker compiled a .91 ERA in 29 and 2/3 innings.
Well,
while allowing hitters a 128, 160, 216, 376 slash. And he struck out 47 while walking only 3.
Let me ask you this then. Who would you rather be, Kamar Rocker or Paul Skeens?
Rocker, because I get to pitch for the Texas Rangers. And my dad was an elite talent in football. I think I want to pitch for Pittsburgh. I know you're a huge Steelers fan, but I couldn't handle it.
I'm going to choose to believe you.
I'd much rather have Hurtado barbecue than Primanti sandwiches any day. Any day. I don't care who his girlfriend is. What? I don't know who Kamar Rocker's girlfriend is, by the way.
I don't either.
But the fact that Rocker gets this opportunity to step foot out there, be part of this rotation for a little bit, and we get to see it, man. Like, this is a guy that we were, during the COVID time, Kevin, I saw him, I scouted him, and...
You're the person who told me about him the very first time.
And we were like, this is the guy. This is who you're going to draft. There has been a roller coaster for him all the way back to this moment. And there were times when we didn't know if he would ever get this moment. Yet here we are. And if you've watched any of his work so far this year, you have been electrified. He has been one of those kinds of pitchers that you're like, okay, this is exciting. And that's why I'm excited for, I don't know how many more games Bally will have in the future. I have no clue. But this is going to be a road game. This isn't going to be a home game against Seattle. But you're going to get that opportunity to go, okay, that's what we were actually looking at. And is this real against pro hitting and against a division opponent too?
Yeah.
So this is a very significant moment. And I don't think that it's any less significant that the next day DeGrom is expected to pitch as well.
And then maybe lighter.
And Kevin, Leiter's improved every time he's gotten on the mound. I've felt. Look, despite what Gavin Dawson thinks, all right?
Oh, don't pull me into that argument again.
I think yesterday I heard it get to Jared's call got to 5-time status. I believe that's what it was.
I understand why.
Congratulations to Jared for that moment. And I do appreciate Gavin Dawson, who at the moment sounded like he was upset, right? And then yesterday he goes, "Thanks, Jared, for the content." And I think that's that's the most important part. We can all have our bickering, but then we can also agree that content is fun. So
I agree with that.
Yeah. So despite Leiter's been really good and he's growing into the role. I don't know what do you expect from Rocker in his first outing? And we'll talk to Jared on Thursday about this a little more. Rocker and DeGrom in these first 2 outings.
Okay, here's what I would like. I would like for us to see enough from both of them for totally different reasons that you feel comfortable on the tentative notion that they're both in the rotation for 2025. Now, obviously I know if DeGrom's healthy, he would be in the rotation. I'm hoping you see enough from Rocker that you're like, hey, I'm willing to continue this journey. Let's
keep this relationship together.
Yeah, or let's at least go into spring training with the idea that it's his job to lose in the rotation as opposed to he has to win a job in the rotation.
Can I see you again? Is what you're like. You want this relationship to grow and bud, and you want to be able to ask, "Can I see you again?" And Rocker's like, "Absolutely." And then he comes back and you know what? He's showing up with flowers this time. And you're feeling pretty good.
Have you ever done a date where the girl showed up with flowers?
Not a single time.
Would you enjoy that?
I actually, on my first date with Adrian, when she was coming around I opened the door for her. There was a rose sitting in her seat. And she was like, I've never had a flower given to me on the first date before. And at that moment, I was like, I won.
What a guy.
I won the lotto.
What a guy.
There's a lot of other stuff in between.
Nope.
All right?
Uninterrupted relationship from that point.
No,
now.
lots of things happen. But, best friend that I get to sleep next to every night. And that's a pretty awesome thing. I don't know if I could have handled having anybody else by my side through all these other moments we've experienced. And then, Kevin, last thing real quick. The MVP rankings, the MVP poll right now. American League, it is still Aaron Judge.
Yep.
But Bobby Witt Jr. right there on his tail, getting 6 first-place votes at the moment right now. Aaron Judge has 31 of them. I get it. But he's not. I want to look at the wall of takes. Aaron Judge can't do it. From Corey, I said he couldn't get to 63. So far, I don't think he's going to do it.
It is looking like that will be correct.
Juan Soto falling in at number 3 and Gunnar Henderson at 4, all making their play for MVP. And Shohei Ohtani obviously leads the way, but Lindor, 9 first-place votes right now, Kevin.
Yeah, I was going to say, there's a lot of buzz that Francisco Lindor is like closing the gap. It's just hard for me to believe if Ohtani becomes the first 50-50 player ever, that they're going to be like, well, we're going to give it to Lindor.
Especially with all the other things that he's done that they've gone, we got to give you this MVP because you did something that we've never seen.
Yeah.
Well, pitching and hitting home runs the way you do, it's just that way. So that is your current MVP situation and update on Mar Rocker, who is planning to be here or be up on Thursday doing his thing.
I really want you to ask Boch tomorrow. So you've gone in and penciled him in for the starting rotation in 2025.
You want to put it in pen?
Just so I can hear him be like, now let's all calm down.
Oh,
he hasn't even thrown one game in the major leagues yet. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we will talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Plus, no one cares about your fantasy football team. But today we do, so please share your triumphs and heartbreak. 877-881-1053. All of it next right here on The Fan.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to talk with Mickey Spagnola, but also want to know your fantasy football triumphs and heartbreak. I will tell you this, because a lot of people were probably on the wrong end of this game. My son was going to lose, my older son, Brandon, was going to lose his week one matchup. But he had Jake Moody as his kicker and made a just miracle run to win his week one. Right now, we bring you our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, guys. What's going on?
If I had to guess and say that I do not believe you are a participator in fantasy sports, would that be a factually accurate statement?
Boy, you hit it right on the head.
Okay.
You remember the other day I asked him, I was like, so you're saying I should start Jake Ferguson? And he was like, I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah,
Corey. And I was
okay.
like, all right, I got you.
I wanted to make sure. So
my reality football is takes up more time than fantasy football.
Fair. True. That is very fair. Now, we talked about a whole bunch of stuff yesterday. One person that we didn't really discuss, just because there was a lot of positives to go over, and his position is inherently kind of thankless. What did you think about the job that Mazy Smith did? Because we've talked about this before. I know it's not really like a stat piling up position.
Yeah, no, it's not. And as a matter of fact, I kind of anticipated this. So early this morning when I couldn't sleep anymore, I got up and I watched the first 3 quarters and basically watching Mazy Smith. And I thought he did a decent job just kind of plugging up the middle, taking on double-team tackles that allowed linebackers to be able to come in and make plays. He only had 23 snaps.
Yeah.
23 out of 72. But that was the most of those big body guys because Phillips only had 15 snaps and Linval Joseph only had 13 snaps. So what happened, and then I'll get to how he played, was that Cleveland used so much 3 wide receiver sets that the Cowboys generally were in nickel. And when they were in nickel, they were used. I mean, Osa barely came off the field. He played 61 snaps.
played
80%,
well.
yes. And then they were rotating in Nealon in the middle, also Golston in the middle. And at times, Micah was rushing from the middle. So there wasn't a lot of snaps for the big-bodied defensive tackles. And, there was a couple occasions where I thought he did a really nice job. Now, I saw one time he got pushed off the line of scrimmage like 5 yards back. I did see that. And I know he didn't make any tackles, but I thought for the most part he did a pretty good job. He's not a pass rusher, and I think what he tried to do, and maybe this is what they want him to do, was just try to push the pocket. And he did that a couple times in the middle. So for, I don't want to say that was the most extended play he had, but I don't know last year if he ever had more than 25 snaps in a game. Yeah. So I think for what he did, and if you just watch it, and I did for 3 quarters, I thought he held his own.
So what you're saying, Mickey, is sometimes you have tools that are multi-use tools, and sometimes you have a tool that only is very good for this one use. And right now, Mazy is very good for this one use.
Yeah, he's never going to be a pass rusher. I guarantee you that.
Wow.
Well, he just doesn't have the body to make the quick moves in there. I think that if he can push the pocket, then that helps other people because then the quarterback that can't step up, right? They got to go to the outside. They did end up with 6 sacks, by the way.
Yeah.
And it wasn't all guys just going solo out there. As a matter of fact, if you look at the play where DeMarcus Lawrence got the sack, he got the sack because Micah Parsons was coming from the other side, and when Watson tried to go to his right, there was nowhere to go right. And so there was a lot of combination things on some of those sacks. So, you hold a team that, 17 points, and really it was a garbage touchdown near the end.
Sure.
It was really 10. That somehow, some way, everybody contributed something for that outcome.
All right, flip it around to the other side of the trench. Who was your favorite, or I don't know if you did grades or anything, who was your favorite offensive lineman from this week?
Well,
because I know they're supposed to work well as a
and they
unit.
all kind of work together.
Terrence Steele?
Steele gave up a sack. Guyton gave up a sack. Zach Martin gave up a sack.
Oh, man, that one scared me.
That was early, right?
Yeah.
But I concentrated. During the game, I was watching Guyton, and I thought he did a good job. First time out, considering who he was playing against. For the most part, even on rundowns, he was doing well. But they were smart. They put a tight end over there at times, right? They had a guard a couple times pull out to get to get Myles Garrett. They put a fullback over there. And the other thing the Cowboys did to kind of blunt Cleveland's pass rush is it seemed like almost excessively Dak was rolling out one way or the other, if you notice,
yes,
kind of trying to throw on the run. So I decided, let me see what Beebe did. Well, I know they played, kind of their 4-man front, so rarely was there somebody head up on Beebe, but at times there was, and he held his ground, and when he would help out somebody, right or left, he would get off of that and go get a linebacker, and I thought he did a really good job with that. He got downfield a couple times on screen plays, and if you go back and look at Zeke's touchdown, where he ran through, it was Thornhill, wasn't it?
Yeah.
The safety. Well, the reason Thornhill didn't get there squared up was because Beebe bumped him off his route to where he was trying to get. And so he didn't have anybody to block, but he got off the line of scrimmage and saw him and just kind of gave him a bump. And that was enough for him not to square up on Zeke, and Zeke ran through him for the touchdown. So I thought he played well. I mean, think about it. That's your first game at center in your life.
Yeah, that's amazing.
And you were
really
playing against that defense. I don't know how somebody else might grade him or whatever. And I'm sure whoever grades him didn't sit there and watch him for 70 snaps, right?
Yeah.
It's impossible.
Yeah.
So, I thought no problems with the snaps, right? So I thought he played well.
All right, we appreciate it very much, good sir. We'll catch up with you again tomorrow.
All right, sounds good.
There you go. Mickey Spagnola reading our minds and knowing that Mazy Smith would be the discussion point.
Right about tomorrow is when we start turning our attention to New Orleans. We'll clean up a little bit from the rest of this game and then head to New Orleans. And I thought, by the way, I did see on Up and Adam's show, CeeDee Lamb popped on, and he said, I want to be in New Orleans. So I'm curious, does he want to get traded?
This is a home game.
I don't understand this.
He probably means for the Super Bowl.
Oh, yeah, the Super Bowl's in New Orleans this year.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Well, I hope he's there. I hope he gets that opportunity.
Yes.
New Orleans is cool, man.
Yes, I know.
Kendrick Lamar's going to be performing, and
very excited.
The Cowboys were there for that moment, dude.
Now,
can you imagine?
We've asked some people about this, your triumphs or your heartbreaks for the first week of fantasy football from the 4-3-2. This is my very first year doing fantasy football. Did all the research I could, drafted a quote-unquote A-rated team, and I made a last-minute change to Jordan Mason, and that helped seal the victory with 146 points. Corey, I know you're not upset with this person.
No.
But you clearly look upset.
Yes. Aside from Garrett Wilson, my whole fantasy team was done, so I had no opportunity to put Mason in. I picked Mason up last week, though, as hey, I'm just going to grab him just in case McCaffrey gets hurt.
Yeah.
I thought McCaffrey's calf injury was a preseason injury where they would be like, oh, yeah, we just didn't want him to have to do anything during preseason and that he would be out there. And so I didn't play him last night. I had two guys on my bench this week. I had two guys. I had Jaden Reed, who had 33 points or something Friday night for Green Bay.
Whoa.
And I had Jordan Mason, who I was like, yeah, he's going to get the run because a lot of people can run in that system and make big gains. So, man, anybody that got Jordan Mason was able to have it. Nice. Congratulations to you. If you're like me, he was sitting there on the bench, but I never do good in week one. Week one's always where I'm bad, and then I pick everything up from there. I do want to give from the 817, if you could shout out my win over Lauren Cook this week, I would appreciate it. And I just want to,
What happened, Lauren?
Yeah, sorry, Lauren, but it looks like you got defeated. So there you go.
Man.
Look, man, I said I had to look at the bylaws, right?
Yes.
Because it's not Shout Out Friday. I had to look at the bylaws. The bylaws did, in this situation, since it's about fantasy football and the segment is fantasy football related, I could do it.
From the 469, I lost by 6 points because Ayuk can't catch a touchdown.
Oh.
What a bum. Was it
The one he laid out for?
Yeah. But was it the Mannings who put him on blast and they're like, get to training camp, make that catch? And so I'm pretty sure it was on the Manning cast.
That would have been an amazing catch if he got it. I'm just saying.
From the 214, I get this. Fantasy heartbreak. We were basically tied going into last night. I just needed Debo to outscore Moody, and I get a W, which I could see how going into it, you're like, I feel pretty good about that. That did not happen, so I lost to a kicker from the 214. I lost by 2 freaking points. Thanks a lot, Drake London and Dalton Kincaid, for being massive letdowns.
Well, so on the Drake London part, we'll have Ted Wynn on later today from The Athletic at 1:20. And one of the posts that he made was there's a lot of problems in Atlanta. And was it Drake London's fault, or was it the rest of the Falcons that were the reason Drake London didn't do well? And on Dalton Kincaid, I mean, it's the Josh Allen show, so you got to just give in to that, man.
I like this from the 817. I was given a D for my draft grade from ESPN Draft. Worst grade in the league.
Good for you.
Guess what? Week 1, I scored 180 points. Best in my league. Screw you and your draft grades, ESPN. Man. I love that kind of fire after the very first week. That is incredible.
I would like to say screw you to the web guy, Josh Clark, on our station.
Oh, no.
Who just texted and said, I blew out Corey in the fan league this week. Yes, you did. Again, week 1 is not my best. You just wait, though. I do all my work on the waiver wire, Kevin. Waiver wire is where I get things done.
If it makes you feel any better, I got squashed by Peyton.
Oh.
That doesn't.
Just like
losing to Peyton is unacceptable.
Yeah, it happens, Kevin. It happens.
From the 903. My opponent had Isaiah Likely and Xavier Worthy on the bench. Oh, is that the worst thing? It's not the pickup you wish you would have made or thought about making. It's the player that is absolutely on your team that you sat on the bench and that you're like, son of a.
Why did I do? Well, I know why I left Mason on my bench because I had other running backs that were better anyway. I had A-Chain and Bijan Robinson. I wasn't going to put Mason in the game. But there it was. Jaden Reed, though, that's one where I can look back and be like, you were an idiot for that one, dude. Come on, you know better.
Man, a lot of fun stuff coming in from the 682. I've seen a couple like this. I won my fantasy league this week in part due to Brandon Aubrey. That
dude
makes a lot of sense to me.
That Brandon Aubrey had to have been the first kicker taken in most draft. I still have not dived.
I think it's
Dove. Jumped into the pool that is daily fantasy. I need to do that because it sounds fun. It sounds less stressful than the one
I want
I'm doing.
you to go back and tell your family, did you see me diving into the pool or something like that?
I was diving in all day yesterday.
From the 817, I got mocked for drafting Brandon Aubrey in the 10th round. Aubrey's 17 points in week 1 got me the W. Should have been 23 points with that 66-yarder. Thanks a lot, McCarthy. See, that's another thing I love about fantasy sports. I won, but I should have won by more if not for something a professional did to screw me.
We had
over.
somebody that got Aubrey in his 7th round. 6th or 7th round. I was like, what are you doing? And he just looked at us and he goes, he scores more points than most of the people that are left on the board. And I was like, I guess you got a good point.
That happened in my friend league. And we were all like, why? And he was like, that's 20 points every week.
Yeah, when you can guarantee points, you're feeling pretty good about it.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's talk some Monday Night Football plus Masterpiece Theater, the greatness of James Earl Jones. All of it next right here on The Fan.
Full KNC Masterpiece shows available anytime on the Odyssey app. Proud.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
33. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
There's Debo in motion. Jet sweep handoff to Debo. A block and a dive for the goal line. And he's up on the goal line and in. Touchdown! San Francisco. And this one counts. They're not taking it back.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. We're going to get to Masterpiece Theater on James Earl Jones in just a minute. But there was a lot of stuff happening in that Monday Night Football game last night. Perhaps none more important than, and I know a lot of people will say, oh, clearly the Christian McCaffrey thing was the most important thing that happened. Was it?
Maybe?
Or was it the fact that San Francisco scored 32 points? The New York Jets scored 19 points, which means that, my friends, is Scorigami. For the 1,085th time in NFL history, we have a unique final score. Congratulations to all the participants involved.
By the way, Kevin, I did get a text moments ago from one Eric Chiafalo that said he was going to be in a little early and asked if he could hop in during Gridiron Gravy today. So if you like Eric
he's going to be
Chiafalo,
here real early.
If you like him, then you might hear him on our show again.
All right. I personally don't care for him.
I understand. I get it.
I'm a Wolchuk guy.
That makes sense, yeah.
I appreciate him joining nonetheless.
Lovable man Wolchuk is.
I'm just kidding. They're both great. Christian McCaffrey obviously out for Monday's game. Adam Schefter had reported that the 49ers previously weren't overly concerned about McCaffrey's status. Now there's rumblings that he might miss next week as well.
That helps me there, Kevin. I can work with that.
Because I'm going to give you kind of a heads up.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, couple more notes for you. Did you see that the 49ers, and I always think that this is super cool, the 49ers honored the first responders who aided Ricky Pearsall at their home opener last night.
Oh, wow, man.
I think that's really cool. I'm sure he was glad to be there with them, and this is an experience they're not likely to forget. So I thought super cool little gesture by San Francisco right there.
The 817, good grief, Kevin loves the San Francisco 49ers more than Dallas. And based on the way you thought how cool that was, Kevin, maybe that just emphasizes that point.
Okay, can we...
How much can I talk about the Niners
This
today?
is going to be a losing topic. Can we not put football aside for 1 second and say, hey, it was neat that they honored the people that saved that guy's life before the game? I'm a huge Steelers fan. I should have known.
Yeah, man. This is
All
a
right,
sports station.
Forget
Kevin.
it. Well, you know what? I have nothing more to say about sports right now. So let's go to Masterpiece Theater.
Welcome to another edition of Masterpiece Theater, where we discuss theater with you. And now, two guys who know absolutely nothing about theater, Corey and Kevin.
All right, so yesterday, I can already see people are not going to agree with me on that last point. It was worth a shot. Yesterday, the amazing James Earl Jones passed away at the age of 93. So what I'm really curious about is what do people think of first? Because this is somebody who's been involved in so many iconic roles. Obviously, I'm biased. I'm going to go to cut 19. I think I'm going to make an argument that this is the most famous line in the history of any movie, and it was spoken by James Earl Jones.
Obi-Wan never told you what happened to your father.
He told me enough. He told me you killed him.
No. I am your father.
Oh my gosh, Kevin. And I think a Mandela effect is this way for everybody. I always thought it was Luke,
I am your father. That is a common misconception. This is how I know. I know for many reasons, including the fact that she's amazing across the board, beautiful, smart, a great mom. This is how I picked the right person. Because I mentioned that James Earl Jones died to Jess, and at first she said that, and then she goes, no, that's not how it goes. It goes. And then she did it correctly, and I was like, yes! I will make an argument that is the most famous line in the history of motion pictures. Mark Hamill tweeted out yesterday, R.I.P. Dad, with a heartbreak emoji on there. And but he's done so many other things. I realize I am biased. I love Star Wars. I will always think of him as Darth Vader. But there are a lot of other options. Do you think he might be more identifiable as like Mufasa or maybe something else?
Okay, all right. Kevin, I didn't know for the longest time that he was the voice of Darth Vader.
Okay.
You know, as a kid, that wasn't something I was paying attention to. I probably still thought most of those characters were real, and that was an opportunity to go to space and do all that stuff.
It happened a long time ago?
Yeah, in a galaxy far, far away. But that being said, so I just didn't know that, but as I got older and learned, I was like, oh man, even more respect for what he was. But as a kid, the movie I watched all the time, and I still to this day love Kevin Costner baseball movies because of Cut 16.
Evil will come, Ray. The one constant through all the years, Ray, has been baseball. America has rolled by like an army of steamrollers. It's been erased like a blackboard, rebuilt and erased again. But baseball has marked the time. This field, this game, is a part of our past, Ray. It reminds us of all that once was good, and it could be again. Oh, people will come, Ray. People will most definitely come.
And that, Kevin, that movie, it is one of the reasons I'm still to this day so romantic about the game of baseball.
That's a great movie.
And I mean, even the moment that he shares with Kevin Costner in his loft, his apartment, when Kevin Costner's like, I got a gun. You know, and the speech that he gives him there, there's just so many things. And Kevin, for that too, I got to see his face in addition to that voice. And that was where I really was like, this dude is amazing, even as a kid. And then as I grew up, he takes me back to my childhood with The Sandlot.
Yep.
And again, romance about the game of baseball when he gives the speech about Hank Aaron.
You knew Babe Ruth?
George? I sure did. And he knew me. He was almost as great a hitter as I was. I would have broken his record too, but...
You went blind.
Yep. I used to crowd the plate so the strike zone almost disappeared. Pitchers hate that. That's the way I played. 100% all the time. Baseball was life. And I was good at it. Real good. And then, one day, a high fast went and pow, lights went out.
I don't think we could take this ball.
I'll tell you what. You guys come by here once a week and talk baseball with me. We'll call it an even trade.
Deal.
My bad. I didn't mean Hank Aaron. I meant Henry, George Babe Ruth. Sorry about that. To mess that up. But I always thought as a kid, I know I was watching him in that movie, and I didn't believe he was blind, by the way. I was like, he's not blind. Because I've already seen him walk anyway, and it was acting.
Okay.
And it was a great actor. But I always felt like I could be that kid to go to my neighbor and hang out and talk with him about baseball. That's what that moment made me always feel. That's how good he was. And then obviously Coming to America, Kevin.
So there's two movies. We have another. We have some more clips, but there are two movies that have come up. One of which I thought of. The other one I've definitely seen, but would not have thought of for James Earl Jones. And that's Best of the Best.
Oh, yeah?
Okay. I know, obviously, I know Coming to America and the part that James Earl Jones plays in it. I did not remember James Earl Jones and his teaching stylings in Best of the Best, which is a shame. I have seen that movie at least 8 to 10 times. It's a great movie, which I know is a very liberal use of the word great, but it is entertaining as all get out. So, yes, James Earl Jones in Best of the Best, but also huge in Coming to America.
Yeah, absolutely, man. So, yeah, that's kind of, I think when it comes to voices, I mean, I know Mufasa. You asked Mufasa too. And was it The Simpsons that threw out the moment where Mufasa talked and then Darth Vader talked and then like all the little shadows came up in the sky?
That was also when they made a joke about how Disney absolutely stole the plot of The Lion King from somebody else. But did you know, since you're mentioning The Simpsons, James Earl Jones, in the very first Halloween episode, he has multiple roles. He plays the narrator in the reenactment of The Raven, and also plays a moving guy in the haunted house version, kind of the Amityville horror sketch that they do. Very first Halloween episode, James Earl Jones getting work done there as well.
I want to go back real quick to Darth Vader, because he wasn't the physical character in that movie. He was the voice of it.
Correct.
That is one of the greatest, if not the greatest villain of all time.
Yes. And you know what I love the most about this is like 4 people knew that it was going to be Darth Vader, who was Luke's father, because the guy, David Prowse, who was in the suit, he said something different. I think... Man, I really should know this. I'm a bad Star Wars nerd. I think he said, no, Obi-Wan Kenobi is your father. And so, like, Mark Hamill knew, and obviously James Earl Jones and George Lucas knew, and, like, maybe a couple of other people, but they thought it was going to be something totally different. And even in the script, that's what it says, except for the couple of people who needed the actual answer because they wanted to keep it in the pre-internet days still a secret.
Yeah, there was also, I read this morning, I'm sorry I missed it, Kevin, you might know, he wasn't originally the person they were going to use for Darth Vader's voice.
Oh, who was it? There's probably a time I knew the answer.
I want to say George Orwell or something. It starts with an O. Orville Redenbacher.
No. He directed Citizen Kane.
Okay,
Orson Welles.
Yeah, Orson Welles. But they thought he was too well known.
Yeah.
And so that's why they went and found him. And George Lucas had already been influenced by one of the movies that he saw that had James Earl Jones in it, and he was like, this is the guy that I want for it. So that's how the story goes.
There you go. Thank you from the 817. No, he said Obi-Wan killed your father.
Gotcha.
So still would have been devastating either way, but then when you switch it up, I imagine how many people worked on the movie and they're like, hold on, what? That is not what I thought. But the point is, you go through so many. So Star Wars in the 70s, Coming to America in the 80s, and Field of Dreams at the end of the 80s as well. Lion King in the 90s. Like, you see decade after, and we've left out, surely, a whole bunch of stuff. Hunt for Red October. He was an amazing person who just impacted... The thing I think is a huge deal, he impacted so many different people for so many different reasons.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? And I always think that's an unbelievable legacy if you can achieve it.
Oh, I completely agree with you there. Alec, before we bounce out. Did you have any thoughts here?
Really, it's just Darth Vader for me. Like, it doesn't end there because he was incredible in so many different roles, but growing up, that was my entire childhood. So,
yeah, and
that's huge.
Some other people have brought up the Great White Hope, which that goes back another decade into the 60s. And so, what an incredible person. And we didn't even play him singing the national anthem at the All-Star game. Maybe we'll try to pick that up at another point in the show today. With the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy, the NFL Panic Meter after Week 1. Who is at the top? Do next right here on The Fan.
We know where.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Receive your one-of-a-kind Sean and RJ bottle opener for tailgate season. Plus, we're feeding you courtesy of Palmer's Hot Chicken, Catfish, and Shrimp.
Also, thanks to Firehouse Heating and Air, we'll see you in Burleson this Friday from 6 to 10 with The Fan.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
And Young is throwing on first down. To the ground. Ruled an interception by Will Harris, who spins inside the 40-yard line. It looked like an overthrow.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We bring in Eric Chiafalo as a special guest. And as a special treat to all the listeners out there, this is from Tolo Steven.
You show us how to do it phonetically, Steve.
Hey, Corey, I know you're thinking about going to Greece, but FYI, the Greek aren't morning people because dawn is tough on Greece.
I love it.
It's a quality bit of humor right there.
That is awesome.
I can't even do the dishes without it.
Yeah, exactly.
You get it.
You know what? I've gone to the Dawn Platinum sprayer. It's like the foam sprayer. And you just kind of you hold it down and just sprays a big thing on the whole pan. It's awesome, dude. It's great.
The sprayer, dude.
Yeah.
That's what you want in a situation like that.
Welcome
We've
in.
evolved.
If we have time, I'll tell you another quality joke. Might have to wait till we get off air.
There's no way it beats that one.
Oh, we'll see. Right now,
He
time
just
to
told
go
it to
around
Alec.
the entire NFL and dipping in some gridiron gravy.
Here we go.
Gridiron Gravy, of course, brought to you by Rhino Shield. Why paint your house when you can shield your home? Visit rhinoshieldtx.com. Now, we had a discussion this morning, perhaps an argument, if you will, about the power rankings in the NFL. And Corey suggested the bold idea that perhaps the top 16 teams should be all the 1-0 teams, and 17 through 32 should be all the 0-1 teams. Here is a wrench in your plan from Robert Saleh. Being 0-1 with Aaron Rodgers is better than being 1-0 last year.
Is that a direct quote?
Your thoughts? Yes.
That's fantastic.
Your thoughts?
He is, man, he's 100% right. And that's a Zach Wilson thing, not an Aaron Rodgers thing. Right?
Yes.
I mean, it's just, he basically just said, I don't have Zach Wilson.
For sure.
And that would have been a little bit more on point. Rodgers looked a little old last night.
Boy, does this throw your power ranking idea into disarray.
They were 1-0 to start the season last year, even though Rodgers got hurt on the fourth play.
Yes, they beat the Bills.
Forgot about that. Wow. You know what? He's right. Except for, were there
that
moments,
goes against everything you said in the power ranking.
Were there moments last night where Aaron Rodgers didn't quite look like Aaron Rodgers anymore? Because that's what I saw.
Watching him run made me a little bit sad. It was like funny, and then I was also like, "Oh my gosh, I'm like this. These linemen can really break this man right now."
We're gonna have Ted Wynn on at 1:20 today. I think he's like one of the most interesting football minds.
Oh my gosh, he's incredible.
Yeah, he's a football nerd, right? I saw a Twitter post earlier where he said, I think the pistol formation is becoming more of a necessity because we have older, slower quarterbacks.
Whoa.
And Aaron Rodgers works out of the pistol a lot because there are things that he can't do to move around.
By the way, We also had Trey Wingo earlier today, and yesterday we had Stephen Jones and Richard Sherman. So
yeah, this is the show of Wales.
Speaking of Aaron Rodgers, there's going to be a Netflix docuseries coming out about him December 17th. It's called Aaron Rodgers Enigma. And it's going to go follow the quarterback through his recovery of the Achilles tendon injury that ended his year after only 4 plays last season. Is this something you feel like you'll watch, or you're like, he's already back? I got the gist of it.
Yeah, I don't think I'm not going to be considering it must watch. I will probably take in the clips more than I'll sit down and really soak it in, to be honest with you.
Is that how the debate's going to go for you tonight, too?
My brother FaceTimed me this morning. He was like, "Are you coming over tonight?"
Debate watch party?
Am I coming over tonight? What are you talking about? Yes. I didn't even realize that's how just football centric. I mean, come on.
Hell yeah.
After a football weekend, they should have done this beforehand. I'm now, I mean, thank God they did it on a Tuesday. So at some point I was going to find out about this. But my brother, by way of good morning, was like, "Are you coming over to watch this?"
Tuesday's one of the 2 nights that there's not football on. That's
why I told him I couldn't do it, because I'm like, I got to be with my wife tonight.
Yeah.
She gets 2 days a week out of me.
It's true.
What's the spread like for a debate watch party? Is that wings,
Lots
the
of
pizza?
documents.
No, you're always eating documents.
Oh.
Yeah, spreadsheets more than anything.
Exactly.
On the border.
Now, this is going to be tough to figure out who is the AFC Special Teams Player of the Week. Do you give it to the Steelers kicker who scored all the points, or do you give it to the Bengals punter? Ryan Reckow punted the ball 4 times for a total of 258 yards. That is 64.5 yards per punt, the highest punting average in an NFL game in history for a punter with 4 punts. He also had a punt that was 80 yards long and set the franchise record while they were busy losing a game they should not have.
This is easy for me. You have to give it to the guy who won.
Okay.
But if you're giving it to a kicker, you can't call that guy a football player. So you just have to give it to AFC Person of the Week.
That's why it's special teams.
Oh, just specific to special teams.
Special teams.
Okay,
Do you want me to change it to special teams Person of the Week?
I
not
think
player
yes,
of the
because
week?
I just can't consider them quite players, other than Butter, of course.
Okay. All right.
He scores as many points as the team.
Okay, that's a good point. Now let's go to the Giants. The Giants are 1-6 in games started by Daniel Jones over the last 2 years. In that time, since he got his contract, he has 1 win, 2 touchdown passes, and 3 pick sixes.
Unfathomable.
Yeah.
How bad he has been.
Here we are.
I still just look at that Giants front office, and I can't imagine why they would have given him that money. It is not a referendum on Daniel Jones. We've known about Daniel Jones before they drafted him. We're like, you did this?
Was he the 6th overall pick?
He was. I believe he was. I'll have to go back and look, but the Giants were picking pretty high that year.
Hold on, Kevin, but let's confirm this real quick, because I want to make sure I have this information correct.
Yes, he was.
All right. So is it not kind of ironic that he was pick 6?
See.
You're welcome, ladies and gentlemen.
Bravo.
That's why the joke has to be shared off air, because I can't top that.
Yeah.
All right.
Move over, Don.
If you've got a panic meter for teams across the NFL, who do you think would be in the top 5? Because I saw something on Bleacher Report, and I was like, no, I don't agree with that at all. Because their panic meter, number 1, the Panthers, number 2, the Giants.
Browns.
I feel like it was widely known across the league that those were probably going to be 2 of, if not the 2 worst teams in football. You said Browns?
I say Browns.
Okay, Browns are 4th.
Browns make a lot of sense.
The Bengals are 3rd. The Bengals make a lot of sense to me because that was a crushing defeat.
Losing to that team is pretty insane.
Mm-hmm.
Now, they did have the unfortunate, should have scored a touchdown, but fumbled at the inch marker. So, and you've seen the Bengals in recent past come out to slow starts, and then Joe Burrow figures it out. So I will still be okay if I'm a Bengals fan, but losing to the Patriots, that's laughable.
I would say I got 2 other ones.
Okay.
I think the Falcons.
I could see that.
And I also think the Packers, but briefly. Because Malik Willis is nothing compared to Jordan Love.
So here's the situation. The Packers are not going to put Jordan Love on injured reserve. So they don't think he's going to miss 4 games.
Gotcha.
But Sometimes you don't put your quarterback on injured reserve because you don't think he's going to miss 4 games. And clearly he's definitely going to miss at least 4 games. Then you have to let a player go for that reason. Anyways, that's what happened with the Cowboys.
Ridgeway, when Dak hurt him. Oh, gotcha.
So in the meantime, they're preparing for Malik Willis to be their starting quarterback against the Colts. In the last 34 years, the Packers have won 6 games, not started by a quarterback named Love, Rodgers, or Favre.
Wow. I bet
6.
I bet Matt Flynn was a part of a couple of those.
Man, he got paid for that, too.
Yeah.
Bart Starr.
Now, that was before.
Bart did a lot of winning, man.
That's too far back.
Vince Lombardi.
That was the coach, not the quarterback.
Are we naming?
No, I told you what it was.
What was it that you wanted from this?
Name a Packer.
Name a Packer game. Al Harris.
Okay, good job.
Amon Green.
Oh, look at that one. Ryan Grant.
Hey, guys.
Gilbert Brown.
Donald Driver.
Shut up.
Reggie White.
You don't have to stay here.
That's your co-host.
He has to stay here. We are contractually obligated to keep this together. I can send you away.
Yeah, that's true.
All right.
Oh, man, like he's a teacher. Get in the hallway.
Bubba Franks.
Antoine, you know what?
I love Bubba Franks.
You stupid fools have now destroyed my train of thought. I got sent in the hallway once in 7th grade because the teacher announced that this was her last year teaching. And I didn't say this, but I was talking to somebody else at the time, and someone in the classroom said, "Yay." And she looked at me and she goes, "Kevin, go in the hall." And then she went to the bathroom and cried. And I felt I felt really bad. Jeez. And I was like, "Look, I swear it wasn't me." And she goes, "I saw you talking." And it is fair that I had a reputation even then for being kind of a smart ass, but I swear, Miss Watson, it wasn't me. Still to this day, it was not me.
Is she still with us?
I'm not sure.
Was she old then, or?
My perception of that is weird because at the time I probably thought she was super old and she was 40. Now I'm over there and I'm like, that's not old. You can do stuff.
Old like Brett Favre.
Yeah.
Yes.
Or Sterling Sharp.
Antoine Winfield is going to miss about 3 to 4 weeks with an ankle and foot injury, and we did in fact find out on the MRI with Roma Dunze that he has an MCL sprain, clearly going around.
Wow,
in the first week, and he's going to miss a few weeks. And then Puka Nacua has been put on injured reserve, so he will miss at least 4 games. How tough of a break is that for the Rams, who already kind of reeling after the way week 1 played out?
It's huge, man. It'd be like losing Jordy Nelson at some point in the midst of your season.
Yeah.
You know, you'd be like, oh my gosh, this is pretty ridiculous.
Yeah, if Antonio Freeman wasn't out on the field, how could you make it?
How can you handle this? Now, thank God they have Cooper Kupp.
Yeah.
Who's a certified monster.
But I understand that you were naming former Green Bay Packers. It's not lost on me, even if I don't acknowledge it.
I just went back to my scouting report of Puka, and he was my player comp was Jordy Nelson.
Yeah, it's not like on the other side they have a Charles Woodson.
I don't
playing
believe you.
defense or anything.
I know Charles Woodson was on the Packers too. Hey, the Steelers have said they're going to start Justin Fields in week 2. Here's what I wish the follow-up question would. I don't know this to be the follow-up question. Okay. Follow-up question. Mike, are you already beat down by how terrible these quarterbacks are and what a stupid competition this is going to be throughout the year? Because I think he would have been like, no.
Yeah, he would hit you with some cliches.
Yeah.
You know.
Football's tough.
Football absolutely
who won
is
the
tough.
game.
You can't blink in a situation like this.
Speaking of Justin Fields, when it comes to Madden, that dude can break away at any point. Who's better, Justin Fields or broken leg Greg Jennings?
Wow.
You know, remember that video?
That was your player comp for
That's
Justin
right.
Fields coming out of the draft as well. Look at us coming for full circle.
Forrest Gregg?
Justin Fields' spray chart. Did you see his next gen spray chart?
Forrest Gregg is?
He's one of my favorite Packers of all time. Peggy, I mean, come on.
You almost said the F word. That's awesome.
Well, I was going to be displeased with that answer.
He's a cheesehead.
Vernon Scott.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, hopefully no more Eric. But also, what needs to be accomplished for the Dak deal to be a success? Is it simply winning the Super Bowl? Or it's going to be a bunch of players that Corey lists from the Packers that have previously won a Super Bowl.
Reggie White.
Next on The Fan.
Commercial-free KNC.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
8 hours or so about the new Dak Prescott contract. My question for y'all, 4 years, $240 million. My question for y'all, what needs to be accomplished for the Dak deal to be a success? And my bonus question is going to be, is it no more, no less, as simple as this? Win a Super Bowl, I accept.
Yes.
Don't win a Super Bowl, it's a failure.
That's where I am.
Okay.
And I probably am not saying that, obviously this is hypothetical. Not saying that last year. And I'm not saying that with the last contract, because the last contract he was still young and learning and going through some things. I know we had him as a rookie and everything, but now he's paid and all that. And I was like, all right, go win football games. And hey, we want you to win a Super Bowl. As a fan, we really want this. We want you to show the success, the work that you put in. If you are really that leader that everybody on the team says that you are, then yeah, that's why a lot of it's going to fall back upon you whenever you fail to get there, whenever you fail to get even close to it. So that's why that comes back at you. And you can say it's unfair. I think Dak understands the role of the quarterback in Dallas, Arlington, Fort Worth, all the areas around here. I think he understands that. But this now is, all right, they have paid you. And Jerry talked about it with Sean and RJ and Bobby and Peyton and Carter this morning. I've added Carter to the mix. That is one of those things that you're looking at saying that's what you want. And they paid you because of your leadership, because they believe you're the type of quarterback that can do it, and you believe you can do it within this window as well. So, no, Kevin, NFC Championship is no longer the status for that, because if the contract ends and that's as far as you've got, then that wasn't what you expected in this window, and he could potentially be done as a quarterback in the NFL at that point.
All right, let me ask you a question then, because I hear what you're saying. I just want to throw out this scenario, and then we'll dive back in. When the deal's up in 5 years, because you still have this year as part of the last contract, Dak Prescott and the Cowboys have advanced to 2 NFC championship games. They won one of them, and then they got blown out in the Super Bowl.
So you're in a Super Bowl?
And then you got blown out.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Okay.
No, and I know, like, what you asked earlier about, is it just win a Super Bowl? You have to. I do believe that. But, man, if you're in that window for 2 years, like we're looking at with the Niners, it looks, you're like, you know what, man? A lot of people are going, I didn't think you could do it, and you actually got the team there. There's still going to be the detractors that are like, he never won the Super Bowl. But absolutely, you're in that window for 2 years, NFC Championship window, and you're in a Super Bowl. I mean, look at the Joe Burrows. Look at these other guys that have made it there. Now, you're still not getting the status of Troy Aikman. You're still not getting the status of Patrick Mahomes. Now, that's different.
Yeah.
You're not even getting the status of one-time Super Bowl winners. You're getting the Matt Ryan status. And I'm not saying that that's what it's all about for you, but whenever you look at the Falcons, you're like, their history doesn't lend a lot to that window. Doesn't lend a lot to being, hey, it was a successful franchise. They blew it is what they're more remembered for. So that's where winning the Super Bowl changes that completely.
So this is what you get from the 214, but it's not unfair. If you demand 25% of the salary cap, you better be able to will a team to the Super Bowl like Mahomes. Here's the issue with that. I understand that person's point. Absolutely. Not discounting that point. I just wonder if other teams or the league doesn't seem like they have decided that's the case. Because if you look at Jalen Hurts, Trevor Lawrence, Jordan Love, I don't think you can look at any of those players and say they can will their team to a Super Bowl. Now, maybe they will, and maybe you can argue they're younger than Dak, and they'll eventually step up to that task. But I don't think any of those people got signed thinking we can definitely have our team willed to the Super Bowl by these people. You just paid them because that's the going rate. The Cowboys just paid Dak because that's the going rate, and they fear rebuilding.
I like what you said there. And it's not just the going rate and they fear, but you asked Steven, I believe, yesterday.
Yes.
And he said
that is a part of it.
The line of, and Jerry said it too, to win right now.
Yeah.
And if you're trying to start over with, you saw what Caleb Williams struggled with on Sunday. If you're trying to start over there, you're going to have some of those bumps and bruises and learning curves along the way. Right now, you feel like you know what you have in Dak. It's just a matter of navigating a full season with a winning record and then going through all the turmoil of what the playoffs have to offer. You have to be better in the playoffs, though. And that's where, Kevin, that's where I've been frustrated. I know Dak can be a really good regular season quarterback. I've just been frustrated by playoff after playoff, the failure by the entire team. And that's where I know a lot of people are like, I don't think Jerry cares. I really do think that, he's kind of throwing his hands up a lot of times. In the last year, they had as good of a team. They put out the effort to get it.
Sure.
They had a pretty stacked team along there. I think it was the all-in line after the game that really frustrated everybody because you thought you were going in a different direction. You thought you were going to be like, hey, we're going to do the same thing. But here they are going, hey, look, overshown. We were just an overshown away. We were just a Tim Hardaway Jr. away from this. But, the reality is overshown and some of these other players that were injured and didn't get on the field last year are going to be helpful to this team this year.
Now, what would you say to this, Corey, from the 214? Because I understand this perspective. Just get to one NFC championship game, and it's a success. I'm 31. I've never even sniffed it in my remembered lifetime. Remembered lifetime is the important key right there. Because they say about 5, give or take, is when you start to remember. So they did win a Super Bowl when you were alive. Just clearly you're not going to remember it. What do you think about the idea? Because you just said we're past, hey, let's get to an NFC championship game. There's a lot of people listening right now who are probably like, no, I'm not past it because I haven't ever experienced it.
Yeah. I
know you're past
I've experienced it.
Yeah.
And that was fun, but I wasn't an adult either. And
True.
my passion for the Cowboys changed right around the time, I guess, graduating high school, being on my own and having my own money to spend on things and stuff like that, and where my attention went a lot of times. So yeah, man, I'm right there with the person that's like, the experience has not been, there have been times where it's been not fun. There have been times when it's been a blast. The Dez caught it season was a blast.
Yeah.
That Romo-led group was something different than we'd ever seen with Tony Romo. Unfortunately, Dean Blandino, who some people like to make friends with, ended up screwing the Cowboys over. That's the way that went. There have been other things that have happened where you just been like, what happened here? But yeah, man, I think that the expectation, if you're building towards something, as you're building your team each year, look at Chris Young. He was like, I'm building it. I want to build a champion.
Yeah.
I don't want to just build, a team that's going to go out there and compete for third place in the Western, in the AL West. I want to build a champion of Major League Baseball. And if that's the real ultimate goal there, then that's the expectation. I think whenever you sign your players is that they can help me get to that spot.
From the 214, Super Bowl or bust? Say it, Kevin. I can say a lot of things that I don't mean. I don't do it on this show because I'm not on ESPN. What I say on this show is what I mean, and I just don't view it that way. Maybe the Cowboys think that. I don't think personally that they think that. Their goal to me is relevancy or bust, and that's why they signed Dak. He's the closest they can get to staying in competition, because if you tore it all down, you might get back there. You might get better back there, but it's going to take a little bit.
Hey, Alec, we love Kevin, right?
Oh, no. Did I say something dumb?
Do you love when Kevin gets competitive and angry.
Oh, yeah. That's the best variety of Kevin.
Should I read this then?
Yeah, you should.
David Moore from the Dallas Morning News, who always gets asked the first question in media scrums.
Okay.
This is his tweet. Everybody listening right now, I hope that you were listening yesterday, and I hope that you are watching the fan cam as Kevin is about to turn red.
I have
and
no
maybe
idea
punch
what he's
something.
about to say.
David Moore's tweet. Today at 11:02, you may have heard that Dak Prescott is the highest paid player in NFL history. Here's something you haven't heard. The no trade and no franchise tag provisions included in his current contract are part of the extension as well. A person with knowledge of the wording of the wording said.
The person with knowledge of that is Stephen Jones and me and Corey and Alec and Chris and Carter and everybody at 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for breaking that news that we broke 24 hours ago when I point blank asked Stephen Jones, is there a no franchise tag and no trade tag in the contract? Yes. Yes, there is.
Person of knowledge.
You know what? I get it, though. I get it. I get it. Okay. You could probably hear David Moore dropping that news on the ticket. Where guess what? They hear news that's a day or two behind that they got from our station anyway all the time. So I don't know why this should be any different. Get the F out of here.
Good job yesterday, Kevin. I was really proud of that question for one. Can I ask you this too, as we're ahead of the game on this? Somebody did ask, how would you get a franchise tag when you're under contract? What would that, when Steven answered that yesterday, after you asked the question yesterday with our weekly hit with Steven, what's the thought on that one?
So essentially there's a window once your contract elapses that there's exclusive franchise tag ability by the team who you were under contract with. So this is just saying, like, let's say we advance 5 years down the road and he's out of contract. Then you cannot put the franchise tag on him even in the exclusive window.
From the 817, is this Kevin rant how the post-show phone call typically goes? Alec, would you like to answer that?
It's pretty eerily close.
Yeah, pretty close. Yeah, pretty close. There's lots of hitting the table to make his point. Mm-hmm. And if he's driving and talking to you, it's the steering wheel. So that is the way that goes. So
that's fine. That's fine. Thank you to everybody who is listening and paying attention.
Appreciate
We're
that.
trying to bring you the most possible updated.
I believe on
Cowboys
1053thefan.com that was in the headline too.
Yes.
So
it was on the website yesterday.
Gotcha.
It really was. It really was. All right. There you go. Appreciate the feedback very much. The overwhelming majority of people seem to think that it is going to be a Super Bowl that's going to be required for this season, for this contract, to be a success. I hear you. I get that. I'm just looking at the Cowboys team and the money that they have doled out and how they couldn't take advantage of Dak when he was on his rookie deal, how they haven't taken advantage of CD and Micah when they're on their rookie deals. I hope it happens. I desperately hope it happens. I am concerned because of the way we do contracts, it's not going to happen. Not Dak's contract.
Because of the way the contracts are structured, don't allow you to get other pieces that might be super helpful to that in free agency.
Look at this year, for example. Once the deal got done, you could have dropped Dak's cap number this year like $11 million.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? I don't know who the player or players are, but if you go back to free agency and you would have negotiated this deal then, you have the potential to spend that money on this extra, whether you think it's another wide receiver, whether you think it's more help on the offensive line.
If you had more money to throw at Chris Jones than the Chiefs, is he
that
going,
would be
you know
great.
What? No. Or is he going, you know what, man, that's the most money that anybody can offer because you have some more pie left over.
That would absolutely be great.
We love pie.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the Tuesday tailgate. There we go. You want game-winning field goals and misses? We've got them. Next, right here on The Fan.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
The Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by the On-Time Experts.
3rd and goal, Texas at the Michigan 5-yard line. Quinn with the snap, rolls left, looking, fires for the end zone. It's caught! Matthew Golden, touchdown, Texas! Right by the pylon, just across the goal line. Ewers rolling to the left, hits Golden with the touchdown strike with 10 seconds remaining in the half.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We got the Tuesday tailgate coming up in just a second, but first, I realize we should all move on with our lives, especially me.
Oh, no.
But I'm just going to throw one more thing out there since David Moore just broke the news about Stephen Jones. Where does David Moore work?
The Dallas Morning News.
Dallas Morning News, right? I take you to the Dallas Morning News website at 12:01 a.m., a.k.a. like midnight yesterday. No trade clause, ? Stephen Jones breaks down some details in Dak Prescott's new contract. With 105.3 The Fan, KRLD-FM. Question quote. Is this new deal similar to Prescott's last, where it includes a no trade clause and a no franchise tag clause? Stephen Jones, yes.
Gotcha.
And then he goes on and tells the rest of the story. That was on the Dallas Morning News website.
Mm-hmm.
So,
well, Kevin,
just a heads up. You didn't even break it first for your website.
Dude, hold on. Think about this for a second. As I look a little closer at this,
and then we'll move on.
Alec, maybe I'm wrong to think of it this way. At the end of it, he says, "A person with knowledge of the wording said." Maybe he's referring to us in our interview with Stephen Jones. He never said
Tag
that
us in the
Dak
tweet.
told him this or anything like that. He said a person with the knowledge. So maybe he's referencing Stephen Jones on our show.
Okay,
You
next
guys
time
are sources now.
If we get tagged in the tweet, I will retweet it.
Okay.
David, if you're listening right now.
And if you want to listen to that interview, it's up on the 105 Through the Fan YouTube page and on 105throughthefan.com.
Boom. That is the voice of Carter Freeman, who honestly knows more about college football, I'm not kidding about this, than any human being I've ever met in the history of my life.
There's not a lot else going on up here. It's mostly just college football.
Okay, well, that's fine. You're an expert on something. The Tuesday tailgate we bring to you now. We had the opportunity to talk some about Texas just dominating Michigan, but I want to go back to that for just 1 second. They moved up to number 2 in the college football polls. The SEC makes history by having 6 of the top 7 teams. It feels really hard not to look at this Texas team and think this is, I'm not going to say a lock because I know their coach even was like, you're not guaranteed anything. But this feels like pretty close to a lock for a playoff team.
Yeah, I mean, watching the beginning of that game, I only got to see the first half, and that was all I needed to see. Just from the opening drive when Texas had the ball, you could clearly see they were the better team, and Michigan, I'm just going to say, was awful. And I don't know if they're going to make a bowl game this year, but regardless of how good or bad Michigan is, that's a team that had won 23 straight games at home, I believe, and Texas didn't just beat them, they beat them into the ground. I mean, that was the only reason they didn't score a touchdown on their opening drive was because of a penalty. Like, they had the touchdown play there, and then they scored pretty much every other time they had the ball, until the game was way out of hand.
The comfort that Quinn Ewers seems to have in the pocket is just some of the throws he's making are special. No-look throws and stuff like that, but it's a combination of him and Sarkisian's play calling. And right now, I would fear Sark if I'm anybody else in college football, because it looks like he has a really good formula for the way he's calling plays.
This is their third year together. They've had all this time to work together, multiple off seasons, multiple years playing on the field to just hone this craft. And we can shut up about Arch Manning now. Like, this is 100%. And we should have shut up about Arch Manning a long time ago, but he's a name, so people want to talk about him. But this is wholly Quinn Ewers' team, and they're going to go as far as he will take them. And just judging by the first 2 weeks, it looks like they're going to go pretty far.
But they are also, Kevin, just before we finish up with them, it's not just an offense in Quinn Ewers. They're a whole team right now. They were physically dominant defense on Saturday,
both sides of
sure.
the line, I would argue.
Yeah, and Sark's taken 3 or 4 years to build this up. And you mentioned the offensive line. That's something Texas was so bad at for that decade of just them in the wilderness, just going, not even making bowl games. Like, their trench play was horrendous, and that's something they made it a point to improve. And you see they have Kelvin Banks, who's going to be a first-round pick, and the rest of their line is really, really good. So that's the foundation of a really, really good team.
Now, guys, I know this team is not as much on this team just quite yet, but if we can go to cut number 10, in the other ranked matchup of the weekend, Tennessee put a beating on NC State.
This time, Hyper gets the better of it, and Sampson goes into the checkerboard from 9 yards out. Touchdown, Tennessee.
How are we feeling, gents, about the contendership of Tennessee as going from they're a good team to I could also see them making their way, maybe not a bye, but maybe making their way into the playoff?
Well, we have a wall of takes behind you, Kevin, in our studio, and
yes.
I put up there before the season my predictions for who was going to win each conference, and NC State was my prediction for the ACC, and they looked nothing like a contender in that game because Tennessee looked so good. And there's a pivot point early in that game where it's 10-3 Tennessee, and NC State's driving down the field, and Grayson McCall, the NC State quarterback, has it's just kind of a little bit of a busted play, and he has an open receiver, but he misthrows throws the pass. It gets picked off, taken back for a touchdown. After that, it's all Tennessee. And I mean, I think NC State will still be good. I think they'll still be a contender in the ACC. So that's a good win for Tennessee, obviously. But gosh, 50 points. And it was a neutral site game, too.
Yeah,
so
unbelievable.
Just super, super impressive. And their quarterback, Nico Iamaleava, I still don't know how to say his name. He didn't even have to be amazing in that game. He was still good. So, yeah, no, super, super impressive for Tennessee. They deserve to be, a top 10 team.
Let's go to the most noteworthy outcome of the weekend, with all due respect to those other games. Let's go ahead and fire off cut number 13, because the team that squashed A&M then played Northern Illinois. Here's Notre Dame lining up for the field goal and potentially the win.
5 seconds left. NIU up 16-14. 62-yarder. Snap, hold, Jeter's kick. It's blocked! It's blocked! It's blocked! Picked up by NIU! Picked up by NIU! The Huskies have done it! The Huskies with the biggest upset in NIU history! They come to South Bend, Indiana, and they knock off the number 5 team in the country. NIU 16, Notre Dame 14. The football gods were shining down on NIU.
I love that call. There is one other thing that I love even more than that, though. Let's go to Thomas Hammock.
Okay.
It is the head coach of Northern Illinois.
He's usually between two trees, and you get to lay on him.
I figured if we were going in his...
He was between two end zones
yes.
this time.
This is their coach after the game. Now, props to the questions that get asked as well. This is like a 40-second clip, but I think it's worth your time.
I told them all week, we don't need luck. We just got to be our best. And they was their best today, and we was able to get it done.
Where's this emotion coming from for you?
You know, all these guys that have been with our program, been through the ups and downs, and to continue to fight, you know, it's like they my kids. I'm happy for the adversity to push through. But, you know, no matter the situation, I just couldn't be more proud. I'm sorry.
No need to be sorry.
Damn right. No need to be sorry.
Dude, he loves those kids.
And I realize, like, when it's your team, if you're a Notre Dame fan, like, that feels crushing. But when you see the other side of it,
it's special.
It really is.
He was a running back at Northern Illinois in the early 2000s. When I was looking for that clip to put in the college football article I have up on the fans' website right now, there were highlights of him running for almost 200 yards against Wake Forest in like the early 2000s.
Awesome.
So it was really cool to go see that. But yeah, he played there. He coached there. He went off to some other power programs, came back when they needed a head coach in 2019. If you look at the progression, and he mentions the players that he's so super happy for, super proud of. In the pandemic season, they didn't win a game. They played like 6 games, didn't win a game. But all of those players, or a lot of those players, are still at Northern Illinois today. So those guys have been with Thomas Hammock for this long, and you see, you know, the development they've had. They went 7-6 last year, but you know, now they've played together so long, like they have the biggest upset in not just Northern Illinois history, in MAC history.
Yeah.
No MAC team had ever beaten a top 5 opponent, let alone on the road. And here you go. Now they have.
Not even Mac Angle.
Not even Mac Angle.
He could defeat anybody, especially the comments section. I love Mac. When he posts something like his article, or if he posts it on Facebook or whatever, just jump into the comments section.
His sarcasm.
Oh my gosh.
We're a sarcastic show.
Sure.
His sarcasm is undefeated.
I could see that.
And I think he's a professor too.
All right, boys. What are we to make of your Oklahoma team thus far, and are they ready to go into the SEC?
Carter, I was texting you Saturday night, and I was unable to watch the second half of the game.
So we got both, because I wasn't able to watch the first half. So you need to watch the entire game next time, because when you were watching the game, they scored. When I started watching the game, we didn't score. The OU scored 2 points due to a safety.
And I'll be honest, the first half seemed like a struggle, not only to score, but just to kind of get anything going. Jackson Arnold, I think, still has. I think their offensive line got beat up in that game. Just from what I was seeing, he still has some growth that he has to overcome, and just kind of staying patient in the pocket. But Houston, some people were saying Houston might be better than you think.
27.5-point favorite still.
But that one is the one where you're like, no, man, that just wasn't a complete game or team right there.
Not even close. And you mentioned the offensive line. In, I believe, the first quarter of the game last week, OU played against Temple. Their starting center got hurt. So they immediately had to flip the entire offensive line, move everyone around. So everything that they expected in week one gets, flipped around. They have a pretty awful game against Temple, who's not a great team. Coming to this game against Houston, they flip it around some more, trying to find something that works. It still doesn't work. And not just the offensive line. OU's top 3 receivers did not play in this game.
Okay.
Nick Anderson was out. Jaleel Farouk broke his foot, and he'll be out for like 2 months. And I believe there was someone else who didn't play, but you're working with lesser talent, but that shouldn't matter against Houston. Houston lost by 20 at home to UNLV in week 1. They didn't score until the very end of that game. And Houston looked comfortable on defense for most of that game. OU's defense, excellent. That's the only reason they won that game. And in a weekend where you saw Notre Dame lose, you got to value that win because you did win at the end of the day. But they have so much to clean up. And they host Tulane this upcoming week, who Tulane just gave Kansas State all they could handle in New Orleans. They almost won that game as a couple turnovers at the end that gave Kansas State that win. So Tulane has a pretty great little quarterback that they're running out there. So The other thing, too, in the history of me watching OU, it's always felt like in these types of games, a special teams play could really open the can up for them. And that's just an element I felt like has been missing lately for them. Well, and it seems like every punt or every punt, like catching any punt, is an adventure when it doesn't need to be. It should be something very simple. And OU had a lot of those plays last year. Peyton Bowen, number 22 for OU, he's a safety. He'll play on a lot of special teams. He blocked several punts last year. Like, he's a playmaker. And they're running out other guys back there to run the punts back. So with Venables in Norman, I've always had questions about his loyalty to certain guys in certain situations, and he's too stubborn and he sticks with those guys. And I think there's other players that would fit that role better, but they won. So that's all I can say. They're 2-0. I'm going to take it.
Reflecting back on the teams that were not as lucky, I realized there was a lot of people who thought Michigan was ready to take a big fall just because of how many players they lost. Each team only has one loss, but can I go ahead and cross Michigan out of the playoff pool?
I think so.
Okay, what about Notre Dame?
If Notre Dame wins out, I think that's the only way they would make the playoff. And even then, I don't think they would be a top 8 team. They wouldn't host a game because a 10-2 Notre Dame team, let's say that Notre Dame, they've already lost to Northern Illinois. Let's say they lose to USC, who's another contender. They play them later in the year. A 10-2 Notre Dame that has a loss to a MAC team at home and USC, another contender, is probably not going to have as good of a resume as, say, like a 10-2 Ole Miss team that lost to Georgia and to, someone else, another SEC team, right? I don't think that when you stack resumes at the end of the year, 10-2 Notre Dame is not going to get in. They have to win out now.
Now, not only did Kentucky get smoked by South Carolina, it sounds like they lost game day in the process.
Kentucky did?
Yeah.
Because I know it's going to South Carolina this week.
So, yeah, that's the buzz.
Oh, no.
Paul Feinbaum was like, it was going to be in Lexington this week.
Who are they playing? Because I'll look it up. But I did not know that. I saw it's going.
Georgia? I want to say Georgia.
Oh, okay. That'd be an early season, big time SEC game for Kentucky, hosting them.
And so now that's not going to be the case. So for the students, maybe losing game day more hurts. I don't know. But it
is Georgia.
This feels like a really bad loss.
It is. And because South Carolina almost lost at home to Old Dominion in week 1, and then they go and they crush Kentucky. But Kentucky had a weird week 1 where there was a lot of rain delays and they looked good early, but then they ended up calling the game in the middle of the third quarter and they beat, I can't remember who they beat, but I don't really know if that was a good season starter for them.
Right.
Because then they come out against, a much more talented team in South Carolina, who I don't think a lot of people think a lot of South Carolina in the SEC, but it's still an SEC team. You're going to have 4 and 5 star talent across the roster, and they just did not look prepared.
Now, we promised more game-winning field goals and missed field goals. You want another game-winning field goal?
Sure.
Let's go to cut number 11. Iowa at one point had a 13-0 lead on Iowa State, but Iowa State got the opportunity to kick for the win.
With 9 seconds to go from the right hash. Snaps good, holds good, kick on the way by Conradi, end over end, and it is good! Kyle Conradi hit a 54-yard field goal, and Iowa State leads it 20-19! Oh my goodness!
Iowa State gets the victory. I'm not shocked by that. I am shocked that Iowa had a 13-point lead and couldn't hold on to it. Usually,
Why? It's Iowa.
Well, because usually it feels like their defense will stand okay.
That's fair.
And they can never make a comeback offensively. So I have to admit, I was a little surprised that the game started like that and then finished like this.
Yeah, at Kinnick, at Iowa's home stadium, too. This is a road win for Iowa State, which makes it even more impressive. And Iowa State's a team that a lot of people like in the Big 12. They think they could be something. And, if they end up going, getting close to like a conference championship game later down the line, if there's, those lower spots in the playoff, like this is a good win for Iowa State to have on the road against a rival. And, you looked poor for a lot of it, but you found the mettle to come back and win.
Now let's put Corey to the test here. What is the name of the trophy you get for winning the Iowa State game?
Iowa State. I'm going to go with the Corn Bowl.
I actually thought he had a shot at lucking into this. It is the Cyhawk Trophy.
Of course it is.
So I could kind of see how you'd be like, Cyclones?
Yeah.
Hawks?
I was going to say the Tornado Award, but I was like, I don't know.
You would have had half of it. But do you know the loving name of this rivalry? Because the play is always like a 13-10 game. El Asico.
What's that mean?
Like El Clasico, that's Real Madrid and Barcelona. This is El Asico.
It's doo-doo. Gotcha.
I should have given that one to Mike at Peacethon last year.
Yes,
he would not
absolutely.
have gotten that.
Now, I know Oregon's been stumbling. My question for you is whether you want to focus on Oregon or anybody else, is there any other story from this weekend, individual or team-wise, that you think stands out most?
Well, Oregon, yes. They were my preseason championship pick. They did beat Boise State, but it took a field goal at the very end of the game to win. Ashton Genty, Boise State's running back, is a monster. That is 100%, if you're into NFL draft.
And we talked about that player a couple weeks ago.
Yes, and I think he's averaging over 10 yards a carry through 2 games. He had 6 touchdowns in his first game last week, and then this week he has a 70-yard touchdown rush. He's just a man playing among boys, and I still think Oregon's really good. I do think they will eventually figure things out, but Ashton Genty with Boise State is just must-see TV to me. And there's not a lot of running backs this year in college football that you can really say that about.
For the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And right now, no commercials, more content. It's time for AM on the FM.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful.
1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
There's a first time for everything. Carter Freeman, welcome on in.
I'm still here.
Time for AM on the FM. Yes, you are. By invite.
You said that in a very Carter way, too.
You did. It's time for AM on the FM. You know what it is. We start with the question of the day here in just a moment. 877-881-1053. That is the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line to get involved. Twitch and YouTube as well. Want to hear from you for the question of the day, and I've got a couple pieces of sound I want to run for you.
Before that question of the day, I apologize, Alec. This is on me. I want to remind everybody while we're talking about big-time games, Alabama at Wisconsin, 11 a.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Your face.
I support it. I just told you that.
Still.
Back to you, Alec.
Your home of major college football is right here with The Fan. Great content on the weekends, too. If you didn't listen this past Saturday, you missed me calling the shot on Dak Prescott signing before kickoff. So wanted to give myself my own flowers there. Wanted to do
Insider
that.
Alec Medford.
Yeah, it happens sometimes, but I'm excited to get out there for the season. But the question of the day today, gentlemen, it's a little bit based on the tragic passing of one James Earl Jones. What's a fictional character that you always wished was real? 877-881-1053, because Darth Vader is very high up there for me.
It's interesting that you would pick the bad guy.
Dude,
Yeah.
you just walk around squeezing everybody's throats to death without touching them.
Sure. I'd say a close second is probably Thanos.
What?
Yeah. I want to see if they could actually carry out these things in real life.
Alec is a villain. That's what we're finding out. This is part of his villain arc.
Sure.
I know the argument's going to be made that I didn't really learn my lesson from watching this movie, but I would argue the Headless Horseman from Tim Burton's Sleepy Hollow.
Okay.
Because that thing could go out and take vengeance on your enemies with ruthless aggression. And I appreciated that. Now, eventually, he's probably going to turn on you. But isn't that a small price to pay for getting all the vengeance that you wanted?
No, dude, come on. Vengeance is bad.
Then, Jessica Rabbit.
Of course. Jessica Rabbit's number one for everybody.
The first non-villain or violent character that we've picked.
True.
Yeah, for real. This is.
I'm trying to think of a villain. Like, that seems to be the theme here.
I was gonna roll out Big Hero 6 Baymax.
Okay.
I like the ability to heal you and all these other things, and just kind of can scan you and be like, all right, we fixed everything for you. Like that would be awesome. And I have a friend like that would follow you into another dimension and still help you get out. That'd be awesome.
That is nice.
Or just the little what was the micro things that they had?
Oh yeah, the nanobots.
The nanobots. Yeah,
Those
that'd be
are
dope
real,
too.
right?
Those. Oh, they have. What?
Don't
We
they?
have real life nanobots.
Sure.
I don't think they do all the things that
Dude, that thing was
we
not
project
yet.
them to
Yeah.
do in all these movies and stuff. But I think those exist.
Miniaturized machines that can perform complicated tasks in the human body, consisting of molecular scale electronic sensors and motors, known as nanobots.
From the
nano robot. Okay, sorry, not nano. Okay,
I was
gotta
like,
go.
he's from Arkansas or somewhere. Nanobots.
or your daycare from the 817. Oh man, if I heard this question right, I'm gonna go with Ted, the teddy bear.
Yes.
If you haven't watched that prequel series, it is shockingly good.
There's a prequel series?
Yeah, it's on Peacock.
It scared me.
It's really, really good.
Yeah, you have to have Peacock to watch like 2 football games a year.
Yeah.
True.
Luckily, I have it because I'm a wrestling dork. So
very true.
I get football. Ha ha.
When I got the login from my aunt for Peacock because the Oregon Boise State game was only on Peacock and I had to stay up till 1 in the morning to watch that one end. I'm gonna go
You're
with.
not from Oregon or
No.
Boise, though, right?
I'm
I just
not.
want to clarify
He's
that
just insane.
for
Yeah.
anyone.
He's just a sicko.
Anyone who is curious about that.
I just want to see. I think Oregon's going to be good, and I know Ashton Genty is good, and I'm like, I want to see if I'm right, and I was right on one of
The
those
guy
because
who's
Oregon
like,
was not good in that game.
I can't wait to be up late and watch this Oregon Boise State game. That is a psychopath.
Well,
thing.
I had
That's
the
you.
UTEP.
I get it.
Southern Utah game. You're talking about game-winning field goals. We had 3 FCS over FBS upsets this
He makes
weekend,
fun
and we
of
didn't
me.
talk about any of them.
He makes fun of me too when I'm like during college basketball season. Yo, are you watching the Syracuse Providence game? And he's like, no, because I'm not a loser.
Those are at least those are like Big East teams. We're not talking like MEAC or like some. Do you know what that stands for?
MEAC.
Mid-Eastern Atlantic Conference. Athletic Conference.
Sure.
Middle Eastern?
We'll go with
the
that.
middle of the East.
I'm gonna let Corey figure that one out.
From the 817, Carter, this one's going to be tough to beat. That sexy blue chick from X-Men. I mean, I could have relations.
Which version?
But see, here,
The
I don't,
Rebecca Romijn?
I
or
don't think
the
it matters
Jennifer
because
Lawrence?
here's their bigger point. I could have relations with a different woman, but the same woman
How do you think that
forever.
makes her feel, though, when you're
Yeah.
like, hey, will you please be
This
Sydney
tonight?
Sweeney tonight?
Yeah. Oh.
Man.
She just popped up on my... somebody said that she was part of the the Happy Gilmore 2 cast and that Paige Spearnack was in it, too. And I was like, all right. There it is.
Oh, I'm in.
That's the happy Corey.
That's why Sydney Sweeney was on the mind.
Oh,
Because
Tiger Woods is in there.
that's not, I don't know if that's real or not.
What is happening?
And Will Zalatoris.
Do you think if you're changing who you are, like your appearance so often, do you lose sense of self? If you're always somebody else, like
I could see that.
I feel like that would freak me out. Like I'm very much me. I don't want to be somebody else. Like
What in the
every other day.
psychology degree is happening right now?
Well, I was gonna say my character would be like Pikachu. I want like Pokemon to be real because I've been playing Pokemon since I was a kid.
That's
There's so many
cool.
cool Pokemon, but
It would be dope
know.
to have just Pokemon walking around with you anywhere you want.
yeah, just hanging out.
Protect you.
Would you understand what they were saying? Because they just give a different inflection of their name every time.
Well, I don't need to know what they're saying. That's adorable and it shoots lightning at people. That's
Yeah.
all I need. Like I don't want like Onyx to be real. Onyx is a big rock snake. It'd crush
Facts.
me. I just need like Bulbasaur, Squirtle, one of the cuddlier ones.
Would you want a Squirtle?
I would probably want a Bulbasaur. Bulbasaur was always my favorite, but I would take a Squirtle too.
From the 469, Captain Planet being real would be cool. You know, Captain Planet, he's our hero, trying to take pollution down to zero.
King Kong from the 214, and from the 903, the Ninja Turtles.
Oh,
yes, I want to eat pizza with them so bad, man.
That pizza always looked so delicious.
It was so amazing.
The cheese stretch on it was
with
just
the cheese
amazing.
pool on it.
Yes.
Yeah, that is top tier.
They would let you come over if you're like, I'll always buy the pizza. They'd be like, come on, Alec.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'd be in on that. Like, that would be really fun.
Doc from Back to the Future.
Oh, yeah.
That was actually my first guess. I was like, Doc Brown, Doc Ock. There's a lot of doctors out there.
Yeah, I want him because he's going to figure out a way for us to travel back and forth. And if I get lost in the past, he'll always get me.
This is true.
Back to the Future.
I don't know. Yeah, I guess he will, and then he'll stay in the Old West.
Because times are good for him. The times are simpler, and he was like, I could be really good at this stuff.
Those railroad tracks are in Oxnard, California from the third movie.
Yes.
We went and saw them when we were out in Oxnard for Cowboys training camp.
We did. Yes, we did.
I'm going to ruin all the wholesomeness and say my final answer is Mrs. Incredible.
Somebody just texted that in from the 6'8".
All right.
I like you, 6'8".
I call your bluff.
I like
Why?
you.
Dude, just think.
No. Why?
I just like people who can stretch.
Why not Mr. Incredible?
Because he could beat me up. I don't like that.
Dude, think
And
about
you
this
don't
for a
think
second.
Mrs. Incredible could beat you up?
She definitely could.
100% could.
I got you here,
I
Alec.
had a joke
How
there.
many times have you been sitting there and the dog scratches at the back door and you're like, I got to get up and walk over
Look
to
at
the
that,
door
see?
and let the dog out?
Thank you, Corey.
She just reaches back and opens the door. You don't even have to move. Oh, I got to go to the store and get something. No, you don't. Just let her reach all the way down the street and get it.
That's stealing.
Drop off her money at the
money and-
register.
yeah.
Okay.
In the
You
glove.
just drop the coins right at the register real quick. Just keep going.
All right.
That'd be great.
Fascinating.
Yeah. That or Tiana from Princess and the Frog.
Oh, okay. From the 214, Transformers.
She's amazing.
From another 214, Mrs. Met.
We've seen
is
Mrs.
real.
Met.
Yeah.
She is very real, I can confirm, and she is amazing.
And for the 682,
Reggie's favorite.
Bolo meal.
Harry freaking Potter. Yeah, I would like Harry Potter to be real, just in case the things go down.
The
You know?
things?
Would
Yeah.
he know what to do, or would he be like, oh, my parents?
Well, if Harry Potter's real, is Voldemort real? Is this a package deal?
Don't say his name if he is real.
It's true. Marvin Harrison.
No.
I would just hope we need, whenever I watch these Marvel movies, I really do feel like we need some sort of superhero defense system. Because if an alien shows up, all science fiction movies have told me we're mostly doomed until we figure out this last second
What makes
thing.
you think we don't have something like that set up?
That's a great point.
Just because they don't run around doing stuff all the time, like openly, doesn't mean that they're not there.
You've never seen the inside of Area 51?
I would love that.
That you know of.
Prove it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or have
Yeah.
you? Because if you have, you got to tell me.
I don't think that place is real.
I do want to run this real quick before we run out of time. This was on the Rich Eisen show. Bobby Witt Jr., we love him around here, except if you go to the home run derby at Globe Life Field, then you don't love him, apparently. Bobby Witt Jr. was with Rich Eisen and Vinny Pasquantino, his teammate. They were talking fantasy football, the origin of Bobby Witt Jr.'s fantasy name, and Vinny Pasquantino's the commissioner, so he understood the assignment when it came to Tommy Pham.
So what's your team name?
The Goon Squad.
The Goon Squad.
Can you tell the story of why it's the Goon Squad?
Yes. This is why we have teammates here.
Yeah, so we were in Cleveland last week, and so it was like a rain delay, not a lot of fans there, and then all of a sudden I'm going to plate, and you just hear, Bobby's a goon. Like these four guys are just chanting Bobby's a goon.
They're just ripping them.
Yeah, and so I think I struck out whenever they were saying that too. And then we had a rain delay that happened, and then we come back out, and I'm like, oh, they're gone. And then they're still there. There's probably 20 people in the stands, and these four dudes are still there. So,
any Tommy Pham, Jock Peterson moments in your fantasy base?
right. But Tommy Pham is in our Guillotine League.
He told me to set a timer yesterday or 2 days ago during the draft. I set a timer immediately.
No one's getting slapped out there.
There was no question.
What Tommy says goes.
I'm going to go ahead and set it.
Tommy
Okay.
Pham will get you, dude. He'll get out. He'll karate chop you.
He will. And I love Vinny Pasquantino just because of his nickname. So anytime I have a chance to bring him up, the Pasquatch, He's awesome.
That is
I
an
love
awesome
him.
name.
And he's a great player, too.
On the subject of fantasy football, really quick, Corey hasn't changed his team name in our fantasy league here at the Fans since last season.
I don't think I've changed in like 3 years.
I think we got to switch this up.
Why?
Yeah.
I like the
Fun
name
that way.
It's Parsons of Interest. That's awesome.
Yeah, well, you lost by like 40 this week, so maybe you do need to change it.
Week 1 is not how I roll. Hold on.
On your face.
Hold on.
You or the Browns.
Where did you win last year?
Last year I had the worst record in the league.
All right.
That's why I changed my team name. I was 3-11.
So much heat coming through that segment. Well, Carter, despite what Corey just set up, I appreciate you being on the show.
Guy, all right? The web guy's his name. Sorry, Kevin.
Yeah, Josh needs to change his too. Josh, I know you're listening. We got to switch this up.
Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Man, is this how you want to be honored, or is there another way? Next on The Fan.
If you're
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
O'Reilly Mazda of Arlington and her studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now. It's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Thank you very much, Kevin. I really appreciate that introduction. And I want to dive into some of Jerry Jones this morning. He's on every Tuesday with Sean and RJ and Bobby and Peyton and Carter. And then every Friday, while we're out at Buffalo Wild Wings, we will be out at Buffalo Wild Wings in Irving.
Correct.
On Friday. On Thursday, we'll be at Shakerton's in Arlington, thanks to Sagamore Spirit Rye, having a good time. Hope you all come out and party with us on Thursday as well.
I'll be there.
You're awesome. That's great. Kevin will be there.
I'll be at both of them.
Well, right. This is amazing. I'm so proud of you for getting out and doing these kinds of things. Jerry Jones on this morning. We had Stephen Jones yesterday. He told us a lot of things.
He did.
You got to listen to that every week. I know some people are like, "Come on, Catboy," is what they'll throw out there. I thought yesterday, and again, I always say this, in a win, he's going to be more open to a lot of things.
Look, and you don't have to like it, but he did also tell us that they're not going to negotiate with Micah right now. So look for that to maybe be breaking news somewhere tomorrow.
And didn't that sound like it was more Micah based on the way Steven said it, where he was like, I think the line was something along the lines of he thinks he can get more. And,
yes.
And that's where I think Micah said, hey, I don't like the number that we're talking about right now. I don't know if they threw a number out, but I think there's going to be more on the table for me if I go out and get Defensive Player of the Year.
And not to derail the main point, I know we're going to circle back around to Jerry, but one of the things, if you're Micah too, and you see defensive players, their contracts continue to go up, defensive impact players, I guess I should say, continue to go up, then why would you not say, well, look what Dak did. He had maybe his best regular season ever, finished second in MVP and got the bag. If I can finally win Defensive Player of the Year after being top 3 so many times, when it's my turn, I can get the bag too.
This is the fan replay brought to you by Ciroc Vodka. Jerry Jones asked the question we discussed earlier today, Kevin, by Sean and RJ and Bobby and Peyton and Carter. Is a Super Bowl title a necessity for the Dak deal to be a success?
Well, that's a hypothetical. I'm going to call it a hypothetical because I'm not going to give you a straight answer. And that's probably a pretty good question. But I think that when I look at what Dak is, he's a leader. He plays the position of ultimate leadership in sports, in my opinion, as the quarterback. You can put a huge value on measures of success that don't reach a Super Bowl. I will say this, that any time that we've ever made players the highest paid player, key players such as Troy Aikman, the most highest paid player in the game, we won Super Bowls.
And there was a long pause there before Sean went, oh, well, that's the answer right there. Because he just pointed out, look, $1 million, we're making big time offers to Troy Aikman, making him the highest paid player, and that came with Super Bowls. And so without saying that's the expectation, Kevin, we kind of asked him about that Friday, and Super Bowl is where he's thinking, look, man, I'm pouring this kind of money out to you. You're earning this kind of money. There's one other thing to go do it. And again, it's not all on Dak Prescott. That is on the rest of the team. There's so much more that goes into winning football games.
Can I ask you about that?
Yeah, you tell me that an offensive line isn't necessary to win a Super Bowl.
I don't disagree with your point at all.
Go out there without a defense, Kevin.
You're going to probably lose. My question was going to be, does the Jones family believe that? Because when he says things like that, we made Troy the highest paid, he won. So there's kind of this expectation. Don't you feel like sometimes he's like, no, the pressure's off of us. We did the thing. We signed the player. Now go win the Super Bowl. You're right about it takes more. Sometimes I wonder if the Jones family does think.
And that's maybe I do ask Jerry this on Friday. Maybe it's not the right time though, because you're right. Sometimes people think I've done my job. I built the team this offseason. My job's over.
Yep.
But as the GM of the team, the rest of the season is also at play. Yes. And stepping in, I don't know if it's stepping into a conversation. I don't necessarily need him to step down onto the sidelines during a game.
Right.
But whatever manner that it needs to be done, he does need to establish that there are expectations. And it's not a lenient feel on those expectations. You can't just show up last and leave first. You can't be those guys. You got to be the guys that are willing to take it to that next place to get all the things that the guys like Emmett and Troy and Michael earned. Those guys got everything that they have right now that they're doing is because of what they did successfully on the field to win Super Bowls then. Look, the money's great. And if you're Dak and you've end your career and you don't win and everything, you can be like, yeah, but look at how much money I made. I'm okay. In real life, you're okay.
Yeah.
There's that other thing, though. And I know any player that was close or got close and didn't get it, it eats them up inside that they didn't. And then the other thing, is there a reason to give Dak all the money when you haven't reached an NFC championship game with him?
Oh, I think you've got to make the assumption that after years of experience, in this case with Dak, that you just don't think they're capable of getting there. And the question is, well, what makes you think is capable? Well, I can tell you right now that the leadership and the experience of the times that you've seen him make the plays, the times that you've seen him make the adjustments, the times that you've, the countless times that you've seen it. Once you've seen it happen, then you can count that you can see it again. That's fair. It's not necessarily going to happen, but you can see it again. He's done the kinds of things in games and in seasons that would allow him to quarterback the Dallas Cowboys to a Super Bowl. There's no doubt in my mind about that.
So, and Kevin, this is part of the things that we've seen, and I know there's leadership fatigue when it comes to talking about Dak Prescott. However, when you don't have that leadership in a locker room, you see it. Look at the Cleveland Browns right now. You think that leadership coming from Deshaun Watson, and that's chaos if it's not there. But there's the intangibles of that leadership, and then there's the on the field play, the physical parts of it, the tangibles that you're like, can he do those things too? The Joneses feel like that he can.
This is a question that popped into my head. I don't think I've ever asked him this before, and he might just give the same answer he just did then. If you've seen it before, you can see it again. But the question I kind of want to ask then is, forget the Dak part of it. What makes you think you, Jerry Jones, can build and lead a team to a Super Bowl?
Well, all right, hold on. Let's play this game real quick, because I know what you're. Yeah. I know where we're going to go here. Well, I mean, I got 3 Lombardi trophies in my time as the owner GM of this team.
Very true. None of them within the last generation.
But I still have those other 3. So if I've done it once, I can do it again. And Kevin, I would add to that, and then this is the awkward part of the conversation. You know, those were with Jimmy. Like those are Jimmy built teams. So have you built that team since?
Yeah.
That's a
I don't know. Something I might want to pitch out on Friday.
I don't even know if you were sitting at a table across from him 4 drinks in, if he would ever give you the answer you want to hear on that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
You're probably right.
Like, I feel like either way, the same answer would be, I was there when all those teams were built. I was an integral part of it.
Mm-hmm.
And you know what? Here he is going back at it again, trying to do it with these group. Here we go. Good luck to the Cowboys this year. Would you want to be honored in this way, or is there another way that you would like to be honored? Caitlin Clark is receiving the highest possible honor in the Midwest. Her image has been turned into a corn maze.
Hold on
a farm in Indiana.
Is this you editorializing that this is the highest honor you can get in the Midwest? That's not like an official thing, right?
I don't know. Maybe Barstool Sports wrote this headline. I like it a lot. But yeah, Kevin, look at this picture of the corn maze of Caitlin Clark.
Oh, Dip, that is awesome.
And Alec, I don't know if you want to get this in there on
that is awesome.
That is like to have a corn maze of your own face and your own image.
Agreed.
Do I get some of the money from that corn? Is my first question. My NIL, my name, image, and likeness that they're using to sell that corn. Like, because if I'm doing that, that's what I'm telling people. Hey, guys, come out here and hang out at the Caitlin Clark corn maze. Don't forget to get your barrel of corn on the way out. And then your barrel of Caitlin corn.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that is awesome, though.
Yes.
I've always, and what's amazing, too, is that the aliens know how to make that. They see Caitlin Clark do what she does, and they're like, we got to go put this into a field somewhere.
Look, I don't know if I'm going to agree that is the highest honor one can get in the Midwest, because I'm going to give you a counter argument for the highest honor in the Midwest. But yes, I would absolutely love that. My answer is probably because I saw a movie about it and an actual documentary about it. I would like to be turned into a giant butter sculpture.
A butter sculpture?
Just for the record, I want to keep living.
Okay.
Like, I shouldn't have said I want to be turned into. I want somebody to make a giant butter sculpture. I most definitely do not want to turn into a giant butter sculpture. But they do that in Iowa, also in the Midwest. So I would argue a giant butter sculpture being made of you equally as prestigious.
Can we do that for Brandon Aubrey?
Oh, man. Yeah, he is Butter Aubrey.
Those butter sculptures are like 900 pounds.
Mm-hmm.
That's a lot.
My apologies. A bush, don't forget your bushel of corn on the way out, not a barrel of corn.
Gotcha.
Somebody from the 682, sell me a bag of that Caitlin Clark kettle corn, is what they're saying. And that's what I want too. Yeah. Kevin, hold on. Now, you've always been a fan of
Shining
carbonite.
Oh, yes.
You wouldn't want to be frozen in carbonite?
No, because then you're
like Han Solo
in suspended animation. I am a fan of mazes, though. So, Preston Trails Farm, shout out. My wife's aunt, they every year at Halloween, they put up a maze out of hay bales. And I think it's super neat. And I have nothing to do with that maze. I can only imagine if you're going through a corn construction that is honoring you. I can't even imagine that level of proud.
What is the Texas equivalent of a cornfield maze? Like, what would be the I know maybe a hay maze, but
you get to personally choose out and make the barrel of your own whiskey.
It's a nice one. That's a nice one. You get to be all the cattle. Like you could have you get a brisket named after you.
That would be cool.
Like can you imagine having like everybody's like, oh, and don't forget this is the Alec Medford cut brisket. That everybody
sign me up.
Yeah. So that would be a great honor, right?
I'm calling
there.
Brandon Hurtado right now.
That would be cool.
You know what? That's the best place to go get a brisket.
Shake him down for some piece-a-thon stuff.
I was just gonna say, auction that off.
Yes.
You get a brisket named after you.
Oh my gosh! Do you think we could convince him to do that?
I don't know.
Okay,
because he does have the Corey special, which is I think it's named after Seeger.
Let's look into this.
But I don't know exactly. Somebody said a brisket maze. That
because if all else fails, you would just eat your way out, right?
I would. Absolutely, I would. And that's the C Block, ladies and gentlemen.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's talk with NFL staff writer for The Athletic, Ted Wynn, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Obviously, this has been talked about a lot over, again, the last 48 hours. Tyreek Hill's agent is now calling for police officers to be fired as a result of Tyreek being detained and handcuffed. And if you saw the body cam footage, so that is what his agent is asking for.
Oh, wow. Man, there you go on that.
One of his quotes specifically, he was on with Dan Le Batard. That was horrendous how they treated him. They didn't treat him like a human being.
And you know what? If that's the case, when he says, "What if I wasn't Tyreek Hill?"
Sure.
And you feel that way, isn't that question of like, how would you treat a regular human being? Is this how you treat him?
Correct.
And how do you treat him differently than you do others, and do you treat others differently than you do him in this instance? And can you ask for that to be cleaned up, de-escalated in a different way? And is there a different approach to it? Based on what we've heard from a lot of people that we know in the police force, there's differing opinions on a lot of those things on how it was all handled.
Very true. Very true. Now, a couple of other things I wanted to throw out. One of them, it's a sad one. I get the opportunity to tell you yesterday. Wade Boggs has revealed that he has prostate cancer. I got the opportunity a couple of years ago to meet and chat with Wade Boggs at the Dallas Card Show. and Allen, and it was amazing. I've recounted it before. He told one of the craziest stories I've ever heard in my entire life. And so obviously prostate cancer, any kind of cancer, hits a lot of the people we know and love, and hoping for his recovery.
I remember, Kevin, the first time we did the Dirk Nowitzki Heroes game, which was at that time the Mike Modano Heroes game.
Yep.
Wade Boggs was one of the managers. You didn't meet him there for the first time?
I guess
did
I didn't. Maybe I did, but I didn't really chat with him. I got to chat with him.
Yeah, I didn't get to chat with him. There were a lot of other people, Kid Craddock including, that I got to talk to for the first time. That was amazing. But I remember sitting there as they were doing, it was Joe Trahan from WFAA up on the stage kind of moderating the whole thing. The whole casts from each team were up there having their discussions, and Wade Boggs just kept cracking jokes. And I was like, oh, man, this dude is fantastic. He has some really good stories. And that's when they sent it over to Kid Craddock, and he just did his thing, dude. And just one after another had the whole place just cackling, laughing. And Wade Boggs was right up there, too. And I was like, I didn't even know Wade Boggs could laugh like this. Is great.
Now, we're supposed to be talking with Ted Wynn from The Athletic. Haven't heard from him yet. In the meantime, I have some football questions for you, gentlemen. Are you prepared? Okay, I will. Alec, can you fire off cut number 7? Because this is going to go along with my first football question.
57, right hash. Line drive, boom. It's a pound of butter.
Guy's unbelievable.
Now, that was Brandon Aubrey making a 57-yard field goal. Because usually Mike will ask all the football questions today. So I'm taking over for him.
That's right.
Are you still impressed by the 50-plus yard field goal? Now, going into Sunday night, there had already been 19 field goals of at least 50 yards made league-wide in Week 1. Already a record for any week in league history. So it's becoming more commonplace. Are you still impressed by the 50-yard-plus field goal?
I am, because I saw us try to kick field goals out in Oxnard, Kevin, and we were just on the outside of the end zone, and we could barely get that done. So, yes, to this day, I will still be impressed by the 50-yarder.
Okay, you know what? That is going to be the first thing I ask as we transition over to talking with Ted Wynn from The Athletic. Good afternoon, sir.
Hey, how you guys doing?
We're doing good. Now, we just asked this. The NFL set a record this past weekend for it. Are you, as a fan, still impressed by the 50-plus yard field goal?
I mean, I just grew up watching 50-yard field goals when they were not such a sure thing. So, every time I watch one, I'm kind of, iffy about it. And the fact that they're just making it consistently, for me, just is pretty impressive. I mean, and then you have Brandon Aubrey making, 60-yarders, too. So, I'm impressed by how consistent these guys are.
That's exactly where I am with this. I'm glad that you said that. Now, twofold question for Monday Night Football. How pissed are fantasy football owners, and are the 49ers going to be in trouble with the league for Jordan Mason maybe saying he was told he was going to start on Friday?
I think it's going to be too hard to prove, but I mean, I think that the league is definitely going to look into it. But I mean, they could always just say, "Oh, Brandon or Jordan Mason misspoke," and we were just cautious about it. I mean, CMC was on the injury report as questionable. It seems like it should have been doubtful or out if they found out on Friday. But I think there's just too much to prove for them to get in trouble for it. So I think that it'll probably be safe.
Ted, I have been following you on Twitter now for probably 3 years, and you're a football nerd, and I love it. I love the breakdowns you give on Twitter and everything, and I'm glad that we were able to get you on the show for the first time, because this is my chance to kind of get to know you a little bit more than just kind of seeing what you do on Twitter. But wanted to tell you, fine work that you do out there, man.
I really appreciate that.
The last night's
that wasn't a question.
No, it was not a question, Kevin. You're right about that. And I'll get to the question. When you were watching Dak Prescott in his time, what has been the thing that you're like, aside from his leadership, which we hear a lot about from the Jones family, what is his biggest strength and biggest weakness?
I think his biggest strength is just his ability to process so quickly. I mean, just example of in this weekend, he had a top 8 average time to throw as far as fastest time to throw, but he also averaged 9 air yards per attempt. So like he's just seeing the field so quickly, and he's also able, and he's still being aggressive. It's not like he's just quickly just trying to get rid of the ball like some of these other guys that have really fast time to throws. They're averaging 4 yards per attempt, but Dak is processing, and he is able to find these aggressive decisions and aggressive throws while making very quick decisions. And to me, that's always super impressive. And there's just not a lot you could do against him. Like I talked to a defensive coach about, how you defend Dak, and then we're just kind of going through it. It's like, oh, you can't do this. You can't do this. He'll tear you up here. You can't do, and he just went down a list. So it's just there's not a lot you can do against Dak Prescott. And I think, obviously the weakness is his performance in playoff games. As of late, he has thrown some interceptions, and you want to see that kind of get kind of cleaned up. And I don't think he's as good as a play extender as he was when he was younger, obviously. But I don't know if that's a major weakness. I think the only blemish you could really talk about Dak Prescott with is just, he just hasn't performed extremely well in the playoffs as of late, but he has had some strong performance in the playoffs. In the past, just the defense gave up a lot of points.
And Ted, one of the other things I really admire is you love talking about route combinations, how those work on the field. You give great diagrams on that too, great film coverage. And when it comes to Mike McCarthy's offense and what he's done, what he did in Green Bay, what he's doing now with Dak, have you seen much variance, much difference between how he calls plays and what his designs look like, and what is he doing well with Dak at the moment?
I think the thing he does really well, I don't know if it's any unique route combinations, but as far as just moving CeeDee Lamb around, because this offense is kind of just really based on CeeDee Lamb and creating advantages for him, because Brandon Cooks is a fine number 2 receiver, and obviously Jake Ferguson is a really good tight end, but CeeDee Lamb is just so far above everyone else that you just want to create advantages for him, and it's just pretty fun to see how they just move him around the formation, motioning him around, and just finding ways to get him away from double coverage to just so they can keep going to him without the defense being able to focus up on him. And I think more than play design, I think McCarthy has really kind of taught Prescott timing, anticipation, and really got that honed in on him, and that's really taken Prescott's game to the next level.
I know it's only 1 week, so you might tell me I'm overreacting. I understand that. But does it feel at all as though people might have underestimated how big it was that Mike Zimmer is back with the Cowboys and running this defense?
Oh, yeah, for sure. I wrote about it this week on my weekly column for The Athletic, and I actually wanted to write about it during off season, but there's just too many things. But, I've always really enjoyed watching Mike Zimmer's defenses with the Vikings. He was one of the guys that really went in on the sim pressures, and what sim pressures are is, you're just bringing 4 rushers, but you're bringing the 4th rusher from the 2nd or 3rd level. And right now, that's kind of the meta in the NFL. Mike McDonald has kind of really made his name on sim pressures, but Mike Zimmer was doing it before he was. So he's coming back in the league at kind of a good time when his the defensive philosophy is kind of getting back in vogue. I think he did get a little stale with some of the things that he did with the Vikings, but just so I was excited to see how he's going to update his defense. And watching him watching what he did against the Browns, I was pretty impressed with, especially how they moved Micah Parsons around the defense, and they did some really creative things with him. But I just think what he does is perfect for the modern NFL, and really good for Micah Parsons, because he just with the sim pressures and his ability to move around the front, I think it's just a perfect marriage.
Some of the other things around the league that we were kind of looking at, Kevin, I'm going to move that direction a little bit. And one of the biggest surprises for me was how miserable Kirk Cousins and the Atlanta offense looked at times and throughout that game. Is that all on Kirk, or is there something else going on there?
It's strange because it just doesn't seem like Kirk's able to move, and it seems like it's really hindering the Falcons' offense. They stayed in shotgun and pistol 100% of snaps. They didn't run one play action concept, which is really strange because Zach Robinson is from the Sean McVay tree, and we know play action is a huge part of that offense. So I feel like, they just didn't want Kirk to move at all, which is why they didn't run play action. And that's really just hindering the offense. And I think if Kirk's at a point where he's that immobile, like, you got to get him off the field, and you got to start Michael Penix, who you picked 8th overall. And Michael Penix isn't like some sort of developmental project. He's 24 years old, and he can play. So I just think they're doing a disservice to their team playing Kirk Cousins while he's at this point, of his recovery.
Now, a while back, one of the things that, Tom Brady was talking about, some of the playbooks being kind of dumbed down so young players can play earlier. I saw one of your tweets to go along with Jake Grossman talking about the bigger issue of lower air yards in terms of passes. How much of that do you think it is with more young players playing, and that naturally kind of lending itself to potentially worse quarterback play to start?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a factor. I think it's multiple factors that play into that. But I think, last year was, I think, a record year as far as average age of quarterbacks. Like, a lot of older quarterbacks retired, and a bunch of, young rookie quarterbacks or second-year quarterbacks started last year. And with these young quarterbacks, you want to get them comfortable. You want to, throw bubble screens or hitches and quickly get rid of the ball. And I think we're seeing a lot of that. I mean, just look at Bo Nix and what he did. Look at Caleb Williams and what he did. They were just trying to get him comfortable, especially in week one, too. And, obviously, week one, there was a very low average air yards. These young quarterbacks, in the preseason, they saw very basic looks, and all of a sudden you get to the regular season, and then you're getting more complicated coverages, and their brains are just kind of scrambled right now. So they're just trying to figure things out. So I do think the youth of quarterbacks do play a part into it, and we saw, a bunch of rookies to start week one.
Hey, Ted, phenomenal stuff. And just let your dog know this is a dog-friendly show, and always welcome to hop in on the show, okay?
Got it. Yeah, Ghost wanted to get his opinions in too.
I appreciate that. So, can I throw in one more quick question?
Sure. Yeah.
On a scale of not really to totally, how screwed do you think the Bengals are?
Oh yeah.
I'll put it high up there. I wouldn't say they're totally screwed. I just think this team is so dependent on having Jamar Chase and T. Higgins out there. I mean, they're just not a very physical team, and they don't have a lot of talent. They had some receiving depth before, but this year it's just they have no receiving depth after T. Higgins and Jamar Chase. And obviously T. Higgins is out with a hamstring injury, and Jamar Chase is kind of figuring things out, not playing training camp, and he's not all the way there, so he's not 100%. So this team really has no identity. They have nowhere to go offensively. But, I mean, they can get back on track if Jamar Chase, starts getting ingrained into the playbook and plays all the snaps he should play, and maybe T. Higgins comes back, and we've seen the Bengals kind of figure things out before. But, I mean, right now, those two guys have to be on a field or this team is going nowhere.
Excellent insight and analysis. You can catch it on The Athletic and on Twitter, FB_film analysis. It's Ted Wynn. Thank you very much for the time.
No problem. Thanks for having me on.
There you go. Ted Wynn right here on 105.3 The Fan, one of Corey's man crushes.
That is a little bit of a man crush I have on Twitter.
I get it.
If you go look at his account and just kind of follow through the games and stuff and then follow his study afterwards, that's solid stuff right there, man.
With the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing. It is time for our chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how was you today?
Awesome, Heggy. How are you?
We're doing well. We're doing very well. Now, we talked about this a little bit earlier. I'm curious if it's just as simple and basic as this. And I know Jerry answered some questions about it as well. For the Dak contract to be considered a success, does that have to mean Super Bowl? Or do you look at the last 29 years and you're like, well, that might be an unfair bar for him to be considered successful?
Yeah, I think generally organizations win championships, and I think that probably is more true for these Cowboys than anything because they've had so many great players, but they can't do enough as an organization. So I think for it to be successful for Dak, he's just got to continue to do what he's been doing. Don't have a fall off like Russell Wilson or Carson Wentz or something. As long as he plays at this level.
Or Deshaun Watson.
Yeah. Yes, the king of them.
Yeah, I think. If it's not Super Bowl, you're thinking, can you do something that the organization hasn't done in a while? I guess the bar is sort of the NFC Championship game. Hey, he got us to the NFC title game. Maybe he didn't win it, but we were there, and we can't say that for about any quarterback since Aikman.
That is very true. I know you guys have probably already talked about this, but if it could only be one character, who pops to your mind for James Earl Jones?
Sandlot.
Mufasa.
Vader.
Okay. And that's
the right one. That's the right answer.
No, look. I
saw the way you looked at him when he said that.
Very quick to admit, I am very biased about that. I think he might have the most famous line in the history of movies.
Yeah.
So I admit I'm biased, but it's incredible.
If it was so famous, don't you think we would have had it correct this whole time?
That's a great point, Eric.
Because it's not Luke, I am your father.
I know. He says, no, I am your father. That's a good point. You made me upset like 2 hours ago with your nonsense, but now you're back in my good graces.
Thank you.
I support that.
I appreciate it.
All right, what do you guys got coming up on the program today? I'm going to switch it around.
We got Pure Gold as always, Hagee. Thanks for asking. I'd like to draw your attention to the 3 o'clock hour where Mike Golick Jr. is going to join us. Ooh. Plus, there is a report that World Series hero and legend Travis Jankowski is going to join us for the Rangers Players Show. We're getting that confirmed down there in Arizona. We'll get some World Series memories in the house that they clinched it. And Mark Schlereth, talking football with him at 4:40, see what he thinks of the young Cowboys offensive line.
You guys are loaded up. I like it.
We are.
Now, speaking of football, primary takeaways from the Monday Night Football game. Obviously, I know there's this fun side story about, the 49ers are going to be in trouble for, we just asked Ted Wynn about that. What did you take away from that game?
Well, 49er dominance to start with. The fact that they got it done so big with their backup running back. That was pretty amazing. But like the Jets offense just kind of reminded me of when it went bad for the Packers, just totally impotent. Other than the free play where he got to take a risky shot, it's like I never got the feeling that the Jets are going to be an offense that's going to be a factor in the AFC.
Yeah, the Niners offense doing that. I mean, this is supposed to be a really good Jets defense, right?
Yes.
They literally won 7 games last year.
When Sauce Gardner is not winded.
Yes, of course. He's there. What was he? Was he doing the Anthony Edwards fourth quarter? I need to go in the tunnel and get the old oxygen mask.
And I like Sauce Gardner. That was I was surprised to hear the way that played out.
Yeah, I'm sure Jets fans weren't happy to see that particular report there from Rich Cimini. But yeah, the Niners just absolutely a well-oiled machine. Aaron Rodgers looking decent, but the Jets are just always going to jet, dude. Like Breece Hall, he doesn't fumble, he's going to fumble.
Yeah.
Early on in this game, that's just going to happen to you. And Nathaniel Hackett is still a bit of a problem. Rodgers, you can tell, is older, but he didn't look as bad as Kirk Cousins did off the same injury.
True. That is very true.
And he can still throw the heck out of the ball.
It was funny seeing the interactions with Rodgers on the sideline.
When he just straight up ignoring.
He's just like Nathaniel Hackett. The only reason he has a job is because of Aaron Rodgers, and Rodgers just like, I don't care what you have to say to me right now. And the Jordan Mason postgame stuff. I mean, he was kind of put in a very uncomfortable position. I mean, I'm amazed at their ability to run the football with the Shanahan and the scheme, and Jordan Mason was brilliant, but he says, I found out Friday, right? I'm supposed to be the starting running back, but I guess he shouldn't have said that. And
do you ever feel like the media takes too much flack on that when he's like, this is why I don't like talking to the media? And I was like,
but obviously you're going to be asked that.
Yeah.
Like, Kyle, you need to kind of back your dude up here. Don't throw him under the bus and be like, dude, that's not true. You weren't told that. And now Jordan Mason looks like a bleep hole when he goes back up there to talk to the media and says, this is why I don't like talk. Like, the whole thing, I felt bad for Jordan Mason. It should have been a night that he is, he
joyous.
Remembers forever, right? And unfortunately now he kind of upset.
Yeah, I mean, I've never seen a future NFC like FedEx ground player of the game.
Best running back in damn football right now.
He's he absolutely is. And
move over CMC. You just got Wally Pitts.
Shout out to you for drafting him.
You become ridiculed for telling the truth. Look, it happens. I can understand. That kind of reality. Give it about 7 to 8 days, he'll blow over. Maybe, hopefully. Oh, geez, help me.
How do you handle in this hypothetical situation where you strongly believe you're right, 7 to 8 days have passed? How do you handle those 7 to 8 days? Do you respond to people? Do you just say, I'm going to jump off of social media for a few minutes? How do you deal with that? Hypothetically,
I think you do your best to keep yourself engaged in other activities. You know, maybe play with the kids,
out of sight, out of
yourself
mind.
in work, maybe some video games. Yeah, out of sight, out of mind.
Just get ultra productive.
Heavy drinking.
Yeah.
Oh no, not anymore.
No, dude, 9 years sober, baby.
Is that a?
That's right. Double down.
Hit 2 days. Or hit yesterday. You guys know that?
You just double down.
Broadus, I do really like your philosophy because you've provided great service. It feels like, in addition to what he provides to y'all's show, it feels like you try to go above and beyond to answer people's questions on social media. And when they dump on you, it's sometimes you get the response of, well, you asked the question.
Yeah.
Or, and I don't understand why people get mad because they don't like your answer, even though you answer the question.
Yeah, I do try and be helpful. And maybe that's my dad-like instincts.
Sure.
Always, but I try and educate people and help people. And the thing about it was we had a show yesterday. We kind of redid the game and talked about what would we do differently in the game. It was, Dallas gets a great win. And I start to talk about, I'd like to have seen in the second half of them maybe trying to work on their 4-minute offense, try and run the football, try and show some balance, try and do some things. And people are like, why did they show the playbook? Why, be happy they won. And I'm like, okay, I'm just saying what I would think I would like to have seen them do. I'd like to have seen them have an opportunity in a game where they had in hand to be able to run the football and do it effectively against a front that's difficult to run against. It would have been a lot better if you coming out of that game like, hey, it was a dominant win by the defense. You got some questions answered about your run offense. Use Dowdle, use Zeke, use Vaughn, mix it up, throw the ball to Hunter Lipke, whatever you have to do to kind of manufacture offense, but practice your 4-minute offense. People just did not like that at all. And I'm like, okay, but when it gets to be a 4-minute offense game and all of a sudden you're not very good at it, or you don't have any confidence in it, please circle back to me trying to say in a game where you had it in hand, you chose not to work on it. Those are the things that always kind of bother me.
That's definitely the next step, right? That you want to see that you didn't see last year from this football team. It's when the game you got a lead. Can you go ahead and just run it out and dominate it?
I think that when I watched week 1 and Eric and I were doing pregame here, and then Houston was playing the Colts.
Well, I heard your pregame was phenomenal.
Yeah, and the thing with that
Best
was
one ever.
The thing with that, you watched the Texans and you watched their sidelines, and I know it was a close game. But what they did in that game to kill the final minutes of that game and how physical they were, that, to me, their sideline, when it was over, that final first down that Mixon got, their sideline just erupted because they knew. But that's something you could carry into other games. There's going to be a Baltimore game. There's going to be a Pittsburgh game. There's going to be a Philadelphia game.
You play Houston.
Yeah, there are going to be other games where you want to be able to say, hey, our young guys, we have confidence that we could run this thing out. And that's the only thing I was trying to say. Yeah. I wasn't trying to say show the playbook and double reverse pass and all that. But to your question about social media.
People will hear what they want to hear.
Exactly.
What do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold, as always. Thanks for asking. Why have the Cowboys opened up $4.5 million? We'll talk about that right after this break.
Love it. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We've been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say goodnight, Kevin.
Good night, Kevin.
Say no trade clause, Kevin.
Yeah, thanks, David.
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go, hour one of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a great day. Top stories of the day for you every day at 2 o'clock. What has been developing? General at your service at ease. Yeah, Brian brought us over there at Master. You hear former Cowboy scout and NFL executive.
Master Control?
Yeah.
Then we're bleeped.
Sorry.
We are really bleeped.
Lucius Alexander is at Master Control here. He is ready for 5 hours of flawless radio producing, engineering, and hosting. Wolchuk and Shia Follower in the house, of course, and Carter Freeman's coordinating your video. You can watch us at 105thethefan.com, Twitch, and on YouTube. Exciting stuff, I think, for the Cowboys. Restructuring the contract of offensive tackle Terrence Steele for $4.5 million in cap space, which makes me wonder, are they looking at this team and saying, boy, this club can really get after it? Maybe if we had a good running back, we could actually do something here. I don't know. $4.5 million seems about the right amount of money to absorb a running back contract. This is Eric Chiafalo had a Zeke stat during the break that made my jaw drop. Now, if you caught the show yesterday, I said a couple of different times, it felt like Zeke looked better than when he left off. Like, did he get younger in these last 20 months? What do you say, Eric?
Well, I think we would all agree with you, and part of that is because the bar was set so low that we were expecting 2.5 yards and lumbering and laboring for everything. And on the first play, he's soaring into the sky to leap over a player. So immediately you're like, okay, that's something we can work with here. The swing pass out of the backfield felt like a nice little play. But it was interesting to see that Zeke actually had the most expected yards per carry of any running back in the sport over the weekend. Zeke should have averaged, he was expected to have averaged 6 yards per carry. He ended up with 4. So the advanced metrics are like, hey, Zeke was -2 rushing yards per carry over expectation. And it's just it's one of those things. You see a 6-yard play and you're like, hey, that was awesome. They're like, yeah, an average back would have actually gotten you 8 yards on that play.
Ooh, wow, that is kind of painful, I think, for a lot of us. But it is an exciting moment of opportunity, I think. If it is that bad, to me, I think just a regular replacement level running back that could get those 6 instead of 4 could be the missing link here. Like, why did the Cowboys give up so much on running the ball in the second half? Is it because they knew our guy is getting about 50% less than the yards he should be getting? This is not going well.
9 running plays in the second half for 26 yards.
Yeah, that's bad.
Yeah, there just wasn't a huge willingness to try and stick to the run.
To me, a great win.
Yes, absolutely.
Great win. If you're just, you're trying to go through and look and see, okay, what areas do you feel like you can maybe improve in? Great start for Zeke. I mean, yeah, leaping over and all that. And, you kind of had a feeling going into training camp, yeah, he's probably going to be a little slow. He's probably not going to be as quick. He's probably not going to get all the yards he's supposed to get, but the only thing I was just asking in the second half, and I'm sorry, I'm a broken record guy, but you had the game in hand. Work on some things there, and it seemed like to me they just tried to just get out of the game, and I was seeing it as an opportunity. Like, okay, here's a front seven that's pretty good. Find a way to what works against a tough especially against a team you've gotten beaten. What works against a tough front seven? Find some combinations. Maybe you're banging your head against the wall on a couple of them, but then you find a way. Oh, wait a minute. If we do some pin and pull here, that gets us a little bit better. Oh, wait a minute. Here, we're going to trap block this. Oh, that gets us a little better. Oh, wait a minute. We're trying to one-on-one block here. That's gotten us killed. You could kind of find some things you could search around and maybe be able to hang your hat on some things if somebody plays you with a really good front seven. And Dallas is going to see some more front sevens that are very good.
I just feel like they had to feel like if we run it 3 times, it's going to be 3 and outs, and we got to move the chains here just a little bit.
I would have tried. You had 3 backs there. I would have, and if you don't even want to use Zeke in that combination, but you kept him fresh.
See what you got from Deuce Vaughn, huh?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, let Deuce have some opportunities, some Dowdle. I mean, there were a couple of runs there, Eric, and I don't know all the metrics and stuff. I love looking at the numbers and trying to kind of figure that out. I do know that 82% of the time, Terrence Steele was one-on-one blocking.
And that's a great stat.
See, that's
you have Steele and your guards and 2 great young linemen.
Yeah.
You should be looking at this like we need another runner.
Yeah, I just. Like I said, they might think Dalvin Cook is that guy. They might think like, okay, if we block these plays where there are more yards expected, if the metrics tell us there's more expected yards there, maybe Dalvin Cook. What would be wrong? Elevating him, maybe give him a look. Okay, maybe that's the guy. But I would have tried. I would have just tried to find some answers and maybe feel a little bit better going into week 2, knowing about my running game.
Yeah, I think people would feel great about that, and I would just want to know. I want the answer to what's the money for. Why are we doing this
I
move
reached
now?
Out.
If it's not, it's probably not running back.
They won't tell me, but I mean, I reached out.
Micah's deal next offseason. Well, it's earmarked.
That's true. That's true. But you do also you lowered Dak's cap number a little bit.
What,
for
$12 million?
Well.
You got $12 million on that, right? On the savings, something like that. I heard.
Yeah.
Was I hearing it was $12 million
for this season?
It was a record-setting cap hit. So thank goodness it's cut down a little bit.
It's cut down a little bit, yes. But I mean, to your point, they have opened up a little bit of money here, and maybe they can.
It might be a carryover. I mean, not carryover for but a carryover for the season in case they need to go and get another player.
A little cushion while they can.
Yeah, a cushion player. I mean, and I'm sure there's somebody over there listening that can text me and tell me that.
Well, I think the offensive line is on its way to greatness, and before too long, they're going to get a competent running back in here again. And I'm sorry to suggest incompetence, but the 49ers last night have done another guy. It's Jeffrey Wilson around Christian McCaffrey. They've had a number of guys have a significant amount of success, and maybe not as much as McCaffrey, but that was 5.5 yards an attempt yesterday from a guy I hadn't heard of. So I'm not necessarily interested in guys I've heard of. I'm interested in guys who are young and fast and heavy, and have a little bit of wiggle to them.
Yeah, that was interesting because the metrics will tell you that kid ran the ball against some stacked boxes last night and they had success. But that shows you also, too, the offensive line that you're dealing with the 49ers, that their ability to deal with. And then you got tight ends that can block, fullbacks that can block.
Receivers that are blocking. Really,
block.
I think that their running scheme,
their commitment,
it's just special.
If your last name's Shanahan, it's like running game Moses. Yeah. You have the last name Shanahan, your name immediately means, hey, we can run the football.
I'm kind of fascinated, like, if they ever do get a Super Bowl there. I mean, they quoted Kyle as saying on the broadcast, and Mike did this in Denver, right? It's like a who's who. They're getting 1,000-yard backs. But
Mike Anderson.
Kyle's like, I'm not really, like Trent Williams, sure, but I'm not really interested in paying my offensive linemen. I'm interested in paying the guys who are going to get the ball in the end zone. It's kind of a different theory. Like, I'm always, you build in the trenches. And they do. Like, the San Francisco 49ers are a physical team, but offensively, he's thinking, like, I know my running scheme's so good, I don't need to have 5 elite linemen. If I got one guy that's special, cool. The rest of them, they do their job, what I'm asking them to do. We'll be able to run the football.
Here's another one of those little metric numbers from that game last night. Trent Williams did all that holdout stuff, and he got paid. He allowed 0 pressures on 33 pass blocking attempts. It's the first game without allowing a pressure of at least 14 pass blocking snaps since week 3 of 2022. So he gets paid, and what does he immediately do? He steps in there and doesn't allow any pressures at all. That's what you want. You're going to pay a guy, go out there and stonewall.
He's worth it.
Yeah.
He's one of the great fat athletes of our time. I just like to point that out. A lot of these tackles these days to be quick enough have to be lean. So you're looking for super tall guys with these massive frames. And Trent's definitely no small guy, but he's built like an oil barrel. That guy is he is rotund.
No, he is. And he's,
have fun trying to get through that.
I'll tell you what, man. I mean, how it ended for him with the Commanders was so strange. And you know, he was sick. He had the cancer, and they misdiagnosed, and now he lost all kinds of faith, all kinds of trust in that organization. And he goes on to San Francisco, and every year he's one of the best offensive tackles in the league.
Ends holdout on Tuesday, dominates the following Monday.
Yeah.
Highlights from Jerry this morning. Anytime we've ever made players the highest paid player, key players such as Troy Aikman, the most highest paid player in the game, we won Super Bowls. So there's that.
We should have just done that off the jump instead of waiting us to make, just say, okay, Dak, here's $60 million. We'll give you a huge signing bonus. And no, I'm just tongue in cheek in that right now. But yeah, it's hey, it seems like that both sides are extremely happy with how this all, Dak's happy, front office happy to have their quarterback, and hopefully it could be something going great going forward.
But if that holds, that'd be something.
Be nice.
You have the highest paid quarterback in the NFL that delivers greatness to your shores.
Yep.
Whatever it takes at this point. He also said, I've never seen anybody get their feelings hurt enough that the money couldn't cure it.
That's true.
At least when you're talking football, right?
Right.
Not your, possible daughters. And, the money didn't make them happy. Yeah. Money didn't cure it, It might have been like a temporary remedy for it, like a home remedy, but it came back.
Yeah. I see what you're doing there. Yeah. Came back. Yeah.
The rare comeback.
It goes away.
And then it comes back.
Tyreek Hill arrest videos released.
That's awful.
Last night, this morning, his agent Drew Rosenhaus asking for the officers to be fired. The officers asking for immediate reinstatement. During an appearance on the Dan Le Batard show, Hill's agent Drew Rosenhaus expressed, for me personally, I believe the officers that did that to Tyreek shouldn't be in that position. They should be let go. Look at the guy who kicked him. That guy should be fired. Yeah, I couldn't believe that flying kick. He said that's out of control. The guy that jumped in and put him in a chokehold, there's no place for an officer to have a badge that operates like that when Tyreek wasn't being aggressive or violent or fighting back in any capacity. Yeah, he was just chilling. I think that was horrendous. And Drew said they did not treat him like a human being. I think the police officer in question, they do believe their actions were totally justifiable. And I think that shows how far we are away from an understanding of what people are complaining about. The player's within his rights.
Yeah.
That's in my algorithm, the TikTok algorithm, and a lot of the people will be like, here's what is within your rights if you get pulled over. If you can roll down the window a little bit and communicate, you're good. And there's no law that says you have to do absolutely what the police say or you will face a violent rage. That's just not. So I think a lot of people are saying just do what the police say. My reply to that is, why can't the police, be held accountable for what is in their rules of how you handle a situation like that roadside? And then they have the video of the actual moving a violation that caused the initial pullover. He's just speeding. The way it was described, I was like, oh man, this must have been some real reckless driving, and a guy who was, giving significant pushback there, but it wasn't. Okay. So that's going to be a big topic today. And I believe, Miami Metro's decision here is going to be a major topic of conversation here this week.
100%. If you go pie chart on blame, you go 100% on Cops, 0% on Tyreek. Does he have any type of expectation to conduct himself in a somewhat respectful manner?
I think it was respectful. I don't know what he did wrong other than speeding.
If you're a police officer and a guy's rolling up his window and it's a completely blacked out window, what am I supposed to think he might be doing in here?
Well, you should know it's Tyreek Hill.
Oh, okay. What does that mean? We've seen, anybody can do something crazy.
Sure. But has he shown you any signs that he's acting crazy? Or you're just
Yes, he's driving 65 in a 40 and he's refusing to roll his window down and it's completely pitch black. I now have to be on guard to some extent. Why is this adult not just obeying a very easy thing of keep your window down so we can talk about the situation that's at hand here?
Because that's not what the law says. The law gives you the right to leave your window up.
Well, certainly not in Florida, it doesn't.
It doesn't. It doesn't.
Well, he rolled it down right, and then the second time they came over, he didn't want to roll it down. So I don't. But I saw the same thing.
It's
like
kind of wild how he beat on that window too.
Yeah, he did.
Coming over there and brought that aggregation to me right there.
Like I do think it's obviously easier if Tyreek Hill just goes ahead and you roll down the window, hopefully. But the way in which the law enforcement officers acted, I thought was very over the top.
Yeah,
and
they initiated that aggression.
Yes, it did not. 100%. It did not need to go 0 to 100.
You're supposed to de-escalate that situation. Within 60 seconds, you had that man outside the car.
Yeah.
And then the flying knee guy, 100%. A chokehold guy, 100%. You got to go. Like a guy's in handcuffs down, and you're like, hey, I didn't like what you said right there, flying knee to the head or whatever he did.
For sure.
I mean, those are...
Yeah, you got to be
Eric,
much,
you're going on the premise
of
of protect. The cops have to protect themselves because the window's going up and they don't know what's going on inside the car, right?
Well, for sure, that's absolutely a part of it. Yes, I mean we've just recently seen
that's why you're
cops
saying
lose their lives too.
Yeah.
You know?
I can
this
understand
guy,
that.
no doubt. So there's some level of like, hey,
respect our flag.
I think that it's a two-way street here. I don't know that anybody would say the cops handled that 100% perfectly.
Yeah,
but
nor did the guy getting arrested.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, how many times have we all been pulled over? Do we get pulled out of our car? No, because we just do what we're doing.
You can't explain that. Everybody's experience is a little bit different out here.
I totally understand that.
And I've been in situations where it did not have to escalate the way it did.
Sure.
But they brought that energy over there.
Sure.
I totally get that. I totally get that. But to just assume that because you've seen one cop do it, we don't like stereotypes.
No,
so we don't want to stereotype that this cop that's coming up here is about to do me the way a bad cop. Just because a bad cop has done something bad before doesn't mean that this guy here is about to do that to me. And I can probably help the situation if I'm just
by not saying anything. But sometimes they violate your rights, bro. And they come straight at you, right? You've never experienced that really, but I've experienced that. They come straight at you with that weird violation, man. And what can you do about it sometimes?
Yeah.
You can be quiet and try to obey them, but they're still going to react this way because for some reason they want to bring you that energy.
Maybe.
I don't know why. Yeah, maybe. It's a learned experience.
Right. Yeah.
So you like, man, I don't know which one of these guys is not going to bite me.
Yeah.
So I'm assuming all of them going to bite me until I meet the person, one-on-one. I got friends that are cops out here.
Right.
It's not about that situation.
I hear you.
It's about just, I don't know what it is. Maybe the policing, more training. We've done this already.
Sure.
So I don't know what it is that needs to be addressed.
Stress.
It could be stress at a job, but it seems like it comes after one person, though.
Yeah.
We just can't say, well, it's a hard job. Because they treat people differently.
No, I understand.
Yes.
I just, like I say, I kind of look at it as too. There's some police officers by the book, but they're supposed to do, and then there's others that just take it too far. And I don't know the right answer for this. All I know
maybe
is
more punishment for it because
that's true.
I've seen I've seen school shooters, bro.
Yeah, exactly.
Get treated better than that guy.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I don't know what needs to happen, but it's got to happen.
It's got to happen.
And it's the culture of the place. But I said, I got friends in there, and they can tell you they've had people that they say, man, you're kind of doing too much.
And
then they end up a pariah.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. It's an incredibly difficult job, but in this situation,
but you have to do the job the right way.
Certainly,
Yeah.
right?
You can't let your fear create violence.
Yes, and this one seemed like it went over the top. And hopefully, for the good police officers, and there's a bunch out there that do their job respectfully, this one probably, I don't think this guy should get his gig back.
I know one of the rules that my brother talks about is the chaser can't be the arrestor, because once you get chased and tired, you're super emotional, and some police have brought that in. I think as well, once you've gotten to a certain level of anger, you just got to tap out, because at that point you're reacting impulsively and on emotion instead of logic. And I think a quicker whoa, dude, you're in the red zone. Maybe you should go chill in the squad car. I'm going to take it from here.
Yeah.
Type
Step
of deal.
Step in. Other
G-Bag of the Day is coming up at 2:30. NFL True or Fart coming up next here. We'll check what kind of farts are we talking about.
Yeah, we'll try and get into some of these week one overreactions. That's next here in the nation.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
All right, buddies, welcome back. G-Bag of the Day coming up in 5 minutes. Segments brought to you by Soda. That's State of the Arts, brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org, and it's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If your loved one's been in an accident, contact the Frankels for a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Go to frankelfirm.com. Here's Wolchuk.
All right, about to get into some NFL true or fart. I do want to just shout out Cosm real quick. We've got a fan contest going on. If you go to 1053thefan.com, go to odyssey.com/1053thefan, check the contest page, okay? And you're going to have a chance to enter to earn a free experience at Cosm in Grantscape in the Colony. It's going to be awesome. If you don't know what Cosm is, it's an innovative design-forward venue. 87-foot diameter, 8K plus LED dome. I've showed on social media, it's like a mini sphere. So you can go watch college football there. Tomorrow night I'm going to go to Cirque du Soleil. They'll also be showing the UFC championships. NBA games will be there. English Premier League. It's absolutely incredible.
It went viral this weekend.
It did, man.
Everybody was all over it.
I mean, it
looked
looks
amazing.
Like you're at the front row of the game. It looks absolutely incredible. It's a shared reality. Immersive experience.
Food choices and stuff?
Yeah, they've got food, drinks. Like, Eric, you've always talked about these sports bars, like you want comfortable seats.
Yes.
They've got comfortable seats.
Yeah.
So you can buy tickets at cosm.com. That's COSM.com. But if you go to the odyssey.com/1053 The Fan contest page, you can enter for your chance to experience Cosm for free. Go ahead and try and win because it looks incredible. I can't wait to report back after I experience it tomorrow night.
Would that be below Carter Freeman's college football guide for week 2?
I think just slightly below it. Yeah. It's like Jerry, it's Carter, and then we'll have our causes.
You're gonna have your headlines there. I want to make sure that we're all good there.
But this is going to be badass, so I appreciate you guys holding it down while I go check that out tomorrow. We'll get a short Rangers game after Rangers baseball, so that'll be fun. I'll report back how that is. All right, let's do some true or fart. It's your first time playing this game. Shout out to Robert Flores for really birthing this.
All right, we've moved to the red zone as far as the running back conversation goes here on this SportsCenter Fantasy Draft Special. True or false? Marshawn Lynch matches last year's production.
All right, true.
It tickled Broadus this time a little bit more than usual.
It's good, actually, it's kind of loud. I was looking into the pimp cup and Lucius got his glasses on again today. You know, he's wearing his glasses.
I think it's a permanent fixture.
Permanent fixture.
That's really the best of the weekend was Lucius getting his frame so he can actually see now.
Yeah.
I was like, wait, you've been wearing contacts this whole time? He was like, no, I've just been raw dogging it, not being able to see.
I've been raw dogging. Yeah, I also felt bad about the Buffalo Wild. Like, I was thinking, we're just playing true or fart here.
Yeah.
And then I guess, like, some of the people were trying to eat their wings, and the word fart might be a little off-putting. I apologize.
I said true a lot. I said true a lot.
Just true version there. All right, let's go back to the Browns and the crap that's going on there. True or fart, Jameis Winston's going to be their starting quarterback by Halloween.
Oh, wow. That's a good one. I will still go fart there. Just because of how much they've paid him, and
they're just going to see it through.
Yeah, you're just going to see it through. I mean, it is a ridiculous amount of dead cap they have for this dude. You can't get rid of him for like at least another 3 years because you're talking about like $100 million in dead cap. This is your guy.
Yeah, I think that's far too. But the thing that he has to do is don't let the locker room splinter. Because the defense is going to feel like, you know, hey, that we're getting stops and getting off the field and da-da-da-da. They didn't do it against Dallas. They did in the second half. But I kind of feel like that if you're that quarterback, you got to make sure that, hey, guys, I realize I'm sorry I'm playing poorly. Don't be the guy that goes away and becomes isolated there. And now your teammates are kind of questioning you too much. You need to stay in that room and make sure that you have their back too.
Man, that stuff Fred Davis was telling us during Cross was wild. I mean, I didn't realize just how into this Houston really was.
Yeah, you go inside layers when you start talking to people from Houston about this story. I think this will come down to the guy who ultimately made the trade is the GM Andrew Berry.
Yeah,
I feel like as long as he's there, he's got this. This has to be right for him. So he'll give that as much time as possible till he gets fired.
You guys are probably right on that, but I'm going to go true because I think he's just going to get hurt, and ultimately that's going to end up having Jameis Winston be the guy anyway, but he should really be starting. I would have played him in that game against the Cowboys.
I like what Fred said, that he's got to get it off his chest, his version of the truth here, and maybe that could be liberating and freeing. There's definitely something hanging over him, though. I believe 100%, 1,000%, this is psychological.
Last thing quickly here, true or fart, Brian Broaddus, DeMarcus Lawrence is going to have a double-digit sack season.
Say true. I like what Mike Zimmer's doing with him and with Parsons and the others, the linebackers. I think they're going to free him up on some more one-on-one stuff.
I don't know. I think he might get tired by the end of the year again, Wolchuk.
Just a little burnt out.
Just a little burnt out.
Yeah.
A little fatigued.
Get to about 9.5 and hang him up. No, I thought this was like maybe the best version of Tank we've seen in a while. And he's been really, really good over the years, but he was otherworldly, it felt like the other day. And yeah, I think the opportunities are going to be there in a huge way all season long.
Yeah, I'm going to lean true in this also. Could be his last year with the Cowboys. He's an impending free agent. Probably wants to get paid by somebody.
Thank you, Wolchuk. Time now to go into the Pimp Cup. Here's Lucius with your G-Bag of the day.
Yeah, I'm with you, Walt Chuck. I think my man is going to ball out of control this year.
Let's do it, Tank.
Didn't he say he went broke recently?
He did say he went broke.
Yeah, you gotta stack that bread back up. You gotta stack that bread back up.
You're seeing it, huh? You're seeing it now, right?
You gotta go hard right now, bro. You seen the tapes, coach? I'm feeling it. I feel like a brand new me right now. Looking at that account. I say that respectfully, too. It motivates everybody. It does.
Yeah.
All right, let me see. We got a vacated title because Jared Sandler and our general Gavin Dawson, they went 5 times.
Thank you.
We'll hear that again next year.
Thought you'd appreciate that performance.
Lord willing, and the creek don't rise. I did. I'm pretty sure they did, too.
I just can't believe Jared came in with an opinion that he presented as fact and then tried to treat me like I was an idiot.
No. I'm not saying it. No. I'm just saying, no.
I want to get him on a lie detector test. Do you like Dawson, really? Because he says he does.
He does. He loves you, bro.
Yeah, you're his guy.
He loves you. That's how Jared comes to say. That's my guy. He's my guy.
He didn't say that to me. He did not say that to me.
All right. We got a high school choir right here. Whoever was doing the lead singing had a bad day. It's really cringy right here. Missed all the notes.
This is brave, this is bruised, this is who I'm meant to be, this is me. Here I come. Look out, here I come.
Shoot.
Wow. You got it, girl.
This is me.
She's trusting this.
I think that's praise worshiping.
That's enough.
Breaking glasses. She kept her confidence up that whole time. She did, dude.
Yeah.
Nobody had told her.
I was looking at mom and dad the whole time while she was doing it.
Is that tryouts?
I don't know. That was the actual performance. Think about the parents. They had to rush there to get there, get off of work. Hey, boss, I got to get out here early, man. Daughter's lead singing tonight. I got it. I got to see it.
Take some video for us.
How did it go?
Battery died. Kicking myself, man.
Battery died.
Forgot the charger and everything.
Gosh darn it.
Oops, I actually deleted it. What do I say?
Oh, battery died. It's crazy. All right, let's see right here. This is real fast. Trolling grandma in the In-N-Out drive-through line.
Oh, no.
Grandma's driving, so she has to talk to the speaker, you know what I mean? Mm-hmm. So you tell your grandma what you want to get.
Double, doggy style. Animal or doggy? It's animal style. It's the animal, okay.
All right, and then what do you drink?
You stinker.
You stinker.
That's
such a grandma word. You
Yes. Doggy style.
Can I get a double doggy style, please?
Well done.
Oh, everybody in there heard the speakers. You know, they were like, what?
Oh, yeah.
Double doggy style?
The whole restaurant turned around.
Wait, what?
With extra spread, please.
Extra spread.
Everybody's changing their order.
See right here.
Is that Ronians?
Someone stole a city bus in Atlanta.
Oh.
And went on a high-speed chase. Y'all see this video?
No.
Yeah, it made the news and everything, of
Helicopters
course.
involved?
Is it Keanu
Yeah, it was
Reeves?
everything. I'm glad that you said that. It wasn't Keanu.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Speed.
Whoa, get on the bus. But yeah, these folks right here recorded the action. This is not the news.
Holy my God.
Crap. Oh my God, he's got a flat tire.
Yeah, all of them on that side.
Oh my God.
City of Atlanta, DeKalb County.
Holy shit.
DeKalb County.
Holy shit, Atlanta police.
Oh my God.
They've been chasing
Look
that
at 'em
sucker for a
all.
while.
They're still coming. Holy
I wonder if that's a
Jesus.
hostage.
Oh
That's
my
gotta be a hostage.
God.
It's got to be hostage.
Oh,
Good God.
jeez. They got drones in the air, helicopters.
Yeah.
Damn.
Never seen one of them.
Damn.
They got helicopters in the air.
Holy
and are flying everywhere. Oh my God. There's
Damn.
Oh my gosh, this is insane.
Wonder what the hell went on.
Well, they're chasing that bus. It's got a flat tire.
He's got all tires on the right side flat.
Yes.
All of
It
them.
looked like it was about to flip over out of control before I could start filming. I mean...
He went through spikes is what he did.
Yes, he did.
They've been chasing that sucker for a while.
Somebody took over that bus.
Yes, they did. They kidnapped that bus.
They kidnapped that damn bus.
I'd love to go to dinner with those two.
That bus has feelings now.
Oh, that's great. Imagine those two sitting around watching TV together all night. You know? God,
yeah.
How funny would that be?
All right. Oh, hey. Hey. All right. Where we at? Oh, we got another trolling situation. Trolling the local news. Now, this guy right here, he trolled for the timeline. He did this purposely, you know what I mean? Yeah. There was a local news setting up for an outside hit situation, and he stood behind the cameraman as the cameraman was recording, the news person, and he kept telling the cameraman, hey, I don't want to be on camera. I don't want to be on camera. I don't want to be on camera. The cameraman's not even pointing the camera at him, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Just frustrating.
I don't want to be on the news, please. Do not put me on the news. No. I just don't want to be on the news.
Am I even pointing the camera?
No, I just said I don't want to be on the news. That's all I said.
What are you talking
Hey,
about?
I don't want footage of
Well,
me.
you behind me. Shut up.
All I said was I don't want to be on the news.
You behind me. I had pointed the camera towards you, haven't I?
Unreal.
You unreal.
I don't want to be on the damn news.
Something that ain't even happening.
Look, those kids know. You're putting me on the news, and I don't want to go on there.
Man, you are behind me. Shut up.
I'm out of here.
Yeah, go.
I'm done with you.
Is that Baltimore?
Just trolling. Baltimore.
Baltimore, stand up.
Is it trolling the local news? High-speed chase in Atlanta. Is it trolling grandma in the drive-thru? Granddaughter wants it animal style.
Yeah.
There's a doggy.
Or is it the high school choir? Maybe both. Any other nominees, Lucius?
Nah, that's it.
It's a good bunch.
Dude, I just saw Caitlin Clark won
third time in a row.
Eastern Player of the Week, 25-9 since the break. She's hooping.
Yeah, she's out of control. It's the court vision for me.
Yeah.
She knowing everybody's at.
I think I saw she has more 25 points and 10 assist games than anyone in WNBA history.
Yeah.
In her first year.
I would say that was a
total. Like 10 of them.
Yes.
Good pick.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, that was a good pick. I think you're right,
A
Brian.
good pick by the Indian.
They did a good
Yeah.
job with that one.
I want to see how the practices goes. I'm pretty sure there's a whole lot of balls and faces. Look alive, girls! Come on! Bam!
The blooper reel could be hours long on
Keep
that
your head on a
thing.
swivel, girls.
I'm going to go with the high-speed chase in Atlanta, Chief. How about you?
Yeah, I'm going to go samesies. Yeah, absolutely.
All right, Lucius.
Okay. So much trolling. Grandma.
Well, Chuck?
I'm going to go with the grandma doggy style as well.
Brian?
Ed Bassmaster. Yes, that was Ed Bassmaster.
Ed Bassmaster.
It's not fake though. He was trolling National News guy.
I'm gonna go with the doggy style.
Big guilt, guys.
Score a 3-2. Your new G-Bag of the Day champion. It's trolling grandma in the In-N-Out drive-thru. I thought Abby was trolling me. She's asking for a mustard fried burger at In-N-Out.
Oh,
they've got
somebody keeps saying
I
something.
think their
might have
menu
that.
is crazy. The off stuff that you can actually order. The secret
Get a Flying
stuff.
Dutchman.
Did you see it? Did you get it? Was
we
it
got
fire?
it. Yeah, we got it. And I don't know. I didn't try it, but I guess it just on the grill, you put a bunch of mustard on it and let it cook like that.
What a brilliant idea, man.
Yeah, she loves her mustard.
You're going to get one after the show now.
I'm thinking of it. That sounds great.
Chiefs college football corner sounds great as well. Where are you taking it?
Well, I have a new favorite coach in the sport of college football. We'll unveil him next here in the nation.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, you're freaking me out a little bit.
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Thank you, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan. Exciting times. We are heading for a double bet payoff Friday. Both Wolchuk and Broadus came out stumbling in week 1 of the season. Time now, though, for Chiafalo to deliver his college football corner. Who's the Chief?
Yes, sir. Really looking forward to a football conversation, college and NFL, with Mike Golick Jr., our good buddy Gojo, coming up here in about 15 minutes. His Notre Dame Fighting Irish taking that
I was about to say, yeah.
We'll go ahead and put his feet to the fire a little bit there. Do want to follow up 214 on the fried mustard burger. 214 says you don't taste the mustard either necessarily. It just adds a whole new dimension of flavor. And he's cooking his burgers at home like that now all the time as well. So that's a thing, dude.
I'm in. I make a lot of burgers at the house.
Do you?
Yeah.
Shout out to Costco.
What about Oscar Mayer wieners? I just slid into y'all's DMs, by the way.
You know, I can't tell you the last time I actually had an Ostermeyer wiener. Usually going with like the Ballpark Franks or a Hebrew National.
I don't know.
I'm laughing at the picture, not your Hebrew.
Oh, no, for
very
sure,
good.
for sure.
Those
This
are very
picture
good.
is
Those are very good hot
absolutely
dogs.
outstanding.
This is an incredible photo that is apparently a sign from College Game Day over the weekend that, of course, was in Ann Arbor. So they are going to have their Bleep the Buckeyes stuff all over the place. And maybe the greatest College Game Day sign I've ever seen features Urban Meyer in Ohio State gear, but his head is actually a hot dog wiener. So it comes to that weird point there at the top with the lines, and it's Urban Meyer instead of course, Oscar Meyer. They got the mustard and the ketchup and everything on there. Hopefully Carter was able to get that on the fan cam, but my goodness, that's got to be the new 1 seed for best College Game Day sign of all time.
That's
right
brilliant.
there. Shout out to the Michigan Wolverines. I was hoping to see that the person holding that sign was Derek Holland, but I don't believe it was. Now, I do have a new favorite coach in college football. I have 2 clips from him. It's Matt Rule in Nebraska.
Hey, welcome over. Go Big Red.
He's finally got himself a quarterback, it seems, man.
Damn right, man.
They tore up Deion and company on Saturday, and he's got the young quarterback, Dylan Raiola.
Tried to tell you guys after the spring game.
This guy he's the guy that's trying to emulate Pat Mahomes in every single possible way on and off the field. He's doing a pretty dang good job of it. And this is Matt Rule gushing over his young quarterback, Dylan Raiola.
I told the offense a lot of them have to pick their intensity up to his level, not the other way around. He's trying to throw the ball to guys that are supposed to be in certain places and they're not there. He's at a whole other level, and those other guys better pick it up. That's said respectfully and with love. Mm-hmm. And I only say that because you guys sometimes ask me, like, hey, did you not throw it as much in the second half because of him? No, because of everyone else. Because other guys aren't, other guys weren't playing at the level I wanted. And so we're having free runners, like, they blitz us and the back misses it or the tackle misses it. And he's having to run around and make plays. But we had guys running wide open. We could have scored a lot more points. We threw a lot of shots in that game. A lot of them just didn't get thrown because he had to run, So we had no sacks because he avoided guys. But Dylan, through 2 games, Dylan's done everything you could want. Except he didn't milk the clock enough going into the 2-minute last game. But Dylan's doing a great job. I need everyone else to understand that, like, if a freshman knows all 120 plays in the game plan, then as a junior, I better know all 120 plays or 80 plays, whatever's in the game plan. I better know them.
Boom. Ringing endorsement for the youngster. That's a guy who's getting it done.
It's the real deal, man.
He's got the face of the franchise mentality already. I'm looking forward to Broadus' scouting report on him in the draft here in about 2 years.
Yeah, I mean, Matt
and
Rule,
Wolchuk's
one of those guys that just clearly, he's a hell of a college coach. Didn't work in Carolina, but he's won everywhere that he's been in college. Temple, Baylor, and it's the second-year jump, and you're seeing it now
Sure.
in Nebraska. I mean, they've got a really good shot to start 7-0 this year, maybe be a team that can surprise some people and make that 12-team playoff
Boy, it's a
this
long
year.
time coming in Nebraska,
Yeah.
man. It seems like they've been kind of – Nebraska, to me, was always the team, and I know we got a lot of Nebraska alums driving around and listening to the program right now. Nothing
So
to get
really
your program.
loyal fan
but
base.
that you had the bar very, very high for a long time, and then ever since then, things have kind of gone south. Good to see you back. But, yeah, that's a program that – to me, a lot of late last minute losses and stuff like that. I'm a big fan of Matt Rule as well.
Hey, Matt Rule, what's your preferred kickoff time?
Oh, this is good.
If it's up to me, we play at 9 o'clock in the morning. Kegs and eggs and football. Let's go.
Kegs and eggs and
right
football.
when he's finished doing the morning show here on 105.3 The Fan, he goes out there and plays some football.
If it's up to me, we play at 9 o'clock in the morning. Kegs and eggs and football. Let's go.
Sound like Sean Sharif.
He does, yeah. He does.
Kind of looks like him. Sounds like him.
Kegs and eggs.
Man, that is fantastic. I love that. Never heard that line before, but he's fantastic. Thank you, Matt Rule. Now, from one coach to another, we know Auburn had a terrible weekend, and Wolchuk's got a story in his college football segment a little bit later. That poor quarterback, man. He's getting it from all angles.
Oh my gosh, Thorne, yeah.
Yeah, he's getting it. But I just wanted to highlight Hugh Freeze for a second. Their head coach.
Hugh?
Yeah, Hugh.
That's our biggest L guy, right?
Yes, that is the same
He
Hugh
can coach.
Freeze
He can
who
coach from a bed up in the press box, right?
the hospital bed,
hospital
yeah,
bed that
for
one
Liberty.
And then he uses a cell phone way too much, right?
Yeah, he's a
Well,
big cell phone
you
guy.
can't use the work cell phone when you're rendezvousing in Tampa.
He's a big lady of the night kind of guy.
He is, or was. Perhaps
Allegedly.
still is. He's also a guy who likes to point the finger a little bit.
Yeah.
What do you guys think about this one here, where you take a big L as a team and you don't want to point any fingers, right? But Hugh Freeze says that The offensive coaching staff made one bad call during the game, and that was it. Everything else was execution on the players. That was the Hugh Freeze defending himself and his coaches, and then just looking at his depth chart and saying, these guys basically bleeped me. The lack of execution. Play calls were good. We only had one bad play call. We'll admit that. But everything else was on these 18 and 19-year-old kids for not getting the job done.
I don't know if I've ever seen a head coach that's like at the top of the food chain or really having a tremendous amount of success, acknowledging that.
Yeah.
I think 90% of the time it is the case. The players just weren't as good as the other team's players.
Yeah.
Well, we know.
And now he's promising, things. He's going to dumb it down a little bit. He says, quote, I can promise you the package will not be big as it pertains to this week's game plan versus
Arkansas.
Is that who it is?
I think they might be open this week.
I think it's New Mexico. I think they're hosting New Mexico this week. Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's
The
right.
Lobos.
You're right. New Mexico. My bad. My bad. I skipped ahead. Yeah.
Can't handle 120 plays like Raiola, huh?
That's right, man.
What do you think's the average that a football player can store year to year, plays wise?
Totally depends. I think if you're talking about like a college, run-of-the-mill college dude, I don't know. I mean, 100-plus plays seems
like
insane.
Yeah,
it seems like a lot.
I think they were talking about one time at LSU that Joe Burrow was taking class. He was a transfer, a grad, and all that.
He graduated Ohio State.
So he was like living at the football office. So
he was just full-time football.
He was full-time football, and he would just sit there all day and work on it. Like the coaches would work on the game plan, and he would sit in a meeting with them and go through it, all that. And they said his recall was incredible for the plays and stuff during the game.
Don't doubt that at all. And then we do have Bleep Hole of the Week, and we go to Purdue for this one, where actually a couple of weeks ago they did their Kicks for Cash thing, where they get a kid out of the crowd to come kick some field goals for some money, and if you hit the big one in a particular amount of time, like a 40-yard field goal, then you get to lease a car for 2 years from Bob Rohrman Honda. So the dude nails the first one, nails the second one, and as time expires, nails the third one. Boom, celebration for everyone. He's getting a 2-year free car lease until they go back and check the tape days later. And they say that he was a half second too late on the final kick, didn't hit it in time. And so even though he split the uprights, he will not be receiving the free lease for 2 years on a car.
This is at Purdue?
Yeah, well, yeah, it's Purdue, it's insurance companies, and it's Bob Rohrman Honda, all bleeping this poor kid.
Listen, if you're going to be a bunch of cheap SOBs and don't want to give the kid the car, shame on you. I'm not shopping at your place anymore.
What a play by me.
Yeah, I think that cost him business.
Yeah,
right there.
I mean,
the local Chevy place down the street just they said, hey, we'll give you a 2-year free lease. We don't care.
There you go.
So that's how you do it right there.
That's how you do it.
Yeah,
right
they
there.
and
by the way, Bob is probably does ads and stuff for Purdue football.
Yeah.
I think if I was Purdue football, I would kind of say, listen, we're not doing anything with you anymore.
I love a good local car lot war.
Yeah.
Pretty incredible. That's it.
Thank you, Chief. There he is. We'll have more college football a little bit later on. We have Janko coming up in just over an hour. Travis Jankowski is going to join us. We'll talk with Mark Schlereth at 4:40. A huge Toxic Tuesday broadcast here for you. Mike Golick Jr. picks up the conversation next right here. It's the G-Bag Nation on the Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and her studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Yes, sir. Hour 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a great day. We have Travis Jankowski, World Series hero, coming up at 4 o'clock, Rangers Player Show. But joining us now here is one of our favorite football guests. It's Mike Golick Jr. here on your home of the Cowboys. And a good afternoon, sir. How are you?
Good afternoon. Appreciate you having me. I'm doing well.
Dak deal done. Big news Sunday morning. Does he have what it takes to lead this team to a Super Bowl is the big conversation here, Mike. How do you take that one?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I think Dak's a good reminder that not all of quarterback conversation actually is just about the quarterback. But in terms of, especially, and I think the quarterback payment conversation is kind of a good proxy for this. If your quarterback's good enough to pay, generally they're good enough to be the quarterback on a Super Bowl winning team. Now, whether they're good enough to be the quarterback that drags you to a Super Bowl above and beyond the capabilities of a roster, that's a different conversation. But you can absolutely win a Super Bowl with Dak.
How important is the run game for getting a Super Bowl? That's the big weakness that I think a lot of us saw in Cleveland on Sunday. How important is that, and how much can you fix it while you're in progress during a season?
Not a ton while you're in season. I mean, there's things you can obviously do schematically, but I don't think there's things that the Dallas offense generally does or has shown us under Mike McCarthy's play calling they're willing to do. So, but it is important. I mean, that's the big weakness that didn't get addressed this offseason with Dallas. And I think we see especially in the NFC in 2022, 2023, 2024 with teams like Philadelphia, teams like Detroit, teams like San Francisco, all of whom lay claim to a ground game that can be considered one of the strengths, if not the strength of their team. And we see in general, I think the way the league has gone right now, so many teams focusing on playing deep safety shells to take away big plays, so many linebackers that are coming in smaller, faster, lighter in the league. There's a market inefficiency that plenty of people have started to capitalize on right now. And I think just above and beyond, when it comes to winning a Super Bowl, you've got to be able to do multiple things. Maybe not great, but at least well enough to when you get to the postseason and teams start game planning, even more particularly for your skill set, and try and take away the Belichick model, those one or two things you do great, you got to have enough for an off-speed pitch. And I think that's the worry for Dallas, that they won't have enough for even that.
So you're seeing the run game is that big of a weakness for them that it would prevent them from having significant postseason success this time around?
Yeah, I think that's the concern. And I mean, again, it's mostly, we're one game sample size into this season, so it's hard to say it's based off this year, but based off what we saw last year and the fact that nothing about them demonstrably improved. Like, hey, maybe with the young guys that you brought in along the offensive line, maybe at the tail end of his career, Tyron Smith being healthy at left tackle would have been too much to count on. And, maybe you consider Biadasz a wash if all of a sudden Cooper Beebe pops in the way that he might be capable of. But other than that, I don't look at any part of their team and go, well, why would I expect the run game to improve beyond what we saw last year based on the moves that were made?
I think that was something we talked with you last time, Gojo, about the two rookies starting along the offensive line. Cooper Beebe playing pretty well in his debut. So did Guyton. But across the league, how impressed were you with these rookies? Your guy Joe Alt, outstanding performance with Max Crosby Fuaga in New Orleans. It seemed like these young offensive linemen really hit the ground running week one.
It warmed my fat heart, man, because I'll tell you what, you look around at the wide receivers that were coming in as rookies, and the numbers weren't quite as fun, even though that was the position group that was named constantly throughout the draft alongside offensive tackle. But, I think it's great to see in a day and age where I think so much of the conversation has been about, well, we have an O-line problem in the NFL, and what's the cause of this epidemic? Is it spread offenses in college? Is it CBAs? What have you? And you're still seeing now, all right, there are plenty of places you can go in college football that have pedigree, that care about and value that position and are developing it at a high level. To do with some of the COVID year stuff, I don't know. Guys like Joe Alt were 3-and-out guys, so it's still, I think, about the programs looking for offensive line coaches you can trust. But the bottom line is this draft class we knew was full of talented guys at the spot, and it's nice to see that already paying dividends for the teams that went and did it.
Gojo, you've done plenty of color analysis during games in your time. I'm curious, what did you think of Brady in the booth?
It sounded like a guy doing it for the first time. I was thinking back to when I got started doing games, and it's all so much at a lower level than what Tom's walking into right now. But I think that's kind of the point. When I got started, I got to start in a 3-man booth and be a guy that added in. I didn't have to drive the situation. I want to even know, do you guys remember when Greg Olson started calling games when he was a player? Was he a part of a 3-man booth when he did that? Because I think that goes a long way in helping you figure out how to go in and fill the space tightly without feeling like you've got to carry the conversation. Tom just felt like a guy that wasn't comfortable with the space yet, but I'm still confident given his background, his resume, and who he's been as a player, a guy that's not afraid of doing the work, that he can get there. But, yeah, it sounded awkward and clunky and like a guy whose first time calling a game in front of an audience came as the best crew on the big network that called the best game of the weekend.
Mike, give us your assessment of the Texas Longhorns going to the Big House and getting a victory. Is this a team that we're going to have to see in the end will be there with the Georgias and the others vying for this national championship?
And 1B right now. And you could say that Texas has the best win of the two. I think overall Clemson might prove to be a better team than Michigan this year just because the quarterback situation for Michigan. But going on the road against that defense in the Big House with a whole new skill group, the way Texas has been breaking in this year, I think Steve Sarkisian and the culture he's built around that program where, hey, offensive and defensive line depth now are at a place where you replace a couple of premier defensive tackles from last year and can still go out and get the job done. You're such a gifted play caller as Sark that, hey, that new group of guys you portaled in at the skill spots to go with a deep running back group already operating at a level that most of your peers around the sport can't match yet. I've been really impressed at what Sark has built there. And I think built is really the operative term now. That's a healthy team. And Quinn Ewers, by the way, Heisman conversation about the next level at the NFL. He's looked phenomenal flinging the football around and moving around in the pocket, keeping his eyes downfield, all the NFL caliber stuff we ask you to do. As a college quarterback that's had that rare thing where he's gotten to stick around now for a few years and actually get to know his surroundings.
It's Mike Golick Jr. here with you on The Fan. After Sunday, I thought, man, maybe Detroit's going to catch San Francisco, but watching the Niners last night, they looked pretty dang good. Are the Niners still clearly the best team in the conference?
Yep, they checked that box, I think, pretty resoundingly. And, part of it was, hey, you're going up against a Jets team that is nowhere close to who they're going to be at the end of the season. We knew all the parts about this Jets roster that were coming together in a hurry and trying to microwave that against a team that's so sure of its identity and its personnel the way the 49ers is. That was always going to be a tough ask. But I think seeing Leonard Floyd pop and I believe lead that team in pressures this last game, huge for them as having a rusher opposite Nick Bosa to help on that defense. But offensively, losing what you could argue is your best player on the team and still being able to default to just the normal Shanahan offensive run game principles and have that be more than good enough was a really impressive reminder of, one, why that team's got so much Super Bowl pressure in addition to the Brock Purdy final year of his rookie contract, but also how capable they are of going out and being able to pull that off.
Gojo, you're a man that will try a variety of different foods, and I have a reason why I'm going to ask this, but have you ever tried pickled pig's feet?
I have not yet gone down the pickled pig's feet path.
Okay, so we do Survivor picks on our show every week on Fridays, and
guess who he picked?
My schmuck self picked the Cincinnati Bengals to beat the Patriots. So now on Friday, I've got to do a bet payoff, and that's on the board. Do you think that I should go with the pickled pig's feet, or do you have another suggestion of something I should rock with?
You know what? I'm kind of curious about it. Anything pickled kind of does that for me. That's just a flavor profile I tend to enjoy. And so I think it's one of those, you just got to sort of put it out of your mind. And I've tried to do this more as an adult because growing up, I had a very limited palate. I was a fat kid that liked the simple things. But growing older, I'm like, you know what? I need to go in. If I'm going to be at a restaurant that's got a good chef, let that chef do their thing and do what they do well. Just put it out of your mind, take a bite, and try and just consider it without thinking about what it actually is.
Were you T-shirt on in the pool guy?
Oh, big time. Oh, God, I fell in. I can't, well, it's already wet now. I'm nowhere. And, trust me, that song and dance was a very, very familiar one for your boy.
Well, I know you love the mashups. I love your food reviews. Is there anything you've had recently here that just absolutely hit it out of the park?
Let me tell you what, I know it's not available everywhere. It's a bit of a regional delicacy, but you can order online. I don't know if they've got it down by y'all, but Grater's Ice Cream out of Cincinnati, Ohio, does a key lime pie and a lemon meringue pie flavor that have absolutely rocked my world. The bits of pie crust inside the ice cream itself sent me to another plane of existence I didn't know was possible. So if you've got the ability, if you're out somewhere that has it, I would say walk, don't run, and try and get you some.
So did you just consume like a tub of that after the Notre Dame game on Saturday?
Man, I needed that. I needed, the power of prayer. I was in a dark place, fellas. I had allowed myself to fly really high coming off that A&M win like everyone else and start to believe everything was possible. And listen, when I was at Notre Dame, lost a lot of games like this. I lost to Syracuse on my freshman year, senior day, lost to UConn the next year being from Connecticut, lost to Tulsa, BK's first year in South Bend. I know exactly how this goes, but man, I thought we were past this, and it sucked to see again.
Hey, well, Mike, then is Notre Dame a team that will they be patient with the coach, or is this something that we kind of need to keep an eye on now?
I would say that patience is still going to be the virtue, and they have a chance right now to still right the ship.
Right.
While Notre Dame is going to have to go and prove to me on the field that they are actually a playoff caliber team, we talked about the talent on the roster, we talked about the schedule that lined up for them, but the way they've executed so far, especially most recently, they did enough to go on the road and get a win against the Texas A&M team that is talented and a hostile environment. But we still haven't seen them, especially offensively, play anything close to their best football. Their transfer quarterback in Riley Leonard, who's coming off an injury last year, but had showed promise at Duke, hasn't looked yet enough like the player that Notre Dame believed they got in the portal for me to say, hey, they're a playoff caliber team. but they got a chance. So, yes, I think they will be patient. Marcus Freeman has done an overwhelming amount of good for that program at a time where, hey, in the name, image, and likeness era, I didn't know what it was going to look like for Notre Dame. And him alongside their new AD have navigated those waters really well and had them contending and playing ball in that pool. So he's got to eliminate this from his game, though. The loss to Marshall 2 years ago in his first season and now this are going to loom large because that was the one thing Brian Kelly at the end of his tenure had done away with. Yeah, Notre Dame might have had a big game problem, but Notre Dame had rid themselves from losing to the teams on their schedule they absolutely could not lose to. And I believe Marcus Freeman's capable of getting to that point, but he's got to execute that now consistently.
Now, I am curious of what you thought of Aaron Rodgers last night as well.
Aaron Rodgers looked his age last night, which was jarring for me. I said this morning on our show, he was Patrick Mahomes before we had Patrick Mahomes. He was the quarterback that could buy time, could do all those things. And you saw Aaron Rodgers last night. When it looked like he was close to getting hit, he made good and damn sure that ball was out of his hand. Vast majority of his passes were out in under 2.5 seconds, according to Next Gen Stats. Like, he looked like a guy that really didn't want to get hit and test the durability of that Achilles or the rest of his body. I'm sure he'll get more comfortable as the year goes along, but first rattle out of the box as they were trying to get a bunch of those things to come together quickly, he looked like a quarterback that really this year especially, you're going to need to make sure and find ways if you're, Nathaniel Hackett in that offense, that keep him upright and keep that pressure away from him as best as possible until he gets his feet back under him. He might never be feeling like his old self. He's a 40-year-old coming off an Achilles. I doubt we're going to see the same level of acrobatics, but he looked uncomfortable in the pocket, especially when pressure started to get close last night.
Speaking of quarterbacks who used to be able to evade the pressure and make something happen, are we ever going to see Deshaun Watson be a good player again?
No, I don't think so. And, I mean, quite honestly, him as a player is going to fade to the background again here pretty quickly with another allegation of sexual assault popping up from 2020 when he was still in Houston. And what the NFL is going to do with that right now, the most severe you could argue in terms of the actual nature of the allegation. And if you read the reports, it's pretty grisly stuff that he's accused of here. That all of a sudden, again for the NFL, from the same guy where you had to weather the storm during the regular season with one of the starting quarterbacks in your league being publicly accused of this, is a really brutal place for the NFL to be. And they've got no one to blame but themselves and the teams that have continued to employ Deshaun Watson despite everything we know associated with him. But on a football level, he's given us no reason to believe, between the injuries he sustained and just the level of play in general, that we're ever going to get to see the football player that we saw once before everything else took control of the Deshaun Watson story.
You're the man, Mike. Thank you so much for your time, and enjoy the week.
Appreciate
enjoy the football
guys.
season. There he goes, Mike Golick Jr. You can watch him on DraftKings every day during your sports year. Yeah, this is a Deshaun Watson story. More of the same. Dating a gal over at her house. Next thing you know, he's allegedly naked on her bed asking for a massage. So I don't even know what to make of, the allegations now. Fred had a really interesting Houston perspective on it yesterday in Crosstalk. Maybe we'll chat with him more about it tonight, as I believe you're going to have a 1 hour get right before we get to Arizona pregame. Right. Okay. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Travis Jankowski, Rangers Player Show, is coming up at 4 o'clock. Little sports hodgepodge next, Chief. Where are you taking it?
Yeah, we had a business idea in the sports world go wrong over the weekend. I'll tell you about it next here in the Nation.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Welcome back, G-Bag Nation. Yeah, that Deshaun Watson story, it accuses him of, the worst kind of sexual assault.
Yeah, the
R-word
stuff.
Yeah, and that maybe the Browns could get out of that contract, if something happens. He has settled out of court 23 of the 24 previous lawsuits from back in 2020 through 2022. But an interesting story indeed. Segment is brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Franklin Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If your loved one's been in an accident, contact the Frankels for a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Go to frankelfirm.com. It's also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. Here's the chief with a hodgepodge.
Is this the biggest sign of respect from the league whenever this happens to you? I'm seeing that the pass rusher for the Patriots, Keon White, getting the random drug test after his dominant Week 1 performance versus
Georgia
the
Tech,
Bengals.
Man, that kid was a monster in college.
2.5 sacks, 3 hits on the quarterback, 3 tackles, 4 total, 2 TFLs. And then he gets hit with the random drug test after the game. I feel like that's the biggest sign of respect from the league of you might be, this feels like you might be cheating because you were so awesome today. This is this is how you've sort of made it to
you
some
balled
extent.
out, now take a drug test just so we can make sure that this was all kosher.
Yeah. Like I wonder if it's like if it's If it's one of those things where they actually talk about it, like they go toe to toe when they're kind of like going with their bona fides. Well, I've been randomly drug tested 5 times this season.
Well, damn it.
That shows how
I've only
badass
had
I've
3.
been.
That should go on your MVP resume.
It really should. Yeah, it absolutely should. How
better
many
than the
times?
Pro Bowl now.
How many times were you so freaking amazing in a game that the league had to randomly drug test you because maybe, just maybe, they didn't think that just a normal run-of-the-mill human being could do what you just did on a football Sunday? And that's fair. For the Patriots to get a victory and for you to go out there 2.5 sacks, just wrecking shop, it's like, yeah, what happened here? But Keon White, that dude is quickly going to become a household name. My goodness.
Yeah, he was a pet cat of mine 2 years ago. He had some crazy first step quickness, man, much like Chop Robinson at Penn State this past year. Just to get off at the line of scrimmage was incredible.
Don't look now, but have you guys seen the Baby Gronk highlights?
No.
He might actually be a pretty good player. Unless there's a birth certificate issue, which, hey, we can't put past, I guess, his dad for kind of being a wild animal. But I'm seeing some cut-ups of Baby Gronk on both sides, two-way player. Got a little Travis Hunter in him. He's bigger than everybody else, and he's running for touchdowns, and he's getting interceptions. I don't know. This dude might end up being awesome. We'll have to wait and see on that.
Okay, so he has grown up. I think he hit puberty or something because he was like a doughy 12-year-old last time I saw Baby Gronk.
Yeah.
Now he's a little bit taller and he might have even been hitting the weights a little bit.
Filling out.
Maybe he might need a PED test post-game. I don't know what Dad's been feeding him. But seriously, he does look better than he did a couple of years back, but he's still not twitchy at all. You know, if he's going to be a football player, this has to be like tight end, defensive lineman, offensive lineman, something. I see a lot of kids this age because Abby plays Abby cheerleads, so I go to a lot of the football games of kids this age. He's social media hype at this point.
I like how
Brian.
you started off as like a skill position guy and then worked it all the way down the offensive line.
Yeah. I mean,
maybe a kicker,
maybe a quality backup.
Pretty good
punter.
Might need to take Broadus's long snapping 101 class.
Might look like a long snapper. Yeah.
He had good hands though. And significantly better than he was a couple of years ago. He's been working on it.
Pretty
so
good.
Best of luck to him.
Pretty good yak ability on the.
Dawson just took him down the food chain.
Hey, for a future offensive lineman, he looks good catching the ball. We do have a high school running back who, I mean, you can't imagine losing a game, right? Where you put up 435 yards and 10 touchdowns.
Yeah.
And you lose the football game.
You watch Bennett do it right at quarterback.
Bennett threw for damn near 700 yards and lost by 18 points one night.
How many touchdowns did he have that day? Do you remember?
Oh, every one of them. They didn't rush the ball one time. There was 3 times in high school football on a Friday night where Bennett attempted the most passes in the state.
Wow.
I didn't even know this. It was a stat they kept. Three of the top 5 were number of attempts in a game. He threw 78 times one time in a game.
I love that. Pass happy offense, man. Well, this guy was a running back. He's a 4-star running back. He's going to Auburn, but he had 400-plus yards and 10 touchdowns.
10?
In a losing effort. 80-78, his team lost.
Oh, my goodness.
Can you imagine how upsetting that would be? I mean, my goodness, I can't imagine putting up a stat line like that and actually losing the football game. Speaking of taking L's, a Washington, D.C. bar has taken a weekend L. You know those deals, those promo deals?
Yeah.
Hey, we'll cover the tab if the team wins or whatever. Well, no one got, I mean, we know that Broadus and Wolchuk taking Survivor L's on these Bengals.
Yeah.
But so is this particular bar. This bar in Washington, D.C., they're called the Dirty Water Bar. So you go over to Dirty Water and you have a couple of coldies. Well, they were doing, I guess it's sort of a Patriots/Eagles bar. So in Washington, D.C.
No wonder it's dirty water.
But apparently they did the deal where, hey, 100% of your tab will be picked up if the Patriots, as a 7.5-point dog, beat the Bengals.
Oh, no.
And so, of course, everybody's running up the tab, and they're saying they lost somewhere in the neighborhood of like $6,000 or $7,000, which doesn't seem like too much.
If it's a divey small bar, that's a lot of money.
That's I mean, for one day.
Yeah.
I mean, either way, it's one full day of just giving crap away for free as a small business.
Probably like a weekend of revenue at least.
Yeah, that's a 3-hour
like an average weekend.
But that's a 3-hour loss, right? That's a 1:00 kickoff, game over by 4.
Yeah.
So that's a 3-hour loss, right?
That's a good point. I guess it's just because I'm like, if I get there, what if I get there and it's 10 a.m. and I'm ready to start boozing and I'm on the Patriots are going to win the game tab?
I kind of feel like that the rule.
It's just from kickoff to.
Yeah, if you bet on, we're covering it from the time that if you're there watching the games with us, that's when we're doing it.
Read the fine print.
Well, apparently they're running it back again this weekend, so we'll see if they can make up for their
against
losses.
ballsy. They're going double or nothing. Hopefully they're making up for it with some marketing.
Who's New England playing? Are they doing this New England again? Is this a New England situation?
Yeah, it's another Patriots. It's another Patriots game. I don't even know.
I think
who they're
Buffalo's
playing.
Is Buffalo in Miami this week?
Imagine the thrill of being like a 20-something and you're basically broke, and at some point you realize, dude, we're golden here. Let's go ahead and turn this thing loose.
Yeah, like
you're
the
getting
final
shots and cold beers.
Do you start the game going highballs right off the jump? I mean, you start drinking
you're
Crown?
going slow. No, you might have to pay for this. You're getting a Pabst Blue Ribbon and some fries.
You're starting with the idea.
Start slow.
First quarter, really, first and second quarter, you're thinking,
But that game was kind of in the balance till the end, right? I think I would go hardcore drinking right off the jump.
Yeah, I think regardless, I probably would have gone hard. I don't, and just assumed I'm going to have to pay for it.
Crown
if I
on
don't,
the rocks the whole way.
It's Seattle in New England this week.
Seattle in New
England?
England?
Geno Smiths.
There you go. Hey, maybe double down on the Patriots are going to lose and just take the Seahawks.
No, you punted away with 3:10 to go. You think Joe Burrow's about to do you.
Yeah.
But then you get a 3-and-out, and with 2:13 left on the clock, at least 1 3-minute TV timeout, you got 8 minutes of ordering.
Yeah. I don't think, can you do enough damage in 8 minutes?
Yeah.
For 3 hours or 4 hours of watching football, can you do enough damage in 8 minutes?
Your waitress probably dragging her feet. Manager's probably looking at her like, hey, slow it down, Toots.
No question.
Slow it down. Slow play this
Maybe in the
a little
70s
bit.
he would have said that.
Yeah. Doll. Hey, doll. Slow it down, babe.
We do.
1970s bar.
See?
I love that they're doubling down on it, though, man. That's gonna make for great entertainment.
They could be bankrupt.
I'm gonna have to be. I'm kind of pulling for the Patriots now versus Geno Smith.
Okay,
and
let me ask you
company.
this: would you go to a bar like that if you had one in Dallas? Would you go to? Would that be your weekly stop?
Yeah, I think I would. Yeah, absolutely. That's,
we're going to the free bar.
We have a chance to eat and drink for free if this team wins.
You got to take the chance.
Yes, every week.
If would you bring cash, just in case?
Yeah, absolutely. You got to be prepared.
Are you
to pay
prepared?
In case.
Yes, I'm not going to be dining and dashing if the Patriots take the L.
What if we say, "Hey, I have to stop by the ATM." Hey, don't worry about it. We'll be cool today. We're gonna get it done.
Yeah, we're gonna be fine, guys.
We're gonna be fine today.
Very crotch first confident.
Yeah.
I mean, I do hope like the bartenders and stuff are still getting tipped in a situation like this. You know, that's
you got to
something
tip.
you gotta
Yeah, absolutely.
Because Walchuk will find you. And
I'll watchdog you on the tips.
Yeah, we know that. We do also have a story. Do you guys remember Jason Brown?
No.
Who was one of the top
offensive
picks?
tackle from Baylor, got drafted by the Rams.
Yes,
second overall. Big bust.
W.T. White High School.
So he definitely
was WTY, yes, sir.
Unfortunately, was a bust, but not a bust as a human being. I just saw what he's been up to. So he made he had the 5-year, $37.5 million contract, but he ends up stopping football at 29 years old. He had earned $25 million at that point. He leaves football behind and he establishes a First Fruits Farm, 1,000-acre property in North Carolina.
Nice.
He grows a bunch of sweet potatoes, cucumbers, and other crops, and he donates pretty much all of his harvest to the local food pantries, contributing over 500,000 pounds of sweet potatoes and 50,000 pounds of cucumbers to feed those in need.
That's
what he's up to right now, man. I saw that story and I was like, wow. That's one of those guys that's just disappeared. You're like, what has happened to this dude? He made plenty of money, so good on him. But from a football standpoint, he's considered a disappointment. My dude's absolutely crushing it in the real world.
Hell yeah.
Farmer Brown. Yes. Dude.
Texas kid makes good. Let's go.
Farmer Brown.
I'd swap out the cucumbers for something else.
You don't like cucumbers?
I don't think the hungry are like jumping for joy when they pull up to the food pantry and see a cart.
My wife has introduced me to you cut up cucumbers. You put a bunch of lime. You squeeze a bunch of lime juice on it. Sprinkle a little salt on it.
Yep.
Now you have a nice little refreshing snack.
Yeah, cucumbers are delicious. And you can pickle them. You get pickles.
Okay.
So multiple use here.
You can't pickle them as well as you can pickle the pig feet.
No.
Get ready, Dawson's coming back. He's not going to take this one. You guys didn't convince him.
If you watching on Twitch, Dawson's face was so disappointed. All right, fine. I guess cucumbers are fire. Whatever.
You don't have to like the damn cucumbers.
I don't want to
But they're
argue.
good.
I don't want to argue with you guys too. All right, here we go.
I just think you're going to have a lot of that thrown out.
Look, if you're hungry, you're going to eat the damn cucumber.
The cucumber's the type of vegetable, though, like to Dawson's point, that's probably given
It's
up
good for
one-
hydration, right?
one
They have a lot
run
of
per
water in
inning
it and
pitched.
stuff like that, like watermelon, and I mean, it's like a high hydration thing. Like if you're eating it,
Yeah, it's a
you're saying-
hydrating.
Yeah,
It's a hydrating veggie.
Yeah,
Yeah.
cucumber guy.
Or it might be considered a fruit. I actually don't know.
There's
I think
seeds.
that's one of those.
Yeah.
So it is a
Maybe.
It is a
the free
cucumber
fruit
fruit
farm. Got
Yeah,
seeds in there?
Yeah, that's true. It is a fruit
I can
farm.
see that.
Farmer Brown's fruit farm. Speaking of,
Use that
apparently,
Google there, Wolchuk.
Yeah, I got you.
apparently the local
Babe Ruth.
I'm so confused.
I'm just guessing. There was a time we used to just guess, like trivia questions. You just said Fenway Park, and that was going to be the answer. Fenway Park, Babe Ruth.
That's what Wolchuk does on my football questions. He just goes Pat Mahomes before I can even ask the question.
Okay, well, the majority of the time, Pat Mahomes is going to be the answer, and LeBron James will be the answer in the NBA. I think it's fair guess. Pickles are a fruit.
Pickles are a fruit, and a cucumber is a pickle.
Cucumber's a pickle, yeah.
So we're saying a cucumber is also a fruit. Makes sense because it's at the fruit farm. So, anyways, we do have Caitlin Clark as well receiving from a local apple orchard in northwest Iowa. They have given her the Caitlin Clark corn maze. So for the fall, it's like Caitlin Clark, and it is a big corn maze, which is always fun at the pumpkin patch. She's apparently received the highest honor in this is like the Midwest version of like the Key to the City, I think.
Okay.
The
The corn maze has been named after her.
Pretty
Most
cool.
Iowa thing ever.
And it's literally like in the shape of her in her basketball uniform and everything. So it's the Caitlin Clark corn maze.
The corn maze queen.
Yeah. Dude, we got to put that on her pro basketball reference page as one of her nicknames. I love that.
Corn maze.
Brian, where are you taking it next, buddy?
Oh, I got some questions from my boys. We'll put a bow on this Cleveland Browns game, and that'll be it.
All righty.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg made them.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Thank you, Lucius. We'll have Travis Jankowski joining us coming up here at 4 o'clock. It is time now for Krusty's Corner. The corner brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. Here's Broadus.
Thank you very much, General. Appreciate that. Going to put a bow on this this Cleveland Browns game. And I just had some questions for my guys, some follow-up questions, final questions until we move on. We'll do New Orleans. We got Rangers baseball during the day tomorrow.
Yeah.
But we got some show time, I think about 90 minutes of show. We'll see. But I plan still to break down the Saints offense for you. So after Rangers baseball, give us a listen. We'll talk some New Orleans Saints offense tomorrow.
Yeah, that would be great. Yeah. I'm very, very interested because I saw a couple of metrics that I'll unveil in Football's Finest today about their offense, and I'm like, ooh, okay, you have my attention here.
Yeah. All right. Wooly Bully, I'll start with you on this one.
What is up?
Which of the defensive rooms were you most impressed with this past weekend?
I would probably go with the defensive back room. I was excited about the linebackers, felt pretty confident about that, but I didn't know what we would get from Diggs coming back off the ACL. And I love Kalen Carson as a prospect, but it's his rookie debut, right? Mm-hmm. So Jordan Lewis also I thought played great. I thought Donovan Wilson, very physical. I don't think there was a lot of weak links. Now, granted, you weren't tested. The Browns had no ability to throw the football because Deshaun Watson's broken and you didn't have your two starting offensive tackles. But I still thought...
What if I told you, by the way, the metrics showed that the Browns guards and centers gave up more pressures?
Well, I mean, that'd be very surprising. Yeah. But, I mean, you could tell the way that the Cowboys were stunting inside.
Yeah, sure.
Like, the Cowboys
I was surprised by that, too.
They were getting a lot of rush, though.
Yeah.
And Osadigizua, quietly, again, didn't show up on the stat sheet. We've talked about that, but was being very, very effective. So, to me, I'd go with the DBs. I think the linebackers, I was expecting them to be night and day from a year ago. I was really pleasantly surprised by how good all the corners look.
Eric.
I will go. I mean, obviously, the whole defense was impressive. I think being able to grasp what Mike Zimmer's wanting you to do this quickly, it didn't seem like the learning curve was there really at all. So everybody gets a ton of love here, but it starts with the defensive line. And I think that you expect that for sure, but you got great play from a lot of people and really good play from other players, like even a Mazy Smith, who steps in there and looks like a much better version of himself. Mm-hmm. You have Tank playing an unbelievable game. Of course, it starts with Micah, but Osa. It just felt like everybody on the defensive line did their job, and that allows for Overshown and Kendricks to fly around and make all the plays that they made. And then, of course, pressuring the quarterback is going to help your secondary. I think the D-line was everybody pretty much getting positive grades. That's awesome.
Dawson? Yeah, I think you could take it any way legitimately. I'm going to go with the secondary. I think the way that was buttoned up, you prevented big plays. Diggs gets the pick, has the other great PBU. I'll say defensive backs.
I kind of lean in on the defensive backs because I felt like there were the bigger questions going in. You really didn't know how well that maybe Diggs was going to play with the knee coming back week one. Mm-hmm. You didn't really know with Carson. You had an idea of how he was going to play. Maybe some of the college stuff you'd seen in practice, you'd seen a little bit, in the preseason games. I think there was just so much unknown with that secondary now.
Yep.
And so for them to come out there and the pass rush was clearly a big help. The linebacking core was part of that too. You affected the quarterback. You covered the routes, but that secondary was the one that I felt like had the most questions. So I'm like, man, these guys came through all right when you watch them play. All right, Chief.
Yes, sir.
Something you didn't expect in the game, but now you're looking forward to it in future games.
Something I didn't expect.
But now you're looking forward to it in future games.
That's a good question, man. I guess to some extent, all of the not super shocked by it, but really a healthy dose of CeeDee Lamb jet sweep stuff, making sure, hey, we're going to make up for the fact that our running back room isn't right where we like it.
We're going to try and run the ball some way.
We'll still find a way to, and there's plenty to be desired as it pertains to the rushing attack, but I thought that was their best running element. He was their best runner, and so kudos to him.
How about you there, Wooly?
I think for me, it was probably I knew that they would use Micah in a variety of different ways with how they were lining him up. But I think specifically like the stuff with him and Tank rushing on the same side together, getting plus matchups for other people. Like this was stuff that I envisioned and thought of, but we didn't get to see really much of it, right? They didn't show a ton. Preseason, we didn't see any of these guys. Getting to see it in the game, I am so excited for the potential of DeMarcus Lawrence, what he can do. Micah, I think Defensive Player of the Year is on the table. I'm predicting him to win that thing. This could be a very special year for him. What they're able to do there matchup-wise, I think is super exciting for the future.
Dawson?
You know, I think Overshone's the thing for me. Like, it looks like it might be a star.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
You know, not just a good enough player, but maybe a difference-making player. Looking at the great defenses that, you know, are in the NFL, it seems like they don't just totally punt on one position group. So having the combinations of Kendricks and Overshone. Did not expect, speaking of week 1, for Jake Ferguson to come out healthy, and I look forward to him playing more.
Yeah, I'll throw in Lipke and Mazy as two guys I wasn't expecting to really be impressed by, but certainly was.
You know, I'll say this about Mazy, he wasn't a minus player in this game. You know, and
really,
sometimes you worry about okay, but, you know, I believe he only played 13 snaps, I think is what his number. I mean, I take that back. That was Phillips. I think he was at 20. I'll look up his numbers here. So I believe he was at 20 snaps, but he wasn't a minus player in this game. And I mean a minus player is a guy that was a little bit of a liability, a guy that was, you know, that
what was key for him? Was he getting off the ball quicker?
You know what? It's like we always talk about with Mazy when he plays where he doesn't get turned. And there's times where he's so conscious of trying to sit in there, but then he gets turned, and then when he gets turned, then they wash him out of the way. And Posick, the center, and the guards, Batonio, and those, they really weren't able to move him like we've seen other teams move him. And I was early in it was the get off was fine. The power was fine. There was a couple of snaps towards the latter part of when he was playing where he was a little bit later. You see, you know, you always watch the tape and hands still on the ground as everybody's moving. He's gotten better in that regard, but he wasn't a minus player. And I think that's something you got to be really pleased about, at least for this week going forward. All right, Dawson.
Bring it.
Who had a better debut, Mike Zimmer or Eric Kendricks?
Wow. Shoot, I didn't think I would answer player here, but did Kendricks have 2 sacks and a pick?
Yeah.
He did.
Yeah.
I don't know how anybody could have a better day than that. I mean, Mike Zimmer was very impressive, though.
Yeah, they were both incredible, but I'll give it to Zimmer. I mean, just the idea that you could have your entire defense on the same page in week 1 and flying around and looking like a mid-season form dominant defense, I think it's a ton of credit to Zimmer.
Is it just between those two, or can I give somebody else?
If you want to change the question, go ahead.
I'll change the question. I'm just going to throw in Brandon Aubrey, give him some love.
Oh,
that's my best player.
Okay, if you said but it's a debut.
Oh, it's a debut?
Yeah, who had a better debut?
This was his debut in Cleveland. He had never played in Cleveland before.
No, he hadn't played in Cleveland. Those were new uprights for him, right?
Yeah.
You know, so technically,
that middle of the field logo was old, though. They've had that field logo with that leprechaun elf.
I think they resodded the field, though, so it might have technically been new.
Never kicked in the dog pound before.
That's a first for everybody there.
Hostile environment.
Zeke and Dak, I think, were the only ones that had played at that venue. Yeah, it's probably still Zim.
Zim?
Yeah.
Reason?
I mean, the entire defense, they broke it down beautifully. I mean, you didn't have any busted coverages on the back end. I talked about it with Parsons, Tank, lining up together on the same side. The use of the entire front seven I thought was beautiful. And the blitzes, right? Getting the linebackers involved, I think that's something that's going to have to be done the rest of the year, because where else are you going to navigate pass rush from? I think Maris Leofau is a guy that could end up getting you 3 to 5 sacks maybe when it comes to blitzes. Everybody was on the same page, and it seemed like to me the run defense also took a big step forward.
And the way they played against the motion, I mean, nobody was static. Everybody's moving around pre-snap, and when Cleveland's throwing out motion, it was like everybody knows where they're supposed to adjust to and rock and roll.
They're all flying, swarming to the football. I mean, it's just everyone bought in.
Real quick, I was looking at these stats. What team this week in the NFL motioned at 91% of their snaps?
Yeah, New Orleans.
New Orleans?
Yeah.
Uh-oh. Miami?
Miami?
Yeah.
What do you say?
Well, the number one motion rate team, as far as I know, is the Saints. Your next opponent.
The next gen has got something different here. If I'm
That's
wrong.
why these analytics can't trust them.
It's Miami. San Francisco was number 2.
And that's certainly not surprising.
Yeah.
It seems like they're usually at the top.
Yeah,
New Orleans was impressive. They did use it a lot.
Yeah, I was just looking through it, and I was like, they had 91%. Maybe I hope it wasn't this preseason. It wasn't like pre going into the game or last year.
You might have gotten like ball psyched on this one.
I don't think
it's possible. I got ball psyched on the question. I wasn't paying attention.
Did you say New Orleans?
Yeah, I'll pull it back up.
I'll
or
pull
whatever
mine.
and
I'm
see
looking
it,
off the next gen stuff myself.
and I got mine yesterday. Certainly
I was only throwing Miami out there because that's your team.
Yeah, I know they were number one last year. Miami was, but if New Orleans is even anywhere near the top 5, it could be troublesome for this defense.
And I think ultimately that's the big takeaway here is just seeing that New Orleans is somewhere in that.
In the ballpark?
Yes, in the ballpark for sure for being one of because they got Clint Kubiak from the Shanahan tree.
Right.
So he's a first-year OC for them, and so they were doing a ton of that Kyle Shanahan pre-snap motion stuff.
Need us a Kubiak, I think.
Yeah.
Somebody off the Shanahan tree.
Get him a Kubiak.
Thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
Krusty's Corner brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning. Every day, 340 here in the nation. Speaking of being in the ballpark, Travis Jankowski joins us next year on your Home of the Champs.
Rolling home with some laughs, fellowship.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
O'Reilly Mazda of Arlington and her studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. We're having a great day here with you on a Toxic Tolo Tuesday here on your home of the World Series champions, 105.3 The Fan. It is time now for the Rangers Player Show. Joining us now, a man that did play right field in the clinching Game 5 victory of the Texas Rangers over the Arizona Diamondbacks, where they are tonight with the pregame coming up at 8 o'clock. Travis Jankowski joins us now here on The Fan, and it's brought to you by Golden Chick and Globe Life. Everyone has beneficiaries. Not everyone has life insurance. Globe Life, who's your beneficiary? As Janko joins us now here in the nation. And a good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
I'm doing good. How are you guys doing?
Oh, we're doing wonderful. Just soaking up the remaining games of this season and the memories of Game 5 of the World Series last year. Of course, you were in right field and had the 2 RBI game in Game 4, participating in Game 7 of the ALCS. What do you first think of when your mind goes back to last fall?
Gosh, just how much fun it was. The amount of, high-level, intense situations that we kind of put ourselves in that we managed to get out of. Really just the memories you make with the guys, popping champagne in the clubhouse, going to Houston and doing what we did in Houston, and then, being able to, have a huge Game 1 back home in front of the home fans in Texas, and then close things out here in Arizona. There's a ton of memories. It's so hard to pick just one.
Are the vibes still in the air as you play in Arizona for the first time since that World Series? Are you guys high-fiving?
I think it definitely brings back some memories, being in the clubhouse, the hotel, realizing, last time we were here, we did something special. That being said, I don't think we're too infatuated with it at this moment. We got 18 games left and, we got a lot of ground to make up, and, one of those things that we got to go out and we got to play every game like it could be our last, and they're must-win games, each and every one of them. So as much as last year was awesome, we're really focused on these last 18 games and trying to make up some ground.
Yeah, it has been fun, Janko. I mean, Rangers Twitter has it circulating that final out with Sporzy all over today. But you're right. I mean, you guys have been red hot playing some really good baseball. Has there been a little bit of carefree play going on when things were kind of not so good? All of a sudden you're falling down in the standings. And it's like, let's just go out and try and see how we can finish this thing off.
Yeah, I think you can attribute it to that. You can attribute it to some other things, too. Offense is clicking. Pitching is doing really well. Pitching has been well all year. It's kind of been the offense that has struggled a little bit. But, the last, 5 or so games has reminded me of the 2023 offense we had last year, scoring runs early and often, slugging again. So if there's any time to make a push, man, I'm glad that we're getting hot at this time.
I think you guys just had to get Corey Seager out of the lineup. You know what I'm saying?
That's a coincidence, I got to say. I'd go out on a limb and say we're better with him in the lineup.
That's a hot take. Travis Jankowski here. Okay, it's great to see you out there, though. How about that catch a couple of weeks ago? How do you do that, man? What's the key to a perfect Rob job there?
For me, that's all just anticipation. Those are the plays that, as a kid I dreamed of making, and I didn't have a fence in my backyard, so I'd be catching balls over the couch or over the railing of the steps going up to the second story of our home. But, that's just a lot of timing. Everything has to line up right. If that ball's, 3 feet shorter, it's a can of corn. If that ball's a foot further, it's a home run and a walk-off, Everything lined up perfect, timed the jump pretty well. And, for me, that's just one of those things that you can't let that play go to waste. You got to make that play because that's a once-in-a-lifetime play, and you don't know if that's going to come again. So, unfortunately, I have dropped a few once-in-a-lifetime plays, so to be able to hold on to that one felt really good.
Janko, is that one when you're picking up the ball off the bat that you could tell that you have a chance by looking at where it's coming off the crowd? What's the angle that you think, okay, I got a shot at this one?
So that probably struck me about 3 or 4 steps in. Off the bat, I knew that ball was probably going over the fence. It was just a matter of how far. You take 3 or 4 steps, you got your eyes on the ball, you're kind of checking the wall to see how close you're getting. and then you kind of see, oh man, this is really coming into play here. Like, this is one of those ones where I'm going to have to make a pretty good effort and give it everything I got if I'm going to try and make this catch. So as you approach the wall, you kind of get your timing, you chop your feet a little bit, try and dig into the wall if you can, use anything you can to pull yourself up over that thing, and then just reach. And boy, I tell you what, feeling that ball hit the leather, that's a heck of a feeling.
The freeze frame of you climbing that wall, that's got to be on a mantle somewhere, portrait style in the Janko household, Travis.
that might make it to the man cave.
Just maybe.
Yeah, it's got to make it to the man cave. Now, we know you as Janko. We know you as El Blondie. But I also see that you have a nickname, and maybe MLB.com is ballsacking me here, but they have a nickname for Travis Jankowski being Fred.
Yes.
Could you please explain that one?
Yeah, because the Twitter handle is also like @FreddieJ.
Yes. All right. So it's going to take a minute, but so when I was younger, I'm the youngest of three, older brother and sister, and I used to love Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood. Like, that was my favorite show growing up.
There we go.
And his first name's Fred, right? So my older brother and sister would come home from school, and I would be, on the couch watching Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood, and they could not stand it. It was too elementary for them. It was too boring for them. So they started calling me Fred, and I couldn't stand it. They started calling me Fred in hopes that I would stop watching it. So they picked on me, teased me. I started, crying, and, my parents eventually had enough of it, and they were like, guys, like, stop calling him that. He doesn't like it. Like, he's, obviously upset about it. And, them being smart, I guess they were probably second grade and fourth grade. They said, okay, well, if we can't do it, we'll get our friends to do it. So their friends start calling me Fred. Teachers start calling me Fred. Coaches start calling me Fred. And, next thing I know, I'm like, boy, I better embrace this, because it's not going to be a good look for, a 21-year-old to be crying over a nickname.
Yeah, you got to lean into that one. That's incredible.
Do we have in the wardrobe? Do we have button-up sweaters?
Won't you be my neighbor?
Yeah. Do we have that look where you can you throw it down like at a Halloween party where you got the sweaters and the tie and the boat shoes and stuff?
I could probably get the boat shoes pretty easily. I've been looking for some sweaters with some patches on the elbows to pay a little tribute to them, but it's almost like they went out of fashion or something. They're kind of hard to find.
Put a train that goes through the man cave for you with that mural up there.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Now, did you see the movie?
I have not. No, I watched a documentary on it. Gosh, I feel like the movie and the documentary came out a few years ago. Watched the documentary. I have not seen the movie, but I've heard great things.
Yeah, it's A+, man. I enjoyed that show growing up as well, and I thought the movie was just outstanding.
Check it out
especially
with my kids then.
As it's more of a grown-up movie. I think it's more for us, Janko, than it is our kids.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, it might rekindle a little Fred Rogers in me then. Maybe I will find that sweater.
Let's go, Freddie. Okay, how about the timing, though, of making that catch and then designated for assignment shortly thereafter? Was that like the most awkward thing ever? How'd that whole thing go down?
You know what? I've been around this game long enough to know that, one, baseball doesn't really care what you do, right? It's one of those things that you can be, best player in the world. The next day, something happens. You get DFA'd, you get traded. All that stuff happens. You get hurt, So I've been around long enough to know that you take every game, with a grain of salt. You're good and you're bad. You take with a grain of salt, knowing that stuff can happen in this game. So, credit to CY. He was incredibly professional, as he has been the entire tenure here the past 2 years. And he called me in and said, hey, I want to do you the professional courtesy of, letting you know before it comes out in the media that we're going to put you on waivers. And if there's a contender out there who wants a guy like you on their team, we want you to play in the postseason and, make a run with the team. He said, if not, we'd be glad to have you back. So to me, that's not so much, you can take it as, wow, that's really poor timing. That really sucks. But, and maybe I'm naive. To me, it was he was doing me a favor, right? I play this game to win every single night. I want to win a World Series for obviously the Texas Rangers who I'm on now, but if another team needs me for that for that role in the postseason, I would have been happy to do that too. You know, at the end of the day, winning is why I play this game, and I want to go and help a team win.
Well, you certainly have done that. I mean, anytime your number's called, it seems like you're coming up with a big-time hit or a big-time catch, and you're a fan favorite. I know last year, the contract situation, it went right up towards the end of really the offseason, and then you show up at FanFest. How important would it be for you to maybe just stay as a Ranger, finish out your career here, if God willing that's a possibility?
Well, shoot, I would sign a lifelong contract for a pretty good price. It's to me, everything about Texas is right. Growing up in Pennsylvania is a little more country. I'm not a big city boy. So, nothing against playing in Philly or New York or San Diego. But to me, and for my family, my wife, my kids, we just feel at home in Texas, Arlington isn't a huge city. If we want to go and see a big city, we go to Dallas or Fort Worth. But we have, a nice rental property here. Pool in the backyard, a little bit of land. It really feels like home, and if you would have asked me, 8 years ago, I probably would have said, I don't know if Texas is right for me, but where I'm at in my life right now with, like I said, wife, 4 kids, it's too perfect, so, it's no secret. I would love to stay here forever, but like I said earlier, I understand that this game and the business side of it has, its, plans of its own, and you take it with stride, you take it and you make the most of it.
It's Travis Jankowski here with you on the Rangers Player Show. Any special plans tonight? Did you guys have a celebration spot or a haunt last year that you might revisit this evening?
No, I don't think so. The locker room doesn't smell like champagne anymore, so I guess they did a good job cleaning that out. But I do miss the smell of it. Maybe if there's a leftover bottle, and if we win tonight, maybe we'll pop one open for a good time's sake, and we can all have half of a sip of it.
As glorious as it was to get to play in the World Series after the injury and all that, and the Game 4 performance that you had. You had built a lead in the series, and you're going there up, and then before too long, we're in Game 5, and I don't know, the drama kind of got sucked out of it, at least from a fan's perspective as you're watching it. It was like, oh my goodness, they're going to win the World Series. It wasn't a shock like the Houston series was. What was it like to be on that field in Game 7 down there as, you're winning after the dismay of how everybody felt coming out of Game 5?
Yeah, it's I'll be honest with you, there was some stressful situations there. Evo didn't make it completely easy on himself, but he found a way to get out of it. So I just remember being in right field, and I'll be honest with you, I thought I was having a heart attack a few times. I know how hard it is, obviously playing for a few years before this, how hard it is to get to the postseason, let alone the World Series. And unlike the Super Bowl, it's 7-game series, right? So you can't get too high after a win or a loss, and I remember that so vividly after winning Game 1 with, Adolis' walk-off. I was like, holy shoot, what one of the best probably World Series games ever played. And guys went about it, and they were excited, but it was like, okay, let's take care of business tomorrow, So, yeah, I just remember Game 5 being like, all right, let's close this thing out. Let's, put the nail in the coffin. Let's not do anything to take this back to Arlington as much as we would have, loved to win in front of our own fans there. But, boy, once we got that last out, once Sporzy struck him out, I just remember being in right field. Glove got launched into oblivion somewhere high up in the dome, and I came running in to celebrate with the guys, and it was complete, just stress gone, complete euphoria.
And no number on Hedgie's ass.
Still waiting for those traps to come out, too.
Oh, man, aren't we all? Hey, how wild and unique is Wyatt Langford and some of the things that he's been able to do? I know he wasn't part of the magic that happened last year, but as a young guy that you've been able to kind of watch and develop as a rookie season, what stood out to you about him?
What stood out to me, like one of the first things in spring, and this is kind of going to sound weird, is that nothing stood out, right? Like you'd expect a guy who was in college 6 months ago to, stand out in not such a great way, right? Kind of do some stuff, let, anxiety or pressure situations, even in spring training, he knew that he had a good chance to make the team and it was there for the taking, but he never seemed to put pressure on himself. He, after a couple offers, he was never in the cage overworking or, changing his swing. He knew that, this is just part of the game. So instantly I was like, okay, there's something special about this guy. And then, kind of helping him out along the way and being around him a good bit. It's been incredible to see just the mental side of the game that he has. It's something that I probably didn't pick up until, I was probably 28 or 29. Just the mental fortitude, the just mental toughness that he has, knowing that it's not going to be, all butterflies and rainbows in the big leagues. You're going to take your licks, and he's handled it perfectly. I know Wyatt, like you said, wasn't there to, celebrate on the field with us and enjoy that moment. But, I foresee Wyatt having that opportunity here in the future, just the way he handles himself every single day. And as you guys know and all the fans know, his talent speaks for itself. You guys see it all, every single night. But what you guys don't see is the type of person he is in the clubhouse and the work ethic he has. And, I'll tell you that firsthand. It's above and beyond what it should be for a 22-year-old and probably, most 30-year-olds in this game.
New youngster coming in Thursday. I believe he is 24 years old, but I don't know if you got the memo. It's pronounced Kamar, not Kumar, like the movie, just in case you were wondering.
Thank you.
Got it, buddy. Four series in a row, and Travis, we've had you on twice this year. You're an absolute stud when it comes to interviewing guys, and we hope you are a lifetime Ranger, buddy. Thank you so much for joining us here on The Fan.
Oh, well, thank you guys. You guys have a good day.
Cheers. There he goes. Travis Jankowski, brought to you by Globe Life. Everyone has beneficiaries. Not everyone has life insurance. Globe Life, who's your beneficiary? And Golden Chick, Brian.
Yeah, and for being on, again, we're going to give him some more wings. $100 gift certificate to Pluckers. They got 8 of those in the DFW location. So thank you to Travis, and thank you to the Rangers for being on with us today.
Yes, sir. Okay, we're coming back with Wolchuk's Top 10 at 420, buddy. What do you have in store for us?
Yeah, I had some Tolos reach out of some top 10 ideas, 877-881-1053. If you've got any that you want to throw my way, feel free. This one's from @hen0230. What's the best superpower? Top 10 superpowers. If you could have one, what would it be? That's next in the nation.
Okay.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Yeah, buddy. Welcome back. It's time for the top 10 at 420 with Wolchuk. Segment of the Nation is brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you're hurt in an accident due to somebody's negligence, call the Frankels for a free consultation. 214 or 817-333-3333. Go to frankofirm.com. And it's brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. Here he is, Zach with an H. You're Wooly Bully.
Thank you very much. Top 10 best superpowers. If you can have any superpower, what would it be? 877-881-1053. If you have got any top 10 ideas that you would like a list of, you can go ahead and hit me up at Zach Wolchuk on the Twitters, the Instagram as well, Facebook, whatever it might be. Let me know if there's a list that you would like. Do have some NFL news to get to. For those that do want their sports before we get into a fun top 10 list. We had scoregami last night, boys. 49ers get the win over the Jets with the final score of 32-19. That was indeed scoregami. First time in NFL history. It was the 1,085th unique final score in the history of the sport, 32-19. Kind of a surprise. Figured maybe we'd get that one before, but always love some scoregami anytime we can get it.
Yeah. And yesterday we were trying to figure out how can we predict this game. I mean, there's no predicting a scoregami.
No predicting a scoregami. And shout out to Jordan Mason, who was absolutely brilliant last night. Led all running backs in Week 1 in missed tackles forced,
dude,
with 13.
He was awesome. And the look on the TV right there. I'm doing the broadest thing, but there's the maze. There's the
Caitlin
Clark corn maze right there.
Honestly, guys, the corn mazes freak me out. I feel like I'm gonna get lost in there.
Yeah, I have a good time with those. They have the hay ones, like the haystacks mazes as well at some of the local.
And those are a little bit easier to find your way through. I think
I had to go climbing through to get my kid out of there last year. Oof. So, but the corn maze, yeah. If you were doing like, did they do the haunted houses and? Did they do corn maze like haunted house?
They will
stuff?
do some of those. Yes, I do love haunted houses.
That's like a bet payoff situation for me.
Oh, you're not in the haunted house? Okay, we can put that on the list for you.
There's always a guy with a chainsaw chasing people in the haunted house. Dude, that's where you really come unglued too.
Big fan.
Yeah. You push your girl. Come on, move.
Hey, go. Do you like in that situation? Do you push people down running through that stuff?
If they're not moving fast enough, man.
Yeah. I always felt like that I would, and I don't want to be scared. The haunted house, I'm never going to do that.
Gosh,
thing,
I love them.
But I would push people to get out of the way. You got to move, and I'd two-hand shove somebody.
Especially the ones that panic.
Yeah.
And it helped me move.
Go. Matt LaFleur has named Malik Willis as the Packers starting quarterback with Jordan Love out. There were some rumors they might go sign Ryan Tannehill. Not going to do that. They're going to go with Malik Willis. So I don't know how well this is going to go. They got Sean Clifford as the backup.
That Trey Lance looks like a good option for him, maybe for about a third-round pick.
Yeah, you think anybody's going to give up anything for Trey?
I'm just saying.
No disrespect to Trey.
If you want a similar type of quarterback, maybe that'd be something you can do.
A conditional 7th-round pick.
Maybe. Puka's going to miss 4 games. He's been placed on IR, and the Rams are
What exactly is the knee problem?
It's a PCL sprain in his knee. So he's going to go on injured reserve, and then they've got all kinds. It feels like they're always dealing with offensive line issues. Steve Avila, their center from TCU, he suffered an MCL sprain. He possibly could go on the IR as well. Joe Noteboom, Plano Zone, who signed a 3-year extension a couple of years ago. He's week to week with an ankle injury. Their right guard, Kevin Dotson, he's also day-to-day. So the Rams are really, really banged up, much like they started the season last year. And then the outstanding rookie, Roma Dunze, he's week to week. He suffered a sprained MCL as well for the Bears. And it looks like Justin Fields in line to start again this week as of now for the Pittsburgh Steelers, as they're going to monitor Russell Wilson. You know Russell Wilson would love to go this week for the Steelers. They're playing the Broncos. He probably wants a little revenge there, but right now it looks like it's going to be Justin Fields again. Maybe, just maybe, he can go ahead and get himself a TD. All right, let's slide into the top 10 best superpowers. 877-881-1053. Gentlemen, if you could have any superpower, what superpower would that be?
I think the teleportation's pretty incredible.
Dude, number 1 for me.
Yeah.
How amazing would that be? Like, boom, we're home. Boom, we're here at the studio.
No more traffic.
Boom, I'm at AT&T Stadium. Boom, I'm in Florida.
No more dealing with airlines.
Right.
So, I mean, and just the ability to be, you could do 1,000 different things in one day.
Rob a damn bank. Boom, I'm in, I'm out.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like that movie Jumper, underrated movie.
Well, I guess that's where you'd want to be invisible, right? So
I would kind of think the invisible thing would be kind of cool.
It would be. There's no question about it.
Yeah.
But you wouldn't be able to control yourself
They're
on
just
that.
going to throw
You'd
some paint on you, and then you're screwed.
You'd become invisible, and you'd put yourself in places that you really shouldn't be, and then you'd maybe see and hear things that you didn't want to hear, like the mind reading thing.
Yeah.
Like you
I
think
would
you want to
not
read
want that.
minds, but
No, absolutely not. I
No,
don't
thank
want to
you.
know the crap
Yeah.
people are thinking about me.
Mm-hmm.
I've been doing some extensive research on this. I think it comes down to, for me, superhuman strength, which is just always the coolest on movies.
Yeah.
The strongest dude who can do all kinds of crazy stuff. But then also invisibility and the ability to move time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
the
time
invisibility
control.
and time mover, you're going to be a trillionaire.
Yeah.
Well,
somebody
it's
said-
every day. It's like, how many times do I want to go back and buy the stock that just pumped 40%?
Right.
I'm going to just keep doing that until
That would be
I've solved
nice.
all the world's problems with money, or at
You're
least
just
my
going-
problems.
You're going back and forth like the Sports Almanac and Back to the Future. But now I know exactly what to bet on. I know who's winning the Super Bowl every year. That would be pretty epic. We've gotten a few texters say, I just want to be rich like Batman. That's my superpower.
That is a superpower. It is.
And he's a great martial artist.
Yeah, he is. I mean,
Good
he works
repeller.
for it. Yeah, I mean, he's a badass. Where are you going, Lucius?
The power to read and influence minds.
Okay.
That's me, bro.
Mind control.
Oh, the Jedi mind trick.
Yeah, I got you, bro. I'll make you do things for me.
Now I got to choose one. Yeah, dude.
Pause.
These are not the droids you're looking for. Can I have all of Superman's suite of powers? It's not an individual superhero. This is because I feel like he kind of cracked the code on this.
He did, because he's super strong. Plus, he can also fly.
He can fly.
I feel like for this exercise, you got to kind of pick one.
You could be I'll tell you another one.
The
How about-
laser eyes.
Yeah, how about this one though? Batman. You could be a normal dude and like have the utility belt. Like he's got everything in that belt.
He does.
I mean, is that
Always
a
have a
superpower,
contingency
though? If you're
plan.
just like you could be a normal dude, but you have the belt.
I guess that's where the wealth comes from. Like he's got the, but he's also super smart. He's the world's greatest detective. So he's got a lot of things going for him. Does Batman?
He had to deal with Robin though a lot.
Yeah, that
guy
was his choice.
That was a
right?
weight.
Is there
Robin
another
was
Joker
right.
coming out? I see in
There
October.
is. Sequel. Yep.
Yeah, I heard it's like a musical, though.
I know. I'm a little bit.
What's going on, bro?
Lady Gaga's in it, so at least they got someone that can sing.
Is that like Hugh Jackman type of vibes?
Yeah, this is going to be interesting.
I'm the Joker!
Dude, they're putting like a Les Mis twist on the Joker.
Yeah, I'm a little bit. I mean, the first one was so good. I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt here, but I am a little
Moulin
nervous.
Rouge.
Yeah.
What are we doing?
Shout out to Moulin Rouge. Great
Grease
film.
meets
Moulin Rouge was
Batman.
good, yeah.
Bulletproof is an honorable mention. Super intelligence. We do have mind control.
I'm telling you, bro, mind control is it. I can just see Jerry and just look at him in the eyes and he's like, I just want to hand you the keys to this helicopter. I don't know what it is about you.
I just want to make you the owner of the damn Dallas Cowboys. Yeah. You know, you want to own the team. You
Go
look
get
like you want
my
to own the
pen. I
team.
sure want to write you a check. I don't know. It's just something about you, boy.
You need $1 million today. Here's $1 million.
Dad, what are you doing?
Super strength is honorable mention.
That's my inheritance, Dad. You ain't calling me Jerry now, are you?
Healing ability is the final honorable mention as
Oh,
well.
wow.
That'd be pretty nice.
Healing ability.
Number 10 is gravity manipulation. Being able to manipulate gravity. Kind of cool. 9 is invincibility.
That's super nerdy.
What, the gravity
I'm going to control
manipulation?
gravity. Ugh.
Yeah, well, I mean, superpowers are kind of nerdy. 9 is
You're
invincibility.
floating.
There's somebody in the car like, yes, that's what I'm talking about, gravity. Here comes Dawson shooting it.
Yep.
Stupid.
I got mine red, honey. Listen.
Get Sandler on the phone.
Oh, jeez, I hate Dawson.
8 is shape shifting.
Shape
You
shift.
can make yourself basically into anything.
Oh, yeah, shapeshifters.
Yeah.
Oh,
that's
so
badass.
like the
They run our government.
I'm the cat.
Well, it's also like Raven in X-Men. Like she can basically turn into anybody. Like you never know. It's actually, yeah.
Oh, yeah. It's like the boys.
Yes.
Diabolical.
It's like the boys.
Yeah,
Exactly.
That is diabolical.
We've got teleportation coming in here as well.
Well, that's low on your list, huh?
It was number 1 for me.
I
It's
know,
number
but I'm
6
saying
on
that's
here. I know
low.
it
Yeah,
is.
that should be in Mount Rushmore.
Flight, number 5.
Being able to
Ability
fly is better than being able to teleport.
Scared.
So you're teleporting into bank safes, you think?
You could, yeah, absolutely. I'd probably just teleport to travel and just like avoid driving.
So you're just having a normal life. You just don't have to drive or
That's
fly.
whack, Phil. That's whack.
Yeah, I mean, I'm probably going to end up getting caught.
Do something with
when
it,
it comes
bro.
to
Yeah.
robbing a bank.
Listen, I know you don't want to rob, but the banks are FDIC insured.
You know
okay?
what?
They're going to
Bleep
get
it.
their
I'm
money
robbing
back.
all the damn banks. Sorry,
Yeah.
guys. I can teleport.
Damn, Dawson.
They've been robbing us blind with inflation
You're
for
100%
decades.
right.
You know, turnabout's fair play.
What are you guys doing over here?
We're robbing banks, Brian.
Dawson's encouraging people to rob banks.
Yes, we're doing illegal things.
I've always said if you have to steal, don't steal from a man, steal from the man. Right?
Don't steal from the man.
The man.
Yeah.
4 is super speed.
Oh, like Flash?
Yeah. That's pretty.
Is that the only fast dude? Flash? Is there any fast?
No,
He's
there's
the
multiple
fastest.
fast guys.
The Incredibles
Yeah, the Boys
kid.
has a fast guy.
Dash.
Yeah.
Dash.
Oh,
From The
Dash.
Incredibles.
Who is Dash?
The kid in The Incredibles.
Yeah, he's the little baby.
His mom's
Oh,
Elastigirl.
I'm sorry. I
Yeah,
didn't.
and the Incredibles, and A-Train in the Boys.
I was watching the Buccaneers and Rams play
Dude,
that day.
I'm surprised you don't have Elastigirl on your algo, Broadus.
Really?
That's why he wants to be invisible.
Really?
So he can show you out.
She's stretchy?
You could say that.
Boy, is she stretchy. 3 is invisibility.
Need
Yeah,
need
there we
more
go.
grippy than stretchy, but I hear
What?
you.
2 is telekinesis.
No, she's just got a great build. Like they did a hell of a job.
Super
Wonder
busty.
Woman was that way in the 80s.
That little costume goes up during Halloween.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah. Which one?
if
Which?
who? The Incredibles mom.
Oh, yeah,
If
the
you
mom.
bout that, like if you've been in that gym doing your right thing, you're gonna put the Incredibles joint on.
That's where you show off all that work you've been putting
You
in.
gonna show out.
Damn right.
LA
Yes.
Fitness, baby.
903, like Jumper's exactly why I paused with the robbing of the banks. Like that movie made me think.
What happened in
Maybe
it?
he gets caught, and it's just not a good deal for him. But
He couldn't teleport out?
he tried to at multiple different
And they
times.
caught him?
It worked a few times.
Would Joe
And then
Pesci and those guys
eventually
get him?
he gets caught. Number 1 though is time manipulation. So there you go. Exactly what you were talking about, being able to go back and forth in time.
Yeah.
I do think
You got to be
that
able to harness it.
there is beauty there. Absolutely. Top 10 superpowers. There
Thank you,
go.
Wolchuk. Top 10 every afternoon, 4:20 here in the G-Bag Nation with your Woolly Bully. Mark Schlereth, we're talking NFL football with the NFL champion football analyst next year in the nation.
Coming up on the next KNC masterpiece, the demise of Air Yard.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine, they are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registration 2023, y'all.
Well, thank you very much, Lucius. It is the G-Back Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to talk in review of Week 1. Look forward to Week 2 here with Odyssey NFL insider Mark Schlereth, host of the Stinkin' Truth podcast. Insider calls brought to you by Hellman's Real Mayonnaise. May your game day be delicious. And a good afternoon, Mark. How the heck are you?
I am doing great. How are you guys?
Well, you know, in DFW, when the Cowboys win, everything is better. And now we're looking at New Orleans and 6.5-point favorite. Will the Cowboys get to 2-0 Sunday afternoon against the Saints?
Yeah, that's a great question. I did the Saints game last week, and now it's against the Carolina Panthers, so take that with for what it's worth. And the Carolina Panthers, when you look at their roster construction, you have to understand that I think they grabbed 7 or 8 guys off the waiver wire.
Yes.
And I believe 5 or 6 of them were starting on Sunday. So, you know, other people's garbage is our gold. So, you know, I mean, you got to understand what their roster is actually constructed like right now. And, you know, that's a rebuilding process in Carolina. So, you know, that's just part and parcel or part for the course, I guess, out there. But the New Orleans Saints, there are several things that are always true or have been true. You know, going back to Sean Payton, they're going to dominate lines of scrimmage. They're going to be built tough from the inside out, both on the offensive line of scrimmage and the defensive line of scrimmage, and that's going to allow them to do some pretty special things. Clint Kubiak came over there. They're running the heck out of the ball under him, under that West Coast offense. The other thing is Derek Carr, look for him to have this resurgence this year because he's back in an offense that he ran for the Raiders all those years with John Gruden. It's something that he loves. And I think the Saints are a sneaky good team that nobody's really talking about. So this is going to be a big challenge for the Dallas Cowboys without question. I think even more so than what they did last week, obviously with Cleveland, because offensively Cleveland and Deshaun Watson were just so awful. They're just so bad. So I think this is going to be a much better challenge for the Cowboys.
Stink, I didn't know if you had a chance to go back and watch the Cowboy game on film. I know a lot of you guys break that stuff down every week for yourself. But I was just curious, though, when you look at, you mentioned the Saints and the trenches and stuff, how would their defensive line be maybe having to deal with Dallas and the 2 rookies that they're starting with right now?
Yeah, you know, I mean, I went back and looked at the film or I perused the film. I went back and looked at all of Dak Prescott, what he did, because obviously, you know, Dak Prescott signed that contract right before the game and then went out there, and I thought he played really good football. I thought the thing about Dak Prescott, you know, I think people always are critical. You know, they see, hey, he was only 19 to 32 or whatever it was. And, you know, they'll look at that and say, well, he wasn't, you know, that stellar. I mean, his completion percentage was not that high. I think it was 59% or whatever it is. And I tend to look at things that I think are more important to me. Like, you know what? He threw a couple balls away where he didn't put his team in harm's way in a game that they were controlling. So he didn't let Cleveland get back into it. He even took a couple of sacks that I thought, you know, those are self-sacks. Those are one of those things where like, you know what, live to fight another day. I'm not gonna put us in harm's way. So we're so much better. So some of those things sometimes, you know, where people will look like, oh, he didn't have a great game because they'll look at statistics. And, you know, I always say this, if you spit statistics in my eyes, either you didn't watch the game or you watched it and you don't know what you're looking at. I thought Dak was really good in that game. You know, and Cleveland's an outstanding defense. Don't get me wrong. They just couldn't do anything offensively. And when you play that style, when you don't play complementary football, when your offense can't possess the ball and your quarterback throws 14 balls out of bounds, I mean, it was awful. It's hard for a defense to stand up. So this is going to be a much more balanced attack. And I think it'll be a much bigger challenge for the offensive line of the Dallas Cowboys.
You mentioned Dak and everybody and how scrutinized he is. You got to see Derek Carr. What are your thoughts on Derek Carr?
Well, there's a couple things. Derek Carr loves this offense. So So that's really big. The other thing, and I'll tell you guys, just traveling around the league and doing games, and this is endemic of a lot of young coaches. You always hear, oh, we want to get into a premium play. And so what ends up happening is, well, there's a couple things. When I say premium play, you're going to call a play, or you're going to have multiple plays called, and you're going to get to the play that you think is the best matchup. Maybe you're running toward the bubble. You know, if there's a uncovered guard, we call that a bubble. So maybe you're running towards that bubble, or maybe you're running away from the bubble. Whatever. Or maybe there's a safety rotation, so you're running away from the safety rotation, or you're running to the safety rotation, depending on what your particular deal is, right? And a lot of young coaches want the perfect play called, which I think is absolute garbage. I just think it is so, let me tell this 80-year-old owner that we're always going to have the perfect play on, so he'll hire me. And I think it's a bunch of garbage. And so one thing I know about Clint Kubiak and Rick Dennison was a coach when I played for the Broncos and has had a ton of success in this league. One of the things they did for Derek Carr was they say, hey, listen, we're not going to have you play on the high dive for 65 snaps. We're going to take you off the high dive, and we're going to give you a bunch of call it and run it, or what we call sometimes tank plays, where we just line up and we run it regardless because it's good against everything. And for a quarterback, all of a sudden you have enough of those plays in there, and then instead of having to operate everything at the line of scrimmage with shifts and motions and everything that you do, you just line up and you run it, and you let the offensive line come off the ball. You let them be aggressive. And mentally, you don't have to do gymnastics if you're a quarterback. So ultimately for you, you're like, oh, I've got these 15, 16 plays off where all I got to do is turn around and hand the ball off. And it really takes some pressure off you because there's a bunch of times where you're going to have to really orchestrate the entirety of the offense. And Derek loves the offense, and he loves the fact that they're doing that for him. And, against that Carolina team. Now, be it there was probably 4 or 5 guys on the defensive side of the ball that got there in late August, right, that were starting. So, it wasn't exactly the greatest competition, but boy, I tell you what, they were humming on the offensive side of the ball. They really looked good, and he was super sharp.
Stink, I'm glad we're actually talking to you right now because I've been a big fan of yours for a long time, and I know that you will be somebody that can give me good advice in this area. We do survivor picks every Friday. I picked Cincinnati to beat New England, so now I've got to do a bet payoff on this coming Friday. One of ours is the pee your pants, and it is you do that, you just go in the pants, and now I got to do the rest of the show like that. What kind of advice or guidance do you think I should go through with this?
You have to pee your pants?
It's an option.
During the show?
It's an option.
Or what's the other option?
There's tons on the table.
Pickled
One's
pig
like pickled
feet,
pig's feet, yeah.
The ass hat where you wear a dirty diaper on your head for the course of the program.
Yeah, it's just it depends. Can you just pay the money, or you've got to actually have a humiliation shot?
It's about the humiliation, the suffering, yeah.
But you were peeing in your pants like regularly at work.
You kind of made it seem okay.
But I was so sweaty, and there's some a little bit of urine mixture in that sweat. It wasn't like it was uncomfortable. But if you're just sitting in your own urine, and you're going to sit throughout the entirety of the show, that's not comfortable. I can guarantee you that. But the dirty diaper on your head is certainly not anything that anybody wants to do either. So, if I had to choose between those two, I would piss my pants without even thinking about it.
It's Mark Schlereth here breaking it down for you.
We do it. We have the blue injury tent on the sidelines. Couldn't we get some type of bathroom situation for these players going here?
Oh yeah, they have a bucket in there.
Oh, just a little sideline bucket is all.
Yeah, there's the sideline bucket. They do, but that would require effort on my part. Like I wasn't going to give effort. I was already miserable anyhow. So what's a little urine in your pants?
And you would vomit before games as well, correct? I have that right?
Every game I ever played, probably all the way back to maybe even high school. Always vomited. We had a trash can in the middle. So the offensive line, when I played in Denver, we had a little trash can. We were in the corner, so we went down one side, and then on the other side, we were right in the corner. The coach's offices were right there. We had a trash can right in the corner, and then it's like once one guy starts chain reaction vomit.
Yes.
So we had 3 or 4 guys that were real pukers. Myself, Tommy Nalen, Matt Lepsis. So as soon as the first guy started puking, then it was a line at the trash can. We'd all just be taking turns standing around group puke. Because once one guy goes, there's and then you got to run to the trash can, and then it's just all over. You're just having, you're having a like I said, it's like a group puke. So that would happen every game.
Did Shanahan wait for the pregame speech before you guys all started puking, or was it after? How did that all transpire?
We would come back in from warm-ups before you got a little like, hey guys, we're gonna go out there and we're gonna do this, and let's So we would the pregame puke was before when we were going out to warm up.
Okay, there we go. Yeah.
Yeah, so you're going out to warm up, and you're just like, you work yourself up because there's nothing good that can happen for you when you're an offensive lineman.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, think about it. You could absolutely dominate the defensive line. You guys can put, 250 yards rushing up, not give up a sack and all that stuff. And ultimately, all you are is a tagline at the end of the game by some star running back who says, they got to thank the big fellas up front, man. What a job they did. And that's it. Right? So you can dominate the game, and you're just a big fella up front. But, give up one holding call or give up one sack. Like, I can kick your ass for 65 plays in a row. I give up one sack. You go to the Pro Bowl, and I'm a piece of garbage. So like, that's the paranoia playing the position I played. So, yeah, every guy on the offensive line, for the most part, every guy I ever played with, I don't know if it's, if there's a different philosophical approach to the game now, but every guy I ever played with was completely motivated out of fear and paranoia. Like, we were a neurotic group, like an incredibly. Gary Zimmerman is all decade in 2 decades, and that dude had to drink a bottle of NyQuil to get 2 hours of sleep before a game, and he'd go out and whip everybody's ass, like just absolutely neurotic. So that's just kind of how that position tends to usually kind of operate.
You're the man, Mark. Thanks for the insights and the stories, and we look forward to next week.
Sounds good, guys. Be well.
Cheers. There he goes. Mark Schlereth. Insider calls are brought to you by Hellman's Real Mayonnaise. You can purchase Hellman's at your local Walmart, Kroger, or grocery store to add some extra deliciousness and creamy flavor to your game day dishes this football season. Okay, coming up next, in addition to the finest, Eric, what's in store for us?
We got current and former NFL running backs making some headlines, and we have the good, bad, and the ugly from the football weekend next year in the nation.
We have
Nutmeg made. I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Hiley Mazda of Arlington and her studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 4 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. We're talking bet payoffs because we have a double bet payoff coming on Friday starting at 2:20, so stick around for that. Every week on the show, we pick an NFL winner, and we can only use the team once. If we're wrong, we're not out, but we have to do a bet payoff before the next week's games. So it's been incredibly embarrassing and harrowing at times over the years, Brian, and I know you're probably sweating it out already.
Now, I was wondering, okay, on the one where the loser has to, the best one for me is just give everybody $100. I think that's a good one.
Yeah.
The loser has to stand on a busy street corner and dance like no one is watching.
That would be amazing.
Is that a whole segment type of a thing?
So one segment, dancing on a street corner.
So you guys have got
75 and fits here.
You guys are maybe watching me down here and dancing on the corner.
That would be poor Carter has to go down with one of us, and you're just going at it down there.
A lot of good options. If you have anything, let us know on the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorney text line.
You can do the Die Hard challenge.
Okay.
Stand out there in the street with a sign.
Oh, no. No.
You don't believe in your picks then, bro.
I don't.
Not anymore.
No.
The other thing I was workshopping, I just threw this out to Eric, was like, we've picked our own payoffs. Maybe we narrow it down to like 2 to 4. We put a poll up and we let the Tolos decide what we have to do.
Oh, that would
because we get called
really
out sometimes
for not having good enough payoffs.
but you agree on whatever the options will be, or the 2.
Oh, you vote on them,
and then they'll just vote on which one they want.
I vote Broadus for Mrs. Doubtfire.
That would be epic.
Hello.
Here's Chief with an edition of the finest.
So I've never seen the movie.
What? That's not surprising, I guess, but come on.
Well, then that'll be part of your punishment that week.
Oh, okay, so I got to watch the movie.
It's a good movie.
Instead of getting to watch a bunch of sacks one night, you're going to have to watch Mrs. Doubtfire.
Robin Williams dresses up like a lady. Is that what the deal is?
Yeah, to get to spend time with his kids.
Yeah.
Okay.
Ex-wife
okay. I've seen pictures of she's like a big flowery dress.
Yes.
And all that.
Yes.
Okay. All right. I wish I still had my hair then.
That's why they got wigs.
I still have that wig, actually. I still have the Broadus wig that I ordered when I did the bet payoff of dressing up like Broadus for the day.
That's good. But we need a Mrs. Doubtfire wig. So we'll have to maybe at some point that's happening.
Where do you get that? Is that a costume store or something like that?
I'm sure Bezos has one ready for you on Amazon. It's one click away.
Okay.
Just like Trajan Wealth. How about that? TRAJAN wealth.com, ladies and gentlemen. That's beautiful. Okay, let's get to the nitty gritty. We got things to get to here. First of which, hey, Agent Zero, DeMarvion Overshown, even though he's not number 0 anymore, he's number 13. We're in the hell out of that thing. He tweeted out an hour ago to inform us all, according to the vets on the team, he's still a rookie until after game 4. So I presume he's having to handle some type of rookie tasks or whatever it may be. We'll have to ask Eric Kendricks about that coming up.
Eric Kendricks, I bet she's got to bring the wings. I bet she's got to bring the Pluckers wings onto the plane for that.
Yeah, heck yeah. I could totally see that. Yep. We also have a little bit of news as it pertains to the running backs. The Christian McCaffrey thing, of course, he misses the game last night. Kyle Shanahan saying that it's Achilles tendonitis for the running back.
So he's out this week.
Honestly, and
he's out this week, I bet.
That's a career.
I would. If you're the Walchuk's just being tongue in cheek here. It is out there. Hey, at that age, at that position, that particular injury,
Todd Gurley.
You got to be careful.
Okay, Mrs.
Degenerative
McCaffrey.
knees.
It's not me and Gavin. Mrs. McCaffrey.
I hope to God it's not, but that sounds scary.
Okay. But you've bought yourself what seems to be probably plenty of time here if your offense is still going to work the way it did last night and Jordan Mason is going to fill in the way he did. Well, the Jets are supposed to have a good defense, but it's all guess and check for the first month or so of the season. So, but if you're Kyle Shanahan, you're the Niners, you're slow playing this McCaffrey thing until until I have to play him.
Yeah, keep him healthy for the.
I'm definitely going running back by committee. I'm not loading him up with 30 touches.
Yeah,
we can get to the playoffs and then go if we need to.
Elijah Mitchell was also one of their backups. I think he's on season-ending IR too. So Jordan Mason, I'm not sure. I still think they still have North Texas Jeff Wilson. That's a stud right there.
No, he's with the
Dolphins. Maybe they can trade for him, go get him back.
I bet he's icing and stretching. He'll be back in a week or so. And they'll ultimately regret it. But this guy who played last night, Mason?
Yeah, Jordan Mason.
He was good.
Yeah, at the very least, when McCaffrey comes back, you feel like, hey, we don't have to just completely bell cow this thing with him and just feed him like crazy. We have sort of a 1-2 punch to some extent if Mason's going to be like he was last night.
I love
but
the 1-2 punch.
If you're the Niners, man, I feel like you got to slow play the heck out of this thing until you get to a point where, okay, now we're later in the season or whatever, we got to start playing them. But yeah, that anytime you hear Achilles and running back in that age, I mean, that's something you got to be a little bit cautious about. Seeing here, another running back situation, but this is a former NFL running back, Adrian Peterson.
Yes, I did see this, and my gosh.
Having to surrender assets to pay for his $12.5 million debt. That stings.
Sad.
That sucks. It is sad. And we've seen some of this over the years with him. There's been some rumors about the financial issues. And for me, it all goes back to that 30th birthday party.
Yep.
That was $1 million party.
That was an
incredible party.
It was a
Why?
it was a birthday party for the ages.
Why can't like Oklahoma put him on the payroll like Texas does with Earl Campbell and
Vince Young,
and give him opportunities to go out and speak and raise money for NILs.
Yeah.
And
Carter, where you at? Oh yeah, Carter's he clocked out. He's off at 5, but I'm sure Carter Freeman could maybe give us a little info onto that one.
I don't know. I don't understand why you couldn't have him around as an ambassador. Hey, come and take pictures with our guy. We're raising money. I mean, you could maybe pay him $200,000-$300,000 a year to kind of be on the payroll and he could be an ambassador, live in Norman, be around the school, be around the team. Does nobody want to do that with a guy like that? That it's a star right there, right?
Hey, I think they did
with Earl Campbell and others at Texas. I give them credit for doing that. Take care of your star players that might be a little down.
For those curious, the 30th birthday for Adrian Peterson had over 300 friends and family members. He flew them all out on his own dime and put them up in the hotel as well. It was.
How about ask them for some help?
Yeah. I mean, sure. I'm sure, but $12.5 million. How many people can help you with $12.5 million worth?
Well, obviously they felt like that they were going to have a good time on his dime.
Well, and they definitely did.
That's what they do.
They found a lemur available for rent and a python that would drape like a scarf over Adrian Peterson's shoulders. That's how the story basically begins.
While riding an elephant, right?
Yeah, he came in riding an elephant, and then he was wearing a giant python as sort of a necklace, and then there in the background you could see the lemur just doing what lemurs
So apparently
do.
they're saying the judge believes he has numerous assets in his Missouri City, Texas home that can be liquidated. The debt's at about $12 million. So they're actually sending people to his house to start collecting stuff that they can auction off to sell. But I'm sure he's going to be, between the Vikings and the Sooners and media and endorsements, it's not like he's going to the poorhouse. This is just like a post-career financial cleanup that I think he's got to go through, and it's going to be difficult to recover from. But I just think the personality, good-looking guy, marketability, he'll be doing ads and stuff.
Hell of a handshake with a vice grip like that. You think he could set up like a kissing booth, but it's a handshake booth.
Yeah.
Come shake my hand, which is the most intense handshake you'll ever have.
Shake your hand.
And pay me a little bit of money for it. Yeah, he had an elaborate tent city in his backyard. There was Moroccan couches, velvet drapes, ice sculptures bearing Peterson's initials. They imported trees.
Now you're going to tell me there were sword swallowers.
And Chuck, there were sword swallowers. And there was a throne in which Peterson would be allowed to sit. They had the cake designer baked a royal palace flanked by a fondant camel and elephant. Wale performed. Jamie Foxx hosted.
Jeez.
This was...
Jamie Foxx was there?
Yeah, that cost you some money right there.
Yeah,
it cost you some bread. I bet he walked through the house and sees the photos of that night and just flips them around. Like, I don't want to see this.
Those were the days.
Don't remind me.
Those were the days.
Even the Porta-Johns were over the top. They had silver sinks and shiny floors.
I thought that the Jerry ones.
It seems
the
like
training camp ones. Those are nice.
Seemed like they were even a leveled up version, like the even more leveled up than the ones we get in Oxnard.
Yeah.
It was pretty insane. Full-fledged zoo. Yeah, snake charmers, sword swallowers, man. This was from top to bottom as detail oriented a party as you could ever imagine. And I would love to know how much it costs. I bet it's $1 million just to have Jamie Foxx be your DJ or whatever, hosting your party. So who knows how much that costs, but that's like a little early tea leaf for this financial thing might be going sideways on him.
Yeah, I think that was maybe a red flag, if you will. Apparently, he
sounded like
was
loans.
a co-signer on a loan.
Yeah, these Pennsylvania loans, the interest is killing him on it right now. Is what it looks like.
He co-signed for a company that some people he knew was going to start, and he did not know, but he was the sole guarantor of said loans.
Yeah.
We have the 972 is not happy, saying that he goes, really? Having to listen to sob stories and what can we do to help a former millionaire get money when they were terrible managing money in the first place? Ugh, this station, done. 972's bowed out.
Oh, they didn't like my idea of Oklahoma stepping him up?
Yeah, it's he did this to himself, I guess.
At least he let us know.
I appreciate you, 972, and we love you.
Sort of like the RSVP of I'm not coming, Yeah. It's like, I'm going to let you know that I'm not going to be there.
No, I'm blocking you right now. I'm just letting you know I'm blocking you on Twitter. Is that one of those things too?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Does it surprise you guys to find out that Bo Nix was the fastest quarterback of week 1? Topping 20 miles per hour.
Really? Faster than Jaden Daniels.
Stats weren't very good in that game either, were they?
You could say that again. Listen, all these rookie quarterbacks struggled. But his spray chart, you know how they do the next gen spray charts for the quarterbacks?
I look forward to the spray charts every Monday.
Okay, I don't know whose was funnier between Bo Nix's spray chart and Justin Fields. Justin Fields just avoids the middle of the field. Everything is just to the flat over here, to the right, to the left. He wants nothing to do with the middle of the defense. And then, of course, Bo Nix, and we know this about him. This is who he is. He's a 4.5 yards at a time kind of guy. And so that is what you're going to get. And at some point, hopefully it'll be a little bit more dialed. And I'm sure in Sean Payton's mind, he's trying to get him to Drew Brees' level of accuracy as it pertains to those short passes. But, yeah, Bo Nix was not impressive, but he did top off at 20-plus MPHs. That's moving. He's running for his life. J.K. Dobbins, off all the injuries a player could ever have.
Good for J.K. Dobbins, man.
Tied Saquon Barkley for the fastest running back of week 1, almost 20 miles per hour.
Wow.
Seeing Saquon just explode through the hole, and the idea that Bo Nix was faster than him doesn't make any sense to me.
No.
Like when you see some of the long runs that Saquon had, I'm like, how did Bo Nix run faster than that this weekend? That's a little crazy. And then the Texans, Nico Collins was the fastest receiver of the weekend, almost 22 miles per hour. I think the play of the weekend was Anthony Richardson. That throw. Yeah. Are you kidding me, that throw?
Yeah, that could end up developing into one of the best rivalries, if not the best, in football over the course of the next decade.
Colts-Texans.
I mean, if both of these guys continue on a trajectory and can stay healthy, and I know that's the big question with Anthony Richardson, but they are both so much fun to watch in the same division. They play twice a year. That could be developing into something special.
65 air yards. Anthony Richardson touchdown pass to Alec Pierce. We'll relive it during TD Tuesday at the top of the hour. But, I mean, that thing was crazy. And there was only been 2 throws that have been longer dating back to 2016. Next Gen Stats had it. It was Baker Mayfield and P.J. Walker. Both had longer air yard throws, but those were Hail Mary heaves. This one, he's like off balance, pressure in his face, and he's just like, that's not as far as he can throw the football.
I mean, it's like, I think there's a spot down there. I'm going to try to hit it even though I can't see it, and he did perfectly in stride. I think you could try for 10 years and not make a throw nearly as good.
Amen, dude. And then finally here, I saw this from Ben Solak, the 0 offensive touchdowns there for the Steelers, of course, winning on nothing but field goals. What a disgusting game to have to sit through. I would hate to be a Steelers fan or a Falcons fan, but the Steelers have now won 5 games without scoring an offensive touchdown under Mike Tomlin, which is the second most in the league since he became their coach in 2007. I would love to see the team that has won more games without scoring an offensive touchdown than what the Steelers have done. But that's a dude who's just, no matter what, whatever it takes, if it's going to be Duck Hodges or it's just going to be my kicker scoring all the points, we're going to go ahead and win 9 games this year.
Incredible. You know, I don't know what the top side is, but the floor is very high. You know, if Mike Tomlin is your head coach, I mean, what is that? Is that game flow? That's play calling? That's risk assessment? To be and the quarterbacks that he's done, even going back to the end of Roethlisberger's career, where he was a joke.
And he's always got a good defense out there.
Yeah,
defensive minded coach, leader of men.
Indeed. Okay, there it is. Another edition of The Finest is in the books. C-Note, what CD Lamb had to say about Dak's contract mid-negotiation. Then LA Live's coming up at 5:40, and we're back with all the content here to the G-Bag Nation and the fan.
Let's talk Trajan Wealth. That's Trajan, and the fiduciary advisors at Trajan Wealth. They're going to understand no two retirement plans are the same. They offer guidance.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
I don't think we've seen these players now. Wood with Chase, right?
Yeah, and Chase showed up and played, and that's what the conversation was kind of about. Like, what do you think about Jamar Chase? And CD just kind of, it's a different
story. Yeah, exactly.
Right?
It's rare. It's got to be under 5% of players. The Hassan Reddicks, the Le'Veon Bells, out of all the holdouts that actually miss games. So
Reddick was $800,000, right, for last night.
Yeah.
Plus the fines he's dealing with.
Over $5 million so far.
Oh.
That is
that's dug in.
I mean, I'd love to have the kind of money to have that be an option.
Yeah.
Like, I'm going to make over $100 million. So if I have to sacrifice some to get there, that's good. We'll get to the top headlines of the day here in just a second, but on Dak's contract negotiations, here's our first cut from CeeDee Lamb.
How much did you think about Dak in that process when you were trying to get your deal done?
We were texting quite a bit. Obviously, I miss being out there competing with him, fixing our little nuances throughout the offseason. Maybe if a route adjustment, a route stem, what we like. It's just so many things that I feel like we've missed out on. But for us being so in tune together, and all it takes is one text message or one conversation, one phone call, and for us both having the same passion, the same love for the game, I feel like it was fairly easy. But I mean, I want what's best for Dak and vice versa. So again, shout out to him for getting that back too. Very exciting moment. Happy to cherish it with him, and we'll be together for the next 5 years.
So are you saying that you were texting about staying together in Dallas? That was important to you?
Yeah, most def. Needed it. I didn't want to start over, and I don't want to go through the whole quarterback carousel situation. And
yeah,
he's the leader of this team. Like, everything goes through Dak. He has the keys to the offense. He has the keys to how we move and how we present ourselves. And the first thing you think about when you see the Cowboys is Dak Prescott, because he's the quarterback of our team. And he does a great job of, keeping a great look on himself, keeping his composure, mentally being locked in, and again, leading us to the promised land.
Yeah, great insight from CD. Really cool to hear him talk about that. It would have been very important for me if I'm thinking about coming back to the Cowboys that Dak is here. I don't know if you do a new contract because of how important. If winning is important to you, then I think for sure you would have to consider going somewhere else. Now, if money and marketing is the most important thing, you never consider leaving the Cowboys. There is no close second. I do want to say have a good practice slate before we continue this conversation.
Yes, have a good practice slate. Absolutely. I like what you did there. And I do think that also puts to bed maybe, some of the things that happened after the playoff game with CD's mom, some of those comments. We were wondering, is this maybe a reflection of how CD really feels? It doesn't sound like it there.
No.
CD had any doubt about Dak Prescott, he's not making sure his contract's in line and getting that done if only Dak is staying. So I love everything he said there. And look, they're arguably one of the best tandems in football. When you talk about quarterback, wide receiver connection, you've got Mahomes and Kelsey. You can throw whatever one in there, but for the next 4 years, they're going to be lethal.
What's CD have to say about Micah Parsons' contract here?
Is there is it weird with Micah now? Like, what is that like? Do you just not talk about it at all?
Nah, we be talking about it.
Really?
Yeah, we talk about
What
it.
is he saying?
It's all jokes. It's all jokes until it's not. You know what I'm saying? So for us, it's just keeping the band together, to be honest. It's all keeping us all together. And I mean, that's what happens when you draft well. It's going to be amazing, and I can't wait for him to get his bag well deserved. And but for us this year, we got to finish out the season. We got to play together. We actually got to. I want to be in New Orleans. I want to go back.
What did he say? Oh, he wants to be in New Orleans for the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's great to talk about those goals. It's so much more important than stars, though. I mean, you might have the best pass rusher, you might have the best wide receiver. Nobody's better than these two guys, and you have a top 10 quarterback. But that's not what it's about. You can't say, well, we're the triplets and we're going to win it. It's not NBA basketball, okay? Even the NBA, like that model of getting the three best players, and you need depth. So my questions would not be for Dak and would not be for Micah. They would be to the front office and the coaching staff. Like, are we going to get serious about bringing a running back in here today? And one of the top Cowboys stories was they opened up $4.5 million in salary cap space, restructuring Terrence Steele's deal. If I'm CD, I'm not worried about texting any of my players. I want to know, are we going to get a credible running back? Chief had the stat to start the show. Expected rush yards for Zeke's 10 carries was 6. He ends up with 4. Now, those numbers can be, this, that, or the other thing, but if it's saying 33% less yards than what you should have gotten, if I'm the Cowboys front office today and the coaching staff, I'm like, we can't be serious about trying to win multiple playoff games with a running back that is leaving. That's 20 yards on the field and just 10 carries. So that's where my focus would be at right now. But yeah, I think it's important, I guess, to keep the stars together. But I'm much more worried about groups of positions on a team. How good are your linebackers? How good is your run defense? Can you guys cover? Is there a glaring hole on your offensive line? All those things are much more important when it comes to winning a championship than making sure we keep Micah Parsons.
Well, Mike is going to get his. I saw Athletes First announce that David Mulugheta, who is Micah's agent and does an excellent job, has become the first agent in NFL history to negotiate more than $1 billion in player contracts in a single year. He represents Jordan Love, Jalen Ramsey, and Christian Wilkins, among others. So Micah in line. And look, I do think that there was a way that maybe the Cowboys could have gotten that thing done this offseason as well. I think it was more so we're paying Dak, we're paying CD, we're going to get those done. I don't know that we're also trying to get Micah done right now.
Yeah, and Steven said yesterday with KMC that he's made it clear that he wants to wait. He's betting on himself. He wants, to put up an even bigger statistical season and come to the bargaining table like that, next offseason. Okay, speaking of the NBA, Commissioner Adam Silver today saying there wasn't discussions of expansion at this week's meeting of the league's Board of Governors, but that the topic will be addressed at some point this season. What do you think? Is the NBA ready for expansion? You want more teams in this bad boy?
Seattle?
I'd love to get the Supersonics back.
Vegas?
Vegas.
Vegas makes a lot of sense.
Man, I still make that prediction that this team is going to end up in Vegas.
The Mavericks?
I don't see that. I still don't believe that.
You got
I don't want to believe it, that's for sure.
You got 3 teams in Texas now. Seems like to me that lady owner of the Mavs, is her ties out there in Las Vegas as well as the summer league stuff's gone. Vegas seems like such a opportunity, and you get her expertise out there of how to navigate that town and have all the connections that she has. Yeah, they're going to move this team.
It's like the 5th biggest media market. I think they would want to move it from like a Charlotte or a New Orleans or an OKC, maybe a Portland.
Yeah, but that's
Sacramento.
I just feel like that she being an owner, she being from Vegas, she maybe getting a new arena out there or a new complex or new whatever. I mean, they've got new things going up all over that city.
And they're great sports fans there.
Yeah, it's just me thinking about the doors that she can open, and if she can't get a stadium built here and a casino and all that stuff in the old Texas Stadium land, you think she's wanting to hang around here?
I couldn't rule it out. Like what you said, if they fail to get the casino in the arena,
if they fail to get gambling done. But I'll tell you, and there's no reason to say anything negative about the Adelson family right now, right? You just went to the NBA Finals. They seem to be willing to spend money. If that were to happen, good gosh, DFW would riot. They can go bleep themselves if they ever thought about moving the Dallas Mavericks. If that was your whole plan, then you just wait, because eventually they're going to expand. They're going to put a team in Vegas. You don't come here, buy the Dallas Mavericks, and then say, now I'm going to take the Mavericks to Vegas. I just don't see that happen.
We've seen owners move their teams in the middle of the night, whether the league likes it or not. We've seen Art Modell move from Cleveland and tear that fan base's hearts out to move them down to Baltimore. But it took 4 years to get a team back in Cleveland after that.
Yeah, the Sonics were stolen.
Al Davis. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. To me, I don't want to see it, but I'm just thinking the league is probably talking to her. We went from having an owner that's worth $3 billion to having one that's worth, $30-40 billion now?
Sure.
That's.
It would be. I just think it would be so short-sighted on her part to think that just because.
She owns this thing now.
But what's the timeline on it? Like, I have to have gambling here in Texas in the next year, 2 years, 3 years to think that it's never going to happen. Going to Vegas doesn't open more doors for you. The reason why you're here is to open that casino door here in Texas. Whether it's 2 years, 5 years, you say you can't. But who's to say you can't? Even if it's not maybe as quickly as you would want. Ultimately, the end game is we're doing something here in the state of Texas that moving to Vegas will never allow to have happen.
My gut feeling, again, is that she would see this as an opportunity to get this started now, not 5 years from now. To me, the end game was the minute that she finds out that they're not going to vote her one, then now the league has to look at her as an asset. She has all the connections. She has everything you need to set things up in Vegas.
She does, and maybe you can leverage that and put an expanded team in Vegas.
Yeah, I think it's all about expansion in Vegas.
But here you are, a lady who lives in Vegas, who makes her living in Vegas. She owns this team here. Why would she not want her team where she lives?
Because the league doesn't want a team out of Dallas. The league likes a team here.
The TV package. There's more millions of people here with an established fan base. In Vegas, they're not Mavs fans. They are Lakers fans. You know what I'm saying?
Well, but that's what I'm saying, though. We saw what happened to the Dallas Cowboys going out to Oxnard, right? When two teams got put out there, right? Didn't your training camp numbers dwindle that way? I think that's one of the big reasons. You got fans in California that might have been, okay, hey, we're Cowboy fans because the team comes here. Well, now we got two teams here we can pull for. Rams, Chargers. We got our own team. We don't need this team anymore.
But there's no competition in DFW.
Yeah,
you are Dallas.
Still a top five
I think the league looks at this as you have the Spurs and you have the Rockets. You've already got two teams in this market, in this state. Now you got three teams. I'm just saying, man. She is going to fight to be the owner of the Las Vegas team.
If she takes the Mavs, I will never lose money at one of her casinos again.
Yeah, I'll crash out.
If she wants to fight to be the owner of a Vegas team, she should have just waited to be the owner of a Vegas team. You don't buy the Dallas Mavericks then.
This is the opportunity then. She got it. She got the Mavs on a deal.
I got two other stories involving sports money.
I don't want to believe it.
4X.
Count your days if that's the truth.
Yeah, we're not
notice Mark Cuban stepped way out of this thing?
Oh, yeah. It was genius by him.
Way out. He's at pharmaceuticals. I follow Mark on Twitter now. Pharmaceutical Mark.
Yeah, he's all over the place.
Buy my pills. Yeah.
4 Michigan players, including Denard Robinson and Braylon Edwards, have filed a class action against the NCAA and Big Ten, seeking more than $50 million for being denied the opportunity to earn money off their NIL during their careers. The lawsuit says the NCAA and Big Ten network have systematically exploited these iconic moments that the players created. The lawsuit's on behalf of those who played for Michigan before 2016.
There you go. You're born too early.
I don't know how any of this works. Do they have a case or not? Hell, I don't know.
I don't either.
I don't think they do.
I don't think so either. Probably not.
Auburn senior QB Peyton Thorne, though, on Tuesday says criticism after losses such as Saturday's defeat to California have included requests for money from bettors. Appearing on the next round, said bettors have messaged him on Venmo sending money requests.
Yeah.
Pretty amazing.
They're definitely not sending cash. It's funny. When they lose money, they want their money back. But when they win money on a parlay, no one's ever sent me any of the money. Yeah, it's pretty funny.
I mean, that's college football at its finest right there, dude.
Crazy fans, man.
Yes, it's wonderful.
I love it.
How can you be like a college student gambling money? I guess I should ask Bennett about that.
You should. Bennett,
I'm broke.
Bennett
I got $100 on this game tonight.
Bennett will tell you all about
broke
that.
with the gambling problem.
Yeah.
Maybe not Bennett, but some of these people are. I know Bennett's not broke because he's always hitting you up for cash.
He's
You're
always
just constantly giving it to him.
always hitting me up for cash.
It's time now to go into the Pimp Cup, where Lucius Alexander has an edition of LA Live.
7 jobs.
As long as I'm here, you're good, boy.
Exactly. Hey, that's exactly right,
Yeah.
Lucius. As long as
That's
I'm
a
here.
fact.
Yeah.
All right, let's get into a Toxic Tuesday. Hey. All right, let's get into a Toxic Tuesday right after the great Rick James.
All right, you squares. It's time to smoke. Fire up this funk and let's have a toke. It'll make you dance to some of everything. Everybody get high.
Unless you want to get stopped in the middle of the night, I wouldn't advise hollering at the police as you're passing by.
I don't get it.
I know you don't. You have a wonderful night. And
You too. You're spitting all over me, by the way. F you, pig.
Ooh.
Anytime you feel happy.
Well, they crashing out just for the timeline. Don't talk to the cops like that, man. My man. Anytime you feel happy, get out. Yeah. This is LA Live for Tuesday, September 10th, 2024. It is a toxic Tuesday here in LA Live, and it will get toxic. But first, I seen something that was pretty cool. Thought about you fellas. You guys were talking to them maybe 2 weeks ago how you've never dunked a basketball.
Never.
Never dunked a basketball.
Never.
Not on 10 feet, Lucius.
not on
You get me
10
on a
feet.
6 or 7 foot opportunity. Oh
yeah.
At home.
I got you.
Yeah, pool,
that was my
pool
eighth-
basketball.
Pool basketball, yeah.
Yeah.
Watch out, that's dangerous. It's very dangerous, by the way. Pool basketball, I've done that. I got focused on dunking 8th grade summer. I went for that rim every day. Every day. Started with a tennis ball, went to volleyball, then it finally was a basketball. Female basketball, then a basketball. Finally made it.
I think dunking is fairly doable for anybody about 5'10" and up. You just got to work your legs.
You
got to
work.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't
You
think
gotta get your rhythm.
I didn't think it was possible until I was like 23 years old, and then I worked hard, and I never dunked a basketball.
But you got real close.
I could be like, wow,
Yep.
I'm kind of up here.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
As you touch the net.
Yeah.
Come on up here. It's fine.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, first time I grabbed that rim, I was like, oh my God, I touched it.
I did it.
Oh, y'all don't know. Oh, I'm about to smoke y'all. 9th grade. Oh, I'm smoking.
I touched it.
I want to know what that pain feels like where you get up so high there and the rim hits your forearm or your wrist or whatever. I want to know that pain.
Well, I'm glad that you said that because there's a trend catching on here, Eric. Low rim basketball leagues.
Oh, I like this. No rims.
Yep, 8.5 foot rims. There's 4 players on each team. It's not 5, 4 players. Full court still, though. There's a height limit.
I was going to ask.
There's a height limit. The center is 6'4".
Tallest guy on the court can be
6'4". 6'4". That's it.
All right.
That's it. Your shots are just 1 point. Shots beyond the 3-point line are worth 2 points.
Can we goaltend?
Hey, that is like the Euro type of situations. They do be goaltending, man. I don't know where these leagues are at. I looked up the DFW and I don't see it yet, but they're catching everywhere in all other cities. So it might be on its way here unless you guys need to start it up.
More family friendly than that booty ball league that you had brought up from a while back.
Yeah. Well, you know, that gym is musty.
Very musty.
We need a slightly smaller ball, too, so we can palm that thing. You know?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Yep. 8.5 feet rims. Going crazy. You should see the viral videos. People just dunking all over each other.
Awesome.
What is it called, Lucius? Is there a league name for
Low
it?
rim basketball leagues. I think one was called Legacy League or something like that. There's a few of them.
I love that. When I was about in 8th or 9th grade and I realized I could not dunk on a full, it ruined my jump shot because we just played nonstop dunk rims.
Straight
it's just so
across.
much more fun.
You were shooting straight across. G, back in the day, we do it every weekday on the Fan at 2:30. If you see anything floating out there, don't be afraid to hit me up at Lucky Lucius P on social media. Lucius Alexander on Facebook. You can follow us all if you find G-Bag Nation on Twitter. And if you know anything about these low-rim basketball leagues, hit us up on the Fan text, too, so we can get that going. Our winner right here is, I guess a grandma. She got trolled in the In-N-Out drive-through line. She was driving, so she had to talk to the speaker. And, you hear this.
Double, doggy style.
Animal style?
Animal or doggy? It's animal style. It's the animal, okay.
All right, and then what do you drink?
You stinker.
You stinker. Your granddaughter.
Double doggy style.
Granddaughter asking for a double doggy style. Grandma just flat out said it. We're looking for a double doggy style. You would, please? I don't see it on here.
Where is it on the menu?
Pretty good bit.
Yeah, it's pretty good. I like it. LA Live 105.3 The Fan on a toxic Tuesday. Mr. Kendrick Lamar had a hell of a run this summer. They not like us. He will perform at the Super Bowl 59 in New Orleans.
Yes.
Everyone's not happy about this.
Why not?
No, they're not happy about this at all. Lots of people are saying Lil Wayne was the layup. Lil Wayne should have been performing.
Yeah. He's from there, right?
Yes. He's from there.
Okay.
Definitely a legacy act out here. And it seems like that's the trend.
Yeah.
You get a big legacy act that hasn't been performed on that stage.
Yeah, but some of the appearances are also the best part of the halftime show. Maybe we get an appearance from Lil Wayne.
Maybe you get an appearance from Lil Wayne in some sorts, some
Have they
situation.
done any songs together? That would be cool.
I think they have.
I'll hit the Google search.
I feel like Lil Wayne has featured on every other.
I'm not sure. But
Fallen featuring Kendrick Lamar. There it is.
There we go.
Boom.
Yeah,
Let's go.
So much music out there. Yeah, Nicki Minaj and other artists have called out Jay-Z for selecting Kendrick Lamar, blaming rap feuds as the reason for the supposed snub.
Oh, this was Jay-Z's call?
Yeah, he does like the entertainment situation.
He's the guy, for the league.
Is he like a big Drake backer or something?
Well, no. Not really.
Because when you say feuds, that's what I'm thinking of.
Well,
Like,
she's
was there
saying
fallout
this.
from
She's
there?
saying this.
Yes.
She is. This is what Nicki Minaj is saying. She said she's blaming Jay-Z. I'll call cap on that. I don't. Yeah. Because I'm just go ahead and flat out say it. Jay-Z helped Lil Wayne with a $14 million tax debt. Jay-Z helped Lil Wayne get off the Cash Money deal that Birdman had him locked in. And Jay-Z put some money in Lil Wayne's pocket by giving him like some ownership of Tidal.
Yeah, it sounds like there's a lot of love there.
Yeah. So I don't know what Nicki's really talking about unless you know something we don't know, but she's blaming rap feuds on the reason of the supposed snub of Lil Wayne. DJ Academics, who's really hot out here in these streets, I don't know why. He calls Jay-Z a legendary hater for that move. Cameron hinted that Jay-Z and Lil Wayne have beef of some sorts. I don't know, man. Nicki Minaj blames Jay-Z's feud with Cash Money CEO Birdman. May have something to do with that decision. I don't know. I'm not sure, but Lil Wayne, let's listen to Juvie about this situation.
So everybody want me to speak on this Super Bowl situation.
Who?
So everybody want me to speak on this Super Bowl situation. Look, I'm mad about the situation just like y'all, man, but, my hatred is toward the NFL. Not really the people that booked the halftime show. I'm mad at the people that hired the motherfuckers that booked the halftime show. I feel like y'all should step in. Y'all done threw 11 Super Bowls in New Orleans, man. Y'all have yet to put a hip-hop artist from New Orleans on the damn Super Bowl. Sure, y'all have put artists on the Super Bowl back in the days, Al Hurt, and the list goes on. Not too many. Not too many. I feel like every time y'all come here, y'all should have somebody from our city on this. But
now, the other Super Bowls he was talking about, maybe you could have had a New Orleans artist on there. Not Lil Wayne. It wasn't Jay-Z picking back then. You know what I mean?
Yeah, Pete Fountain, Al Hurt. That was 1978.
Yeah.
You two do it.
Yeah.
Mardi Gras. They had the Southern Marching Band in '81.
Okay.
That was one.
I don't know. People are upset about that Kendrick Lamar situation. I am not. I mean, I dig it. I get why he's picked, but at the same time, it feels kind of clout chasey. because he had a hell of a run. You know, this is kind of, I don't know.
It's like the NFL thing, though, right? You want to try and capitalize on the now.
I guess.
I mean, I guess
I ain't upset about it, but, you know, it is what it is. People are mad that Kendrick's going to be up there.
I forgot him.
And the way they're talking, it's probably going to mess up a feature for Lil Wayne.
Damn it.
And it might start some more beefs, which might be good for music.
I forgot this one.
Yeah, it should be a positive.
Which one brought us?
Yeah, when we were in the Super Bowl, it was the Blues Brothers. It was Dan Aykroyd, John Gibb, and John Belushi is what it was.
They did halftime?
They did a halftime show at our Super Bowl.
Wow.
When was this?
The Blues
the Packers season 96, Super Bowl in 97. Super Bowl 31 was the Blues Brothers. James Brown was also involved in ZZ Top from the Superdome.
Hey!
Yeah.
Well, there's that. If you see people being upset about the Super Bowl performance and it's Kendrick Lamar, you're like, why? Well, because they wanted Lil Wayne. LA Live 105.3 The Fan on a Toxic Tuesday. I also seen this on Twitter. Are Haitian migrants eating pets? Have you guys seen this?
I did see that yesterday. I think it's been debunked.
It's been debunked.
Yeah.
Oh, thank goodness.
It's been debunked. There's a wild viral claim. I don't know where it came from. I feel like somebody's being paid, though, because this happened at Springfield, Ohio. This is where all the migrants are going, apparently. Springfield, Ohio. He speaks about this situation to the city council.
You guys are just sitting up there in suits or something. Like, I really challenge you guys to get out here and do something. These Haitians are running into trash cans. They're running into buildings. They're running into... They flipping cars in the middle of the street. They're in the park grabbing up ducks by their neck and cutting their head off and walking off with them and eating them. Like, y'all need to do something, bro. Y'all really got to stand on business. Y'all getting paid all this money.
Y'all got to stand on business. Yeah, I feel like somebody's being paid because if that didn't happen, why are you going up there saying that?
Yeah, I don't know. Apparently, there's like 19,000 Haitians that have moved to Springfield, Ohio.
20,000. Yep, 20,000, bro. Putting a huge strain on the city services, they say. So there is a problem, but I don't know if they're eating pets.
That roasted duck is pretty damn dominant, though.
Nice and greasy.
Woo. Yeah, I mean, if you're hungry, that's probably your best food source.
To eat the
ducks
ducks
the
out
local duck population.
Duck is delicious.
Yeah.
There was another viral video that showed a woman who was arrested for allegedly beating and eating a cat.
Okay.
Yeah.
That is a real thing, but she's not a migrant.
She did do that.
She did do that.
Thoroughbred American.
That is a real thing. I watched it a little bit too.
Up.
It was wild.
Yeah,
She beat a cat.
She stomped it and then she got to eating it.
That's disgusting.
Yeah, the
Did she
neighbor's
cook
cat. No, man.
That's a sick person.
I think that was drugs.
It's like bath
Might be a
salts.
bath
right?
salt.
Yeah, that's
dude.
bath salt situations, bro.
Sounds like a 2012 story.
Wild stuff.
Tide Pods.
They asked her, they said, "Did you eat that cat?" And she just looked at him, and you can just see like the cat on the side of her mouth.
Oh!
Yeah, like a kid picked up something off the ground and ate it, and you're like, "Hey, did you just eat that?" And you know, it's got the residue right there on his lips.
That's crazy.
Yeah, so that's a false claim, by the way. That's a false claim out there.
What state's the cat eater in?
Are you looking to go?
Springfield, Ohio.
Oh, okay. Wow.
Springfield?
Now, were there the three best cat eaters there in Springfield?
Yeah, we're trying to bring our three best eaters.
Best eaters.
My squad can go toe-to-toe with anyone's.
Yeah, like we love cat around here.
Let's see what else we got, boys. On a Toxic Tuesday, we got a Texas man